Hello everyone, I am Tacit and welcome to the Brighter Shore stream. So today we were originally going to go do the Fortune Hold quest. It's a 5-star quest in the 4th zone, the Battle of Fortune Hold. However, I was given intel this morning that it seems to mess up the route a little bit. Looks like you have to go through like an extra door or something similar whenever you go through the shortcut. What I'm referring to by this is this shortcut over here, because this is a quest location that you end up using. But apparently you have to go through like an extra door or something similar whenever you have to go through this area. Not sure if it's over there or over here, but basically it makes a shortcut worse. And because of that, we have changed direction and it was decided not to go finish it. I did get all of the olives to do so though, so I guess I could go bring those in still, as I do still have, you know, a billion olives. I think you need 8 full ones. I have keyed that last night, which basically took up one whole AFK night, since we're getting basically 0 merchant XP during that. However, yeah, I still want to go and turn it in and, you know, at least get the olives in. One less thing we'll have to deal about later. But yeah, at least for now, until they change that, they'll likely will in the future. But yeah. Hopefully, whenever you finish the quest, they'll make it so the gate just gets removed rather than making it even longer. But, yeah, we'll just have to wait and see. Because it would make more sense if the shortcut was, you know, stronger after the quest rather than weaker after the quest. But apparently, it's actually weaker after the quest. So for that reason, it would affect merchant XP. And because of that, we can't end up finishing it. As the reward we would get from the quest is actually a downgrade compared to what we have now. We'd still get a bunch of XP and everything. So we are now pivoting. Our goal is to go and get woodcutting and gatherer to level 30. Doing so will get us to base 30s, finally. And after that, I don't know, I guess there's some varieties going. A lot of things we need to be getting. Mining, smithing, and merchant leatherwork are probably still the biggest priorities as far as things. I'm trying to do mostly leatherwork or off-stream, similar to what we're doing right now. Obviously, we're about to stop this. We're not doing this the whole time. No worries. No worries. We're not doing this for like 7 hours again. It's just the AFK activity generally off-stream or, you know, at the beginning or end of stream kind of thing because, you know, it's just really free. It's like no clicks for like 1 billion knowledge points. I believe it's still the best knowledge point per click since it only takes 3 to reset it. But anyways, let me go turn in these olives at least. Hopefully I should just be able to without messing anything up. But yeah, we're not going to finish Fortune Hold today. I was planning on it, but I've been given intel that, yeah, it is definitely 100% do not do it. Unless you have level 500 merchant or something. You should not actually be finishing this quest in the current state of the game. But I already farmed these olives, so I am going to turn them in. This better not mess up anything, it shouldn't. But there's a guy over here who wants a bunch of olives. He wants a couple things. It's one of the things we need for the quest. However, I'm not just going to leave these on the ground. I'm pretty sure I could put them in storage. I think they're ingredient for, what's it called? For, yeah, some kind of potion. Really annoying to obtain ingredient, but ingredient nonetheless. But yeah, I think we just turn in these olives to him. How many do I have to give him? I fill it up. Fill it up. How many do you want? The wiki said 8. It looks like he only has 3 here, unless he's gonna... Oh, I see, I see. The amount that you put in. There you go. Are you happy now? I gave you your olives. Let's see. Anyways, there we go. That part of the quest completed. Got a new little thingy. Fortune Hold, blah, blah, blah. Yep, green olives have been, done. The throwing cushions require 50 leatherworker. And the flugord horn... I forget what I have to do for that, but we gotta do something. But yeah, whenever we do end up completing this quest, at least it's one step closer. Oh, also whatever that is. But for now, we're going to leave it as is, as apparently it ruins the shortcut over here if you complete it. Hopefully they'll fix this and make the shortcut even better and make that the main reward of the quest is, hey, the shortcut is like, removes the gate. But apparently like this door closes or something after the quest, which makes getting through this area far, far worse. But ideally, the actual reward will be that door stays open and this gate gets destroyed. If they could just destroy this gate so you could just walk through instead of having to jump over, that would be so amazing as a quest reward. Everyone would instantly do this quest. But as it currently stands, it seems like it makes this route worse, not better. So for that reason, yeah, I guess we're heading to Zone 2. So it's definitely going to be a very heavy Zone 2 day then, it seems like. Because, yeah, all of our requirements that we need for base 30 are over there. So if you're a Zone 2 lover or hater, get ready. Now, if I had to guess, I haven't done the poll yet. I'm probably doing it tomorrow. But maybe this will change some people's opinions of it, because I feel like a lot of people haven't given Chapter 2 a good chance, including myself. So today, we're going to give Chapter 2 a good chance. Scout we won't really be needing to do, but we will be doing, obviously, gathering, woodcutting, and maybe a little bit of carpentry, because, you know, we're going to be getting those logs anyways. Might as well throw a little bit down, maybe get at least 40. Go for 30, 30, 40, make it look nice and clean. So we have 30, 30, 30, 40. So that will probably be our goal as far as that area. Obviously, we're doing more than that today. That's not going to take the whole stream. But yeah, I feel like chapter 2 is my least favorite chapter. I feel like it's a lot of people's least favorite chapter. So let's go give it a chance and see if it's actually that bad. Because honestly, it's not a bad area. I just feel like all the other areas are so good compared to it. I think is the issue. It's not that chapter 2 is bad. It's that everything else is good, so much better. Or doesn't inherently make it bad. But it just makes everything around it better. Anyways, but yeah, we're going to be spending a lot of time in chapter 2 today. I guess we start with woodcutting, or do we start with gatherer? Gatherer right now is kind of weird, though, the way that we have to cycle it for our XP. So I guess we'll start with the oak logs, because I just need to figure out like a cycle here that would work out really good. Also, anyways, hello everyone! Hello Mark! Hello Striss! Hello Mac! Hello Isabel! Hello Lunar Complex! Also, hello Kale if you're here, because you still messaged me, as well as whoever this is. Good morning! This is Sean, who has donated 40 members on YouTube. I love your content. I've watched every day. Let's see. There we go. Thank you, thank you. Also, if you're still watching, thanks again, Dr. Dab RX. Huge, huge, huge. Yeah, thank you so, so much. So, game plan. Yeah, 30 woodcutting, 30 gatherer, base 30s. That means we would have tried every single skill to at least a half-decent degree. Also, if anyone knows of a better oak tree route, let me know, because I just did the first thing I saw, and I highly doubt this is efficient. However, I see one person in front of me running the same route. Oh, he went up first. Ooh, the up meta? Is up meta better than left meta? I guess it is, because oh, yeah, this guy knows his stuff. This guy, no feed for name, or no need for name number 1. Ooh, I like his route. Is that a little bit cleaner? It might be a little bit cleaner. Oh no, is it the same either way? I'm not sure if you backtracked the other way or not. But yeah, I'll do his route. I was already doing this set, as far as like these set of trees. But I did it the other circle. I wonder if this circle is more efficient. And let me guess, he goes back to the first tree right now? He's gonna go all the way back to the first one, right? Yeah, okay. Okay, I can't be doing something too inefficient. Because there's someone right in front of me doing the exact same thing I was doing earlier. So this can't be that bad. Though it could just be that he's also doing an inefficient route. But, okay, that's fine. Though he might be inefficient. Okay, maybe we shouldn't be following him. We're running quicker than him. Our clicks are slightly better. This is because he's stalling. It's not a race, though. What's the issue with the gate? I'm not sure. Kale was mentioning something this morning, so I changed my plan. Because if there's anything that makes merchants slower, I definitely don't want to do it. But, I don't know. I haven't gotten, like, confirmation. But, he did mention it from someone else. So, it might be, it might not be. I have no clue. But, let's see. Don't do the 5-star quest, because this was my title before we started stream. Don't do the 5-star quests in Chronopolis. It'll mess up the gate. You were talking with Twisted Apex. Not sure who that is. Have you seen that yet? Twisted Apex. But, someone, streamer or YouTuber or someone similar, who ended up doing it. I didn't ask how so. Let's see. But yeah, it makes, something with closing the door. So it seems like it opens the door that is, basically what happens during that quest is there's a door that is closed that gets opened, essentially. And it seems like it stays open for the duration of the quest. But for some reason, it seems like that door that it gets opened during the quest closes after the quest. For reasons I don't understand. What should happen after the quest is the door stays open and the gate gets destroyed, so you don't have to keep going over it every single time. But instead of removing the gate, you basically have to double shortcut. You not only have to go over and jump over the gate, which is really annoying, but you also have to open a door every single time, seemingly, or something. Which makes it twice as worse compared to what it is now. Instead of making it better, it actually makes it worse. So that is my understanding of what happens if you finish the quest. And for that reason, until they fix that, I'm not finished the quest. It's not closed for you. You could post a clip on Discord. Okay, maybe it's not. Gosh, I wish there was a way to not click these things. They're in the way of my oak tree click. Where could you post a video of that shortcut in Discord? Did you finish the quest, though? Like, fully finished? Like, finished? Like, claimed XP, done quest? But if you could post me a clip on Discord, that'd be great. Also, someone else posted me a clip earlier, too, that I didn't watch. I saw that they sent it to me last night. But I was, like, so gone by the time I saw it that I still haven't watched it yet. I need to. I think they sent it a couple days ago. And I just noticed it because it wasn't on my, like, default friends list. It went into, like, that other area, or whatever you call that. Once I just realized, these are, like, the the stones we were doing earlier. We don't get perfect cycle on these. Well, not perfect cycle as in, like right now I have a weird number of trees. Post in Discord, I could thank you. But I don't know, regardless, we'll do it some other time. If nothing else, it saves us from having to do a bunch of leather worker grind. Also, where's this storage bin? Oh, right here. I was gonna say, it should be like right here. I forgot, it's right there. Knew it was close. Forgot it was this close. Normally not in chapter 2. I don't know, what are you guys' thoughts on chapter 2 overall? I know generally, I'll probably have a poll for it tomorrow. Oh yeah, by the way, today's poll is, should we on screen show old school RuneScape leagues? They're doing Leagues 5, probably the biggest event of the year, for any of you that are aware of old school. I am planning to play it regardless. However, it really comes down to, should we be showing it on screen at all? I'll still probably hide it occasionally for just doing something like Ultra AFK, because I do have some pretty AFK routes, so we can still be doing Brighter Shores. But most of the time, if the answer is yes, I will be kind of keeping on screen, I guess, in the corner or something, especially if we're doing something more intense. Just to kind of show people from Brighter Shores, like, some of the mechanics, or if you haven't played in a while, because, of course, it's the main game that people tend to compare Brighter Shores to. So, I don't know, just kind of as, like, a learning experience to see what everyone's comparing this game to, what its current state is like, what its biggest event of the year is like, stuff like that. But I'm playing it regardless, so it really comes down to, are we showing it on screen or not, is basically what the poll is for. We can also poll later how we show it on screen. Like, do you want it to be vertical, kind of like this? For example, I can make it like this, where I just play it vertically and it just takes up room like that. Or I could just make it like a rectangle, which is probably the easiest way to play it. However, it might hide the screen a little bit weirder. But I don't mind playing it like ultra vertically. Like, if you only want it to take up this much space, and the poll says that after, if we get a yes vote on it, I don't mind playing it like this vertically. So it only takes up like that much space. Just so it's not really in the way of anything. Because we already have, like, vertical stuff anyways. If I forget to, like, leave the menu up or something. You just won't be able to see that little sidebar. But there's not much to really see a lot of the times if we have, like, you know, this up. All I'm doing is clicking my spell. And I guess technically the mini-map, but, you know. It's more so for convenience of moving than necessarily, like, looking at it. But yeah, thank you, Lunar Complex. I'll go check that later. But yeah, it's up to you guys. So whatever the poll finishes at, yes, no, whatever so, is what we'll go with. I'm not sure what we're counting the either way is fine category as. If that's a yes or no, I'm not really sure. I guess either way is fine is kind of a yes. I guess it's the people who don't, like, really want to see it, but they don't really care if it is there, I would assume. Is that category? But if you are voting that way, do let me know what your thoughts are. Because I am playing it regardless. It really comes down to, like, are we partially showing it on screen? Are we constantly showing it on screen? And we're just kind of rallying you guys the highlights and only showing stuff when we do, like, really cool things, and most of the AFK stuff we just hide. We could pull that separately later down the line as well. This is mostly just to see, like, definitively yes or no, should we do it at all. But, or, you know, on screen at all. But the amount that we showed on screen, like, it won't always necessarily be on screen. There's a lot of AFK things. Like, a lot of AFK things. Like, unlike Brighter Shores, there's, like, at least going to be 100 different ways we get AFK while doing almost nothing. We're going to be getting auto pickpocketing, auto high alk, all the other skills that are just naturally AFK. A bunch of other things that aren't even announced yet, that they'll probably announce today in the next week. The gate stays locked and can't be opened after you finish the quest. Really? Oh yeah, Apex God. Was that you who was mentioning it earlier? The 5-star quest in episode 4 is a waste to finish, by the way. Yes. Okay. So we won't do it then. Just in case. Yeah, I'm hearing too much stuff about it being bad. So I'm going to opt not to. Let's see. There we go. But yeah, long story short, we won't complete Fortune Hold then. Hopefully they'll fix that. But, yeah, it seems like it's not worth doing Fortune Hold finish. I really, really hope they fix that, though. Because, like, the biggest benefit of the quest basically is worse if you don't finish it. But I don't know. If it's somehow better, like, if there's somehow a way to, like, destroy the gate that I'm not aware of. Because the most optimal thing for finishing the quest would be gate gets just decimated. I hope he changes that down the line. I'm not sure if he will, because not too many people are at the point where they can finish that quest. Even people in later game, there's a lot of them that just haven't bothered doing it. But hopefully they'll change it so that shortcut just becomes better after the quest rather than whatever on earth the situation is now. Tyrion, 25 people watching and 1 like. Yes, as Tyrion mentions, if you guys are rolling in, definitely feel free to leave a like on the stream if you guys enjoy. Or dislike, either or. Hit either button. YouTube really likes when buttons are pressed. So if you guys don't mind hitting a button, whichever one you feel free to do so. As all of them help people find the channel, so it was greatly, greatly appreciated. Yeah, smash that like button or dislike button. Doesn't matter which. Just click a button if you don't mind. Helps out a ton. YouTube likes any interaction, regardless how negative it is. You can leave like the biggest rage comment ever, and YouTube's like, ooh, algorithm boost. Oh yeah, what am I putting my points into today? Hello, Gatherer. Do I put into woodcutting? Which one? I think we put into woodcutting. Because honestly, I don't mind gathering bones. And I kind of want to get to 27 woodcutting for the boost. So yeah, I think this is a woodcutting dump angle. It's my lower one, so we're getting a little bit less XP. But I'd much rather get 1 billion bones than to bother with logs a little bit longer. Because I want to go to the next tier. Well, the main reason for this is, let's say I am doing bones. My next bone upgrade is until 30. What is our goal? To get to 30. So I can't really get better XP. However, with logs we can. That's the whole reason here. With woodcutting, my XP gets boosted at 27. I do not get boosted XP rate at all when we're doing Gatherer. So I think the goal is to get to 27 woodcutting, boosting it with knowledge. And then after we have that, we dump it into Gatherer. I think that's the angle here. Is boost woodcutting until it's 27 and start doing the pines. And then the rest of the time, everything else we get gets put into Gatherer. And then we'll have base 30s, and then we'll go from there. Also, hello everyone! Hello, Crisp! Hello, Apex God! Hello, Vanessa too. I think it's everyone at this point. Hello, Tyrion! Hello, Isabel! Welcome, welcome, welcome! Hello, FCB Dev! Hello, everyone who hasn't said hello in chat, who are lurking in the background. Welcome, welcome. As well as everyone watching after the fact. Thanks. Bones are less XP than... Are they? Oh yeah, they're definitely less XP, but bones are bones. Are they the same knowledge points, though? As long as they're similar knowledge points, it doesn't matter if they're worse XP. Because bones are bones. Fruit are useless. Or somewhat useless, not completely useless. But yes, I do know doing the 6 fruit thing would be our quickest XP method. The 25 fruits. But I feel like I need bones more than I need the 25 fruits. I don't know, I guess if we really want to speed it along, I'll do the 25 fruits. But I am aware that doing the 6 trees, the 6 fruit trees at 25 is our quickest XP rate. The problem is it's used for some potion that I don't really need at the moment. Or in the near future. I don't believe I do. But it's used for like the 6% potion in this area or something like that. Which requires like 80, 90 something alchemy. Favorite profession keep so far? Oh, there's been a lot of them. I definitely have a smithing keep bias. However, the mining keep looks really good. The mine fighter keep looks really good. Honestly, almost all of them in that region look pretty good. I like leather worker if I was any class other than my current one. Because I personally don't feel like the leather worker keep looks particularly good on armor, but it looks really, really cool with something like if you're a hammer mage, for example, matches hammer mage and bone rights armor a lot better, or you know, hammer mages and guardians. I mean, it looks a lot better with it compared to with like heavy armor. But I do like its design. It just looks too fabric-y to really work with heavy armor though, which is like everything this class has. So even though I really like its appearance, it clashes way too much with armor, unfortunately. I'm not sure what my absolute #1 favorite is, though. I know the level 500 Chronopolis keep probably is. The problem with that is every variant that isn't 500 looks horrible, because it's just a cut-off dragon. But having a full dragon with the full color scheme and everything looks so amazing. It's one of the things I kind of want to eventually do, if nothing else, for the cape. I want 500 watch person. Not necessarily because of any benefit you get from 500 watch person, but almost exclusively because I want that cape. I want that cape so badly. Oh, nice Lester. I mean, a nice Tyrion. Huge congrats. Yeah, I've still been doing the Gems of War dailies, obviously off stream. We only stream it on Mondays these days. But I've still been keeping up with it. I think I already got that one weekly thing done. They have the faction event going on. They'll probably skip the faction event though, but that's fine. We covered it in the Monday video. Whenever those things come around, we'll just cover it in the Monday video always, like we did this week. So if you guys need team for that today, just check the video. from Monday. I'll start posting them in every Monday video. I think sometimes it was, sometimes it wasn't, but now we're just posting them in every Monday video, since we're not covering like a Friday video or anything. Also, happy Friday, by the way, everyone. Hope you guys been enjoying the almost start of your weekend. Though if you're watching this right now, maybe you already are in your weekend. In a sense. Because anyone not watching right now is still the people who are probably, you know, working until they can finally enjoy the weekend. But of course, time zones and everything. Or who knows, maybe they're working now and they're watching me in the background. I know some people like doing that just for some background noise and everything. A lot of different jobs out there. But regardless of the reason, thanks for stopping by, everyone. Greatly, greatly appreciated. Today, as I mentioned earlier, we're going to be spending a lot of time in Chapter 2, as we're going to be getting Beast 30s, which will be level 30 Forager and 30 Woodcutting. I mean, we need 7 Woodcutting levels, 4.5 Gathering levels, and just to even out, I'll probably get 1 Carpentry level, just because I'm already going to have all the logs banked, so it's more so a matter of just processing a couple of them. Because I want to round that off just so it looks a little bit cleaner. The thing that's really throwing me off, though, is the 33 cooking I have. It just doesn't look right combined with the other thing. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. Yeah, the watch person keep looks so nice. Not sure if you guys saw it pre-launch, because it was actually on his Twitter at one point, or X or whatever they're calling it these days. But yeah, it looks really, really, really nice. Actually, I can go show it real quick. I'm gonna go bring it up. I'll go do it on our walk cycle. Because I do need a double path there anyways. Oh wait, I don't think I have the page open for it specifically though, but we'll get to it quickly. It's not gonna take that long. Web browser. Brighter Shore, search, cape. Profession capes. Where is it? Right there. Oh. Wait, they don't have the max one? What? Why? We had the image for it. Scammed. But yeah, we can't see the max cape. This is why the non-max one looks kind of off. Because you only see like the top of the dragon head. But yeah, once you get the full thing, you get the full dragon head in there. But it looks really cool. I'm not sure why the wiki doesn't have it up right now. That's weird. It was posted on his Twitter before launch. Scroll all the way down? Alright, let me go all the way down. Wait. Wait. Oh, there it is. There it is. Aha, there it is. Yeah, that's what the full cape looks like. Has like the little rubble road scales, the 2 color split thing, the symbol, the full dragon. Yeah, it looks really clean. Oh yeah, there's the full smithing cape, by the way. Which is what we're kind of working on right now. But likely getting into like 200. I highly doubt I'm getting to 500 anytime soon. But 200 realistic in the near future. So up to these axes is what I'll have on my back. But this 500 cape right here, this is our true like end goal in like a month or 2 from now. Not really a priority at the moment. But that's one of the reasons why I'm even doing combat prior to specs and everything. Even though combat's going to be so much quicker in the future. One of the reasons I want to get watch person up is for that cape. And because it gets detective up as well, of course. But the main underlying reason is more so for that cape than anything. Oh, is that the last weekend to get it? Thank you, Tyrion. Yeah, thank you for being a reminder of all the things I keep missing in Pokemon. But yeah, I'll make sure to do it probably later tonight then. Unless Isabel still needs help with it, let me know. But otherwise, I'll probably just solo it in Publix. Or, you know, solo it or do it in a public lobby. Are you helping Izzy Saturday night? Okay, I'll do a Saturday night with you guys then. Can you just message me on Discord or remind me when I'm still streaming? Oh wait, I don't get off till midnight though. Because, you know, we'll be doing Brighter Shores all the time. So if you guys are doing it a bit earlier, I'll just do it on my own then, I guess. Let's both of you are around at midnight. I could do it on stream, I guess, real quick. Not showing it, but you know. It's pretty easy to do. Oh, so we got Apex Shadow over here. Ooh. Look at that merchant cape. Honestly, oh, we even got Alib over here. Alib number 1. Not just any Alib, the number 1 Alib. You got a 16-hour Pokemon Go event that you're going to be doing? Oh, gosh. Good luck with that. That's the only negative on Watch Person Cape. It looks... Yeah, it's... The biggest issue with Watch Person Cape is it's basically pointless until maxed. A lot of other capes look really amazing prior to that. Like, look at that Leather Maker cape right there. Look how well that goes with the armor. But, yeah, it's kind of unfortunate. But with the, like, endgame armor and wielding, like, the 500 Watch Person cape, it's gonna look so clean, especially on Cryonite. Where, like, that metallic armor kind of goes really good coloration-wise with it as well. And then you can even trim your armor to, you know, match the cape even better. Where you can go either a black trim or, like, that light blue trim to kind of match it or anything similar. Kind of like how you can go burnt orange with the smithing cape in order to really match with it. You don't know how late you'll be up? Oh, if I'm still around when you guys do it, I'll do it with you guys. Otherwise, I'll just do it on my own. It's fine either way. But just poke me on, oh, you know where to find me. Either just poke me on Discord tomorrow night or pop in the stream. FOMO should be illegal for digital goods. Honestly, I really hate when games add FOMO mechanics. Though luckily, one thing that seems like, it hasn't been like confirmed, but at least like, from what has been said in the past, it seems like Andrew Gower isn't going to do FOMO with, let's see, oops, I'm not sure if I can get it off in time. I'm not sure if you saw that. Oh no. Anyways, that's just hard juggling multiple things. What was I saying? I'm trying to thought. Oh yeah. I really hate FOMO mechanics in games. But Andrew Gower seems like he won't be doing that. Like, he's not going to be doing, like, party hats and stuff like that over again. Or anything like that. So, hopefully, he won't really be putting any kind of mechanic like that in the game. Like, you could leave Brighter Shores for months, come back, and you wouldn't have missed any, like, uniques or anything like that. Like, you don't have to worry about, oh, did I miss this, like, one-time exclusive thing? No. He's likely not doing that ever again. He's made many comments in the past that kind of allude to that. I'm not sure if he's made, like, a public statement about it at any point. He probably will around the holidays, because a lot of people ask around the Christmas holiday. Like, ooh, are you going to bring back party hats or something? But, yeah, whatever he ends up doing will likely not have a FOMO thing on it. He seems to be anti that. Even though the first time around he didn't do it that way, but seems like the way it's going to be for Brighter Shores, most likely. So you don't have to worry about if you go away for a month or a couple months or a year from the game. You can still come back and be like, oh, I didn't miss anything. Go right back to what I was doing. Yeah, he's likely doing it like the old school RuneScape model, where every single year you can get the items again. Where they might be exclusive for several months if you know, if you were like playing during the summer and you want like the Christmas thing. But it seems like every holiday, at the latest, you'll be able to get them. It seems like if he does anything like that, it'll be reoccurring items that you can get every year. Also, how do I keep missing a tree? Why does it feel like I keep getting a different number of trees every cycle? Because I'm only like half of paying attention to my route while paying attention to chat and everything. Let's see. Oh, wait, does the wiki have all the full capes if you click on them? I guess it's just that one page is not updated then. Interesting. I have noticed that about the wiki currently. Because it's in like a weird middle ground right now. You can actually find some extra information if you click on things. In the sense that some of the main pages that seem like it should have the info don't. But like a sub page underneath that page has the info. Ideally, they'll be fixing that in the future. Obviously, the wiki's still in a really early state right now. It's kind of crazy that RS3 still pumps out rares, do they? Like black party hats? Oh gosh. I played the game since like 2011, so I'm not aware of anything they've been really doing too much recently. That's kind of crazy. The closest thing old school has to mega rares like that are third age equipment. There's still 0 people in the entire game that have finished every third age item. There's people who have bought in every third age item, but there's no one who's collected, as in like collection log, obtained every third age yet. Not even people doing it like 12 to 18 hours a day. Even those people haven't done it. Like the people who are playing, like literally just doing clue scrolls the way that we do this game right now. Where they just wake up, do nothing but clue scrolls all day, go back to sleep, do that again for like years on end, and they still haven't gotten full third age. It's kind of insane. So hello, Chris, welcome. Hope all's been well. So hello, John S. Hello, Justin, welcome. You haven't played RuneScape since like 2006? Yeah, I quit like 2 main times. I quit around 2011-ish, or 2010-ish, 2011-ish, somewhere around there. A little bit after Dungeoneering came out. That was the first time I quit. The second time I quit was when I came back in 2017, and then I quit in about 2018, like the summer of, when Theater of Blood came out. Like a little bit after Theater of Blood. It was around when I ended up quitting old school for a little bit. And then I came back at the 10-year anniversary last year, and now I haven't stopped since. But I'll probably find a way to quit again. It's kind of hard to quit a forever addiction, though. You never truly quit RuneScape. Am I liking Brighter Shores? Oh, Brighter Shores has been so much fun. We've been so addicted. Like, what's our average hour per day at this rate? 253. How many days has it been? 17? Well, today hasn't been finished, so let's say it based in 16. What's 16 divided into that number? I'm pretty sure that's like 13, 14 hours a day we've been doing. Which is definitely not normal amounts, but, you know, we have the time right now, so might as well. Hey, I was planning for this. The second he announced that, like, Brighter Shores was coming out back in March, I'm like, okay, I'm just clearing my entire schedule to do nothing but this. But luckily we knew many, many months in advance. It's not like you just shadow dropped it out of nowhere. Decided AFK Nightmare Zone for 99k attack while you're doing Brighter Shores. Yeah, I've been trying to get Beaver Pet AFK while doing Brighter Shores. And as many of you guys know, we are failing hard at it. We are at 53 million EXP. I'm not sure how over drop rate it is, but I know it is very. Like, we should have like 2 or 3 beavers by now. And we still don't have our first one for the woodcutting pet. Because every skill in that game basically gives you a pet at a certain point, but it's pure luck. Sometimes you get it at like level 20. Other times you go like 5 times over max. Is that a regular Iron Man? It's a max hardcore. That's the one we'll be doing leagues on. But yeah, it has everything max. Has multiple top 25s for both bosses and collection log. Last I checked, I think we're like rank 17 collection log. It's a little out of date because I haven't updated it on the website in a while. Because right now it's tracked by a third-party website, but an official in-game leaderboard will be added early next year. Not for Brighter Shores. Brighter Shores is getting it sometime this month or next month. But the in-game leaderboards for collection log is being added to Old School early next year. Because for whatever reason, they never made a leaderboard for it officially. But they will be soon. You get the beaver at 81 woodcutting, nice. That's one thing I do wish Brighter Shores had, which I'll probably add in the future. I really wish gathering skills like this had a rare chance of just doing something amazing. Like a small chance that you get the next tier up on your log, or on your ore, on whatever you're gathering. Or like a small chance you get a double pick instead of a single. Or, you know, a small chance you get, you know, some kind of cool, just cosmetic thing, or whatever. I don't really care what, just something. I want there to just be like a small rare chance that something amazing happens. Kind of like how when you're doing... I feel like currently combat's the only one that does that really well. Not technically crafting, but particularly combat. Where out of nowhere you could just get a 4-star piece of equipment. Which is so exciting. They don't really have that for everything else in the game right now for Brighter Shores. We need small random chances for something extra to happen. Doesn't have to be anything crazy, just something. Because right now, we're just going to keep doing this over and over again in an endless loop until we hit level. Until we have enough of the resource or until we have the level that we want. There's no, like, extra, like, surprise mechanic. Where it's like, oh, we got the thing! The thing happened! But yeah, there's no thing that can happen. We're just going to keep doing this until the level is where it needs to be. There's no, like, extra exciting thing that's like, ooh. Or something to try to strive for in the skill. I guess we'll be using all these logs and everything else, but, you know. There's nothing in the immediacy of now that would give us like any extra dopamine hit. I guess other than the knowledge points, but this is definitely not good knowledge points. It's not horrible knowledge points, but it's definitely there are definitely a billion better ways to be gaining it. Well, we need the XP. Yeah, we do need more dopamine hits. I wouldn't say this game is dry on dopamine hits, but it definitely gets like the gameplay loop. Like knowledge points are basically the only dopamine hit. For a lot of activities, basically. Unless you're doing combat or something similar. Is about the only dopamine hit mechanic. But the thing is, it's not random. You know exactly when you're getting it, though. It's not like other mechanics where, Oops, I didn't have live chat on. Sorry if I missed any of you guys' chat. Oh, no. I had top chat on. I'm not sure why YouTube does that. But for any of you guys, I think it's on the live end, too. The chat defaults to top chat. You might want to switch it over to live chat. I think it's the same on your guys' end. Because for whatever reason, it defaults it to top chat. And there's no way to change it in your settings. And it's really annoying because sometimes it hides some messages. So if you ever are talking in chat and you think I'm like ultra ignoring you, it might be because I accidentally have top chat on instead of all chat. Because it defaults to top chat. But yeah, I fixed it now. Alright, also, hello, Seneca. Hello, Keith. Hello, Brady. Hello, Falcone. Is there any form of endgame at the moment? No. That's another issue Brighter Shores has right now. But honestly, I don't mind. I don't mind grinding for the sake of grinding or for future proofing. But there'll be PvP. There's going to be bosses, obviously, at some point. You know, stuff like that. But at the moment, no. You're really just grinding for trading eventually existing, or PvP eventually existing, or bosses eventually existing. So, you know, getting gear and stuff like that's pretty important right now. Be able to craft your own, either to sell or to use, or to be able to kill for your own. Or probably the two biggest things that are really important right now is be able to make really good weapons and armor, as well as being able to obtain good weapons and armor. So either getting a really high combat in one or multiple areas, or getting your processing skills up, are probably the two main ones you'd want to focus on in the current state of the game, relative to trading and PvP being around the corner. But beyond that, yeah, we don't really know what to expect from bosses, or when the first one's going to come. I would assume they'd be region locked, in that the first bosses we're probably getting is one per region. Like one for Hope Forest, one for Mines, and one for Chronopolis. But as it currently stands, yeah, we don't really know when that is. That's not actually currently on the roadmap. Everything on the roadmap doesn't mention it currently. Because whenever you go and, it's all the way at the bottom whenever they do an update. I'm not sure if I can bring it up right now. But, yeah, of the things on the roadmap, that's not one of them mentioned for 1.0. Though it is something that is obviously coming to the game. But it doesn't seem like a 1.0 priority, necessarily. So it could still be a couple months, if not longer, before, like, you know, we even get our first boss. So, yeah, endgame content's a little dry right now. We're basically watching endgame content. Make numbers go up is endgame content right now. but obviously there'll be plenty of stuff to do in the future. Like, it's hard to compare it to, like, the things like RuneScape and Old School, which obviously it does a lot, gets compared to. But it's hard to compare it to them because both of those games have, like, 20 plus years of content in a sense. And RuneScape in our literal sense, and Old School in a theoretical sense. It has, like, 12 years of content, but, you know, existed for over 20 years in a sense. So, you know, it's also technically 20 years of content. But especially since they keep porting this stuff over from RuneScape 3 lately. Well, not porting, but you know what I mean. Like, we got Walguthic Sleep, which is a RuneScape 3 quest most recently. We got a Raxor, which is a RuneScape 3 boss. It plays completely differently, but, you know, they're still taking stuff from it. Yeah, bro, 1,064 total. It's been going pretty well so far. Also, hello, Dotdana. Thank you, thank you. But I feel like it's a little bit disingenuous to even compare this to, like, the amount of content in this game compared to something like RuneScape, either of them. Just in the sense that it's, yeah, it might have been developed for several years, but you have to keep in mind, it's been developed by a super small team. Like, absurdly small. And on top of that, it, like, just launched. It's not even 1.0 yet. It's basically like RuneScape Classic at this point. It's not even at, like, the RuneScape 2 phase yet. So it still has a good couple years before it really, like, fleshes itself out with content. For better or for worse. I know some people, you know, they're not necessarily going to want to wait around that entire time or grind that entire time for theoretical, like, all these updates that'll be within the next year or so. But I don't know. I don't mind doing it, personally. I have pretty high confidence in Andrew Gower based on his past experience. As well as his team, of course. Because, of course, it's not just him working on it, but he is definitely the figurehead of the game. But the Gower brothers have done a lot of good stuff. Yeah, I really like the potential of this game. The actual game itself is still, you know, very much in its infancy. But the shell that they've laid out, I personally like a lot. I know, like, the whole level thing being, like, you know, having a combat for every single zone and stuff, a lot of people tend to not like. But honestly, I really enjoy that mechanic. Because once we finish one combat, like, let's say we get 500 combat, you know what we get to do? We get to experience the whole combat grind again. You know how fun that's gonna be? I know for some people that's like, I gotta go, like, you know, like, reset back to nothing. But, like, let's say we get level 500 Chronopolis and finally get our Dragon Cape. Do you know what's gonna happen when we go to something like Hopeport at level 30? We're basically going to go through the entire cycle of combat again. And while it could be seen as a negative, honestly, I personally see that as a positive. You'll be able to go and get better 4-star gear to make it a little bit quicker. You'll be able to go and through, you know, the fun of being able to upgrade everything and just kind of get your increases throughout the entire system. Of course, later down the line, there'll even be bosses that you'll probably be able to fight at certain level ranges, which will be a bit more variety than just your standard enemies beyond what already exists. Like, I'm really looking forward to that. Like, when I max Chronopolis, it's not like you're max combat forever. Like, it's not like we have max all combats the second we hit 500 here. The second we get 500 here, we're still, like, basically level 0 in other locations. And can do the whole grind again. In a nice, fresh area. You're getting Lost and Found done today? Nice. Yeah, you can craft 4 stars after that. Honestly, I haven't utilized that too much quite yet. It's really hard to utilize without trading. I feel like once trading exists, it'll be a lot easier making 4 stars. It also seems like it'll be a bit easier to make 4-star armor compared to 4-star weapons. Just in the sense of, like, the skills that you need for it are just a little bit easier. Because you're not going to need carpentry. I think that's the big thing. You're going to need leatherworker instead of carpentry. And I assure you, I would much rather train leatherworker than carpentry. But that being said, I do need 1 carpentry level this stream. Yeah, I've been stacking all my hides. I've been saving 95% of them. I did sell a few when I was down bad on cash. Speaking of which, we're currently at 69 silver. Nice. Also, I did not deliberately try to get 69, but it's kind of funny. I just now checked. I knew we were low. I didn't know we were exactly 69. We got the funny number. But yeah, we are, like, dirt poor right now. We're at, like, negative cash. Our character's basically in debt. It is so low. Which means I might need to do a little bit of merchant in the stream. Not just for the knowledge points, but just because I need the money. What kind of upgrades do I have for my tools? Not much. I have a 10 pickaxe and a what was the other one? I got a level 10 pickaxe and a level 22 handcuff. So pretty low still. I don't know. I guess that's not like low. But I know some people have like max on some of them, which costs like what, 20 gold or something. But yeah, my handcuffs aren't even halfway to max. Numerically, they pretty much are, but you know, cost-wise, not quite the case. Oh, is it like 60 gold? Alright, it's even more expensive than I thought. So yeah, I'm not even a fourth the way there then, I don't think. So I think I only invested like 10 gold into my manacles, into my handcuffs. So yeah, if it costs like 60 something, yeah, I'm not even close. I'm not even like 1/6 the way there. What do I recommend enchanting? I personally been doing handcuffs and mining, or you know, pickaxe, just because those are the two I'm kind of prioritizing right now. Whenever I AFK, I'm doing you know, raid dens off stream normally, so that's a lot of free detective XP. And the reason I do pickaxe is I need that in order to, you know, help blacksmith, so we can actually get a bunch of ore so that we can make a bunch of armor, as well as stones, but mostly for, of course, the smithing since we're a cryo knight. But I've been prioritizing that personally, those two. I also feel like they cover most activities, because even though for detective you're not only doing handcuff stuff, a lot of the times you are. Like all raids are considered handcuffs, and the other thing that's considered handcuff is whenever someone's stealing from a stall and you stop them, you also get extra boosted XP for that, which plays in well whenever you do merchant, because you actually get some extra detective XP while you're doing merchant. Not just for apprehending them, but also your manacles that you end up doing it with end up also giving you extra XP if you have them boosted. The only thing it doesn't help with is investigations. Investigations are the big one that do not get boosted from handcuffs, unfortunately. Even though you do handcuff them, it uses your magnifying glass. It does not use your handcuffs. But yeah, those are the main two I'm doing. Handcuffs and pickaxe. Though if you're a, let's say you're a guardian, you might want to do one of the tools that you use more often, like the hand rake. Like the hand rake for gatherer might be pretty good to go and upgrade. Or if you're free to play, you might want to do like your harpoon or one of the gathering skills for the forager thing. If you're going down the free to play route and you want some extra XP. But as far as people who are members and most people in general, I feel like handcuffs and pickaxe are the best way to go. With guardians being the main exception where you might want to upgrade one of your tools from chapter 2 instead of pickaxe. But regardless, it's pretty much everyone who has access to chapter 4, aka, you know, paying for the game. Handcuffs are a good way to go. If you don't know what to dump it into, do handcuffs and do some AFK raids. You'll get a lot of extra benefit from them. And they also help you when you do merchant eventually for the extra little bit of XP. Yeah, Guardian, oh no, I would say Guardians definitely have the worst crafting system as far as like how much of a hassle it is. But once trading comes out, they're definitely in the best position to make a billion. Because a high level guard and a high level bone rate are going to be so good because everyone's not training it. Not everyone, but you know what I mean. Like, it's the least trained of the processing skills. It's probably the one almost everyone's dumping their knowledge into. Which, honestly, I feel tempted to start knowledging it up a little bit further. I currently have it at 42, but honestly, that number should be bigger. I just figured when trading comes out, that will fix all my bone rate issues. Because why train bone rate when I could just trade someone who did the bone rate already? Or is a guardian? Yeah, that's kind of my philosophy right now with why I'm not training bone rate. Otherwise, it probably would be. Is I can just keep it low, and when trading comes out, I'll be good to go. I'm just going to focus on smithing and stonemason, because both of those go off of mining. And I'm getting most of the ore I need for, or stones I need for stonemason anyways. I just haven't processed them, because it takes forever. But, where am I going with this? But yeah, I don't really need bone rate. I'll just trade for it. So any bone rights out there, or any guardians out there, I will need your help when trading comes out. I would love to trade with you. I'll have a good high tier cryonite stuff you can fuse into your 4 stars. So I will probably have like 0 currency though. So I'll probably have to be gear for gear trades. Because I am dirt poor and will probably remain that way until all my tools are max, or at least the relevant ones. Yeah, currently merchant is crazy for knowledge points. The 2 best things for knowledge points, or as far as active and AFK, the best AFK method is raids. The best active method is merchant by like a mile. Though I did see a video earlier today that showed a pretty interesting foraging route that I might go try sometime to stream. Because I didn't realize you could get like 5 knowledge points an hour or so doing foraging. I didn't realize that was actually that consistent. And unlike merchant, you don't need any skill at all to do it. You simply just keep clicking. It's not like merchant where you actually have to think. You can completely turn your brain off for 5 knowledge points from the foraging thing. You can get 6 at the best route. What's the best route these days? What foraging level do you need for the best route? But I did see a video briefly this morning when I was eating lunch/breakfast. It was made by that frog guy. I forget his name. You guys probably seen him if you look up guide videos. I was looking up Brighter Shore stuff, and while I haven't really been looking up many guides, his video did pop up, and I was like, I'm kind of curious on this. But, yeah, it's pretty much what we already know. Merchant is by far the best by like a mile and a half. Raid's the best AFK one to get it. But I didn't realize foraging was so good and consistent. Because it's basically an easy 5 an hour. With, like, no downtime. Yeah, the problem with merchant is it's very volatile. Because there's a lot of different strategies with merchant that can make it go quicker or slower. But foraging is nice because it's 100% consistent, the cycles for them. And you don't have to wait like other gathering methods. Or you might have to wait for a small duration. And a lot of the pathings go right back by a deposit box as well. So they kind of route in the deposit boxes. Which is pretty nice. Yeah, we'll probably do it a little bit this stream. You know what? You know, it'd be really ironic, and I kind of want to go do it. You know how we should go get our gathering skill up? By training foraging. I feel like that would be a really funny, ironic way to get it up. To do foraging in order to get gather leveled. We might end up doing that, to be honest. Because that just sounds hilarious. And it'd be a good time to go test it. But I think I'm going to do that later. Once we get a little bit deeper into woodcutting. At 27, we start to get better XP rate, which is why I'm dumping it on the woodcutting right now. But once we finish woodcutting, I think I'm going to do forager to level gatherer. Just to test it out. Also because it would be funny to use a gathering skill to train a gathering skill. But not actually do the gathering skill itself, called gatherer. But I'm definitely going to test it. I'll try the route that I saw, and if any of you guys know a different route, or maybe we'll even make our own route while we're just going around. But I'll try the route that I saw earlier. Otherwise, we'll adapt a little bit and see if we can throw anything else in there. Because I pretty much haven't really touched foraging. I've done a little bit, of course. But I haven't done a particularly high amount of it. As you can tell by only having level 30. Potatoes are useless, yeah. I did see in that one guy's route, he did pick up like 1 or 2 potatoes or something. So I would probably want to route something that isn't a potato into my route. Because anything that's a cooking supply is basically dead. It's the other issue that this area has, but its gatherer skill is about 1/4 of its output is just cooking ingredients. Is about 1/3 of it's bones. 1/3 of it is, or a little more than 1/3. Like, 1/3 of it is bones. 1/2 of it is alchemy supplies. And then whatever's still left of that is like weird cooking ingredients that you're never actually going to need. Like the leeks and stuff like that. But yeah, if I can unroute a potato from it, I definitely will. Oh, did Brighter Shore Central finally do a foraging guide? Maybe we'll go check that out. Let's see. I didn't realize he covered a guide video. I know he's been covering a series. I didn't realize he did a guide on foraging as well. But no, we'll kind of just do it ourselves and just kind of figure out our own route, I guess, initially. And if it seems slightly inefficient, maybe we'll look something out. But I'm just going to vaguely do what feels right. And then see how good it is. Like, it doesn't have to be perfect. But we're just going to do our own route based on just the kind of layout that I've kind of seen already. And then from there, if we're doing something slightly inefficient, we'll maybe look something up then. Because I do ideally want to avoid cooking ingredients. If I can unroute cooking ingredients from Forge and Gatherer, that'd be ideal. I'm not sure if it's fully possible to unroute them, though. But if it's possible to completely drop them, we definitely would want to drop them. As I mostly just want to be getting alchemy ingredients and, I guess if you're routing for Gatherer, you know, bones. Yeah, we're just going to adapt our own route and just kind of see what works then. I won't one-to-one follow anything. I'll just kind of do a general, like, circle and see what happens. And we'll just adjust it as we go. Yeah, I do ideally want to completely drop potatoes if we're doing a forager route in Zone 1. If it seems like we have to pick up one, I will. But if it could completely just ignore them, that would also be good. Maybe once we have the next tier of potato, I would consider it. But when do you even get the next tier of potato? It's like level 40 something. I don't even see it on here. What's the next tier of potato? Gosh, how far is it? Is it really 89? There's no way it's 89. I had to have skipped one. There's no way 89 is the tier 2 potato. Oh, there it is. 35. Maybe at 35 I would do it. But at my current level, it's 100% not worth taking potato. Or maybe not worth, but you know, you don't really need potatoes. Yeah, it's 35. Yeah, I completely skipped that. I was going to say 89 for tier 2. Well, you never know. With how alchemy is scaled in some areas, I never know what sounds correct. Because 89 sounds high. But hey, you look at anything in alchemy and it's like, nope. Oh, so hello, Joshua. Welcome, welcome. Agility skill makes elevation. No time lost. New skill when. Technically, they added agility when they added detective. There's like 5 agility shortcuts you get with a detective in chapter 4. You have them all by level 83. Hello, Jason. Welcome, welcome. Hey, level 25. 2 more and our XP rate goes up. Honestly, this is pretty chill. The forest isn't that bad. This gameplay loop's really chill right now. We need 45 eventually anyway, so we're not even going that far out of our way. Getting 25 gather is kind of out of our way, but I kind of want to be on a gather kind of mode once we go there. We're going to do a little bit of foraging and feed it into gather, and then maybe we'll do some gatherer directly afterwards. Like, you know, actually train the skill to train the skill kind of thing. You know, that foreign concept. But, we will try the foraging route first before we do any gatherer route. Just to test, to see, like, the knowledge points and everything. Plus, worst comes to worst, we get 1.5 billion alchemy supplies for later. But yeah, I do feel like they need to fix the elevation issue in this game. You get stalled way too much when it comes to a lot of activities. Luckily, one thing I've noticed with this oak tree, a lot of them are stationary on the ground, which is kind of nice. I think I'm only jumping up for one oak tree. It's the one in this corner over here. Yeah, currently the best way to train any skill in this game, for the most part, is just do merchant. If you're wondering what you should be doing at any given moment, the answer is probably merchant. Do you need money? Probably merchant. It's not the quickest in the game, but you know, it'll definitely get you there. Do you need EXP for any skill? Probably merchant. It just kind of solves everything, at least in its current state. Like, any second I'm not spending getting 500 merchant, feels like I'm playing inefficiently. Obviously, I'm playing to have fun. We're not playing for max efficiency. But yeah, one of the most efficient things is, like, rush 83 detective, then rush 500 merchant. How many people are doing that? I don't know. But it is among one of the most efficient things you could be doing right now. I am curious if they're going to tweak merchant at all in the future at all. Or keep it exactly as is. Because right now, 500 merchant rush is just so valuable. You'll leave with more gold than you'll ever know what to do with. You'll be able to do leatherworker all the way to any level you ever wish with no confliction. As well as making a lot of money from that too. And you'll be getting the highest knowledge point rate in the entire game to feed into any skill you wish. Yeah, it is balanced because it's being rewarded for how much effort it takes. Merchant is not an easy skill. I would say it's actually the only hard skill in the game. Every other skill is pretty brain dead, in a good way though. Like, they're all just really relaxing, chill. Merchant's the only outlier. Where it's like the most try-hard, sweaty skill to ever exist. Honestly, I feel like it's more try-hard than even like rune crafting in like old school. Like, perfect tick rune crafting is honestly less sweaty than max efficiency merchant in this game. Because at least with max efficiency rune crafting, it's the same cycle every time. Like, you never need to rethink your route or anything. It's hard to do, but you're doing the same thing over and over again. It's a really hard thing to keep doing over and over again, but it is consistent. Merchant is not consistent. Your every route you ever do is going to be different. Like, every time you go to that board, you're going to be doing something slightly different than what you did last time. You might have some similar runs, but you're never going to have, like, well, maybe not never, but, you know, at the higher level range, it's very rare that you're ever going to have two, like, identical runs compared to one that you just had. Guardians of the Rift made rune crafting easy. Guardians of the Rift's pretty slow XP, though. Doesn't it cap out at, like, 70, 80k? Like, perfect tick rune crafting is like 110, 120 these days or something. If you're making, like, lava runes or something similar. I forget exactly these days with Colossal Pouch and everything. But I know it's over 110k an hour. Which is, like, almost 50% more efficient than doing Guardians of the Rift. Also, really high Guardians of the Rift XP rates generally assume you're doing small team rather than mass world. Though I haven't played it since they rebalanced it, so I'm not sure. They did a rebalance 1 or 2 weeks ago, but because of Brighter Shores, I haven't tried it, so I'm not aware of it. So maybe it is better now, I'm not sure. I highly doubt it's over 100k an hour, though. Even if it is better, it's definitely not 100k an hour better. Oh yeah, that's something that we'll be able to do in leagues as well. Which, even if we're not streaming it, I gotta show when it happens because it's just so broken. I didn't pick Banker's Notes last league because I wanted Fire Sale instead. But this league, you can choose both. And I get to use Banker's Note for the first time. There's a really funny one-tick rune crafting method that you could do. Because you just unnote essence and then immediately craft. So you can literally, every 0.6 seconds, do an entire inventory. Normally, you'd have to go all the way to a bank, re-gear, you know, get everything out, put it into a bunch of pouches, all that kind of stuff. But you just keep one-ticking it over and over again every 0.6 seconds. Is so funny. It makes rune crafting, like, one of the quickest skills in the entire game. Because it was never balanced around such a mechanic. Though, out of any skill that isn't in this game that Andrew Gower made in the past, I really hope he adds Hunter to Brighter Shores. I really, really want to see what he does as a modern take on Hunter. What exactly the reward space would be for, who knows? Because we technically already have hides and stuff like that. So I'm not sure exactly what he would do as a Hunter reward space. But I really want to see Hunter added to this game. It's like the only skill in Old School, or even RuneScape 3, that I feel like 100% needs to be in Brighter Shores at some point. Every other skill is fine if they never come, because they're not really needed. But I would love to see his concept now, modern day wise, like almost 20 years later, of what he would do with Hunter. That, and I really want to see him at Sailing. Just because it'd be really funny if he gets it out before Old School RuneScape does. I want that to happen so bad. Especially if he somehow did it on April 1st. Though there's no way he's going to do that by April 1st next year. But if he somehow did it by like April 1st next year, or you know, 2 years from now, in 2026, which will still be before Old School gets it out. It would just be really funny. I don't think he would add thieving to this game. Detective's already too close to what thieving is. Detective is just thieving, but better. It's basically if you took all the good parts of thieving and then made it actually fun. That's basically what Brighter Shores Detective is. It's just good thieving. But in reverse. You're thieving in reverse. You're catching the thieves. But yeah, that's two skills I do feel like Brighter Shores. Like, if I was to point to any two skills and say this defines Brighter Shores, it is definitely Merchant and Detective. I want every skill to ever exist to be as good as Merchant and Detective. They're not going to be, but I wish they all were. Could you imagine if Brighter Shores had 20 skills as good as Detective and Merchant? How good this game would be? Because they are just so insanely different compared to what you normally see in games. But yeah, we need like 20 of these eventually. Right now there's only 2, unfortunately. But this game would have such an identity if it had like at least a dozen of skills as unique as those two. Yeah, we're almost there. At 27, we can move to the better tree. And after 30, we move to doing foraging. And we'll try out that new, technically not new, foraging method. But it's new to me, so. We're going to do circles around the zone 1. And try to cap out on knowledge points per hour. And we'll just keep rerouting based on what we feel like we need. So speaking of Hunter, there's so many just cute forest creatures all over this place. I never really paid attention to them that much. Like that one has a fox, this one has a little bird. This place is just so nice. I feel like I and a lot of people haven't given like chapter 2 a good chance. Like yes, it's the worst chapter, but it's not that bad. It's just worse compared to the other ones. But honestly, I actually do really like the atmosphere of this forest. I just wish the skills within them were, you know, way better than they are. You can't just put like 2 of the worst skills in the entire game in the same region. You gotta split them up a little. Gather and carpentry. Well, woodcutting and, you know, scout are perfectly fine. It's more so gather and carpentry that's kind of, trapping incoming. I said, hello, Lamback. Hello, Garrett. Welcome, welcome. The Route Finder website has been super helpful. Oh, yeah, I used it for the first time ever for one run yesterday. I personally prefer routing my own stuff. But I might use it ever so occasionally just to figure out, like, new routes or things that I might not have thought of as far as pathing. But yeah, I'm still doing all mine manually. I might still reference it a few times just to see what kind of route it might spit out for a certain combination. Just to see if it gives me a new idea for like something I haven't been doing. But beyond that, I don't plan to actually really use the Pathfinder thing. Like most of the fun of the skill is just figuring out on the fly. So we're going to have so many oak stocks later. We are going to be golden whenever we go do bone right skilling again. Whenever that may be, a billion years from now. No. Honestly, I still have no clue what I want to AFK. I keep going all over the place and wasting so many points because I don't want to know what I want to put it in. Like recently, I kind of went a lot into detective, but still haven't used it yet. Because I don't want to get diminishing return on the current raid I'm doing. But I'll still need it at some point to boost to the next raid. So we can get there a bit quicker. I just never know what to put passive points into. Because I kind of want to go passive mining and start getting mining really high. I think that might be my new angle. That or do it in combat in Chronopolis as well to catch it up whenever it falls behind. But I'm considering my new angle to potentially be the mining passive. The problem is we currently have 0 into it. And to get it where it needs to be. Actually, when can you start mining the other stuff? Oh no, all this is mining the other stuff. I forgot, duh. Well, when are the useful ones? I guess AFK so... The problem is you get so many useless material from it. I think that's my issue with the mining one. Like, when you do detective, you can do it at any level. Like, both detective and, you know, combat. You can do it at any level and you're getting a good material. One thing I really hate about a passive like this is you're getting material to do another AFK activity. And a lot of those AFK activities probably aren't worth you doing. So if I do, like, let's say the mining AFK for, like, the silver. I do not need that silver for smithing AFK XP. Like, yeah, I could use it for that, but it's not good smithing XP. Not at my level range anyways. That and you need to get the passive points for both. It's like having it for one doesn't make you unlock both. Like, me being able to mine this does not make me able to smith it. Even if I have the level, I still need the points for it. So stuff like this makes it really bad, which is one of the reasons I don't want to do it. There's one thing that's really nice about some of them, like Detective, because you just get pure currency and XP. You don't have to worry about, oh, I get this resource, now I need to go find out how to use this resource. I need to dump like a bunch of knowledge points in this other thing in order to use this other thing. It's really annoying. I feel like every single system like that in the game needs a little bit of rebalance. Because as it currently stands, any AFK activity that feeds another AFK activity is currently really underscaled relative to how much effort you have to go through to make that work. It's almost always better to do an AFK activity that is just self-sufficient, like combat or detective or a few others like that, than to do one that has a double synergy. Because all the double synergy ones are just really clunky with how much extra... Like, you get a lot of material you just never need. You get you need to boost both of them with knowledge points. Boosting one isn't enough. You need both of them to be boosted so you can do it. It's just really clunky right now. Yeah, you can buy the AFK material, but it's really expensive. Like, really, really expensive. Like, you basically burn money if you do it. Instead of profit. Or maybe there's some that aren't like that. But at least the ones I've seen so far. If you buy the material, you're losing money from doing the AFK activity. Instead of gaining it. Compared to like combat or detective and similar things where you always gain pure profit. Yeah, alchemy also gives you AFK potions. AFK potions are another one of those weird ones. I feel like they should last way longer than they do. I think most of them last like, what, an hour or two or something? Whereas they should definitely last for like an entire session. Or like an entire 24 hour. Honestly, I personally feel like if they did that, they'd be used so much more often. Imagine if one single AFK potion lasted for 24 hours worth of time. Because right now I think they only last for like an hour or two per potion. But imagine if it was 24 hours per potion, how much more they would be used. Yeah, they auto-drink every hour, but you consume one every hour, is the problem. They do auto-drink. I'm aware of that, with like the greed potions and everything, because they did make greed potions earlier. But they don't last that long. Like, each potion is like 1 hour. And there should be at least like a 0 at the end of that number. Like each potion being like 10 hours or something. Because as it stands right now, if you want to... Like, you might have to do 5 AFK activities. Maybe even 4. Probably 4. Because let's say, for example, you want a boost potion. So what are you going to do? You're going to AFK foraging in order to get all the supplies you need for the boost potion. You're then going to AFK alchemy because you need to go make the potion. You then need to go and do a secondary thing. Let's say you're doing, I don't know, smithing AFK. You will then need to go mining AFK in order to get the resource. You could buy it, but it's way cheaper, AFKing for it. And then finally, you can then go boost AFK your smithing. It is just such a process. That could potentially be like a 4-step AFK process. Just to go do the smithing AFK you wanted to do in the first place. Oh no, I personally feel like it needs a bit of rebalance. I don't mind the system being there. Like if you were to do that 4-set boost or AFK. Like that's perfectly fine. But I don't think it's worth the amount of effort you have to go through at all. Like not even close. The amount of effort relative to reward is like non-existent. Plus, you also have to consider you need knowledge points in all 4 of those skills I just mentioned. Not just one. But every single one of those you have to feed knowledge points into. $26. One more, we get to move on to next tree. And we should have enough of these oak thingies for the rest of time at this rate. So if I ever need them for bone raid or anything, we should be good to go. Is there anything with bone spike that used the oak thing? I can't remember. I sure hope so, because I got so many of those old bone spikes. I know you need it with Suave logs. I can't remember if there's anything you would use with oak for it, though. I know there was something that used a lot of oak. I can't remember what it was, though. Maybe it was something in stonemason. I recall something earlier using a ton of oak. Yeah, bone rate uses oak. I just can't remember what it was. Because I never do bone rate. Honestly, I basically haven't touched bone rate since we finished the quest. I basically have ignored bone rate even existing. And we finished the quest like over a week ago. I think it's the only skill I haven't really trained in the last week. Been doing a little bit of everything, but bone rate's just sitting there like, nope. Just keep ignoring it. It can't hurt you if you keep ignoring its existence. Yeah, we've been doing a lot of variety skilling, but still no bone rate. In all fairness, I do have a bunch of bones to dunk. I end up gathering a couple hundred earlier. And ducking them all would definitely be a bone rate level. Also, based on the current poll, it does look like we might be streaming leagues next week. I was playing it regardless, but looks like we might have it on screen. I am very sorry for anyone who is voting, though. I'll try to do it in a way that isn't as intrusive. But hopefully people will give it a chance if you are in the no category. We'll try to explain things and why people keep comparing it to Brighter Shores, and it's just kind of a good game to kind of see, even if you're only all in on Brighter Shores. Because this is the game that people are probably most going to compare it to, is old school. Like, constantly. Like, if you've heard any conversation on Brighter Shores, it's like impossible to not hear a reference to RuneScape. Because not only did Andrew Gower originally create the game, who also obviously created Brighter Shores, but it's also the closest game to be similar to this, even though they're completely different things, obviously. If Leagues is your merchant, you can get behind it. But no worries, it's only going to be for about 2 weeks. Well, I say only, that's about how long we streamed Brighter Shores, but, you know, once we hit Dragon rank, I'm probably going to stop. Unless there's some kind of really cool boss I want to go fight or something similar, which I might just do off stream or just show it briefly when we actually go do it or something. But I plan to only do it for about 2 weeks. And of course, Brighter Shores will still be taking up most of the screen. Still got to figure out how I want to allocate the space, but it'll still be mostly Brighter Shores. Like 80-ish%, 70% of the screen will still be Brighter Shores. What Echo Boss am I going to fight? My current plan hasn't changed. I haven't been keeping close attention to every single thing that's been announced. But my plan from the start was to do melee route before anything was announced. My route is, this was before anything at all. We even mentioned on stream like about a week or two ago. But I'm going melee route because I did range last time, so I don't want to do range again. But I'm doing melee route with Varlamore because I want to show everyone who might not have played the game for a while what Varlamore is like. It's the newest piece of content added to old school RuneScape, so if you haven't played the game for a while, I kind of want to show everything Varlamore has to offer. It also has a lot of mid-game content, so if you were to get into something like RuneScape, it has a lot of really, really absurdly good mid-game content that you can end up doing. But I was going to do Varlamore, Mauritania, because you basically have to pick Mauritania if you're going melee route. You don't have to, but you have to. And the third route was kind of whatever. And I ended up mentioning a week ago that if they release a thieving relic, that my plan is basically based on that existing again. And yesterday, I believe, they announced the thieving relic is coming back. So, yeah, we're going Elf region. We're going Elf region. I need that to solve crafting and smithing, most of smithing. But also, I wanted to learn Corrupted Gauntlet. I have never done it yet on my hardcore. I probably easily could, but I want to get comfortable enough with it that I will never die in there. So I kind of wanted to learn that. But they also made some things this league that actually makes it really strong. They made it so crystal armor works on melee. So since we're going melee route, that'll be really convenient. You can also have like a multi-skill tree this year. So even though I'm going all in melee, I'll still have some range benefit, which will work really well using Bofa with the melee benefit that I'll have. And on top of that, I don't know, it's just a really cool place. If you got, it's one of the places where I really liked the lore. About a month ago, or not a month ago, about a year ago, I did Song in the Elves for the first time ever, and read through the entire storyline because I wanted to learn more about the god Saren. Because you know about like the normal ones like Guthix, Saradomin, Zamorak. You know, those are the common ones. And then there's like some other ones like Zeros, which his lore is pretty convoluted. But I didn't really know that much about Saren, so I wanted to read like the entirety of Song of the Elves. And honestly, it was a really cool quest. And once you finally get to the city, it just feels so serene. It's probably my favorite city in the entirety of old school RuneScape. I believe RuneScape 3 has their equivalent of it as well. Technically, they had it first. But, I don't know, just a really nice area. It's one of those areas like Hopeport and Brighter Shores, where you just go in there and the vibe is just, it's there. Whatever's going on, it's definitely there. It's one of those areas where it really has a sense of identity. Really well established. It's actually what I really like about Voldemort 2 in Old School RuneScape. Like, it really has a sense of identity that makes it its own compared to other areas. I hope Brighter Shores gets more areas like that. I feel like Brighter Shores has mainly 2 right now that feel like that. Hopeport and Chronopolis. So, like, the 2 big city regions. The other 2 kind of do it, but I feel like they're a little bit generic-y. Like, they're good, but, you know, this is basically just a farce. This is just the mines. I feel like Hopeport and Chronopolis have a lot more of an identity to them. Whereas the other 2 just feel like, hey, just a farce that looks cool. There's just mines that look cool. Like, you know, they don't have as much of an identity, I don't feel like, personally. They're not bad regions, but they set a lot less of an identity for themselves than what the other 2 regions do, like Chapter 1 and Chapter 4 do. Or at least I personally feel that way. Though I will be doing a poll tomorrow on what your favorite chapter is. Tomorrow, 100%, we're doing favorite chapter poll. Because I've asked there a couple of times, but I've never done a poll for it yet. So we'll see what everyone votes for. Which works perfectly because YouTube allows 4 options on the poll, and there's 4 chapters currently. So that'd be the time to do it before Chapter 5 comes out. You've seen so many Brighter Shores names with Zizima. Really? I haven't seen anyone with it yet. I don't think I've seen a single Zizima yet. Or Zezima, or however you say it. But yeah, for any of you that don't know, he was the OG, like, back when RuneScape Classic existed. He was, like, the first, like, super high-level player. I think he was also the first to max. It'd be basically the equivalent of the first person to get 200 all in Brighter Shores. Or even the first 500 all, though 500 all is a little bit different than what max is in old school. Like, no one's getting 500 all anytime soon, I can assure you that. The earliest someone's gonna have 500 all in Brighter Shores is, like, 2026. Especially if he adds 2 chapters within that time. But 200 all is actually obtainable within probably the first year. Probably even less than that. Like, there's already some people at, like, 3,200s right now. Like, anyone you ever see who's, like, level 1,200 plus right now, or 1,300 plus, they're almost guaranteed 200 watch person, 200 detective, and 200 merchant. Because they're the 3 simplest to get to 200 right now. Well, I mean, not simplest. Obviously, merchant's hard. But you know what I mean. Like, they have some of the best rates to get to triple 200. But a lot of other 200s are quite a bit slower than that, of course. Yeah, I do feel like I was mentioning that a little while back, that we might not see a max player in a while, because knowing Andrew Gower, he's probably going to add so much content that it'll be impossible to ever max. Like, there's a good chance he'll add like 2 chapters a year. And if he does that, I'm not sure if he could actually max. If he adds 9 skills every year, that means you'd have to get 1 500 within like a month and a week. About? Yeah, or somewhere around there. Like, every month and 1 week, you'd basically have to get a 500. It's like every 5 to 6 weeks, you'd have to get a 500 if he was to add 2 chapters a year with 9 total new skills. And that's on top of getting everything you don't already have at 500 to 500. That's just the new stuff. So yeah, there's a chance no one will ever max this game. At least like true max. Like 500 all. 200 all is definitely doable though. And 200 all is basically like getting a 99 in RuneScape. Not exactly, but it's the closest equivalent. Whereas 500 is more like 200 mil. Though it's technically 1.8. But you know what I mean. 200 mil compared to old school or RuneScape 3. Whereas it's technically 1.8 bill in this game. Which sounds like a lot, but 1.8 bill is not that hard. Well, it's hard, but you have to keep in mind the XP rates that you're getting at that time are like in the millions upon millions. Like 1.8 bill sounds like a lot, but when your XP rates are measured in millions, it's not that bad. Oh, so this is such a chill loop, I do have to say. I kind of forget I've even been doing this for an hour. It's already been an hour, gosh. I don't mind, though. These guys are so huge. I feel like we don't really have that many big enemies in the game that aren't boss fights. Like that one bear or that other thing in Chapter 2. Most enemies are like 1x1 square enemies. At least a good number of them. Did they plan 4 chapters per year? That's insane if so. Where did you hear that? I haven't heard anywhere that said how many they planned. I just know based on like the rate at which he added content like in the past to, you know, something like RuneScape, it seemed like it'd be about 2 chapters a year. But that's actually insane if they're planning 4 chapters a year. You know how much content it is? There's no way they could develop that much that quick. Like, not without hiring more people than what they have. A bigger dev team definitely could. But that small of a dev team is not going to be able to do that. Like, 2 or 3 is definitely the absolute cap they could do per year. Yeah, this game, that's one thing that's really nice about Brighter Shores, which I feel like people really underestimate. This game was basically made to be infinitely upscalable. It's one of the reasons why these skills are kind of a little bit more isolated compared to each other. Is they could add 100 chapters and the game would still be balanced due to how the game is balanced currently. It has infinite upscalability. Same as like the Ventures, you only have to do 3 dailies ever. Doesn't matter if they add 1,000 chapters. You'll still only have to do 6 dailies in the current state of the game. Technically 2 because of how that's working. Also, that reminds me, I gotta go check them in 2 hours. Hopefully I don't forget. We got the level 75 mining one and the level 115 detective, I think. That's the tier 3 detective one and the tier 2 mining one. This gives us blast ore that we need for Deathstone eventually at 102 mining. And this gives us just GP and XP, of course. But it's just free gold instantly. There's definitely better ones I'd rather be doing, but a lot of the good merchant ones don't work until Chapter 5. Because a lot of the ones for merchant that are really, really good are probably the building supply ones. But every building supply merchant offer currently doesn't work until Chapter 5. But once they do, there's probably going to be some of the ones we might focus on, just to get some extra crafting material. Like, you'll definitely be able to attain it through other things, like buying it and things. But, being able to get it from free directly from merchants is probably going to be a way to go. I hope by then we could have 4 slots as well. Because I'm definitely allocating at least 2 of them for merchant. Once you can get, builder supplies for it for Chapter 5. Any idea what builder will be like? Not the slightest clue. I keep joking that it's going to be like Mahogany Homes from, Old School RuneScape. But it could be anything. Because in that game, basically, you get basically a bounty. Essentially, imagine a bounty where it tells you to go to a house with certain materials in order to go fix up and build a bunch of stuff for them. That's basically what Mahogany Homes is in Old School. It's basically like the bounty system in Brighter Shores, where you're essentially told, hey, here's some material, or, you know, here's what you need to go build for a person. Go build it. So you have to go bring the materials that you need. You go there, you build it for them, repeat. That probably won't be the entire skill, but I do feel like this will be the 4th skill that will use the bounty system. As I have a feeling he'll at least have that system in it, plus whatever else it does. But it'll likely have a system where you just build stuff for various people's houses, and you just keep doing that as various bounties over and over again. Kind of like how cooking is a bunch of cooking bounties, and then you deliver the food. It's likely going to be a bunch of building bounties as well, where you go deliver, you know, fixing up people's houses. That's probably not going to be the entire skill, but it definitely seems like it'll be part of the skill. What else it's used beyond that, who knows? Currently, no player-owned houses is confirmed. And the fact that there's no talk that there's any likely means it's either being added later or, I don't know, maybe he's going to shadow drop it. But no, it seems like a weird thing to not mention. Like, if player-owned houses were coming with building, I feel like one of the biggest things he'd be saying is, hey, we're adding player-owned houses. But there's been no word on it, which makes me assume, even if it is used for it later down the line, it won't be launching with builder. But maybe down the line, yeah, it will be. But I highly, highly doubt he's launching it with it. Though he is known for shadow dropping, like, insane content out of nowhere. But it's a little bit weird that there's, like, no anything mentioning it, which probably means it's not coming. Or at least not coming with this update. Obviously, it's probably eventually happening. But Builder is likely not releasing player-owned houses, even though it might be incorporated with player-owned houses once they exist. But there's almost no way Chapter 5 is coming with it. Because that'd be, like, the biggest shadow drop ever. It's like, yeah, here's the entire player-owned house system that I haven't mentioned anything about at all whatsoever. Just being added with Chapter 5. But no, that's almost guaranteed not happening. Though it would be cool if it did. That's not beyond something he would do, but it's very unlikely. Yeah, 2 updates, 2 days with no updates likely means he's cooking up leaderboard right now. Or working on trading, or both. It likely means he's just busy with Chapter 5 and or trading and or leaderboard. I think leaderboard was the last thing he's working on, so it's probably the first thing that's coming. But he definitely doesn't want to rush a trading system to make sure it's not buggy. Because that'd be very detrimental for duplication glitches. That's my biggest concern with trading. Honestly, I'm not even concerned with how he sets it up or what kind of system is there. My biggest concern with trading is there's almost guaranteed going to be a duplication glitch day 1. And we're going to get rolled back like 8 hours of progress or something. Like our entire day of progress the day trading comes out just could be deleted. Kind of like how we lost like an hour, hour and a half on day 1. Where we're going to play for like an entire day and it's just going to get rolled back. Wait, can you co-op these trees? I thought it was only for use. Oh no, it is. Never mind. I was gonna say, I thought I saw a co-op option there. That was the lop. Never mind. Hey, 27! Freedom! We can move to a different, slightly different tree now. I'm not sure what the pine tree route is. I'll figure it out when we get there. We are done cutting trees, so we can now cut a different tree. About 3 more levels and we're done with all trees. Now let's go to the slightly different tree. I know where they are, I'm just not sure what the best way to woodcut them will be. Luckily this room is crowded, so hopefully we don't get attacked whenever we go by. Okay, so I know there's one here. Never mind, there is multiple here. Oh, level 35 clovers. There's Hannah. Oh, did they add Hanini to the game? That's kind of funny. She's really well known in, is that her? Doesn't look like her. Yeah, look, there's Hannah. She's pretty well known in Old School RuneScape for being, like, the woodcutting person. I wonder if he deliberately added her to this game. That's kind of funny if so. Alright, there's 4 trees over there. But that's a very specific name to have for a woodcutter. Alright, there's 4 trees in here. The problem is a lot of these are like jump trees, which I'm not a fan of. Okay, I think I do this room and then the other. Let's check the next one. Because we gotta keep in mind the deposit box is like right over there. The worst comes to worst, we could always just teleport over. Yeah, I did see her video, yeah. I did see her video on Brighter Shores. It's good fall asleep to content. Not that she's boring, but you know. She just kind of has that voice that's really easy to sleep to. Yeah, I did see her 1 hour long Brighter Shores video thing. Though oddly enough, she didn't do that much woodcutting. Mostly because there probably wasn't an AFK woodcutting method. Honestly, I'm the same. Like, I've been woodcutting nonstop in old school because it's AFK, but I've been really neglecting woodcutting in this game because there's no AFK woodcutting method. You just like how happy she is? Yeah, she's definitely really chill, that's for sure. I've never found her in game yet. But then again, I think I saw someone early on that might have been her, but it could have just easily been someone just naming themselves after her. I highly doubt was the real Hanini. But I did see someone with a similar name on like day 1 or 2. Actually, I gotta use sense just to figure out where these trees are. There's so much extra stuff in the way. Alright, well, I'm not sure if this route is worth it, but I can cut 1 tree less. So whichever tree is the furthest out of the way, I can ignore. And then we can get 12-12 and we're good to go. Oh, hello, Kale. Hello. Yeah, I can ignore 1 tree safely. I'm just not sure what tree should be the 1 tree. We gotta figure out on our route which tree is the furthest away from just a neutral position. There's likely one where we have to double jump for. So if there's any tree that requires a double jump, we should drop it. The 6 tree room is the best, is it? Where is it? Could you bring me there? Where's the 6 tree room? What, this one? Well, I'm cycling back and forth. Does this one refresh by the time you get to the first one? Because I wasn't paying attention to the refresh rate. Because generally in this game, I just assume a 6 refresh won't refresh by the time I get back to the first one. But trees might be different. That'd be perfect because that would be divisible into 24. Now, let's see. This is the other tree refresh by the time I get there. Moment of truth. Still hasn't yet. Still hasn't yet. Still hasn't. Oh, yeah, there it is. Okay, yeah, it does. Alright. Yeah, it's a perfect cycle. Yeah, trees refresh at a different rate compared to some other nodes. Interesting. Alright, let me just fix my inventory. And we're good to go. And then we just bank over here. Hope there's enough people in here that we don't get into combat. No, come on, I need more people. Why are you not doing combat? No! No, it's gonna happen again. Come on, I need like 5 people in this room. So whenever we walk through, we don't have to deal with this. Honestly, I almost want to re-server to see if I can find a server that has more people in there. Because it saves us being attacked twice. Once in both directions. Which saves about like 5 seconds probably every time we need a bank. It's not that big a deal, obviously. Hey, 5 seconds is 5 seconds when we have to bank every 24 of these things. Also, Kale, are you still 100% free to play? Because 715 total with free-to-play only is kind of insane. It's actually, like, absurdly high. Wow, that is absurdly high. Nice. And your Guardian, too, which technically gains the biggest benefit from it down the line. Because if you're farmed like crazy in Chapter 2, you're pretty much good to go. You're gonna have, like, infinite supplies banked for Chapter 3. For whenever you do bone rate. Three full levels from 200 alchemy? Nice. Yeah, I do really need to get alchemy up. Like, if I would have gotten 92, those olives I got earlier, I could have just bought in from a shop instead of needing to do the AFK activity for like 8 hours. There's a lot of small benefits you get from it over time. And obviously all the potions. I really want that potion tool belt, though. We really need a third potion slot for utility potions. Maybe that's one of the things he's working on recently. Because that's not an easy thing to code. But, because of how many potions need to go there and function properly. But, I really hope that's one of the things he's working on in the near future. Because I really need that third potion slot. I'll actually start using EXP potions and other stuff again. You don't like how you can't switch between classes? Yeah, that was one people's complaint, especially before the game even came out, that could be an issue. I don't mind it too much, personally. I don't feel like it's been much of an hindrance to me, personally. And they do give you 3 slots, so you can try every class. And we have. I haven't played the other 2 as much, obviously, compared to our main, which is our Cryo Knight here. But, I don't know. I haven't really minded it too much. More replayability if you ever want to do the other ones down the line. Though it does require retraining every single skill, though. Which obviously is not a quick feat. But I'm keeping them mostly just combat-only accounts because of that. So whenever I want to try the other classes, I can still try them combat-wise. Because that's basically been my game plan with the other 2 accounts. Just get them the bare minimum they need to get through all the chapters eventually. But focus them entirely on combat so I could try all of the combat system for all 4 classes. I mean, all 3 classes. But yeah, that is one big downside. Because your main account will be, you know, locked to one class. A lot of the systems of the game are balanced around that, though. But they might do something with it in the future, we don't really know. As it currently stands, I personally haven't had any issue with it. I could definitely see it being a problem, mostly from, like, you know, people who are coming from RuneScape and such. Because, of course, RuneScape is a pretty notorious classless system. Compared to things like World of Warcraft and other similar games. Where it's a very class-focused system. But so far, personally, I haven't really had any issue with it. But it's also because classes currently make very little impact other than visual at the moment. There's like a few slightly different weapons. But until special attacks and a few more mechanics are fleshed out, most classes are very similar to each other right now. A few small weapon differences here and there as far as options you have. And what you prioritize weapon-wise. But beyond that, very, very little difference aside from like cosmetically looking different. As well as some of the things you might prioritize. Like my class benefits a lot more from prioritizing smithing. Compared to a Guardian that would prioritize bone rate. You technically can. One of the reasons why you keep getting purple drops is because there actually is a use for other classes' purple drops. It's the reason why the only class items you're getting are only purples. There's a quest in Chapter 4, or sorry, Chapter 3, the 5-star quest in Chapter 3, the Lost and Found quest, that lets you fuse the other 2 class items into your own. So, let's say you're a Cryonite, and you have that quest completed. You can fuse a Guardian weapon and a Hammer Mage weapon into your own weapon and make it a 4-star. So basically, making one 3-star from each into a 4-star weapon that you can use yourself. So there is actually a use for them, to some degree. But it's mostly used for the crafting system that is locked behind the Lost and Found quest, which is the hardest quest currently to do in the entire game. But it's generally worth doing so that you can craft 4-star equipment. Otherwise, all those 3-star drops are useless until trading comes out. But if you have that quest done, they're actually not useless. That's why I keep hold of some of these other ones. Like, for example, I have, a couple that I have, like this, actually, that's not a good example, but we have like a 115, helm for Guardian. So if I can get another high-level helm for, Hammer Mage, we're going to be able to make a really good one. I got a one-handed 101 here, which is basically like having 101 bone rate. So if I just get my stonemason a little bit higher and just make something out of blacksmith, I could easily make a 100 tier 4-star weapon for either, probably one of the upcoming other chapters and stuff like that. But they are useful. I still hold on to a couple. But yeah, they're just not immediately useful compared to getting like a good drop for your own class. It'd also be a lot easier once trading exists, of course, because then you could trade for whatever gaps you have in your gear. If you're missing, like right now I'm missing like a stonemason helm. So because of that, right now I can't really get one. Or not a stonemason helm, but you know, a hammer mage helm. But you know, once trading exists, you can trade for stuff like that. That's one slight issue with the game balance right now too. This whole game was developed with the intention of trading existing, but trading didn't make it before launch. But all the systems in the game were intended for trading to have existed at launch. Which is one thing that feels a little clunky with a couple of the mechanics in the game. As they were all made with the intention of trading being there, but it's currently not there. There's also no indication of what weapons are for my class only. So you don't know what weapons are for me only. Generally, any of them that you can just wield. Any that aren't for yours are marked, but any that aren't, you can just simply just equip. I'll put it into woodcutting. I was considering putting it to gatherer, but we'll train foraging to train gatherer. Anything we can to not train gatherer directly. Yeah, we're almost there. 2 more levels. Well, soon to be 2 more levels. Of course, the goal is 30 for base 30s. Furthest one's going to be the gatherer grind, though the woodcutting grind was further away, and honestly, it didn't take as long as I thought it would. Making pretty good pacing. But overall, my final verdict on woodcutting after all this? Yeah, it's not bad. If anything, it actually doesn't even suffer from the system that a lot of other gathering resources do. that you kind of have to wait for a timer sometimes. It's balanced in a way right now where you don't even need to wait, which is kind of nice as well. One thing I really like about it. There's no downtime, you just keep going, going, going. But I would love if they added an AFK woodcutting method. Like a tree that you can just click once and woodcut it for like 1 to 3 minutes. And that number will shoot straight up if they ever had something like that. But at some point we do need 45, but 30 is the goal, end goal right now. And there's 28. 2 more to go. And after we get that, we're gonna mess with some foraging paths. There's some kind of seemingly efficient foraging path you can do in Zone 1. I kind of want to try a couple different things with it and see how it goes. It's apparently pretty good knowledge per hour. Like pretty much the highest in the game other than Merchant. But it's a lot more chill compared to Merchant. Like absurdly so. Compared to what Merchant is. So hello, Wicked Peer. Welcome, welcome. Do you know where the level 51 crime den is? Yes. You can't find it at all. It's right in the middle of the area. So if I go right over here, here's Chronopolis. Here's the main street. If you go to the middle where the detective place is, and you go straight south, it's right there. And you just go back and forth. It's a little bit quicker doing it back and forth through this building. But you can also do it back and forth through the alleyway. But it's just straight south from the detective building. Right in the center of town. Yep, there it is. Yep, no problem. Yeah, and if you guys have any other questions or anything, let me know. Alright, 2 more levels, and then we could train a Gatherer without training Gatherer. Though we might do some amount of Gatherer. The problem with Gatherers is so bad. Honestly, I think it might be some of the worst rates in the game. Or maybe I'm just doing something wrong. But it seems so bad. I might actually legitimately use Forager to get Gatherer up. I just want to try it a little bit just to see. Hey, worst comes to worst, we're 1 step closer to 490 to finish the monument. Is there any unlock that's even relevant coming up? Kelp at 47 is not awful, but that's too far to grind for. Yeah, nothing in the short term really. There's definitely some long-term stuff that's not bad. I'd still rather just buy it from the shop for the most part. And a foraging's not bad though. I just feel like potion making isn't like absurdly strong. It's good, but it's not get foraging to like 200 good. Like smithing and stuff like that, that's get to 200 good. Like with mining and everything. But I don't know. I don't feel like you get enough of a benefit from potions to bother going like 200 foraging and 200 alchemy. It's not a bad angle to do. I just don't feel like it's as worth it compared to like mining, smithing, stonemason. I'd much rather do that than do like gatherer, forager, alchemy. Yeah, that's my plan. I plan to level alchemy, but not really level the other ones. Unless 490 monument is something insane. Though honestly, I do kind of want to have like 200 something forager at some point, just so it can stand on the tower and look down. I feel like it has like the best view in the entire game. Like I feel like that's a great place to go when we get our first 500 cape. I'm not sure if I'll have the monument built to the point where I could do that by then. I forget what level you need. Does anyone remember the level you need for forager to get up to the monument for the very first time? Like on top of the tower, not to finish it, just to get up on it. Because I forget what level it was. I think it's like 100 something. Or maybe low 200 something. But I feel like that's where I want to go when we get our first 500 cape and put it on. I feel like I want to do it on top of the monument. At least the lowest tier monument that we can actually get up on. I feel like that'd be a really good spot to put on our first 500 cape. Problem with that is we need like 100 something forager. If we want that good of a view for our first cape. First 500 cape. If we're going for 200 all, then I guess, you know, we'd have to eventually anyways. Yeah, foraging is a good skill. Foraging and alchemy is really strong. It's just not something I wanted to prioritize personally. But it is definitely worth it. Do I think the monument has a bonus? I have not the slightest clue what the monument will do when finished. The fact that it's already in the game, though, is kind of interesting. I feel like it's going to be really disappointing, though. Like, for example, I think in old school RuneScape, basically, there's a bunch of coins hidden in Volumar. And for the longest time, only 6 out of 7 of them were ever found. And I think the final one was finally found pretty recently. And the reward that you got from it was like a red topaz. Which is basically the equivalence of nothing. I should probably explain. But basically, imagine if you got, like... I don't know. Like a random rock that's like tier 30 in this game. For getting like this extremely hard clue thing done. Where you had to figure out all these random things. Find like 7 of these random coins all over the place. And after like almost a year or several months, the reward you get at the end is like one of these logs. It was a really disappointing reward, but the people finally found it. It was never really meant to be a thing you would actually do. It was more so just like a fun little secret kind of thing. But people were definitely expecting a better reward than that. Yeah, one singular oak pole. Watch it be a place to enchant jewelry. That would actually be kind of cool. I don't feel like the monument's going to be anything, though. I think it's one of those, like, cool, somewhat cosmetic stretch goals to go for. That when you fully complete it, it's just going to be, like, a cool place to go to. But doesn't actually serve much of a purpose beyond just being really cool. But I'm almost guaranteed the 490 foraging requirement for it is not worth it. You're going to get there and all you're going to have is, like, a really cool-looking monument. Which I guess is an extra nice reward for, you know, if you do get 490 Forager at any point. But it definitely seems like a reward that you're definitely not going to want to go out of your way for 490 Forager for. But if you did do it, it's just like a cool little reward that you get for doing so. But whatever it is, you're definitely not going to want to do 490 Forager, just go out of your way to do it. But if you did happen to do the grind, it's like, hey, you get this little reward thing for it. More than what other skills give you. Only thing you get for getting the 490 detective, for example, is you can just catch people that steal from a pearl stall. For like maybe like an extra silver and a little bit extra XP each compared to what the previous one was. The theory is it's a lighthouse. It could be. I feel like whatever it is that's fully built, it probably has lore to the obelisks. I wouldn't be surprised if it gives obelisk lore. Like the thing that's in the logo. Those little like pointy obelisks where you tune stuff to. I feel like fully finishing it would give more lore on them in some way, shape, or form. Like there might be like a chamber inside that does stuff like that or something. Who knows? But it definitely seems like it might be tied to the obelisk in some way. To just flesh them out a little bit more. Not giving you any extra feature, but you know. Just kind of establishing their lore a bit further. Since they seem pretty vital for the game. In the Lost and Found quest, you were trying to find a video on YouTube. Not one out there. Do you know any requirements for levels? Yes. It is now possible to +2 boost everything. However, without +2 boost, you need 61 mining, or sorry, 61 mine fighter, not mining, 61 mine fighter, 40 bone rate, 60 smithing, and 46 stonemason. All of those are now +2 boostable. However, keep in mind, if you do +2 boost, you need to, within the time of the +2 boost, buy your bone rate material and your stonemason material. As they updated it so you can buy them with the boost, but you can only buy them while you're boosted. You will not be able to buy them pre-boosted like you can with the smithing one. Beyond that, you also need 9 knowledge points in Mine Fighter, which is +2 boostable. 7 knowledge point in Bone Rate, which is +2 boostable. 8 knowledge points in Smithing, which is +2 boostable. Or sorry, 10 I guess, and 8 is if you +2 boost. And 8 in Stonemason, which is also +2 boostable. But it's the highest requirement quest in the game. It requires like 30 knowledge points. Realistically, a +2 boost potion, which is like 40 something silver. And all those skills I just mentioned. 61 Mine Fighter, 40 Bone Rate, 60 Smithing, and 46 Stonemason if you don't boost them. Very, 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 very high requirements. Yeah, we finished it the other week. It was definitely the highest requirement quest in the entire game by quite a mile. Hey, maybe it'll clear the storm and open up ship travel? Could you imagine? Sailing skill gets unlocked if you finish the obelisk. A 6 icon just renders itself into existence. Oh yeah, +4 boost spots. Did they actually go that high? That's kind of insane. +4 boost isn't bad at all. How does the +4 boost work when you do it for an AFK activity? Do you just drink one and it lasts for an entire session? Or do they still keep getting consumed every hour? Because I feel like you would need so many of them. Just for 4 knowledge points. You know how quick it is to get 4 knowledge points? That takes like less than an hour. To consume like 8 of them over the course of 8 hours seems so expensive compared to just spending another hour getting the knowledge. Like, it made sense for that quest because it skipped so many grinds. Yeah, you consume them per hour? That seems so not worth it, personally. Unless you can make them for, like, nearly nothing. Because within 1 hour, you can grind 4 knowledge points easily. So if they consume like 8 of them, if you go away for 8 hours, that just seems so expensive. You consume 8 of them every single time just to save a 1 hour grind. When you can just do a 1 hour grind once and it permanently does it. It just seems really weirdly scaled. Other than for like boosting past quest requirements. Of which only 2 quests in the entire game make you do that mechanic. The 5-star quest in chapter 3 and the 5-star quest in chapter 4. This is one I'm forgetting about. But those 2 are the only 2 that really utilize the boost potion currently. As far as skipping quest requirements. Yeah, Baywater plus 4 skip at the super high level range could be maybe be okay. It still seems expensive though. Because it's not like knowledge points get any slower at that point. It still only takes 1 hour to get 4 knowledge points at that point. Either through merchant or forging or a few other methods that might still give like over 4 an hour. And even if you do a slower method, even what we're doing right now is still like 3 point something knowledge points an hour or whatever it is. Yeah, money's, well, I don't know. Is money not that hard to get? My money stack keeps going to 0, so I must just be doing horrible money makers. In all fairness, haven't really been doing any money makers, so that might be my problem. Because I feel like my cash stack is never anything but 0. Currently, it's exactly 69 silver. Oh, are you doing the AFK merchant activity? I personally felt like that wouldn't be worth it just because of how good merchant XP already is. I guess if you want to get up quicker, it would be nice for it. You haven't been under 10 gold since you got the 72 leatherworker dice. So far, the biggest gold stack I've ever had is 4. And that's just because what I was going to invest it into I didn't need at the time, so I didn't bother upgrading it immediately. It's also because we were doing a bigger merchant session, which is where all the gold came from to begin with. Alright, 1 more level. And 1 more knowledge point will probably get us there. And then we got to figure out how we're going to go do gathering. There's a couple different ways we can go about it. We can either train gathering, or pretend gathering doesn't exist and train it through not training it. I don't know, what do you guys think? Should we gather or not gather in order to train gather? Yeah, I definitely want to try the foraging route. Not sure if we're gonna stick with it or just do a couple rounds just kind of see it. But man, I'm fine either way. We can either train it or train it without training it. But regardless, that thing needs to be level 30. Either directly or indirectly. Nice, there's a lot more people in that room doing combat now. Got a luckier server this time. We were getting pretty consistent walking through without having to deal with them as much. Hey, that guy drank a potion just reminded me. You know what they really need to go add to? When they add equipable potions and everything, You really should be able to go drink an EXP potion during combat. That's one of the other things I kind of hate about trying to use them during combat. Is you can't drink them during combat. There's just so many clunky things with them that makes me never want to use them in the current state of the game. Even though it's probably inefficient to ever not use them. Because we're basically just burning a constant 5% XP that we could be having otherwise. I started to realize, can you buy all the XP pots, by the way? Like the 5% and everything? Because whenever they do buff XP pots, I'm probably buying them rather than making them. Because the XP rate I would get for making them is just not good enough. We're high enough alchemy now where we just have to buy them all. Even if it's at a loss. You can buy all of them except potent? Okay. So what is that, up to 6% then? I'm pretty sure it's not worth buying that compared to 5% though, for how much more it would cost. Like, I'm pretty sure the 6% is like double the cost of like a 5% probably. Same as the cryo potions. If I use cryo potions, I'm probably using 40% or plus 40. The plus 50 and 60 are probably too expensive to bother with. Unless we had some spears that we made ourselves. I need to start saving like every potion I make going forward. I was selling them a bit here and there. Because, you know, money was tight. But going forward, any potion I ever make, I'm just going to keep in the bank. Alright, we got only one more skill after this for base 30s. Good old Gatherer. What's the plan for Gatherer? I can either do a 6 cycle on the tree thingies and bank them 1.5 miles away, or we could just boost it. Leaning towards the boost. Or we could do bones, but bones would be so much worse XP. But we would be getting bones. But the XP rate would be abysmal. But hey, bones. Bones are good. Bones make bone rate number go up. Yeah, if you can actually trade potions in a trading system, I'm curious how much bulks will go for. I feel like most potions are going to be pretty cheap, though. The only potion that might go for a pretty penny early on is the 35% heal pot. I think that one would probably be the most expensive early on. Just because of how big a gap there is between the 28% and the 35 as far as level range. I personally feel like it's one of the only few potions that are high level that like everyone would want. Like there's a lot of good high level ones, but I feel like that's the only one that would be like super sought after. Yeah, 10%'s too. I feel like 10% would be too out of line for most people to buy though. Like, the only people buying 10% are the people who are trying to rush, like, 500 all or something. I don't think the average person wants to use 10% pots. For how much more they would be compared to a 5%. Yeah, it's double the amount of extra XP. But it's also, like, 20 times the cost, if not 50 times the cost per potion. Or something. Something absurd. I don't know the exact range, but I know it's definitely not cheap. Like, realistically, only people rushing, like, a 500 or a, or 500 all or something similar would ever use them. Like, do you actually know what is the sell price of a 10% pot? Like, if you just sold it to a shop, just outright. Because I'm pretty sure that's a double-digit silver number per potion. Or is the average 5% potions like 1 silver each? Yeah, one more dopamine point and we should pretty much be there. What's up, MK Jets? Welcome, welcome. What's up, Key Fighter? Sorry, or say hi. Welcome, welcome. And Lamb back as well. And as Isabel mentioned, if you didn't already do so, definitely feel free to leave a like or dislike on the stream. Feel free, either or. Helps out a lot and is greatly appreciated. Helps people find the channel. If you guys been enjoying, we've been doing Brighter Shorts every single day for 12 hours. And a little bit shorter on Mondays. Of course, some exceptions, like Thanksgiving, we're only going to be doing a few hours in the beginning of the day. But basically, 12 hours every day that we can. Which is most days. But yeah, we'll be around grinding something. Right now, we're going for base 30s, of course. I just realized 69. Nice. 1069. Gosh, why is everything 69? We got the 69 silver coin right now. Too many 69s. Someone's mentioned me. What is Kale mentioning? 9 silver to tell and 20 silver to make. Alright, thank you. So yeah, it's always about right. It's about 20 times the cost then. Interesting. I wonder how much it would sell for in a public market. Because that's expensive, but it's not that expensive. Like 25 silver each compared to 1 silver each is like a killer for how expensive those are. But if you're later in the game and you're loaded, that's not too bad. If they're like 25 silver each from a player in bulk. I still feel like that's barely worth it though. Double XP at like 20 to 25 times the cost. You'd easily pay 50 silver per, really? What on earth are you doing for all this money? Where's everyone making all this money from? That you can afford to buy like thousands of potions for 50 silver each. Because you're going to consume 20 of them an hour. So if you play for like 10 hours, that's 200 in a day. Which means you would need over 1,000 a week. Oh, you haven't been upgrading any tools? Oh, okay. That'd explain it slightly. Because tools are the biggest gold sink in the game. '69 kept coming up in Miss and Saintswood streams. Oh, she's still been doing Gems of War. Nice. I don't think I've ever stopped by one of her streams. I'll need to at some point. It's kind of hard when we're doing Brighter Shores, though, since we're doing it like 24/7 pretty much. If we never catch it, I've never been able to. Like Cynical and a few others I've been able to in the Gems of War community. I've never been able to catch it from one of hers. I know she does do it though. I just never been able to stop by. Definitely need to eventually. Also, by the way, I don't think I've ever asked this. Do any of you guys stream Brighter Shores, by the way? Or are you guys just kind of playing, chilling, and just doing whatever with it? I've never really asked that. Because I haven't really chatted with, like, any Brighter Shores streamers. I know there's a few that stream on Twitch. Though I don't think I've talked to a single one of them. I tend to play kind of solo in a lot of games like this. I love to chat with some people from the community here and there. I tend to be a pretty antisocial person, so it doesn't happen too often. As hello, Mimins! Welcome, welcome. Hope all's been well. Now we're so close yet so far. No, we're pretty much there. That dopamine point will pretty much be there. I think one more inventory, we're done. I may keep track of exact XP from that, but yeah, one inventory should put us over the edge. Because one or two more logs is a knowledge point. And then after that, we just go straight into training gatherer somehow. Either directly or indirectly. I'll probably do forager first just to try to see the route. Because I'm kind of curious how exactly that works. You see road to 2,000 is open? Oh yeah, we're definitely heading to 2,000 eventually. We're eventually getting 500 all. Dude, we're gonna have 200 all before we even have any skill to like 300 or 400 most likely. Just with how the game works as well as what my plans are in general. Because the only thing that might eventually reach 500 before I have 200 all is raids. Or, you know, getting watch person to detective to 500. But aside from those two, I will likely have 200 all before any skill is particularly high or even close to a 500. It really just depends how much I AFK raids over the process of getting 200 all. As well as how many chapters they add between that time. Because technically the more chapters they add, the more likely these two would be 500 before 200 all. Because if they add like 2 more chapters within that time, that makes getting 200 all a lot harder, but getting 500 of both of these a lot easier. Because there's more time to get 500 in both of these compared to 200 all. But in the current state of the game, if nothing was to be added, 200 all would definitely happen before I have a 500. It really comes down to how many chapters get added within that time. Is it just going to be chapter 5, or are we going to be at like chapter 7 or 8 by then? The only skill that is yours, that is higher than yours, is Scout. 33, nice. Yeah, I've been trying to avoid doing most combat until special attacks come into the game. I've still been doing some, particularly Chronopolis. The reason I have 59 here is because you need it for a quest. Alright, we got it. I'll finish this inventory though. We already started, might as well. I'll finish this inventory. And then we'll go move on to Gatherer. So what's the verdict? Are we training Gatherer directly or indirectly? Because we could train Gather all the way to 30 without ever touching it if we want to. Or we could just trade it directly if we want. I do want to try that one foraging route thing that I saw earlier today. And kind of make my own route with it. Because I never realized it was that much knowledge per hour. Like, I knew a route like that existed. I just never realized it was like possibly like the second or third best knowledge rate in the game. I didn't realize it was that high. Because that's over a gather level an hour. But that would take forever, though. Now that looking at thinking about it, though. So yeah, maybe we'll just do gather directly. I do want to try this other route just a few times though, just for fun. We're just gonna make up our own route and figure out what we need because I do want to drop potato. I don't want any cooking ingredients. Because there's currently not a deposit all button, so getting a lot of different ones is gonna be annoying to deposit. It's one of the reasons I don't want to spam this too much. It's gonna be buffed even more once right-click deposit all is added to a deposit box. The method we're about to be doing is heavily nerfed by there not being a deposit all button. Alright, next. Let's go do some foraging. That's the reason I didn't bank the logs is we're going to bank it on our way there. Hey, Alib got their name ETI. Nice, you got a 3-letter name. Huge congrats. Not sure if they're here right now. But huge congrats on the 3-letter name. Not sure what it stands for though. I know, whenever I see ET, I can't not think of ET. You guys know what ET I'm referring to. I don't think I need to mention it. The ET. I can't see any combination of letters and not think, oh yeah, ET. Once right-click, deposit all coming, please. Luckily, it's easy when you only have one resource like this. There we go. Alright, so what's the route? Let's figure this out. Oh, that's not where I wanted to go. I'm just gonna touch a bunch of stuff and hope it works. Let me bring up a map. Let me keep the map up. Gonna need that. Oh, seashells too, probably. Let me grab all the seashells on the seashore. Not sure if I want to keep doing this, but I'll do a couple rounds just to kind of see. Can we exchange color of the capes? No. You can change what cape you have, but you can't like trim them or change their color or anything like that. There's a shell over there. We're going to ignore that one though. Oh, is it quicker going the other way? I actually don't know which way is quicker around this thing. Alright, that potato's pretty free. That might be the one potato that gets grabbed. Because it's kind of on route. Well, no, we'll see. That potato is very much on route, though. Is there not a second room with these hogberries? Oh, wait. I could have hogberried on east. I forgot. The other monument room. There's a double or triple. I think a double that's on our path. I should double hogberry in the potato room. Okay, this room I can just ignore. And then here we grab probably just everything. Maybe ignore this one because it's a little bit out of the way. But you would definitely grab this lily. So yeah, I'll probably ignore that lily if we don't have inventory space. Because I would have a few more hog thingies on me. Probably 2 more. So I would definitely drop the East Willy, or North Willy, I mean. So we ignore North Lily. These nettles we can't take, so I'll ignore them. We'll take this one. I'll ignore the bell plants. And the other two would be hogberry. Okay, I think that's my route. And I just grabbed nothing in the other room. Alright, I think we have established our personal route. I could technically drop all the kelp as well. If we don't want to deal with kelp. Because it's such a low tier thing. Yeah, I think I'm going to drop all kelp for the other thing. And the other two will be the hogberries. Alright, we got ourselves a route. So I'm going to ignore all kelp. And do what I just did, but plus 2 the hogberries and plus all the little thingies that were in those 2 rooms. Wait, are they in both rooms? Wait, they're only in one room. I can only do 3. Okay, so how many kelp did I grab? Oh, if we come out over here, I'm just going to ignore all this kelp, grab these 2 shells. Alright, let's try this again, but we're going to do it slightly differently. So I'm going to ignore all kelp. Because I don't really need it at my level range. It's only level 0 kelp. It's not higher level kelp. If it was, that'd be a different story. Well, I'm trying to route it to our XP rate. Also, hello, Stardust. Welcome, welcome. I guess I could technically grab these 2 kelps just because they're on path. How much XP are they for a level 0 resource? 84? That could be worse. As long as they're giving us knowledge. Alright, so I'm still going to grab 3 kelp, but now we're going to get 2 of the hogberry. There's 3 in this room, but 2 of them are en route. One of them's right here, and the other one's right over there. And I grab every hogberry in the other room. Because of my level 29 thing right now, so they give us our best XP rate right now. And then we just route south, grabbing the other things. But that should be fine. But it's kind of working out. Not sure if this is the most efficient pathing we could be doing for our level. But, it's doing what it needs to do. But yeah, I do think I'm going to go and after this inventory, maybe one more inventory after this. I think I'm going to directly level Gatherer by actually training Gatherer. It's just going to make the grind a little bit quicker. I just got to figure out where I want to go to train Gatherer. So I'm going to ignore the corner lily. It's too far away. Unfortunately, I don't have 83 for the nettle, so I can't do that. Unlike last time, I will be grabbing every little purple plant in this room. It looks like I'll have a little bit of extra inventory space that I didn't end up using. That's fine. But it looks like I'm going to have, what, 2 inventory space I didn't use. So it's worth considering. Actually, I can still use it. I could just have to go in the water in the other area. So yeah, this will work out perfectly then. It's probably not the absolute best route we could be doing at this level, but it's good enough. I'll try one more inventory after this. I don't think I'm going to keep doing this, but it's a cool little method for sure. Doing just like really wide foraging and just get a little bit of everything. And this will be so much better once you can do all of them at once as well. And I can double grab this. Perfect. Then we grab this, grab that. And we're out of here. Yeah, easy as that. And then you bank it all. And then you repeat the cycle. And supposedly this is like 5 point something knowledge points an hour. Or somewhere's around there. Roughly. Would be even quicker if you could deposit all. Only problem is you gotta deposit like 7 different times. That's not bad. It's a cool little method. Do it like circle gathering and you just get a wide range of everything. But long term, I don't really plan to do this. I figured we'd give it a shot. Just a couple times. Oh, some people doing co-op fishing. It looks like they were. I'll grab that one star, actually. It's a little bit out of the way, but I do need that for my good potion. A 10% thingy. You were playing and watching you, and your Mac just turned off and on and won't turn back on. Oh no, that's not good. Yeah, my college computer of 11 years finally died earlier this year. It finally prompted me to get an actual computer set up for once. Prior to this computer, I haven't had a proper computer set up in, like my last build was like 2001. When I was like a kid. That was the computer I would have played like OG RuneScape and Warcraft 3 and stuff on. And Worms Armageddon and a few other ones. The 1999 one. But, yeah, it was really old. But I finally got an actual proper modern computer setup. Because since then I've only been using laptops. But this year I finally got like an actual proper full setup. Yeah, that laptop did a good job. I still need to recover some things from it later, but that's a later issue. Luckily most of it was backed up, but only like 80 to 90% of it was. There's still like a roughly 10% of data I still need to get off of it at some point, so I didn't throw it out yet. But yeah, it lasted about 11 years. Got it like during college, and yeah, it lasted the whole time. I think I got it in 2013, and it lasted till 2024. Alright, overall verdict on this method? Yeah, it's cool. I don't think long term I would really do it. But it's not bad. I just really don't want to train foraging at the moment. Because instead we gotta go train gatherer. Alright, let's go do gatherer. Also, why'd I come over here? I could just teleport it over where I need to go, but oh well. Alright, let's go train gatherer now. How do we want to do this? Alright, this is going to be far worse than what we were just doing. How are we doing this? How are we doing this? Level 25 trees are over there. The closest deposit box is several miles north. With the time it would take to drop everything, you might as well just go to that box. What if I teleport it over? Is that quicker than walking? If we don't get hit by a Wendigo, probably. The problem is there isn't anything we can skill along the way. Like foraging-wise, or gatherer-wise, I mean. My biggest concern is the banking situation. Is very slow here. But dropping it all is also slow, plus we'd be getting nothing. And I'd rather do bones at that point. This is definitely better XP. Oh, wait. There's a storage rift. Yeah, never mind. That would be the one I would be using. Because that's the storage rift we would be using when doing this. Which means we want to end our cycle in the other room then. So we want to go left first. And anyway we look at this, this is not going to be ideal. I'll give it a shot and see what happens. Is there anything in the other room worth taking? Just apples. Not really. You've heard some stories that people have actually got upgrades when something like that happens. Because they can't run the one to replace. Wait, when what happens? I just realized I can get a better hatchet now, can't I? Oh no, that was for some activity, never mind. Also, how much XP drop are we getting for these compared to bones? I might not go test that. Does anyone happen to know off your top of your head? Or if you're doing it right now? The amount of XP you get for a bone spike. Oh, okay, good. These things refresh right when you get back to them. I was gonna say this, but you think better refresh instantly. All right, that's not too bad. Let's see, what are we getting per? We're getting 170. Honestly, if a bone spike is anything above 100, I feel like they would be better. Just because of the banking situation is so slow here. Even if the thing that we're getting is giving us better. Plus the bones help us more. Because these just help with alchemy, whereas the bones help with the bone right. And we can deep fry our bones. And we don't have to necessarily fully process them, just deep frying them is enough. Alright, I'm gonna go for one inventory. And then I'm gonna go head over to bone spikes just to see. And if the XP drop is any number above 100, we're doing bone spikes. This is because the banking situation is so much better. The amount of XP waste we're gonna have while going to the bank is gonna be absurd. Whereas the bones are right on top of a bank. What is that item for? I think one of the Arboray potions. Yeah, it's like the 50 Arboray. That one weird in-between one. So Guardians would enjoy this potion. And I guess if we wanted some XP around that level range, we might appreciate having gotten these in it beforehand. But otherwise, they're pretty useless. Yeah, they're used for the 49 plus 50 Arboray potion, I believe. Which would be a potion that's actually somewhat near us. We're at 40 alchemy right now. We'd use this at 49 alchemy. Which isn't that far off. Compared to some of the alchemy numbers. Like, it's still a little ways away, but compared to the average alchemy number, that is basically like 0. Compared to the average number that's like, hey, you need like 100 something before you use this material. But yeah, the problem is the banking. Is how far we have to go to bank every time. Alright, moment of truth. I'm gonna go head over to the bones. And if this is any number over 100, I'm doing the bones. It could literally say 101 and I'll do bones. But if it's less than 100, it's not worth doing bones. But if it's any number over 100, we are doing bones all the way to 30. Dumping all the knowledge points into Gatherer. But yeah, it's competing with a 170 with a very far bank. Which brings it closer to like a 130. But I need the bones far more than I need the other things. Are they over 100? Okay, we'll see exactly what the number is. So what was it again? 170 was I getting? Wait, did I say 170 or 130? Oh no. What number were we just getting when we were doing the gathering? I said a number and I forget what it was now. Was it 170 or 130? 170? Okay, thank you. Alright, let's see. How high is the bone? Alright, thank you everyone in chat. Thank you, thank you. Alright, moment of truth. What is one singular bone spike? Hello, bones. All right, we're getting 64 less XP each, which sounds bad, but we don't have to go 1.5 miles for a bank, and the bones are more important to us. With that being said, yeah, we're doing this till 30. It also has a perfect cycle, and that there is no downtime. Yeah, you can also cut the trees. But there's already 0 downtime with the bones, and since we want to focus on gatherer, and we already did the woodcutting grind, I was going to do bones. But yeah, you can incorporate some trees as well. I did it a little bit earlier. The problem with a lot of trees in this area is they're all in elevation, though. Like, you have to jump up at least once for every single tree here, if not twice. And the bones are already perfect cycle, even with no tree. And of course, the bank is literally right there. I was not sure why I banked with only one set. Should obviously wait for a full inventory. But, yeah, the bank is, like, right there. That's the main reason why I'm actually doing this. If the other place had a close bank, that'd be a different story. The other one would be better, and I'd be doing it right now. But the amount of XP we're going to be losing from doing that bank is so bad. Yeah, that tree's on a double elevation. Actually, a triple elevation, depending on how our guy walks there. That's normally the tree I skip if I'm ever doing the cycle, where you do like a bone tree mix, which I was doing some in the past. But if you're doing bone tree mix, that tree all the way south is the one you want to skip. Because I believe you have like 1 inventory space that you need to skip when you do that. And that one very south tree you always want to skip when you do that. It is so slow to take compared to the rest of the trees that are only 1 jump. These bare minimum a double jump. No, tool upgrades do not get reset when you get the upgrade. They're permanent to the tool. Any that you ever get will permanently stay on it. So if you have +10 and get the better tool, it is still +10. I haven't seen any instance where it got deleted. There might be a glitch with it currently where that's happening, but I haven't seen it yet. But there might be some obscure tool that no one's upgrading where there's a problem with it. But all the primary ones, or at least a mining tool and manacles, I haven't seen it glitch out yet. But yeah, it's supposed to maintain your entire enchantment. And if not, that's definitely a bug you want to go report if you see it not happening. But as it currently stands, all enchantment stays forever. It is a permanent upgrade to the tool, regardless how upgraded the tool is. Because the other upgrade that you do is a different tiered system. It makes that little star thingy go up instead of the enchant number. Okay, it did carry over? Okay, perfect. That's the way it should be working. Oh, we're almost level 26. Honestly, this grind's not going to be that bad. And by the end of it, we'll have like 1,000 bones we can go dunk and deep fry later. $26, 4 to go for base 30s. So close, yet so far. Because honestly, that's a good half an hour plus a white stole. But hey, we'll do it. After that, I don't know, what's going to be our goal after that? Obviously, there's so many things to still go for. I might do a little bit of mining. I'm feeling a mining smithing mood. My next big XP rate isn't until 90, but I need the ore that we get at 85. So even though the XP rate is worse, I actually need the thing that we get at 85. So I might actually just do the 86 to 90 grind off of just iron. It's one of the few situations where the material we actually get, I need. Unlike all the stones, which is just for future stonemason grinds, which I'll do mostly AFK, probably off stream. Because I think I have a couple thousand stones I need to dunk or enchant. I barely have any bones because I've been keeping up with them pretty well. I have pretty much no bars because I've been keeping up with them pretty well. However, I have not been doing stones. I have like 1.5 billion stones I need to go and etch together. Like, I think it's almost 3,000 stones. We're definitely not doing that today. That's definitely an off-stream activity. We did a little bit on-stream for smithing the other day just because I need a smithing level to make the weapon that we needed to kill the thing. But, yeah, I'm not etching those stones on stream, most likely. It's just too many bones to do. I will be doing them just over time, AFK off stream probably. And eventually we'll just have them all etched at some point. Whenever you see this number just jump up, that's when you know it happened. I might not mention it, because I might forget about it. But if you ever see this number jump up for any reason, it is almost guaranteed because I was trying to make a 4-star weapon, which I haven't done in a while. Or because the more likely thing is I etched like hundreds to thousands of stones off stream. Just so we wouldn't have to do it on stream. Yeah, they did buff all the processing skills. They now give you 3 knowledge points instead of 0.5 per dunk. Or per smith, or per etch. So they basically 6 times the rate earlier this week. The only problem with that is I did the entirety of the grind without it. When we did the Lost and Found quest. My entire Lost and Found quest grind was done without that boost. So we lost out on a lot of knowledge points. Because the whole time we ever had to get any kind of stones or bars or bones during that time, we were getting basically 6 times less knowledge. At least for the refinement process. Which is unfortunate, but at least it's fixed now. So all future ones will apply to, of course. Including everything in our bank right now. Oh, so that's one thing that's always throws me off of this area. It's so quiet. I know the music's pretty low on this stream and everything. Or, you know, for the ambient noise and everything. Or the soundtrack of the game. But this area in particular is very ominous by design. But it doesn't actually have a music track playing here. It says ominous noises. Because this crystal and everything. It was set up really well for the story, but there's something I was mentioning last time when we were like gathering or woodcutting or something here. This area is just really off-putting. And it works good for when you're doing the quest, but it feels a little bit weird when you're skilling here after the fact. Though I guess picking up bones from the ground isn't supposed to feel particularly cheery. Compared to other activities in the game. The spooky region, I know, right? It's definitely really off-putting. But luckily we don't have to be here that long. And yes, I will be putting all knowledge points in the gatherer here, of course, until we have 30. And after that, we'll go find ourselves our next grind to go do. There's definitely plenty of them. There's not a lack of short-term goals, that's for sure. There's a good few hundred short-term goals we still gotta go do. And that's before we get into any of the long-term ones. So far, every grind we've done, I feel like has been a mostly shorter grind. The only slightly long grind I feel like we did was Lost and Found quests. If you have none of the Lost and Found quest requirements, like at all, you're starting like nearly from scratch on all of the skills. I feel like that is the biggest grind we've done so far. But it wasn't that bad. Realistically, it took like, what, 3-4 days? And that was back when knowledge points were nerfed for them. They've since been buffed. Oh, is that the Gatherer cape? What cape is that he's wearing? I don't think I've ever seen that before. But he's wearing the level 50 Gatherer cape. Sorry, the level 100 Gatherer cape. Wait, is he a Guardian? Because it's funny if he's not. He is, okay. That makes sense. Only a true psychopath would have that right now if they weren't Guardian. I wouldn't be surprised if they added high scores. if there's literally 0 people with over 100 gatherer, unless they're a guardian. I'm pretty sure there is 0 non-guardians who have over 100 gatherer right now. Because that's a very interesting angle to go down. If you weren't a guardian. I guess that makes sense if you really want a high bone rate otherwise. Like if you want to keep all these even. That's the only reason I could think of why someone who's not a guardian would want to train it that high in the short term. Is they want to get their bone rate, their blacksmith, and their stonemason from scratch to be kind of even. So they can make 4-star gear out of it easily. And of course, the reason guardians need is they need high bone rate level. I just realized we might reach level 1100 today. Though I don't think we're going to hit 1111. 1111 seems like a tomorrow thing. Actually, that'd be a fun title. Grinding for 1111. Or 1111. Oh, gosh, I can't even say it. 1111. 41. Do you know what I'm trying to say? 1111. That's a fun number. But we're definitely not going to reach it today. Unless we just try hard merchant and just AFK detective the whole time. Which we're not going to do. Though I might throw in some merchant today. Kind of always want to be poking at it slightly. We're at 109 right now, which is also an awkward number. I'm not sure why I didn't get it to 110 earlier. Because that 109 is definitely throwing me off. It's such a weird number to have. Oops, some guy said something. Let's see. Not sure if he's going to say something, but I'm already leaving the room. He'll probably follow me, though. That already said something to not me. That's one thing that's kind of weird, too. If you're having, like, a conversation with someone and you leave the room. Like, he could have typed something right then, and I don't even know what it was. And he's gone. Why not? Never mind, he's still here. There's a grind we still gotta go do. We still gotta get the total level grind for chapter 2 on the other accounts. Well, you know, we need to get them all the way to chapter 4 or even 5. But, yeah, I still haven't done the... Oh, I just realized something. If I need to get the alts to chapter 5, I actually have to complete Lost and Found. Not Lost and Found. I have to complete the spider quest. Remember earlier when I said I'm not sure if I want to do the 32 carpentry on the 2 alts? I just realized I have to do 2 more 32 carpentry grinds on the 2 alts. Oh no. Oh, that's funny. Because if I ever want them any further than trading, initially I just want them to get to trading. But if I ever want them any further than that, I kind of forgot. I gotta get them to, I gotta get 32 carpentry and get them that quest done. As chapter 5 is actually locked behind having spider quest done. It is currently the only side quest required for progressing. Yeah, I can just get them to 20 and AFK it the whole time. Is realistically going to be the route, to be honest. I'll train up their woodcutting enough to bank 20 carpentry. Because that's probably going to be the play, honestly. Because they need 60 total for this place anyways. So the rest of their total level that they need, I'm probably just going to do woodcutting until I have 20 carpentry banked. Have them process all of that until they have 20 carpentry. If it's somehow short, just buy the rest. And just have them do the AFK carpentry activity all the way to 32. That's a lot of time that they won't be doing combat. But also I won't have to train it. Because 20 carpentry is not that hard. But 32 twice over would be so annoying. But 20 twice over into AFKing it to 32 is not that bad. I keep forgetting. I could literally have them AFK anything. You saw level 1,413. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if someone's over 1,500. If you're going down just purely efficiency route and you don't care about doing anything else, you're definitely over 1,500 right now, I feel. Especially if you're utilizing all the potions and everything. Like the, you know, XP potions and all that. Which I've been, like, pretty much ignoring. But I think 1,500 is possible. 200 watch person, 200 detective, 200 merchant. And then probably doing, like, a mining, smithing, stonemason grind, maybe? Or something like that. Because that's a triple skill you can get pretty nicely up together. But I feel like that'd be roughly what a person like that would be doing. Also, for whatever reason, I feel like every high person in the game that I keep seeing is either Hammer Mage or Cryo Knight. So they'd actually be able to do that triple synergy as well. But I'm pretty sure anyone who's that high of a level, that's likely around what they did. 200 watch person, 200 detective, 200 merchant. You know, decently high in every skill, like 20, 30 or so. And then they prioritize mining, smithing, stonemason. Because that's one skill that feeds two skills. And the reason I say non-guardian is, of course, guardians do not benefit from smithing or stonemason. At least not directly. Not in the same way that Cryo Knight or Hammer Mage would. Though I do have to say, I feel like anyone with super high total might actually have only level 20 in some skills. Because getting some of these to 30 is really slow. When you don't have any upgraded tools, like we're doing right now with the level 0 rake. Though they did fix it a couple days ago to make the rake give extra XP to this. So that's only been fixed pretty recently. But, where's I going with this? But yeah, these skills are really slow to get to base 30. Compared to base 20. Because getting 10 levels on any of these is like getting 10 level in mining. Or any other skill. Like, due to how level scaling works, it's almost equal to get 10 levels in anything, which is one thing that's kind of weird. Like, all levels from 20 to 200 are almost the same distance away, due to how the knowledge system works and everything else. Like, getting a level in mining from 86 to 87 is nearly the equivalence of getting a gathering skill from, you know, from 26 to 27 right now. Due to how level scaling and everything else works. It's not exactly one-to-one, but it's pretty comparable. Like, XP rates in this game are a lot more of a flat line in that regard. As far as, like, the consistency of how long it takes to get a level. This is both good and bad, because this means it's really slow at the lower level range. But it seems really quick at the high level range. Until you hit 201. Then it slows down again. But similarly, I believe most levels from 201 to 500 are pretty comparable. Like, going from 201 to 202 is pretty comparable to going from, like, 440 to 401. Or, you know, 440 compared to 441, I mean. Like, it's not exactly the same. It'd still be, like, slightly slower. But they're decently comparable. Just due to how XP rates and knowledge points work and everything. It's one thing that's quite a bit different compared to something like, of course, we got to mention it, RuneScape. In RuneScape, of course, it gets increasingly harder every single level you ever do to get to your next level. Maybe you'll get a better method that will change that for some amount of levels. But generally speaking, every level you gain is going to be harder than the previous level you did. But it's not how it works in Brighter Shores. Every level from like 20 to 200 is pretty similar. And every level from 201 to 500 is pretty similar. Not exactly the same, but somewhat similar. It's not like you go and get like an absurdly harder time every single time you move up a level. Which is both good and bad. But I feel like it makes the XP curve a little bit confusing at first. just because it feels really slow. But then down the line you realize, oh, every level is going to be like this speed. So it's not really that slow. Your max comp keep in R3, nice. Yeah, have heard about that. I wish I would add that in old school. I would love a completionist cape. The only problem is I would have to go do Wilderness Diary on the hardcore, which I haven't done yet. The Wilderness in old school is still PvP enabled, and hardcores only have 1 life. And PvP is so broken in that game right now that you could be literally killed in 1 second out of nowhere at any given second. So I have been neglecting that diary for as long as possible. It is probably one of the riskiest things to do if you're at the wrong place at the wrong time. It's really easy to do. Like, the objectives you have to do are so free. The problem is if there's a single person trying to kill you. Is the problem. But if you just... the tasks themselves are absurdly free. It's just the risk of death to a player is the problem. Though luckily Brighter Shores PvP seems like it's an opt-in system. You're never just going to go to an area and just be attacked while you're like gathering resources or something in this game. He's going to be tackling quite a bit differently than how he tackled the wilderness. How exactly so, we don't really know. But for example, Brighter Shores is almost guaranteed not going to have a wilderness alternative or similar thing. Like, it's not going to do the Albion Online route where they kind of like tried to recreate the wilderness that was in old school. It's likely going to be more of an opt-in system where you're either doing PvP or you're not doing PvP. You're not doing like skilling in a PvP area or something. You're simply just doing PvP or you're not. You're not going to be killed when you're just like trying to kill a boss or kill a resource or, you know, get a resource. Oh yeah, that's the other problem with Wilderness that I absolutely hate, at least from a hardcore perspective. Is multi-combat in Wilderness is so dumb. Like, if there's 2 people or 3 people on you, it's like, okay, maybe there's a chance to live. Because my hardcore within his first week actually got hit by 2 people, and it didn't die, luckily. I ran out of food and had like 10 HP left, and almost lost hardcore status in the first week of the account. However, it didn't die, because there was only 2 people. But, you know, you get attacked by like a 10, 20, 50 person clan, you're just dead. Like, you could be the best PvPer in the world, you're just simply dead. You get a best in slot gear, best in slot food, best in slot anything. And you just simply die. There's not a single thing you can do about it. Plus, they can infinitely stun lock you and bring your prayer to 0 so you lose your +1 or anything you're protecting. It's something I wish they would rework. Like, I don't mind there being multi-combat where like 2, 3, maybe even up to 5 people could attack you. But the fact that 50+ person clan could just snipe you out of nowhere and just obliterate you in a single second is very, very bad game design. Though the game was never really intended to be functioning in that way. Oh yeah, that Wildy Obelisk. I know what you're talking about. Some people use that to bank. You would never use that as a hardcore, though. For one, it would be absurdly hard to get in your house. Very few hardcores actually have the obelisk built in the house because you have to kill a bunch of revs. And you need like 4 of them. I am still curious if this game is ever going to get a player-owned house kind of thing. If they do, I was mentioning it earlier, I really hope it doesn't go down the old school route where it's just like, just an efficiency square. I hope you can actually decorate it and stuff like that in a cool way. There's one issue that old school RuneScape has is like 90% of houses look exactly identical. Because there's a really particular efficient way that you'd want to set up your house with very minimal customization options. So nearly every house cookie cutter looks identical. Even if you try getting creative with it, there's very minimal you can do. At least currently. They might add some more in the future. I hope whenever Brighter Shores comes out, if they do add a player-owned house system, which seems likely eventually, I really hope it's more customizable and not just for max efficiency. Like, I don't mind if there's some things you can do on your house. Like, maybe add a daily there or whatever for one of your ventures or something. But, I don't know, I hope you can mostly decorate it. I don't want it just to be like the super ultra efficiency that you would use in like old school. I want it to actually feel like a, you know, cozy little house. That feels like your own rather than just a square used for min-maxing, bossing and stuff. Yeah, we're definitely not getting player-owned house with Builder. Builder will probably play into that functionality at some point. But there is no shot they're actually adding player-owned houses next patch. Or, you know, in Chapter 5. I can assure you that is not happening. But obviously, yeah, the building profession will probably eventually tie in with, you know, player-owned house eventually down the line. But there's no way they release both simultaneously. Just because of how big of a feature that would be. That's not something you just pull out of nowhere with like no fanfare. Like that's quite a process. It would have had some indication of it by now if he was going to do that. Okay, 3 more levels, and our next dopamine point's right around the corner. Should you keep your 4 stars to trade? I've been keeping all my 4 stars so far. I was mostly just going to hand them out to people on stream who need them. Well, some of them I'm keeping because I want to test their special attack, so I don't have to make another one. So I can see what kind of special attacks they have at launch. But then after that, any of my Spear 4-star stuff, I'm probably just going to hand out and just give away for free to people who are around that level range that need it. Assuming trading can be done in that way. Because I got a lot of low-level 4-star stuff. Like from level 5 to 50. Though, of course, it is all Cryo Knight gear, though. So, it would only benefit Cryo Knights. Though I can craft my own 3-star gear for anything. As far as 4 stars I would hand out, I only have Cryo Knight stuff, of course, since we are a Cryo Knight. I don't think you can get a 4-star for a class that isn't your own. Pretty sure you can't. It's only 3 stars that ever drop. Due to the crafting system. Like, you're never going to get a drop from an enemy that isn't a 3-star for a different class. And similar, you can only ever have a 4-star for your own class. Which means I don't even think I can craft a 4-star to sell for a different class, I'm pretty sure. Like, I can't make a 4-star, let's say, like, polearm for, like, bone rate. So I can't, like, make it and sell one. Anytime you ever see a 4-star from that, it's only ever a guardian that has it. Like, I can't even, like, process one in order to sell it. I'm pretty sure we can't. This is a mechanic I'm missing on that screen somewhere. I'm pretty sure you can't. You'd have to be the class itself that corresponds to it. It's one of the reasons I was joking earlier that bone rate equipment that's 3 stars is going to be worth more than 4-star equipment. Because 4-star only guardians can use. But 3-star the rest of the game needs. Which is like 80% of the player base. Or 75% or whatever it is. Because Guardian was the least picked class overall. So their armor would and weapons would be in highest demand. So their 3-star equipment would be worth more than 4-star. Since the only thing you could sell the 4-star to are to other Guardians. But the 3-star stuff everyone needs. Including other Guardians. That's the case technically for all classes 3-star stuff. It's just particularly relevant for Guardians due to the lower population, the fact that bone rate is insufferable to train. But hey, at least we're getting a bunch of bones we can deep fry later. That's why we're doing bones instead of the other thing. Also because the other thing's bank is too far away to bother. Whereas this thing is on top of a bank. It's less XP per resource, but it's a far better resource, and it's on top of a bank so you don't have to walk. This is slightly slower XP even with the bank travel, but the bones are just way more useful than the other thingy we were getting earlier. Which at best would have just given us slightly more alchemy XP. Which is not bad, but I'd rather have the bone rate XP. Not to mention, we're likely going to need these bones to make armor as well. So whenever I want to make like low tier Guardian armor in order to make 4-star armor for myself, I'm going to need these. It hasn't been confirmed yet, but based on the armor appearance, it is almost guaranteed they're going to need deep fried bones for making Guardian armor, bars for making Cryonite armor, and stones for making Hammer Mage armor. Not confirmed, but absurdly likely, based on the design. Because you gotta duct tape your own bones to your armor when you do when you do it for Guardian. And of course, obviously, Cryonite armor is made of metal. And Hammer Mages have like that stone thing on their armor. So you're likely still gonna need the corresponding weapon skill. Not to make a weapon to fuse into it, but you know, to make the deep fried bones, the smelted bars, and the etched stone still are likely required. And obviously leather. Yeah, that's likely the process for it, is you get a certain leather, you get your various processed material from Zone 3, you combine them together somehow through an armor making skill, and then boom, you got yourself some armor. So it'll actually pull from 5 skills. Bone rate, smithing, stonemason, leatherworker, obviously, it literally says it in game. And then obviously armor as well, since that's the thing that gets leveled. But unlike Chapter 3, it does look like it's only 1 skill. It's only armor. But it's pulling from 4 skills, which is why it's only 1 skill. He's already pulling from a billion of them. Because if you go one step further, it's pulling from even more. Because you need woodcutting, gathering, and carpentry in order to make bones. Or, you know, bone rate stuff. Well, I guess technically, actually, that's not true. You actually only need a gatherer. Oh, I didn't think about that. That's actually 2 steps that are removed. Woodcutting into carpentry is only for weapons. You almost guaranteed do not need those for armor. So it's only gatherer that you would need in order for your bone rate thing. And obviously mining for the other 2. I guess that's not as bad. I forgot. Woodcutting and carpentry is probably almost exclusively just for weapons. It's not like there's wood used in armor. I guess technically you could try, but I highly doubt you're going to need that for armor. Unless Guardian does. You never know, but you probably won't. It's likely just going to be Gatherer for bone rate, and then mining for, you know, blacksmith, stonemason. You actually skip the woodcutting carpentry thing. Shield? Well, yeah, you do for shield, but that's a different process. We can already make shields. But yeah, you'll still need it for your shield, yes. But you won't need it for anything else. But yes, if you're a Guardian, you would still need it for your shield. Kind of like how you already do right now. But when I say armor, I mean the other pieces. I don't mean like shield. I mean everything but shield. But yeah, shield would still require it, technically, yes. But only for Guardian. But Guardian already need it anyways for their weapons. What level are we? We are currently level 1072. And those are our levels. We are 2.5 levels from base 30. Then after that, I'm not sure what we're doing. Maybe some mining, smithing. Definitely feeling a little bit of a mining urge. But I've been doing so much gathering, I kind of almost want to do some combat. We haven't done any combat this stream. Well, other than the AFK raid at the start, but that's because we were doing that. Yeah, I've been seeing some higher levels. I'm not sure what the highest level is. But I want to say somewhere around 1,400 right now. Like 1,400, 1,500 is probably the highest. I'm not really trying to be the highest at the moment, though. We're just kind of just doing whatever, just having fun. We just happen to be playing a lot. But we've definitely been far from efficient, that's for sure. I don't mind eventually playing efficiency here and there. But, you know, I'm not in a rush to get to, like, ultra high levels. Have I personally saw 1,400? No. The highest I think I personally saw so far was like a 1,002 something or 1,300 or so. I haven't seen 1,400 plus yet. I just kind of assume they're out there based on what I've seen like a couple days ago already. Like they should easily be 1,400 plus by now. Let's see, just stop playing for a little bit. If they were going at the rate they were already going, they should be there by now. But I do feel like we're definitely top 100. Like the low end of top 100. I think we're somewhere around there. There's one thing I'm really curious when leaderboard gets added. I don't think I'm initially going to be trying for leaderboards in any way. Like, I'm pretty sure my playstyle will still remain exactly the same. But I am really curious, like, around where we would be on leaderboard. Like, are we top 100, top 50? Probably top 100. Or even lower than that? So are there a lot of people grinding like crazy? Because I've definitely seen a few dozen people higher than me. But also you tend to see those people over and over again, so it's hard to tell the exact number. Because every time I see someone a higher level than me, it could easily be the same person multiple times. Because you're just, you know, the efficient areas to grind are similar. So you're going to see a lot of the same people there over and over again. This is not efficient, by the way. This is like the least efficient thing you'd be doing, especially as a non-guardian. I just want to get base 30s for the fun of it. I'm literally using a level 0 tool right now. It's like as inefficient as it gets. But, I don't know, I just felt like doing it. And that's enough to prompt me to go grind it until the ends of the earth. No, it's the easy grind. Base 30 is pretty free. Honestly, there'll probably be a point in this game down the line where anything less than like base 200s is considered early game. Given that this is an MMO and the scope of MMOs, just generally speaking. Because I know in old school RuneScape, I would consider anything under like base 80s as early game. Especially if you don't even have like base 70s yet in that game. And I feel like in this game, the same is going to be for like base 100s or something. Maybe not base 200s, but I feel like base 100s would kind of be that spot. Or like anything under that is considered early game. Because obviously everyone's early game right now. The week's been out, game's been out for 2 weeks. Even the people playing non-stop, you're still technically an early game. In like the scope of like years upon years upon years. But that probably will be the case like a year or two from now. Like anything under a 100 all be an early game. Yeah, I know. RuneScape 3, basically, if you don't have max cape, you just started the game. Which is kind of funny. Yeah, in RuneScape 3, anything under max cape is basically you just started the game literally today, basically. Not exactly, but... yeah, the early game is kind of power creep like crazy. Max cape is basically you finish tutorial. $2K hour early game? I don't know, base 100s isn't that bad. Like, if you tried getting base 100s with the knowledge that we'll have, like, you know, half a year to a year from now, base 100s would probably take, I want to say 400 to 500 hours, which is obviously a lot of time. But compared to the time frame that MMOs run off of normally, it's not that bad. Like, obviously that's a lot of time. But MMOs function on a different timetable compared to most games. Though it might be a little bit different for this game just because of how leveling curve works. Because every single level is kind of similar here. I was mentioning that earlier. Like me going from 27 to 20 gather right now is about the same distance as going from like 136 to 137 watch person. It's a pretty flat line from 20 to 200 as well as from 201 to 500. Every level within those ranges are pretty similar speed. Not exactly, but they're all pretty comparable due to how the knowledge system works and just getting better methods that scale to your level. There will be level ranges where it is worse, but generally speaking, this is pretty comparable across the line. 0 to 19 is a little bit different, but 20 to 200 are all pretty comparable, and 201 to 500 are all pretty comparable, with a handful of exceptions. It's a lot different of an EXP curve compared to other games. Yep, I thought I clicked it. I was waiting for the audio cue to finish, but then I was like, wait, where's the audio cue? I'm sure I've had the game loud enough that you guys can hear it. There's like an audio cue when you're doing this. And I was waiting for it, but then realized, wait, it didn't even start. Whoops. I was looking over at chat. Yeah, passives plus 200 are basically a level every night. And then if you also work during the day, that's like, what, 2 levels a day? From not even playing the game. So that means over the course of a single year, that is, if you did 2 a day, that'd be over 700 levels just while you sleep and work. You would get 700 levels a year in any skill above 200. That's enough to get a 500 and still level another skill that you want to get up. Without playing the game at all. Which is actually kind of insane. Like, obviously that's a long period of time. Obviously 1 year. But yeah, if you had this thing running for when you slept and work, and then just played for like an hour or 2 afterwards, or however long you play for, without any playtime, just the AFK activities and maintaining the AFK activities, you know, with a few knowledge points here and there. Just that alone would be enough to get a skill from 200 to 500 within 5 months. Like about 5 months. Even if you didn't train the skill at all, within 5 months you would get any skill from 200 to 500. Completely maxing it without playing the game. Other than just to maintain knowledge points here and there. Which you could easily do for like half an hour a day. It's one thing that's kind of nice about Brighter Shores. Like, the grind is long, but the grind is also very avoidable compared to some games. Like, you can get your least favorite skill basically maxed in half a year without ever training it. Maybe even quicker than that. Like something like Bone Right or anything else that you want to do it on. Like, you can't do that with a lot of other MMOs. Like, the kind of, like, ability to skip all the content you don't want pretty hard. Like, you don't have to engage with so many things to still get them completely maxed. It might take longer. But it's pretty free still. So we're almost there. 20 with the next dopamine point coming in. I think 2 more dopamine points and we're good. So I'm not sure how many knowledge points per hour we're getting from this because I'm not really bothering to keep track. It's definitely at least 3. I don't think there's anything in the game that's like less than 3 knowledge an hour. Like, there's no primary training method in the game that I think is under that at the moment. And if it is, then they are extremely outbalanced. It should probably be fixed. But I'm pretty sure every method in the game right now that's, like, you know, similar to this, like an actual primary training method, is at least 3 knowledge an hour. Obviously some of them more. And of course, Merchant is the best by far. It's easily like 6 an hour, if not more. Like more than double. Hey, 28 kept rolling in. Unfortunately, there's no upgrades. Though, once I hit 30, I kind of want to go for a couple of the 30 bones. I'm not going to go crazy on it. But hey, if we're grinding the base 30s, we got to at least utilize one level 30 skill. And what better one to do than the one that finally gives us those expensive bones that were like over a silver each that I had to buy in order to get the thing done. And they were so expensive because I didn't want to bother training Gather at the time. Because I was carrying only about 40 bone right for the quest requirement. But now that we have it, yeah, we can go and actually grab a couple of them. Probably only grab like an inventory or two. I'm not sure where you do it. Does anyone know? We're at a level 30 bones on the map. Luckily, technically I already know. More of a hypothetical question. Oh, never mind. I can't check. Never mind. Wait. Oh no, you check it and gather. What am I doing? Good thing this game has this feature. Like, this is so convenient. Like, you never know when something is. It's like, oh, I don't know where this is. There it is. Found it. It's such a nice feature. Because I didn't know where this was. But there we go. It just tells me. Which would make sense because I never went down that way. Do you ever even need to go down that way? I just realized. I don't think the quest ever makes you go in that direction, does it? Like, I went there just to scout out the rooms. But I'm pretty sure you never have to actually enter those rooms for any reason whatsoever. Other than simply to explore them. And obviously to grab those resources. But, yeah, I don't think the game ever forces you to go over there. It's kind of off the beaten path of the quest line. Yeah, the only thing useful there it seems to be the AFK 55 activity for scout. And the bone that I need. Because the Suave logs are really inefficient to get there. So you'd only be there for the AFK activity or for the bones that we're about to grab as soon as we hit 30. I'm going to grab like an inventory or two though. Not going to go too crazy on it. I just want it for the first time builds. As well as if we ever randomly need a weapon for upgrading a thing. I'll actually need it in that situation. So maybe I'll actually get 3 or 4 inventories. I don't want to do too many though. But I'm going to have to do a few because whenever I need a bow... If trading's not out yet and I want to go make like a 4-star weapon, I'm going to need those better bones in order to make that 4-star weapon. But then again, no I won't. Because this is still in a level range where I don't need to. So never mind. Alright, I'll still grab a few though. But I'm not going to need as many as I think. Because I forgot, we're still at a level range where the tier 1 is still good enough. Not sure what level it goes up to, but it definitely goes up to at least 50, 60, or 70 or something. Like, it'll definitely have us covered for now. But not when we get higher, but at least for this exact moment in time, it's fine. You just saw someone named a name? Yeah. That's one the really funny thing with this naming system in this game right now. I have someone that got Zelda. Number 1. But not the true Zelda. They're an imposter. But anyways, there's a lot of cool names. Like a lot of really cool short names or things that, you know, you normally wouldn't see too often. You watch your stream? Thank you, TT. Nice. Yeah, I think he's doing the bone tree method. I was doing that earlier. But I only need the bones right now, so I'm just focusing only bone. The bone tree method's pretty good. Especially if your best woodcutting XP is for Suave logs at a given time. Yeah, 1.5 levels to go. We're so close. And then we'll be base 30. And we'll figure out what we do. So many things we still need to do. It really just comes down to which one we want to bother with next. I do hope this game gets another update soon, though. Because I feel like that would definitely influence my pathing. If we knew, like, the exact day trading would come out. Because trading coming out next week compared to, like, 3 weeks from now are 2 completely different play styles. Compared to, you know, what we're doing now. Like, if we knew the exact time frame. Like, what would we be prioritizing if trading came out this weekend compared to if trading came out, like, after Christmas? That would probably be earlier than that. But let's just say that so. Like, those are 2 very different play styles we would do. I do feel like it's in the next week or 2, though. Leaderboard's likely coming first, though. Probably by this weekend. Though I don't think leaderboards being released will change my playstyle at all, though. It'll be cool to know that info, but I don't think it'll really influence me in one direction or another. Unless we're like absurdly close. Like if I was like ranked 26 for front page and front page was like 25, I'd be like, okay, yeah, let's go get a, you know, let's go for that. But you know, if I rank like, you know, 98, I'll be like, okay, maybe I'll try staying above 100. But if I rank like 78, like, you know, it's just whatever. I won't feel the need to grind more. I won't feel the need to grind less. I wonder if they'll give us notice. You kind of hope they don't just drop out of the blue. Knowing Andrew Gower, he will. Maybe he'll announce it a little bit. But he has done a lot of huge content in the past where it could be like one of the most fundamental things ever and it just gets dropped out of nowhere with no fanfare or anything. You'll see a random update, then the patch notes comes out. It's like, oh yeah, one of the notes will just be like, added trading. You know, just a normal just Thursday afternoon. Just added trading. At this point, leaderboard... Well, technically, he did announce leaderboard somewhat. He said last weekend he was working on leaderboard. So it's not like a surprise that the leaderboard is very soon. There's one thing I hope leaderboard does have. It's one I feel like a lot of other games don't do, because I don't think World of Warcraft or something has a leaderboard like this. I'm not sure they have a leaderboard, but I would feel so inspired to play the other accounts more, the other two classes, if there was a leaderboard category on the website. Because since you can't, since multi-boxing is banned, but you have 3 profiles. One thing I would love to see added, especially with how the AFK system works and everything, I would love to see a total level, not based on one account, obviously have that as well, but based on all 3 of your accounts. Like the total level of all 3 combined. Obviously have one separately per account, obviously. But I would love to see a triple account leaderboard. Like your total level across all 3. I feel like that'd be a fun one. Like the kind of metas that could form with all the AFK activities. Because obviously you're always going to have to use them. You can only play on one of the 3 accounts at any given time. So you really got to utilize the AFK activities to the fullest. I feel like that'd be a lot of fun with how the game is set up. It would greatly encourage me to actually play the other 2 accounts a bit more. I'm not sure if he's going to do that, but there's one thing I really want to see on leaderboard. Is that 3 account total level. Obviously also 1 account total level, but you know, 3 account as like a separate category. First to max 3 accounts, could you imagine? I don't think anyone would ever do that. Max all 3. You know how long that would take? We were just talking about earlier that it would take like half a year to like get a skill from 0 to 500 just with AFK activities, while still, you know, doing a little bit of training and stuff into them. We're mostly talking about 200 to 500. But yeah, you like it would take like a half a year for one. Total account level leader. Yeah, I want to see it so badly. I'm not sure if he's going to do it. But the incentive that would give me to go grind the alts would be so high. I don't mind just grinding one account. But I feel like this game is set up in a really good way to grind all three. Right now, obviously, I just have them AFK in combat so I could try their weapons down the line. That's my main priority for them. But, you know, I would love to do more stuff with them than just AFK combat, just so I could try the other weapons and armor and everything. I don't know. We'll see what happens with it. I'd still always prioritize this account, though, regardless, of course. Even if something like that existed, this will always be a mile ahead of every other account. Even if that was a thing. We're always going to be a Cryo Knight main. But honestly, I wouldn't mind secondarying, like, Guardian. I do feel like I won't play the Hammer Mage too often, though. I'm not sure how I became a Hammer Mage hater, though. Probably because they're strong against Cryo Knights. We're going to hate them even more once PvP comes out. No, I don't hate Cryo Knights. I mean, I don't hate Hammer Mages, though. I just feel like if Cryo Knight didn't exist, Guardian would definitely be my first choice. Without hesitation. If it was just between Guardian and Hammer Mage, personally. Not sure why. I don't like hammers as a weapon, I think is my issue. Like, I much like the range bows that Guardians have and everything like that. Like their ballistas and their crossbows and everything. I really like those. Their one-hand nunchuck baton thingy is really fun. I don't know, I just don't really like hammers as a weapon. They always seem too bulky to be, like, effective. Something about their aesthetic I just never really cared for as much. And the whole class is basically based around the hammer concept. Also, as much as people joke how bad low-tier Guardian armor looks, their high-tier armor actually looks really, really cool. Like, almost some of the best in the game. I still really like the Cryo Knight level armor because it looks good at, like, all level range. From low to high. But, honestly, Guardian has some really, really cool-looking high-tier armor. In all fairness, all three classes do. It's hard to tell which one's the absolute best because I've never seen all three side to side to side. Like, endgame armor for all three. Hard dis on dwarves? I don't mind using hammers as a tool. I just don't like their concept as a weapon. It's like if you used the nail gun as a weapon. Like, yeah, it'd work, but it's a really weird weapon to choose. I feel the same way about hammers. Like, I can't not view a hammer as a tool. Viewing it as a weapon just seems weird to me. Like, I don't mind using a hammer for when we do blacksmithing. That makes sense. But whacking a creature with a hammer just makes less sense to me. Where am I going? Also, when's right-click bank coming? I'm not sure what he's working on. But that's like at least top 5 priority. Let's see, what's my quality of life type priority? There's like a billion of them. But the first two that comes to mind is right-click store all on storage rifts. And being able to wield a utility potion. Though that one would be pretty hard to code, though. The right-click storage should be not as hard, though. Like, not easy, but, you know, comparatively. But I really want wieldable utility potions so badly. I would actually start using them a lot. I think the only reason he hasn't done it is that's probably the hardest, one of the harder quality of lives that anyone has asked for so far. So it would take a lot more time than just simply adding it. As far as making sure it works and doesn't glitch out or anything. There's also like a billion potions that you could technically wield there. Whereas healing potions and power potions have barely any. But there's almost like 100 different potions you can put on the utility slot. If they allow you to put AFK potions there. As well as HP potions and fear potions and any other weird potion that exists I'm forgetting about. Because the reason you'd want to be able to put AFK potions there is so it saves one inventory space. In case your AFK activity uses it. It's not as useful as some other things, but it's still come in handy. Yeah, you can juggle potions on the ground. It's just really annoying. I did that some and then stopped doing it after a few hours. Because I just couldn't be bothered to keep juggling it every, like, 5 minutes or however long. Obviously, they stay there for 10 minutes, but, you know. I always feel that, like, whenever I drop 100 stack of them, I'm like, oh, they could despawn any second now. If I ever do that again, I gotta do it with, like, a 10 stack or a 20 stack or something. So if it does despawn, it's like, okay, I lost, like, nothing. But I was doing it with, like, a gigantic stack earlier, like, almost my entire stack of what I had. So I was, like, really careful to make sure it never despawned. Alright, this dopamine points gets us to 29. As soon as it rolls in. And then we only have one more level. Honestly, I'm still slightly tempted to get 40 carpentry. I think we're going to pass on it, though. But it would look so much cleaner if we got 40 carpentry. That number being 39 is so jarring right now. The only reason why I might keep it like at 39 is because my cooking level is also off at 33. If my cooking level was 30 or 40 right now, it wouldn't look as bad. But because that one's off, I don't mind keeping carpentry one off as well. Because it's not as bad when two of them are not even. But if we really want to go out, we should get 40 cooking and 40 carpentry. I just definitely do not feel like getting 40 cooking right now. Like, obviously we need 61 eventually, but that's definitely on the eventually list. It's not like we are going to go do it right now list, not even close. That's definitely on the back burner for, at some point we'll get 61 cooking. In like half a year from now. No, probably earlier than that, but no time soon. It's very low on the priority list. Though it's on the list of short-term goals. It's very, very, very low on the short-term goal list. Yeah, we do need 50 carpentry and 40 woodcutting eventually. I don't want to do that quite yet. Does anyone happen to know? What does the order look like for this screen after you get a 7th teleport? That's actually my main concern with that quest. What does this screen look like when you have 7? Does anyone know? I would love to see an image of that somewheres. Not sure where I can find one. Because I'm really curious what the layout of that menu is. Because I'm scared I'm going to do that quest and the menu is going to be different enough that I will not be used to it. Because right now I'm kind of used to this layout. But if I do hope, you know, if I do that quest, there'll be another hope, you know, there'll be another chapter 2 teleport here. Which will move all my chapter 3 and 4 teleports in a way that they currently aren't. I'm currently not sure how it'll move them. That's my biggest concern with doing that quest. Is it'll mess up my teleport menu. Or at least what I'm currently used to. We've had a teleport menu like this for a long while now. And doing that quest would ruin it. Oh yeah, I still have this menu open, don't I? Honestly, I kind of forget that I keep that menu open sometimes. I can easily go like an entire hour and just not even realize I have a second menu open over there. Like this one I deliberately keep open, the one on the side here. That's because normally people stopping by ask what level we are and everything. So I try to keep it open just so they can look in to see. Otherwise, I feel like we'd get that asked that like 3 times as many times. So I try to keep it open just for people's convenience if they're stopping by real quick. But I was going somewhere with this. But yeah, I just always keep the side tab open. But I try not to keep this one open because it takes up so much space unless I'm doing an activity that actively needs it. But sometimes I forget it's there. I could easily go half an hour, 2 hours, not even realizing I kept this menu open the whole time. Alright, one more knowledge point should be a level. Because by the time I get all the XP, that should bring us over to 30. And honestly, I'm considering mining next. I kind of want to switch to combat, though, just for a little bit, just to switch it up a little. Because we just did a gathering skill. And then we did the gathering skill called Gatherer. So 2 gathering skills. I kind of don't want to do a 3rd gathering skill just to change it up a little. So we'll probably switch over to combat. I'm just not sure what combat I would want to prioritize. Because I'm not really at a range where I can do anything here. I guess I could obliterate those jelly things. I still have them frost weapon I made earlier. I could kill this, but it's not really worth mass killing them, I don't think. What are they weak to? What is the zombie weak to? Are they weak to Arboret? They do have an Arboret bow. Where's zombie in all this mess? Zombie. Zombie. No, they're weak to fire. I don't fire. They're neutral to everything, if nothing else. They would be our best gear upgrades if we wanted one. And we do still need those. That is still something we need. So worth considering just for the gear upgrade. I don't want to do AFK raids right now, even though that would be really good XP. I want to try to keep those as an off-stream thing whenever we can. The only reason we rushed to 83 that one stream was because for the shortcut for Merchant. But beyond that, that's generally something that's going to be an off-stream activity. Or when we do leagues next week. Because in all fairness, if we're doing something that requires a lot of concentration, we are going to need to do something slightly more AFK in this game. And one thing in that category is those raid dens. So I say that now. We might be doing a lot of them next week and the following week. Until we get to a more AFK activity during League. Though in all fairness, I'm taking like almost every AFK relic in that game. So once we get them set up, it shouldn't be that bad. And then we can do something more active in Brighter Shores. But there's definitely not a lack of things that are slightly delayed in this game. That's for sure that we still need to get done. Who knows? Maybe we'll even get the 61 cooking grind done in that time. Like, 61 cooking is so chill. I just wish the quest reward was better. I'm pretty sure all you get is like a couple hundred silver or something. And a little bit of XP. Like, the only 2 things that are worth it for the quest is the little bit of alchemy XP it gives. And like a few hundred silver. And that's it. And while the 50 alchemy is pretty free because we're going to need to do that anyways. The 61 cooking is just so far out of the way. Plus I think we'll probably need like 40-ish combat, somewhere in the 40s. To effectively kill it properly. Is your plan for leagues to go for the skilling related task? My plan for leagues is just to rush dragon rank and then stop. But I do want to do some PVM stuff. Not just to show people like what PVM looks like in that game. And compare it to what Brighter Shores might end up doing with some things. But also, just to try some stuff for the first time. Like, I still haven't done Coliseum, which came out in March with Voldemort. And a few other things like that. I want to learn Corrupted Gauntlet. Even though I know how to do it properly, I just want to make sure I do it safely when I do it on the hardcore later down the line. I've still done like that 0 times, even though I know how to do it. It's pretty free. It's just I don't have experience doing it, so I want to practice it in leagues as well. But we're mostly doing like AFK skilling route. Like we're going to be taking the pickpocketing thing, which auto pickpockets in an AoE around you. We're going to be taking like the probably the most AFK tool one, probably the woodcutting one. Because I need a solve for fletching, or not necessarily fletching, but more so for fire making. It'd probably be my fire making solve, and I'll just do it on teak trees. And like other stuff like that, like super ultra AFK stuff. Like I'm pretty sure with my route, I'll be able to AFK every skill in the game. It really just comes down to bossing. That we'll do more actively. Now, there are bosses you can AFK in leagues as well, like fight caves and stuff like that. Yo, it's a little bit more annoying to AFK it with melee, which we are going down the melee route though. Because normally you just can't protect mage to AFK it. But halberd will sometimes move into... Actually, I just realized, if you walk... Oh no, I got a solution to that. Never mind. You should be safe. If you walk with halberd, you'll never move into melee range. I kind of forgot about that. So basically one mechanic that game has different is you can move either 1 tile per tick or 2 tiles per tick. In this game, you can only ever move 1. Like, this is the max speed you ever move. But in the other game, you can actually choose to move double speed. But it can actually backfire. But when I would do that, I would actually have to make sure I'm walking, not running. Otherwise, you'd eventually run into melee range due to how range works. Or melee range works, I should say. Do they have bonfire in Old School RuneScape? Yes. However, during leagues, it'd be way quicker to train it through one of the relics they added. But yes, there are bonfires, but they made it so horrifically bad, EXP rate-wise. I think it's like 50%, it's like 20% per log or something. Like 20, 25% instead of 100%. Just do Winter Todd? I won't be able to have Winter Todd. Basically, the gimmick with leagues is you only have a few regions. So you won't be able to do every method that's in every region. But I'll explain it more once we actually play it. I don't want to do it too much right now. Because there's so much to kind of explain once we do start getting into it. But with the visual, it'll be a little bit easier. I'll try to explain it the best I can for people that have no clue what RuneScape is or leagues are. It's just really hard to try to explain some things right now without, like, you know, it actually happening on screen. How many weeks do you think I'll be playing leagues? I want to try to finish within 2. It took me 3 weeks last time. But I was also trying to get a bunch of drops during that time. If I go purely the skilling and AFK route, I want to try to get it within 2. I'm not sure, though. Because every single year they do different relics. And every single time they do different relics, which is always, you know, the rate at which you can get there is different. Max efficiency people were able to do it in 1 week last time when it took me 3 weeks. So we'll see exactly what this league is. If some people can start getting in within like 3 or 4 days, that's a good sign we'll probably be able to get it done in under 2 weeks. Because obviously we're not max efficiencying it. We're AFKing like 80% of it probably, since we're doing Brighter Shores the whole time. The only time I'll really be playing active if it's something that has to be, like a lot of the early game. As well as, obviously, most bossing. You want a dragon rank? How many ranks are determined? Basically, you have to get a certain point threshold. It used to be based on like top 1% or whatever it was. But last league and all leagues since, I'm trying to answer this guy while trying to talk. He's confusing my brain. But there's like a point threshold. I think it was like 46,000 points last time around. Which is basically an arbitrary number. Basically, you do a bunch of tasks and you get points for those tasks. and you have to hit a certain number. And then afterwards, you get to cash in all those points for cosmetics that you can either sell to other people to buy bonds, or which basically saves you IRL money on buying membership, or you can keep them for yourself, which since we're an Iron Man player, we kind of have to do. Because Iron Man can't use the Grand Exchange, kind of like how we can't trade on Brighter Shores right now. At least not until trading comes out soon. Hopefully a week or two. But yeah, my goal is to try to finish it in under 2 weeks. And even if it is going a little further than that, it'll probably be like ultra AFK. But I'm looking forward to it. We'll see what happens. It's something I'm doing anyway, so it's nice that it is currently winning. How high is the no? The 24%. On all the people in the no, what are your feelings about us doing it, I guess? Should be the thing I should be asking. Like, everyone who's voted no, who's still here, who hasn't already left, and left a dislike on the video. What are your thoughts on us doing it? Like, yeah, you said no and you don't want it, but what are your overall thoughts on it? Like, all the 24% of people who said no, don't do it. Because I would love to hear your thoughts on it. Yeah, it's higher XP rates for leagues. I'm not sure if it's the same as the last league, but 16 times last time. You get up to 16 times the XP rate. Which goes without saying is exceedingly broken. Like, we were talking like 5 or 10% in, you know, Brighter Shores. Imagine 16 times. Even just 2 times is crazy. But yeah, it's 16 times the XP rate. Assuming they do it like last league. You start at a little bit lower. I think it starts at like 5 times rate or something. But you get to 16 times within like a day or two. So you do start a little bit slower than that. But within a few days, you're going to be at 16 times the XP rate if it's the same as last league. I'm not sure if they confirmed that yet or not. Because I haven't been keeping up with all the chatter and everything on it. Mostly because we've been playing Brighter Shores, obviously, the whole time. You love and hate old school RuneScape? Same, to be honest. It was your favorite game, but hella burnt over the years. You started in like 2007. Yeah, I actually started all the way back into OG days. Like around 2004 or so. You know, obviously that was after Classic, but I feel like a lot of people started after Classic. The only people that were really playing around the time that Classic existed were like, you know, basically adults at the time. Like basically the population of this game now. Like, kids didn't really know about RuneScape until like 2004 when the RuneScape 2 era kind of started. Because then that game became substantially more obtainable. Whereas before it was kind of just like an undercover MMO RPG kind of thing. The only like try hard, not try hard, but you know, like only the super most dedicated MMO players would have played. But then when RuneScape 2 came out, you know, the more casual audience started moving to the game. You'd probably stop watching if it wasn't all on Brighter Shores. Yeah, that is one thing that our stream is a little bit different. I did notice when I was looking at a couple Twitch streams, like they're all watching like videos or other things. I hate doing that on stream. But yeah, if any of you guys want to take off from watching for 2 weeks or for however long we do the leagues for, that's perfectly fine. Hopefully you'll come back after when we're back to just all fresh, pure Brighter Shores. But yeah, I kind of hate when something else is on screen like that too. So it's understandable. Because I could never watch a stream of someone who's also watching a video while doing their stream or something. Like, I find that, like, insufferable. It's a little bit different when you're doing, like, 2 games at once, but obviously you have to kind of be, like, into both games to some degree. Yeah, I did play RuneScape Classic. Back in the day, there were official RuneScape Classic servers. So I did actually play RuneScape Classic, just not during the years of RuneScape Classic. So I do know what the game is like. I didn't put too much time into it, probably like a few dozen hours. But I have played RuneScape Classic, just not during the peak of RuneScape, you know, back when it was only RuneScape Classic, basically. I played it back when they had proper non-private servers for it, like actual official supported servers. They eventually shut those down in like 2010, sometime in there. I don't remember exactly when. Hey, is this our final dopamine hit? Yes, this isn't going to get us there, but... Oh, no, it did. We're there. Base 30s. Yay. Where's all the fireworks? No fanfare. We're just here. We have reached our destination. Anyways, next grind. It makes those people who reach max and then just immediately move on to their next grind as if nothing happened. But anyways, no fanfare. Let's go. Thanks for all the grats, though, everyone in chat. Thanks for coming to our level 30 all party. Now to move on to the next grind immediately. I want to get a few inventories of these bones real quick. I'm not actually trying to train the level. I just want a few for later in case I need them for crafting material. Oh, don't tell me I have to jump up and down every time. Oh, no. Why'd they make this so horrible? Oh, there's 4 in this room, though. Wait, how many are in the other room? Oh, is this another 8-8? Oh, that's actually not too bad. I hate that one jump, though. But hopefully the next room isn't that bad. Oh, someone just messaged us. Nice. He also got level 200 alchemy. Nice. Wonder what potions you can make by that point. Hey, where are all the bones? Why are they so far away? Okay, I see where they are. I'll take the further one, I guess. And then we'll grab the little square over here. Catch you later, Sean. Thanks for stopping by. As I can say, there's another bone in here, isn't there? There is. But yeah, we're only going to do like 2 inventory, maybe 3 max. I just want to get a few. Main reason I want these in case we ever need to make something. I don't want to have to ever buy them again. And I'd rather have them preemptively rather than need to go out of our way to get them whenever we need them later. So I'm just going to pre-make, pre-dunk some. So whenever we do need it, like a month from now, it'll be like, oh yeah, we got those a while back. I didn't need to go out of my way for them. Oh wait, can you grab this bone from down here? No! Why wouldn't you spawn it right here? We could have grabbed it. You're forcing us to have to jump up and down. No. If it spawned right there, I'm pretty sure I could take it from down here. But they placed it in a way where you can't grab it from the lower elevation. This one you can. Oh, never mind. It's on the higher elevation. I didn't go test that. I wonder if you can grab that. They need to move that bone over by 1. Because I think that one bone spawn in particular is driving me crazy. I'll check it next cycle to see if you actually can drop it or grab it from the lower end. Because if you can, that is so bad that they have it that way. Or, you know, don't have it one over. Because that means they're deliberately making you have to go all the way, jump up, jump down just to grab it. When they could easily just put it 1 tile closer. But yeah, I'll test it on our next cycle because I won't have enough inventory to test it this cycle. Oh, wait, that is my last bone. I thought there was one more. Alright, let me go bank these. Unfortunately, the bank is a little bit of a further walk compared to the bones. Or, you know, the other bones. But it's 100% worth it. We do have to walk over here. So we can then walk over here. So we can then walk over here. And then we bank right here. Alright, we'll do one more inventory. And then we'll move on. Okay, let me go test this. So the bone is right there. Can you grab it from the lower elevation? Oh, let me grab this bone first, though. Because if you can, that bone needs to be moved over right there. Or it'll drive me crazy every time I have to do this. Can you grab it from here? You can! No! Why? Move the other bone over one. Oh no, why did they do that? But yeah, they're forcing you have to jump up and down every time for that, though. Why would you do that? That's going to drive me crazy every time I ever need to do this bone in the future. Unless they eventually move it. But yeah, they force you to have to jump up just to grab the one bone and then jump back down. But if they moved it over by one, you wouldn't have to make the jump. Alright, one more cycle after this and we should be good to go. 2 inventories should be fine. It's not like I'm doing a ton with these. I mostly just need it if I need to make it like a 3-star out of nowhere for something. At some point we'll need these. But for now, 2 inventories will hold us over for a while. Alright, now we go find our next grind. Also, this also makes our foraging bars a little bit more even too. Which is satisfying to the eyes. They must be even. We're going to feel the same way with the 3rd gathering skill. I might actually do that going forward. I think I'm going to keep all 3 gathering skills pretty comparably leveled. Kind of like how our combats pretty much are. Kind of. 2 of them are. The other 2 are not. But one of them was a quest requirement. The other one was a was the one we're grinding. Oops, I skipped a bone. What am I doing? But I do feel like I'm going to do that going forward. Keep all 3 of the foraging skills or any future ones at this similar level range. Because it would drive me crazy if they're not. I don't mind it as much for combat. But I think something like foraging, since they're all so similar to each other, I'm going to want them to also be a similar level. Like some skills, they should be really easy to keep even. It's not like you're randomly going to have to do them just to get them up a little. I guess depending on what process skill they're attached to, maybe. Like, for example, if we ever get a really high bone rate, we would technically need a better gatherer skill. Okay, where are we going? What are we doing right now? How do we want to do this? Alright, let me go make a quick bathroom break. Grab, maybe like a soda or something, because I could use a little bit of caffeine right about now. But we'll bank these over there. Have him go do his little thing real quick. That's not what I wanted. And then we... I don't know. We could either go do something combat related or smithing. Mining smithing. There's probably the 2 ones we really need to prioritize right now. If we do combat, we're probably going to be killing the zombies. Though I could probably try taking on the spike balls. Otherwise, yeah, it'd be mining iron ore. I'll be back in 1 minute real quick. I just want to go have our guy do something. This might be an extra minute or 2. Let's see. Just while I'm out, I just want to do a couple things at once. Even just grab a quick snack too, just so we don't get hungry. It's not gonna take longer than a minute or two though. Yep, I was gonna say, I thought there was a deposit box right here. I don't know why it's here, but I do recall every time I walk by, it's like, why is there a deposit box there? And there we go, I just used it. So I guess that's why there's a deposit box there. Oh wait, I forgot to unequip my weapon. Wait, I made a mistake. Wait. How do I unequip this? Unequip. Unequip. Hopefully they still remain aggro. I have no clue how that's gonna mess their aggro. Alright, I'll be back in 1 minute or two. Alright, we're back. And stocked up with soda and water. And he's still going. He is still going. Gosh, we need a weapon upgrade. I need a weapon upgrade so bad. I think I decided I need to go do mining. I need to go mine so we can get an upgrade at some point. The problem with mining though, the better two-hand is that, what soda? Mountain Dew. The problem with mining is I need 107 to mine my upgrade. And there is no chance we're grinding all the way there today. We'll go higher. Maybe 93 is a good goal. 93 is when we get the next tier pickaxe. I think that's a good goal. We're at 86.5. About to get a knowledge point. I think that's our angle. We go until 93, so I can get the pickaxe upgrade. And we'll do iron ore all the way to 90. And then do the better EXP rate one all the way to 93. Yeah, I think that's our goal for today then. We've got to keep poking it slightly just so it keeps going up. Alright, let's go head over there. But yeah, we've established our goal, now let's go do it. I think it's a nice in between. Oh, you know what else? I do things already. Let me go do them. That would be a perfect time. Speaking of mining XP, let me go grab these real quick. Oh, there he is. Yep, there's he. There he is. I think on an average day I find him like 5 times. In all fairness, it's because he's always in Chronopolis, and we're also always in Chronopolis. So it's only a matter of time before we meet like 5 times. I don't think a day has gone by where I haven't seen he. Oh, there's a level 1, 2, 3, 3. Oh, Guardian too. Ooh. I think it's the highest level Guardian I've ever seen. It's not the highest level account I've ever seen, but it's the highest level Guardian I've seen. 1, 2, 3, 3. Didn't catch their name, but... Definitely the highest guardian so far I've seen. Might not be the highest in the game, but they're pretty high. Alright, let me go to mine deep. This is not actually where I need to do my mining, but I need to go collect the daily, or the 12 hourly. The bi-daily, I guess, or the, what would it be called if it's 2 times a day? Bi-daily would apply every other day. I don't know, what's it called when it's 2 times a day? The duo-daily? The duo-daily. The duo-daily? Not sure what you'd call it. Because bi-daily would imply every other day, not twice a day. Nice, 6.4k. And back you go. Then we'll go have this guy make some explosives. What's the highest level in the game, you think? Probably around 1,400 something. I'm not sure if anyone hit 1,500 yet. Elon Tusk instead of Elon Musk. But, yeah, I would say 1,400 something. So there's a chance there's a 1,500 somewheres out there. Alright, we're good to go. Let's go do some mining. But yeah, we established our goal. Hey, there's someone. Our goal is 93 mining for the pickaxe upgrade. Oh, I also got to go make money for the pickaxe upgrade, so we might be doing some merchant or something. Because I just realized, can I see future updates? I want to see something. How much does the pickaxe cost? Because I have negative money right now. I have 83 currently. Oh, that means that detective thing gave 14 silver. That's not bad. It's not amazing, but that's not bad. How do I check future upgrades? I need to scrap together 610 silver somehow. I don't know how. But we gotta make 610 silver appear out of nowhere. But we'll figure that out later. For now, let's go get 93 mining, and then at 93 mining, we'll figure out how we get the money. Because 93 mining will make us 0 profit. Well, obviously the ore that we're saving, but you know. Until we process it all, it doesn't give any profit at all. And I need that ore for making weapons, not for selling weapons. I guess I could do some stonemason, but that's not going to be kind of slow. I'd rather just do merchant. I think merchant's our best angle to get there. Like an hour of merchant, we're probably there. Yeah, we'll see. We'll figure out what we do once we get there. I can also do it via combat if I want to. But I think we'll go the merchant angle personally. Oh, there's Bone Zone. I've seen it a couple times here. He must have a really high bone rate level. I feel like anytime I ever mine iron, I see him around here. Like, obviously it makes sense Guardians would be around here because they're training their Guardian skill. Off that one shop and everything. But, gosh, I feel like anytime I'm ever here, the Bone Zone is here. He has to be pretty high bone rate. Because his total level is pretty low. But anytime I'm ever here, I see him training bone rate. You don't have the 3 gold for the cape? Oh no! I know the problem. I don't have the 300 silver from a pickaxe upgrade I'm trying to get. I'm literally grinding towards the thing I'd have no money for. But obviously it's not that hard to make 610 silver. But I don't have it on hand currently. Also, I'm not going to do the drop thing I was doing earlier. I'm just going to deposit every 20. It seems inefficient, but I can't be bothered. Like, the drop thing we were doing earlier was better. But I'm not going to keep dropping my inventory and shuffling it around so we can get a 30 turn in so that we can then go and, you know, make sure there's no downtime. It's just way too much more clicking. There's already enough clicking without doing extra clicking. I'll just be slightly inefficient and bank every 20 instead of 24. Though in all fairness, You know what I should do if I do that, though? What am I boosting right now? Mining? Okay, I will make one compromise. If I'm doing it this way, I have to use potions. How about that? If I'm going to do 20 at a time, I gotta at least use my other inventory space and go get some potions. Hopefully I have some already pre-made, because I'm not gonna go make some. Hopefully there's like a stack of 50 just sitting in there from earlier. But yes, if I'm gonna do it like this, the concession is I have to use 5% boost potions for at least our knowledge points, if nothing else. Alright, where's the annoying potions? The mining ones. There we go. Yeah, that's the concession I will give. I must use the XP potion if we're gonna do it this way. I think it's a fail. Oh, hey, there's Kale. He was just mentioning the alchemy thing reaching 200. I didn't think he was literally still doing alchemy. He's still going. He got to 200 and he hasn't stopped. Oh, good luck on the 500 alchemy grind. See you in a couple months. No, it's not gonna take that long. See you next month. Are you going for a certain level? Or are you actually going for max? Or are you just trying to get it to like a certain potion? Alright, let me go deposit all this. Oh yeah, make sure not to deposit the potion. That'd be good. Yeah, whenever we get a knowledge point, I'll drink one of these. I'm not going to consume it the whole time, though. Well, we will do it for every knowledge point, which will also last for 2 minutes then. But yeah, 93 is our goal. We might go a little further, we'll see. Obviously, we need 107, but we'd be here, like, forever if we go all the way to 107 right now. I am tempted, to be honest, though. I'm not against it. Doing mining for 7 hours straight. I feel like the video title doesn't imply that's what we're doing, though. I think the video title is still, what, base 30s, which we did just achieve. But it'd be a little bit weird if we turn it into a mining-only stream. I'm not against doing that somewhat soon, though. I really need the levels. My mining's been so far behind my smithing lately. Because I was doing the smithing to keep up my gear. And now I gotta do it the other way around to get my ore up to where my gear is. Or my smithing level. $12 in, you found out you didn't need to open the menu every time you left click. Oh yeah, they still have that on default. They fixed that after a week. That was originally the only way, but yeah, under your options, you can just one click everything. You don't have to do like the double menu thing. But yeah, I think double menu thing is still default like this. But yeah, you have one click option now. They added that about a week into the game. But I don't think it's default option, so you do need to make sure to change it before you start playing. Like as soon as the game lets you get into the settings menu. I'm just surprised they haven't changed that to the default yet. Because it's definitely the default people would expect. Is that left click would be, you know, the action button and the right click would be, you know, the info button. Or, you know, the bubble menu that brings up everything. Alright, there we go. 87. We got a new AFK activity we're never gonna do. Yay! Yeah, 90 our XP rate goes up, but then we stop getting the ore we really need. It's not sure what I'll do then. Because I do want the better XP rate, but the thing I'll be getting from it, I need far, far, far less than what I'm getting right now. It's the only problem. I don't know, but this will hold us over for a while. Worst comes to worst, we could just mine more later, I guess. Because I would still eventually need this for stonemason XP. So the second we hit 90, I probably do move to the better XP rock. It just ever so slightly pains me. But it is worth moving up. The XP rate will thank us. Not sure how much better XP it is per hour. It's at least 5 to 10% more. I know, the potion, it died. If only we didn't have 49 more on us. I'm not gonna keep potting it up, though. There's one thing that's weird about the potions. I don't know. Is it worth using perpetually per hour? It's 30 silver an hour. 30 silver an hour is starting to become basically 0. It is technically worth chugging them. Actually, does anyone know the cost? What is, like, Chronopolis's buy price? Not to make it, but to, like, buy it from the shop outright. Because that'd be the most expensive one. Are we talking, like, 1.5 silver, 2 silver? I should go check that later. Because I want to see what the cost of just pure buying them are. Because we're past the point where it's really worth making them for the most part for alchemy. But we're starting to get to the cash stack where just outright buying them might not be the worst idea. And just chugging them like crazy. I would never do that to like the 10% ones, but for the 5%, I think we're almost at the chug phase. Where if they have the inventory for, or they ever fix how wielding them works, or, you know, I'd be able to wield them. I think we're almost at the point where we could just start chugging them like crazy. But how much profit we'll make from merchant and just other things in general. Though we actually have to do them so our cash stack goes up. I don't really have much to spend on them right now with my 87 silver. But I think we're almost at our chug phase for potions. Let me see. I was gonna say, I'll check the alchemy thing, but it's kind of hard to do while mining. Mining requires too many actions for me to, like, check the wiki while we're mining. It's not even open right now. Obsessor clock, come back. I'm trying to remember the name of the alchemy shop. Is it just called Alchemy Shop? Oh, it doesn't say. Maybe if I click on the potion, it'll show all the shop locations and the price. Output. Yeah, like these are 2.5 silver each. What is that per hour? That's like 50 silver an hour. If I was to perpetually pop based on bought potions every last second, it would cost 50 silver an hour. Is that worth it? I don't feel like it is. Yet. Keyword on the yet. We'd have to upgrade our pickaxe more. But at a certain point, that would be worth it. If I had a max pickaxe right now. Honestly, maybe that's the next angle. After we get to 93. I think it might be to max enchant our pickaxe instead of the manacles. And maybe repivot again. I would need to go generate... what's the enchantress? How much gold would I have to generate from merchant, leather maker, and other skills and profit in general? Because I think that might be our angle. Definitely considering it. It's just max our pickaxe, and then if you do mining, won't feel as bad. And then we can also throw the 5% on top of that, and then it won't feel as bad. Because the reason I don't want to do it now with a skill like this, or with a lot of skills, is I don't have their tool enhanced. And if I don't have the tool max enhanced, I feel like I'm just wasting money whenever I drink one of these, especially at 2.5 silver each, which is 50 silver an hour. Or sorry, more than 50 silver an hour. That's 75 silver an hour. What am I saying? But once we have the tools upgraded further, that would actually be viable. So I think that might be the angle. 80 gold to enhance the tool to max. Alright, so yeah, we got a lot to go. But it's definitely worth it. Where's the enchantress table again? Let me see it. Enchantress shop. Where's the total thingy? I'll check in a second. I'm just waiting until our guy moves. It's very hard to AFK mining in this game. At least with current available options. Alright, let me go check. Enchantress. So I'm at 10, so minus 2 gold from... Oh, it doesn't say. Well, why doesn't it say on the wiki? Yeah, let's assume 80 gold based on what you said. So I would need 78 more gold. I would have to generate 78 more gold before we could really properly start doing mining. Is that the angle? That might be the angle. That's a lot of merchant, though. If I was to do that, that means tomorrow's stream is like merchant only. Because I'd basically have to merchant all the way to 50 something gold. I'm not even sure if I could do that in one stream. I think I'm underestimating how much we could generate from merchant. Even if I did an entire stream of nothing but merchant, I'm pretty sure that's still not 50 gold at our current level, at least. At a higher level we would be. But I feel like at our current level that's not 50 gold. But it doesn't have to be max, I guess. But I don't know. Anything less than absolute max and what is currently available just feels like it's a waste. Like, I feel like I'm wasting so much XP every time I hit a rock, knowing that I could be gaining like 10% more from having my pickaxe upgraded. Which is more than this potion can even do. Oh, I forgot to do the other rock. Yeah, honestly, I can't do merchant for more than like 2 or 3 hours. I'm very similar in that regard. When I say I'll do like a merchant only stream, I mean like an 80% merchant only stream. It is really hard to do for more than a few hours on end. I'm the exact same way. It just requires too much brain power, and then brain gives up. But yeah, the most I could do it for is 2 to 3 hours in a row. And then I have to take a short break, but that'll just make it so we can do other activities as well. Still throw some mining or something else in there. Maybe something else I can make a profit. You know what would actually make a lot of profit? If I start doing stonemason. I think actually this is what I might do tonight. Is I might etch 1 billion stones tonight. So that on stream, we just go and craft them into a bunch of stuff and then sell them. Because my goal is to make 50 gold. It is not to get merchant high. Though, of course, merchant being high is not beneficial. But my goal for tomorrow is to make money. It doesn't matter how we make money. We just need to make money. It doesn't have to be merchant. It's just merchant's probably our best angle, personally. Based on what we need level-wise and just what the rates are and everything. But, I don't know. What do people do for money in this game? I still haven't looked it up ever. That's why we're so poor. I just do things and then money gets made. I've never actually tried money making, but I think tomorrow will be the day we try money making. So what are your guys' money making methods? Because I'm gonna need. I'm gonna try them all tomorrow. Like, what money making methods do I have even at this level? I guess just mostly processing skills and merchant, right? Okay, is there anything you can do at 131 detective? I wonder how much cash you get for a. I didn't do one yet. I wonder how profitable doing investigations at 130 are. Unfortunately, my tool is level 0 for that. But of course, we're doing it more for the money than the XP, even though we do need the XP. How high alking you longs? I know, right? Don't worry, that's for leagues. Don't worry, don't worry. No, we'll be high alking gold instead in that game. There's like a gold bar worth like 480 like thousand or whatever it was, something absurdly high. But anyways, what am I doing? Oh yeah, turn it. Where am I going? Yeah, we'll be high alking concentrated gold during leagues because I'm pretty sure it's profitable with the fire sale thing that they added. Fire sale, but better. Yeah, we'll try a bunch of money-making methods tomorrow. Well, probably mostly be merchant. Whenever we get a break from merchant, I'll just do something. But that'll be our goal for tomorrow's stream then, because we haven't done a money-making stream. Honestly, I haven't done a money-making anything in this game yet. I just let my money naturally go up over time. But I think tomorrow is like the first day we actually dedicate to, like, actually making cash rather than necessarily XP. Like, obviously, we'd still need the XP, and we'll get XP along the way. But it's definitely going to be our first ever, like, cash-focused day. Because I need to go get 58 gold somehow. Will we be able to do that in one day? Probably not, but... we gotta make our, like, barely any silver turn into gold pieces. Gotta make that number basically say gold instead of silver right there. Those 83 silver pieces right there. And if we can manage to do that, we can go get our max pickaxe. Because I'm pretty sure that's a play. Because it just feels like such a waste of XP every time we hit a rock. And it's like, you lost 10-point-something% XP because you don't have an upgraded axe. That's what that number is saying every single time we see it right there. We're losing 10% plus some extra XP. Because we don't have max enchanted tool. It just hurts every time. So one of the benefits of merchant, it doesn't need any tool to do at max. You never need to upgrade anything and still get max XP rate and everything. But a lot of the gathering skills, you need a specific tool, if not multiple tools, to get max. Luckily, mining is pretty much all one tool. Aside from the minecart system. Actually, now that I think about it, what level did we get the minecart system? Because the 112 or whatever it is probably is not that bad. The only issue with that is my goal is 107 for now. In like the short term. In the long term, yeah, we'll need that. Because we're going, I kind of want to get all the way to tier 4. Because tier 4 will allow, basically, for any of you that don't know, we're trying to get to like base 200 crafting. But I'm pretty sure I need the tier 4 ores and everything. The problem with the tier 4s and why I kind of want this upgraded tool is I believe I need up to like 170. Like it's something absurdly high to finish all tier 4s. Yeah, to finish all tier 4s I need 180. I need 180 mining to have access to every tier 4 ore. Which allows you to make 200 plus armor and weapons and everything. Because I want to get to the point where we can do base 200s, and that is basically our mining requirement for base 200s is 180. Technically it's a bit lower because I only really need that for maybe a shield and just for my best in slot bow, but we can live without this. So our actual next highest is technically 163. Or if we're going that far, obviously 180 is not that much further. And a max pickaxe would go a long way on that. But as far as short term, 104 is probably the most important. As it allows me to make a two-hand up to about level 150-ish or so. Which of course is about where we are in Chronopolis right now. It's one of the reasons why I'm even mining right now with a weaker pickaxe. It's mostly because of Chronopolis DPS goes up the second I get this sword. As I think I can go up to about 150-ish, 160-ish, somewhere around there. But I would need the next tier of ore before I can go higher. Actually, maybe even a higher smithing level too, I'm not even sure. When can you start making... well, obviously, if we want to make it to a certain level, we need that. But yeah, I don't think you make the longsword until... yeah, 167. So 167. So that means the other longsword goes to 166, basically. So I can only make a 166 with tier 3. But that still goes a long way. So I need 104 mining to make up to 166. But if we want anything higher than 166, like going all the way to 200 or anything else, yeah, we need tier 4. But yeah, 166 is how far we can go with tier 3, which is 104 mining. So that will hold us over for a while. It's one of the reasons why we need 104 mining at somewhat soonish. Sooner the better. Because that ends up unlocking us 166 sword for this. Obviously a bit lower because we can't wield 166 or smith 166 at the moment. But that's a fix with this, you know, a little bit of AFK, a little bit of points. It'll fix it up real quick. Actually training smithing directly instead of pointing it constantly. You know, that foreign concept of just directly training something. Something we almost never do, it feels like. Ugh. Oh, so hello, Fuzzy TV. Welcome, welcome. Looking forward to see what they do with future acts. Oh yeah, I'm really looking forward to Chapter 5. Mostly for the armor maker, to be honest. I'm curious to see what they do with PvP, special attacks, all that as well. But, honestly, the main thing I'm looking forward to in Chapter 5 is just the armor maker skill. It cannot come soon enough. I am getting so tired of having to RNG all my armor. Because it feels good when you get lucky, like this 118 4-star helm. But then when you're stuck with like a low-level 2-star, because you just can't get anything better and the 1-stars just aren't strong enough. Like, it just feels so bad. Like, at least with your weapon right now and shield, you can easily get, you know, 3-star stuff. A little bit hard to get 4-star, but 3-star is really easy just to make yourself in the current state of game. But armor is so luck-based right now. It's really annoying. Like, yeah, it'll still be luck-based when Armor Maker comes out too, but substantially less than it is now. Like, you'll be able to get base 3-star armor to whatever level you feel like really easily as soon as Chapter 5 comes out. 4-star might still be a little bit annoying. But 3-star to whatever your combat level is should be pretty free. Which is way better than what we have now, that's for sure. Like, if all this was 3-star at level 136, we'd have a way different situation than what we have right now for armor in that area. And we'd be able to skip so much of a combat grind. And just focus on killing whatever we want, or even killing something substantially stronger than us. Because we'd have the tank ability to do so without step under or chugging potions or anything. It'd also save a ton of potions. We might still use like a DPS potion or something here and there. But you wouldn't really need heal potions ever. And still would be able to fight something like 15 levels higher than you. Barrows when? Yeah, people have been joking about that. One thing that's kind of funny too is there's actually enough combat styles to do it. So they technically could add a Barrows equivalence. Because we have 6 combat styles. Physical, ice, grass, electric, fire, death. So there's exactly 6 for 6 brothers. I would love to see it eventually. I just hope it's not as power creepy as what Barrows was in normal RuneScape though. Because at the time, that was extreme power creep what it ended up doing. They basically added like 6 sets of best in slot armor in one update. And weapons. Like 6 sets of just best in slot everything. You think we will be able to have classes for the other elements of combat? I would love to see it. I'm not sure if they will, just because of how the system is set up with the triple class system. But I would love to see a Pyro class or a Necromate class. I don't think they'll do that anytime even remotely soon, though. And if they do, they absolutely have to add more slots. Which I also don't think they're going to do anytime soon. I feel like whenever they want to increase membership prices around the time, they'd probably do that. Because they would justify it by giving you more slots as well. But if they ever do that, they 100% have to add more slots. But the whole game is balanced around the triple set, so I highly doubt it's happening anytime soon. Like, if they're going to add more, I feel like they're going to add another 3 simultaneously. Like the Necromay one, the Pyromay one, and then like one other one. Because I don't think they would add physical as one. They would need like another element or something. Unless they make it like a subclass. But then that would get like very convoluted. Like if you were a Cryo Knight that was also a Necromay. Or a Guardian that was also Pyromay. Also, I just realized something. Whenever we do reach 200 smithing, there's absolutely no chance I'll be able to afford the cape. But who knows? Maybe after tomorrow's money making, we'll be able to crack through a little. Because I'm curious, if we spend all of tomorrow money making, what number we get up to. I highly doubt we're going to get the full 58 mil we need. Or the 58 gold, I mean. But I'm curious how close we'll get. Like, will we get our first ever double digit tomorrow, I think is the goal. I think my goal for tomorrow's stream is to see if we can hit a double-digit gold number. The highest I ever had is 4 so far. So we're going to be going over double what our highest ever was. I think that's going to be our goal. Are we going to reach it? Probably not. I feel like our merchant level is slightly too low to do that with. And the other side methods I'll be doing for money making is even slower than what our merchant will be. You finally make your forensic potions? Nice. Have you actually tried that activity yet? I've been meaning to. I've never gotten around to it, though, because it requires the forensic potion thing. Is it even worth it? It feels like it isn't. Like, how much extra XP could it possibly be compared to the other AFK ones? That not only pay you for doing it, but also give you pretty good XP. Because that thing would have to be at least, like, 30% more XP for it to be worth it. Maybe even more. Oh, is it mostly for money? Oh. So you're basically converting the potion into money, I see. So its XP rate is about the same, but you're converting your potion into better money. You're basically cashing out the potion. Kind of like how the greed potion works for combat. Where you don't get any extra XP, but it's boosting your gold by 250% or 300 and so forth. Alright, level 90, we can start moving to the next one. As much as it'll pain me to not get more iron ore, I do believe it's a play to go for the higher XP rate. Because I'll still need it for stonemason eventually anyways. And then we'll probably just go for our 93 goal and then figure out how we're making money. We're going to start some of our money making journey today, I guess. Because I think that's our next angle. Is to go max out our pickaxe with 58 gold. Or technically 60 or however much it is to total max it. I think that's the next play. Do anything that doesn't require a skilling tool in order to generate 58 more gold. Technically 60 because I need to get the pickaxe upgrade too. And also be able to afford the pickaxe upgrade after that pickaxe upgrade. So yeah, over 60 gold. So I think that's our weekend goal then. Make 60 gold this weekend. Will we do that successfully? Probably not. But even if we get to like 40 or 50, that's still pretty solid. But that's going to be our goal this weekend. Generate 60 gold from nothing. Because we're basically at nothing right now. Realistically, that number is nothing. So we'll see how far we can ultimately get. But yeah, I think that's our goal this weekend. That or I could dump it into manacles too. Manacles is a bit closer. And we're probably going to be doing that activity a bit when we AFK leaks next week. Because there are times that I'm going to need a super AFK activity for Brighter Shores for whatever we're doing in the other game. And while there are a couple options, Raid Den's sounding pretty enticing. But if I do end up doing that, that means I need... do I just do all-in mining today? Because if I do that, I need a better weapon. If I do the words I just said, I need a better weapon. And to get a better weapon, I need 104 mining. Whatever it was, 107. So I might have to 107 with a worse pickaxe. And just go into manacle then. I think that's the angle. Anyways, welcome to the mining stream. We live here for the next several hours. Not the whole rest of the stream, but we live here now. Yeah, we could just do an inventory to get it. The problem is I have to do that like, maybe just 2 times actually. Oh no, is it that expensive? Let's see. Let me go check something. How much money does it cost to buy this ore? Is it under 2 silver? Because honestly, with just 1 hour of money making, we could just buy it instead of doing the mining grind right now. Because I only need like 100 or 200 of it. There's a chance it's under 1 gold piece. Under 1 gold piece at this point is basically free. It'll pain me to waste that much money on it, but it might be the play. The problem is if we get unlucky. Like if we go forever without getting a 3-star, because then we're just burning money. But let me go check. I'm actually curious. If it's under 2 silver, I might just do that angle then. And pause the mining grind for a little. I still kind of want to hit 93 right now though, regardless. We're doing that regardless of what this number says. But I'm going to go check real quick. Is this under 2 silver a thing? If it's 3 or over, we're definitely not. We're going to mine it ourselves. Oh, no, I still feel like we should just mine it ourselves though. We're going to need the mining level eventually anyways. We're just delaying the inevitable. It just feels worse mining with a non-max tool. But, let me go double check. What's the damage if I was to buy this? Yeah, it's 2.6 silver each. I need about 100, roughly. Then make 25, which will be about 2 upgrades. That is, what is that number? 25 times that. Calculator, go. Not 25, sorry, 100. Actually, probably closer to 120. Let's do 120. Actually, how many is 5 inventories? 24 times 5, 120. Oh, I was right. Never mind. So 120 times 2.66. It is 319 silver. That's not bad. That's not horrifically bad. It's not ideal, but yeah, it'd be 319 silver to make 2 swords or so. One of which would be around 140-ish, and the other one would be 166. Yeah, it's not awful. Yeah, you get to sell it back, so you actually is technically lower cost than that. That's one thing I sometimes don't factor in as well with those. I sometimes overly assume it's just pure loss, but you do make some money back from processing it. You are losing money, but you're not losing all your money. Yeah, that might be the play then. That's not stopping me from getting 93 mining right now, though. That hasn't changed my plan to get 93 mining. That hasn't changed. But what it has changed is, we're probably not going to 107 quite yet. We'll probably start just boosting up our smithing level with all those points then. So we can actually have the level ready to go. Because I need 166 smithing then. And it's currently 126. So that's the next issue then, I guess. Is after 93 mining. Got to figure out how we're angling to 166 smithing then. Which still means merchant. Because okay, so let's go calculate something out. How much would it cost to upgrade my manacle to max? Okay, I think I have a play. Wait. What is the cost to max our manacles? The handcuffs. I have it at level 22. Yeah, 22. Yeah, that's probably the play then. Wait. I got an angle. Wait. So it's at 22. The gold amount is... also, sorry. I wish this had a night mode. Why is this so bright? There we go. It's less bright. Just flashing everyone. Sorry about that. Let's see. So I have spent so far 12 gold. Let's say 13 gold. So I needed what? Someone said it was 80 earlier. Let's just assume that's correct because like about it. Yeah, I think it's slightly under 80, but let's just say it's 80. So I need 48 more gold pieces. Sorry, 47 more gold pieces. That seems more doable. That means over the course of this weekend, I got to get about 47 to 48 gold. That seems slightly more doable, but we'll see if we can actually reach it or not. Yeah, I think that's the play then. Because that will give us max manacles and the ability to make 166 weapons. And I only need to make 2. One at about 140-ish, just for an upgrade. And another upgrade at 166. The only issue that will eventually arise is I do at some point need a gear for 168s. 166 weapon will be fine. My armor, however, will not be fine. Like a 166 two-hand, perfectly fine for killing 168s. My armor, though? Not even remotely close. Wait, when can I do the jelly? Because that might solve everything. 149? Honestly, 149 will probably be all my gear for the 168s. Because they're just going to be so free to kill compared to anything else. I don't think they're weak to I don't think they're immune to arbor either. So I could use the arbor bow I already have made. I don't even need to make a new one. That's probably the angle. Though out of curiosity, what arbor bow level can I make up to by that level? Oh yeah, I can just make whatever level we need. If I buy the ore, that's fine. I only need one of those ever. I don't need to keep upgrading that. So whatever cost is associated with that is fine. Alright, that's our angle then. We're just going to buy a bunch of ore. Though that still hasn't changed the fact we're grinding 93 right now. That's just a grind I want to do right now just to have it. But after that, I think we're stopping for a little bit on mining. Until we get a max tool after 93. Oh, we're one step closer to Deathstone too. Deathstone doesn't actually require a tool. The XP rate for that must be decent then. We'll have a bunch of explosives by then too. Plus a bunch of XP from the daily and everything. Which I can't take again until later tonight. Yeah, I think that's the angle then. We got a plan. We got a plan. Oh, what am I doing? Whoops, got a bank. I do have to say though, the more I keep mining, the more I want to get 500 mining. No, not 500. Actually, I'm curious. What is the, I'm not doing this anytime soon, don't worry. But what is the high, 474, there it is. I was gonna say, what is the absolute highest ore we ever need to do? Oh, poor hammer mages, you gotta go to 490. But, yeah, the highest for every single thing that's useful is my best in slot one hand is 372 mining. My best in slot, overall DPS weapon, at least in the current state of the game, until specs and everything come out, is 442. And our best in slot bow is 474. Which means for all intents and purposes, 372 mining is the highest I ever need. Not ever. But realistically, it gives us our best venture at 380. Which is, of course, a few levels beyond that. But we'd mine a ton of that, so, you know, we'd get there naturally. We have 372 to 380 just off of iron ore. But yeah, that's probably the play. Like, long term. Like, no time soon. Like, we're talking months from now. But I think that's the play. Get to 372 mining. Mine iron ore all the way to 380. And then stop doing mining as if the skill doesn't even exist anymore. Is likely to play. I would eventually need to reach the other two, or other few. But they're all much lower priority than iron ore all the way to the best daily for that. I'm pretty sure is the play. That is super long term though. We're not doing that anytime soon, I assure you. As we are talking hundreds of hours probably. I'm not sure how long that would take actually. I wonder what the highest mining level is in the game. I feel like no one's over 300 yet. Unless they've only been doing mining. I don't feel like there's been anyone who's only doing mining. So you never know. Like, the game's been out for a little over 2 weeks. I'm pretty sure no one's even 300 yet. Because anyone doing mining is likely also doing a bunch of blacksmith and stonemason. It's not like they're only mining. It's not like people only doing combat who are only doing combat. Because if you're doing mining, you're definitely doing some amount of blacksmith and stonemason. Maybe not a huge amount, but you definitely got like 100 or something, if not higher. If you're at like 300 something mining. Yeah, one more level until we can move on to the better rock. Yep, dopamine point. Ah, one more rock. Come on. Why does it feel like it's the exact same spot every time? I guess it's a perfect cycle as far as always finishing here. Because every time I take this exact rock, we always gain a level. Like, I'm going to click this and it's going to give us a knowledge point. It's been doing that completely consistently due to the 10 cycle that's going on. Yep, there it is. There's our knowledge point. Kind of already knew, but there we go. Alright. And to mining you go, of course. I just realized if I move on to the other rock, I'm going to have a weird inventory if I do the potion. I might have to start a potion refresh timer. Speaking of which, I'll set that up in a second. Yeah, I'll set up a timer that will go off to remind us to always pick up the potion. Alright, there we go. That should be fine. I was going to set it to some other number, but honestly 9 is probably fine. That way I'll always pick it up in time, even if I'm a little bit further away. I don't want to make it too short because I feel like I'll eventually want to, like, midway through banking, be like, oh, I gotta go head back. But if I set it to 9 and it goes off, I'll be like, okay, as soon as I get back, I'll be fine. But if I set it to, like, 9:30 or 9:45... my concern is, if I'm midway through, I'll be like, oh no, I gotta go walk back and pick it up. If I set it to 9 and it happens midway, I'm not gonna walk back. I can just bank and, you know, go back normally. Oh yeah, sorry. Yes, sorry, Brady. I didn't see your other comment earlier. But yeah, basically, well, the reason I said million is basically every gold piece in this game is like 1 million. Gold pieces, or 1 billion bronze, however you want to look at it. Because this number can basically be read as Like this one right here could be read as 83,654 bronze. So why did I just hit that in such a weird order? I just skipped a rock somehow. Luckily next cycle it should be fixed. If I just stall for a second. Yeah, some name is Carter. Whenever I see the word Carter, I always think the Carter is in the president. I don't think I've ever known a Carter. Unless it means Carter in the other sense. In that you're a carter, like the actual verb of carting. Or, you know, a person that carts. Like, that could be considered a carter. The guy moving the minecart. He's currently carting. He's a carter. I'm pretty sure he means the name Carter, not the act of being a carter, though. He's still there, too. I assumed he was buying bones, but he's just standing there menacingly. I do have to say, I'm not sure what it is. Probably because we need it to actually make stuff. But mining is so much more satisfying than woodcutting in this game. But I feel like it'd be the other way around if we were a guardian. I think the only reason why mining feels useful is because it's used for, you know, like our main skill that we need. As far as making over our equipment. If we were a guardian, we'd probably enjoy woodcutting more. Because we know everything we're getting from it is actually helping us directly. And of course, same as hammer mages. Also, gosh, this whole room is nothing but cryonite. This is the one that benefits cryonites more. You're a guardian, you hate woodcutting. Honestly, I think the big issue with woodcutting in this game right now is there's no AFK method. Every skill needs better AFK methods, like active AFK in this game. There are a few, but like every skill needs it. Right now, only a handful of them do have it. With some of the more notable ones being cooking, a detective and a watch person, leather maker, I guess to some degree carpentry. But we need more like active AFK methods like that. Things where you can go away for like a minute or two and just come back and your guy's still going. I don't mind active skills, but you know, having a middle ground is always nice. Like something not as AFK as literally click log out button, but you know, less click intensive than like clicking on every resource once in order to gather it independently. Also, one kind of funny thing about the grind I'm doing right now is I still don't have the money to buy the pickaxe. I'm grinding for a pickaxe that I can't afford. It costs half of a gold piece. Obviously, that's so easy to go get the money for, though. But we're still effectively grinding for something I can't even buy once I get there. Obviously, it's not going to take that long to go make that money, but still. I was out of curiosity, what stone can I currently do for hammer thing? There's one thing I'm actually considering to make a little bit of money off of. I was considering getting my stonemason up. Not by etching the stones, that'd be off stream, but I mean like actually using the stones I already have etched off stream. It's definitely not our best money making method, but I kind of want to convert them into money. Because I don't really need them for much. Other than occasional tool upgrades. But we could do that with any tier, it doesn't really matter. And we got so much stone in there. Honestly, I don't even want to look at that storage. Because there's probably like 4,000 unprocessed stones I need to go do later. There's a bunch of processed ones as well. Or there should be, hopefully. Fingers crossed. But there's probably like 4,000 to 5,000 unprocessed stones from all my mining grind. And I'm going to look in that storage bin with fear. No, that might be a little bit of overestimate. I think there's like 3,000 in there, though. 3,000 sounds like a right number. Oh, we're almost there. One dopamine point away. And then we start getting our better XP rate. Should be quite a bit better. We should be getting like 400 something per rock. Possibly even a low 500. They're likely a 400 something. Whereas right now we're getting a 331 per rock. The only slight issue with the other method is there's a little bit of downtime that we gotta wait in between each one. Compared to right now where there's some amount of downtime, but not really that much. When you do like a 10 rock like this. But every 6 that we do for the other one, we're gonna have to wait like 5 to 10 seconds just standing there. It's the only big issue with it, though the XP rate is way better. At least the per rock XP rate. We should be pretty stocked for iron after this. I'm not sure how many we mined because I have not been counting. But there has to be at least 300 that we would have done in this session, going to 86 to 90. And that should hold us over for about 4-ish weapons. The only big issue, like super long term, like let's say once there's 5 chapters and everything. I definitely don't have enough of every material to keep making it for every chapter. which means we'd either have to downgrade and mine something weaker, or buy it, which seems kind of bad. But I don't know, figure out something. Because there's one weird dilemma we're gonna have in the super long term. Is yeah, I might be able to make some weapons for 1 chapter or even 2, maybe even 3. But what about doing just 5 or 6? I guess trading would kind of offset that. But then we're not even making our own stuff at that point, even though we easily can. I guess we simply just buy the ore at that point, but it's gonna be a little pricey. Or it depends what the market is for it. Been looking at the I was confused for a second, but yeah, I think he means the cost of buying them. Because I think he's not doing foraging, or if he is, not as much. Because yeah, alchemy will get really expensive at the higher range. Especially without being able to sell your potions in an open market. Though we still don't know if resources like that will be sellable. Or if it's simply just gear. You know, like gear for gear or gear for currency. That's probably the, as far as every upcoming system, those are definitely the two I'm most curious what's going to happen with. Trading and special attacks. There's just so many angles they could go down for it. Both good and bad. Honestly, that's going to be like one of the biggest balancing nightmares ever. You know what day of launch special attacks are going to be like? When they add basically 36 special attacks in the game? Or however many weapons there are. Isn't there like, how many is there per class? Like 12? I think there was around 12, unless I miscounted ones in that menu earlier. But I think there's like 12 weapons per class. So that's 36 special attacks all being released in one day. There's no way that is balanced on launch day. How it'll get tweaked in the future or anything like that, who knows? But there is no shot that's balanced on launch day. It'll be fun to see how exactly that works though. I feel like combat's gonna be so much quicker, even if they have a long cooldown. And you can only like start a fight with 1 spec. Starting a fight with 1 special attack is pretty strong compared to not starting one with it. Especially since every single fight is, you know, like perfectly repeatable. I think my big concern is if you can like triple them. Like, you know, special attack, special attack, special attack. Not sure if they're all gonna share a cooldown or they all have an independent cooldown. You like, you know how strong it'd be if you had 3 4-star weapons, but they all had their own separate cooldowns, so at the start of a fight you could simply just spam them. And it's just like a delay at the start. Like maybe like the first 5 seconds of a battle you can't use them. But even then, whatever that timer is, 5 seconds, 10 seconds, you then just spam all 3. If they don't all share the same. Is that something that's currently unclear? Will we at like first hit of the fight be able to use a special attack? And the other thing that's unclear is, are all 3 weapons going to share a similar cooldown? Or are they all going to have an independent cooldown? Like if I spec with my 1 hand, can I then spec immediately with my 2 hand? And then spec with my bow? That's something that is currently unclear. As well as if there's any delay when engaging a fight. Like is there 0 delay? 5 seconds? 10 seconds? Alright, we're done mining iron. For now. We'll probably still need to mine iron more at some point. But at least at this current moment in time, the iron mining is over. Time to move up. Time to play Juggle the Potion. Starring the potion in our inventory. And the amount of times it's about to be dropped onto the ground in the next hour. Actually, it might take less than an hour, I'm not sure. I'm going to go into 93. We're about to dopamine point immediately. Alright, timer. Begin. Alright, let it begin. We're going until 93. We're already at 90 and a half at this point. Oh, 476. Oh, that is 5% boosted, but so was the other thing. Oh, no, it wasn't. But still. Oh, that's nice. Even with 5% less, that's juicy. Yeah, with 5%, we're getting 476 a rock. Up from like 333 or whatever it was. But this is with the 5% bonus, but that's still really high. So like a, what, a 440? 40-ish, somewhere around there. I gotta remember, if I hit this rock, I'll move down here. I just gotta move to this tile every time, which is slightly annoying. Same as why he moved over there. It wants to path you to west or east priority. It doesn't do north-south priority. Which, once again, is the same as old school RuneScape, if I'm not mistaken. So we coded the game the same again. But, yeah, this game has east-west priority. Basically, if the game has to choose which direction you have to go in, it's going to prioritize east-west over north-south. You can see that really well when we click the rock in the next room. It'll never path us to the north for the rock. It'll always path us to the east. Like, we already know with 100% certainty, anytime we click this rock, I will move eastwards. Like right now, if I click this rock, I would know for sure I will be on this tile. It will never path you to the north tile, and he will always path over there. So you got to preemptively click if you want to go north-south of something. Because the game will always prioritize you east-west. Oh, so these things are 453 without the potion. That's pretty good. This is 120 more XP per rock. We can't 10 cycle them like we could with the other, but it's still really good. Be 100% more XP per rock. Sorry, 120, I mean. But you always got to make sure I click on this, otherwise like, you get pathed to the east. I could show it again just to prove it, but it doesn't matter where you are. I could even be for like one tile away, it'll always path you east. So you always want to preemptively stand north. Anytime you ever want to be north-south of a resource, you got to click on it. Or, you know, you have to click next to it, not on the resource itself. Otherwise, it'll always force you east-west. Assuming both are the same distance. It's not relevant for too many things. But it's something to keep in mind if this game ever gets bossing. Because it'll get used a lot. Right now, it's not really relevant for much, though. She just wants slightly more efficient pathing. But it'll always drop you east-west instead of north-south. You even test it with like a one-off. Like right here, notice it put us to the west instead of south. And right here, if I click it, it'll move me down, not left. Like, we already know where our movement's going to be every time. Because it always forces you the same way. Alright, 2.5 more levels until we can get the pickaxe I can't afford. Alright, what are we doing for our initial money? I think I might just process some goods. We're already in the mines, might as well. Seems thematic. Plus, after all this mining and everything else, we still haven't cashed in all these ores and stones. Like, I haven't sold anything for this since, like, level 50-something mining. We got, like, 40-something mining levels worth of just stone and ore just sitting in the bank. The ore I obviously want to keep for equipment, but the stones don't matter as much for equipment. I just care about them for XP. So they're actually the better ones to cash out on since we only look at them as cash stacks. We will very rarely ever actually need them for the item itself, other than for 4-star crafting. We really just care about their XP and the money that they sell for. Someone named themselves Skittles. The 4th Skittles. That's something I haven't had in like ages upon ages. I don't think I've had Skittles in like a decade at this point. I don't know, as far as like chewy candy like that, I feel like Skittles are pretty mid-tier. If I want something like that, I'd probably go for like Starburst. If I wanted like a candy that was like that. Yeah, I don't hate Skittles. But I don't know, they're definitely pretty mid. Gosh, I love this timer on Steam. I don't think I've ever gotten more value out of that timer than playing this game. I think I've used that timer like 2 to 3 times ever prior to Brighter Shores. Now, I don't think there's been a stream that's gone by where we haven't like tried to utilize it for the most part. It's so convenient. $40 bone rate is pain, yes. I highly advise dumping knowledge into it. And or doing the AFK activity because you need the knowledge points anyways. You gotta get to at least 5 knowledge. If you're gonna use the... Actually, is that what the +2 booster without it? I can't remember. But, yeah, you can get access to, like, the 36 AFK method. Or the 32 AFK method, or 26. You don't need any resource for any of those. I think the level 21 you do. But at 26, 32, and 36, you could AFK the activity without costing anything. And it can help out a lot to just speed it up a little. Because you can just get a level while you sleep, pretty much. Or go to work, or anything else. Because you need the knowledge points anyways in order to complete the quest. So it makes it a little bit easier. And of course you could just dump extra knowledge into it in order to get XP, of course. We're going to have to do some for the knowledge points anyways in order to unlock the AFK thing. Because the whole reason why you need to get it is to be able to do the level 40 dice making thing. Which is +2 boostable. Gotta reposition, stretch a little. I'd have to say, out of all the days, is I think the first time Or I'm getting a little bit sore from sitting around for so long. In all fairness, I didn't go for a walk today like I normally do. That might be the problem. I gotta like pre-stretch before we sit down for like 12 hours straight. Yeah, I didn't have time to go for a walk this morning like I normally do. Which is probably why I feel so sore today. Stand-up desk? I technically can do stand-up with what I have right now. I don't have a proper stand-up desk, but I have like 2 different elevations for my mouse and keyboard. So it is possible for me to right now to basically stand if I want to. I just gotta move my mouse a little bit since I don't run the keyboard for what we're doing right now. I guess I'm moving camera around, but it's not really that important. You can move camera around with your mouse. And since I'm not using webcam right now, yeah, all we have to do is move the mic. I know we could try it. I don't see why not. Might have to unplug the mouse real quick though. Or I could just shimmy it around, I'll be fine. I just gotta move some of this though. I still have some cough drops here. Though honestly, we haven't really been coughing much lately. I still have them here just in case. But I think we're finally getting better. I say as we get sick tomorrow, no. But I don't know, cough kind of went away. It's bad for a couple weeks there, but now it's kind of just gone. Yeah, I could try standing right now. I could easily can, especially without webcam, so because I don't need to adjust like a billion things. All I have to do is adjust my mic and my mouse since we don't need keyboard for this. I can go try it. Wait, take me a second though. I can go try it real quick. Just wait till the cycle is done. I don't want to do it mid-cycle. Maybe I'll just change this into a standing setup. I don't have a proper desk for adjusting it, but the way my setup works, I can stand at it. Because I have adjustable screen, I have a like 2-layered keyboard mouse setup kind of thing. Because you know those things that you can pull out and it just has a mouse and keyboard under it? That's where mine currently is. But if I just put it on the desk itself, it'll be a natural standing elevation. Let me just move this over. Move this over. What else do I have to do to make this work? 1 second. Oh yeah. Ugh. Alright, move the mic up. Can you guys hear me from here, by the way? Let's see, how do I do this? The only problem is my mouse could be a little low. Let's see. This will work, though. The problem is I'm not at, like, a full stand. I'm at, like, a slight lean down. Let's see, I need to move this over. Yeah, this might not work trying to do audio with it is a problem. If it wasn't for this mic, because I can't really change it to like a proper elevation because I'm like leaning down slightly right now. I am standing though. I know you guys can't see it. But we are indeed standing right now. But I'm having to like lean stand, if that makes sense. I can't like stand in order to use mouse properly. Oh yeah, that reminds me too, I need the keyboard still for the other command. So I can reset these for when I drop this. But yeah, I think I'm gonna go back, but I am gonna stretch a little bit while we're here. Ugh. I'm gonna move it back now. I got my stretching. This isn't gonna work long term. Up, up, up. Oi. 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 Yeah, it would kind of work if I didn't need to do the mic. The problem is the mic angle kind of doesn't work as well when I also have to do the mouse and everything. Well, we got a stretch in, so there we go. Got a good stretch. Oh, but we're back to sitting now. Yeah, I would almost need one of those like body mics or something if I was to do that. My current mic's a little bit too hard to adjust for a proper standing position. Like if I was doing it off stream, it would kind of work. But doing audio, it's kind of hard because how close you need to be to the mic and everything. You can't +2 boost the 211 merchant passive? Why is that? Oh, so are the merchant passives even worth it? I feel like they weren't. I could be wrong. Alright, actually, I guess I could say, how good are the leatherworker passives that use the merchant passives, I guess? Are they any good? Because I know you have really high merchant and leatherworker. You merchant passive every night? Really? I always felt like the XP rate was so good for it that it wasn't as worth it, but I guess you make more profit once you start doing merchant during the day. I just feel like one merchant level is so much quicker than most other skills currently in the game. So it felt like it was a little bit less needed. I say as I've also done it on detective already. But the main reason I do it on detective is it seems like it falls behind the combat a little. So in order to catch it up, I normally do that. Like right now, my combat's 5 higher, of course. So whenever it lags behind, instead of doing investigation spam, you can just AFK it to catch up. Because the problem with investigation spam is it doesn't use your manacle bonus. I'm planning on getting max manacle, or you know, the handcuffs. But the handcuffs only work for catching thieves when they steal from a stall. Ah, tacit exit. There's the other word of tacit. I think that's the first time I saw someone using the other tacit. The TACIT instead of the TACET. But anyways, I was saying something about something. Oh yeah, AFK activities. Now what was I saying about them? Alright, next step. I don't know, where's my train of thought? I already lost track. I got so distracted. Goodbye, train of thought. Straight off a cliff. Off of another cliff. Into the volcano. But anyways, yes, passives. Oh no, I'm personally doing it for... Actually, what do I really do it for? Last night I did it for olives because I wanted to get that for the step of that one quest. But apparently that one quest might not be worth doing, so I just didn't bother doing it today. Plus I still need a leatherworker level anyways. I've been doing it some for leatherworker just to skip some of the levels. Just so we can get it done a little bit quicker. But otherwise, I'm probably going to be doing it on detective to make sure it stays with my combat. Because it keeps lagging behind my combat. Because unless you... Oh yeah, that's where I was going with it. Investigation spam. I'm not going to have a max toll for investigations, but I am going to have a max toll for manacles. So doing investigations just don't seem as worth it. With that being said, I've never done the 130 investigation yet. I remember earlier when I said I need pickaxe money. I think I might have found where I'm going to go get my pickaxe money from. I think we're going to start... I think we're going to learn how to do complex investigations. Well, not learn. It should be pretty straightforward, but you know what I mean. Like, I haven't actually done them yet, as you could tell by the lack of card. But we unlocked them last night when I was AFKing raid dens. So, yeah, we should probably try that for money. I'm not sure how good they are for money. But they're probably the best XP at our level. Especially now that this raid den's starting to fall off a little. Not enough that we won't do it, but enough that, you know, it's not as good of a rate as it was before. But yeah, we'll send a few. We'll see if they're worthwhile. See what extra step we have to do now that they're complex. I'm really curious what the investigation looks like at max level, because I'm pretty sure no person in the entire game has seen what that looks like yet. Like a max level, Let me go grab the thing. Like a max level interrogation thing. What am I doing? Drop this. Take that. Use it on mining. Yeah, we're almost there. 1.5 levels to go. Reset the timer. Good to go. Alright, let's keep going. Where's I going? What was my tangent off the cliff going again? Something about detective. But yeah, I'm gonna go see if that's any good money doing the investigations at 130. See what extra step they end up adding. Oh yeah, I was saying. I was saying, I wonder how complex they get at the max level. Because they go all the way to 470. Could you imagine how many steps you have to go do? We're gonna need to go get like someone's fingerprint, then you're gonna need to go like AFK the activity to go double check the fingerprint or something. Like this is gonna be crazy how far you're gonna have to go with that thing. I wouldn't be surprised if they incorporate that somehow. That's gonna be so bad though. The second they do, those are gonna be so dead if you have to do like the AFK activity for some amount of time. Yeah, I already got that. I already have the step where you have to start questioning the people nearby. That was actually the previous level investigation. I'm not sure what the current one adds, if anything. Like, sometimes I don't think they do add anything. Maybe just extra clue thingies. Like, maybe, like, the people have, like, a different thing on them or something. But, yeah, the previous step was already adding the having to ask witnesses thing. We did that last time when we were doing that a stream or two ago. I think it was 2 streams ago. Oh, so hello, Chino. Welcome, welcome. Oh, so hello, Dot. If I didn't already say hi earlier. Dot Dana. Welcome, welcome. As well as Kush and Chipmunk. I already said hi to you, Chipmunk. Hello, Chipmunk. And Bruce. Hello, everyone. Also, hello, everyone that hasn't said hello. Welcome, welcome. All the lurkers in the background listening in. Thank you, thank you. Hope you've been having a wonderful day. Hey, it's finally the weekend as well. I think I can finally say that now. It's like 6 p.m. now. It's finally the weekend. No, for some of you, it's already been, of course. Oh no, my mining XP, come back. I need you. But I really need a max pickaxe. That's where all the XP really is. Hey, that's one of the other reasons I want to max out the handcuffs. Your combat level, because you have to keep gearing up occasionally, keeps getting ahead of your detective level. And because of that, having that extra XP on it will help it keep a little bit more in line without falling as far behind. It still probably will fall behind, but it'll fall less behind. Let's see. Where's the vote on the thing? Oh, it's up to 27% no. The no people are moving up. Yeah, on RuneScape Leagues is currently at 40% of people are looking forward to it, so less than half. 33%, so a third of people are like, yeah, they're fine either way. And then 27% of people really do not want us to go do it. Which is fair. But despite us basically being a Brighter Shores channel now, you know, we do play other things that aren't Brighter Shores. There are other games out there. Doesn't mean we're quitting Brighter Shores. It just means, you know, this isn't like a exclusive only Brighter Shores channel. It pretty much is though, realistically, these days. Like, this channel is like 90% Brighter Shores at this point. But generally, this channel is just a whatever we feel like playing channel. Like, don't get me wrong, I will be playing Brighter Shores until the servers are dead. If he supports this game for 20 years, we will be here for 20 years. I already did a game for 10 years. I'll do it again. We are still doing Gems of War since it launched 10 years ago. Like, I don't generally leave. We're here till the servers are dead. So as long as Andrew Gower supporting the game and making content for it, we will be here. If that's 1 year, 10 years, 20 years, we'll be here. But of course, we'll be doing other stuff in between that time. It's not going to be 100% Brighter Shores. Now, of course, I'll still be doing Brighter Shores when I do leagues, by the way. It'll still be like 80% of the space. It's just part of the screen will be also the other thing we'll be doing. The RuneScape League thingy. It's not like we're not doing Brighter Shores during that time. It's just going to have a small amount of space that isn't Brighter Shores on screen. I clean this corner over here. Also, by the way, where do you guys want it? There's a couple different ways we could do it. I might pull this separately, since it looks like the vote is probably a yes at this point. How do you want it divided? Like, do you want like a vertical thing? Like about this amount space? Like this thing right here, like the like all this space right here. Do you want it like vertically? Or do you want it like a rectangle over in the corner over here or something similar? Because I can make it any shape, really. It's really a matter of like where we put it. Obviously, rectangle would probably be the easiest to play. But I'm not against playing it vertically. It'd be a little bit weird. And it might take a second to get used to, but I feel like it'd fit on the screen a little bit better, more naturally, since, you know, this map and everything is already vertical like that. Like, in a sense, we're already playing another game right here vertically, in a sense. Obviously, it's not a different game, but you know what I mean. It's an interface that already does that exact amount of space taken up. Like, the game is designed to basically have, you know, like, vertical space being taken up on the side like that. All right, 1.5 more levels. I think that's 2 dopamine points and we're good to go. And then we stop mining for the rest of today, hopefully. Until another day. One step at a time, as long as we keep poking the number up. But yeah, this weekend's definitely going to be a money-making weekend. I think it'll be the first time we ever actively try to make money. So far, we've only made money in this game by accidentally making money. If that even makes sense. All of our money has been accidental. But I think this weekend we are going to deliberately try to make money. Because we need to somehow scrap together like 48 gold. Maybe even closer to 50 gold with everything that we'll need. So we're going to try a bit of things. The most realistic way, if we really want to do it, is do merchant only. But I'm not going to do 2 streams of just merchant only. We're going to throw in a little bit of everything. The only big issue with that is I'm not sure if we're actually going to even get remotely close. Like, I might be really overestimating how much 50 gold is. Because I threw in how much into manacles so far? Like 12 gold or whatever it was? Let's say it was 12 gold. That 12 gold was over the course of like a week. Not like 2 days. It was like a week of gold. Obviously, we weren't trying to make money necessarily during that time. But it's still like a week's worth of gold that we dumped into that thing. And it was only 12 gold by the end of it. And now we need like another 50-ish. That's weird. Huh. Sometimes the menu stays open for the XP pot, and sometimes it doesn't. That's weird. Even when I'm not hovering it, like, look, it still says it right there. I never noticed that interaction. Like, depending on how you end the menu, it sometimes stays open instead of closed. The things you notice when you mine rocks for hours on end. I wonder what the highest mining level is in this game. It has to be at least 300 something. I was mentioning that earlier. It's probably like low 300. Not sure anyone who's going like all in mining. But they're definitely out there. But I kind of want a max pickaxe before I go too crazy with it. I don't think I've ever seen anyone AFK those bats. It's kind of something interesting too. I've been seeing a lot more people use the AFK activities. I'm not sure if they changed like how you see the people in the room or something. But I feel like I've been seeing so many more people use AFK activities recently. Like about a week ago, I feel like I would never see anyone engage with one. Obviously, everyone always was still. But like right now, I see this guy, you know, doing the bat thing. The bat AFK. But, I don't know, I feel like about a week ago, like you were never really seeing people in the world that often, like, actually at one. But now you see them kind of all over the place. Not sure if they would change how that functions or not. Because I don't think there's more people utilizing them. It's just that you see more people around now. So it likely changed, like, how the system works. As far as, like, when you see them in the room. Unless you're just logged in doing that, in which case that's kind of weird. You're just standing around while the thing goes. Because that XP rate is so slow. If you're just standing around with the game logged in. Not all combat is locked to 3%, by the way. And so, someone else has just found out mall chests give 4 to 6 per kill. This might change at lower or higher level. Interesting. I have noticed a couple different numbers. Because I know some of the raid thingies I was killing was giving as high as 4. Though I haven't seen, I don't think I've killed anything that's ever given 5 or 6. I never really paid too close attention though. Yeah, it might be based on the level then. Because I do notice as things get higher level, they're harder to, they're slightly harder to kill, of course. Like they're beefier as far as HP and everything. So it could just be that higher level enemies just naturally give more knowledge points. Which I'm pretty sure is the thing, because I'm pretty sure my raid dens are also giving me slightly more. But they're also taking slightly longer to kill. Like the AFK time is a lot closer to 3 minutes rather than 2 minutes. That's slightly because I'm using a slightly under-leveled weapon, which is why we're mining to begin with. However, it's also because, you know, they're just getting harder to kill, like time-wise. Even with a maxed out, or, you know, decent weapon, they're starting to get to that point. Because you have to keep in mind, a lot of things are scaled to have special attacks, or, you know, like with special attacks in mind. Like, I'm pretty sure the current scaling of the game is already implying, like, all 4 of your weapons have special attacks. So it makes sense that stronger enemies are, you know, further scaled to that point. Because it's more likely that you'd have 4 stars at a higher range compared to a lower range. But currently, that function doesn't exist until later. But everything's still scaled as if it does exist. Same as a lot of the systems in the game when it comes to trading. Like, the game's kind of just assuming trading was going to be released at launch. Because that was the original plan, but it wasn't. But a lot of the game is scaled around trading existing. Alright, 1 more level. 2 more knowledge points will do it for sure. Just not sure if we're going to get another knowledge in there. And then we'll be able to get our better pickaxe. Unfortunately, that one ore that we need to go mine next is in the middle of nowhere. I'm not sure what we're going to do about it. Because the mining XP rate that you get from it is actually really horrible. I do need a couple of them just for future crafting and everything. But beyond that, they're actually really, really bad XP. They're better EXP than what I'm doing now if there was a bank nearby, but the problem is the bank is so far away that it's actually less XP than what we're doing now at this level. Which means that's a perfect level to start boosting. Which is one of the other reasons I kind of want to stop at 93. So technically even now, in a sense. But, we might want to boost all the way from like 93-ish all the way to... I'll do a little bit of them maybe at 95. But, like our next actual real rock is into 102. So 90 is our last real rock all the way to 102 right now. Even though I'm going for 93 right now. But there's a good chance I'm just going to boost from 93 all the way to 102. And skip past a lot of the junk in between. Because that rock is just really bad until they add a storage rift nearby. Once they do, that will fix everything. But its XP rate is actually worse right now, not better. Just due to how far you have to walk to get to a storage bank at all. It's not bad if you're going by the area. But to keep mining it over and over and over again is actually worse XP than what we're doing now, I'm pretty sure. Also, juggling this thing wasn't too bad. I think the timer helps a lot. Because knowing me, I get really paranoid, like, oh, if I can't see the time, like, when is it going to despawn? So I'm always just thinking in the back of my head, like, oh, is it going to despawn now or now or now? I don't remember. How long has it been? Has it been 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes? But now that we're doing a timer for it, I can just completely ignore it. And if I hear the alarm, I just pick it up then. Which hasn't even gone off a single time, luckily. Because I keep refreshing it before it ever does. Because I'm still paranoid about it. Also, just to not annoy people with the alarm. Well, it's not that bad of an alarm, though. It dings like 3 times really quick. I'm trying to do it before the alarm goes off, though. Next cycle, we get our dopamine hit. And then from there, we just got to mine to 93. And then we got to figure out how to scrap together like 700 silver. Which, honestly, I'm probably just going to process my stones or something similar. I don't want to process my ores because I'm mostly saving them for when we actually need to make an item. Finally off work? Nice! Do you have the whole weekend off as well? Oh, and you have a week of paid time off? Oh, that's huge. That is massive. Nice. Good luck. What do you plan to grind? This guy's still here AFK-ing this bat, by the way. I don't quite understand how that system works. Because if he's actually logged in AFK-ing that bat, that's kind of funny. Carpenter 32, nice. Bone rate. Are you Guardian or just need it for 40 for the thing? Oh, but yeah, you're a Guardian, never mind. I didn't read the rest of your comment. But yeah, you will eventually need it up. Honestly, getting the AFK bone rate things, you're already going to need some of it for a quest. But there's some pretty cool ones. Make a little skeleton thingy, do a little divination thingy. But it's going to help out a lot. Because the material you need to level bone rate is so bad. Even if you're making your own gear. So you're likely going to want to skip a lot of levels with the AFK activities. You're already going to need to do some of them anyways in order to do that one quest eventually. But investing a lot of AFK activities in the bone rate, especially as a guardian, is probably really beneficial. Alright, so far I only used 5% potions. That means since we got here, I've only used 6 knowledge, or you only gained 6 knowledge. I forget exactly when we got here. Because if I knew the exact time, we'd know exactly how many knowledge points we've gotten in that time. Well, we know how many we got in that time, 6. But, you know, relative to time. Actually, I think there was 7, because I forgot to use one, I think, once. So we got like 7 since we got here. Because I only used 6 pots, but I forgot to use it once, I believe, earlier. So I can technically stop doing these now. I can simply just double boost the other thing so we can get the pickaxe. While I'm trying to make money through the other thing. Because I already established earlier. We really need to go and... because most of us want to do this while we had the slightly better XP right here. But at this point, we really just need to boost this all the way to 102. Before we ever start doing it again. And then let all of our AFK activities through our brimstone give us all the free dynamite we need. Just so we don't have to spend as much when we get to 102. Because then after that, we basically have to do 102 to 100 something. Yeah, 107 I believe it was. Yeah, 102 to 107 doing just blast mining. I'm not sure we're going to have enough daily dynamite by the time we reach that. But I'll use all the dynamite we have, get to like 103, 104. And worst comes to worst, we just boosted the other 3 with knowledge, while still having some Death Stone for all the one-time bonuses and everything else we need for Stonemason eventually. The only problem with that is I don't think I got that much granite, or whatever the other one that we need at the lower range. Maybe this, I have no clue. What's the range of this? 107? I'm not sure. The biggest issue with my stonemason right now is I have a ton of stones banked, but I'm not quite sure, like, the ratio of how much EXP I have banked, if that makes sense. Like, I don't know if I have enough low-tier ores to reach the high-tier stone, or, you know, low-tier stone to reach the high-tier stone. Because for any gap that I do have, it's more efficient just to boost it with knowledge than it is to go get more material. But I'm not sure how big the gaps are given ranges, because I don't know how much I have total. But with that being said, let's go check our stock. Let's go grab our potions. And yeah, let's go teleport over there. I do have to go all the way back for my potion, though. This is another thing that's inefficient about dropping these. I gotta go walk all the way back here just to go pick them up. Because obviously we're not leaving 44 on the ground. Alright, let me go pause the alarm clock thingy before it goes dinging all over the place. Alright, let's go look at the... I'm scared to look in here, but I gotta go check. How many stones do I have processed that I could do right now? And how many need to be etched that I'm gonna ignore with the best of my capability? Oh, that's a lot. Okay, that's the one I can start doing at 58. That's gonna be a lot of our initial XP. 744. So we have about 1,000 there. About another 1,000 there. 694 of which have been etched. Oh gosh. I guess that's the pile I start doing. Flint. I don't need to do the flint. This is lower level stuff, right? Flint I can ignore for now. Yeah, this is lower level stuff. I don't need that junk. We mostly need the etched brimstone, I think. Or basalt. Yes. So this is the main one I need. And we have 671 of it to convert into items. Okay, now. What can I make out of this, and what's the ratio, and does this fit in my inventory? 4. Alright, problem. Doesn't fit, but we can still make it work. Is that worth it compared to the other thing? Yeah, I guess it is. Unless I want to do one pole. What do I need for it? Stone mace. Melee hand. Where's melee one hand? I want to check something. I need a rugged hickory. Rugged hickory. Oh no, I only have the next tier up of hickory. Oh, that's good to know. All those hickories I got earlier, that's why I used the hickory for. Alright, that's good to know for the future. Doesn't help me now though, because I need the lower tier hickory, not the higher tier hickory. I have no lower tier hickory. But anyways, let's make the other thing. That's fine. Yeah, they begin. Let's go cash out. Oh yeah, range thingy. Alright, we can start cashing out. I'll just do highest level so they sell a little bit better. Not sure if it's worth doing at 19 just for the rarity. Plus the amount of clicks would just be too annoying anyways. Oh. Okay, how much are we making per thing? Like, this will determine how much money we're making per hour. Because I count that as 0 cost because we mined it all ourselves and everything. I'm not going to count the etch time. I only care about the processing time, which is 30 seconds per. A little bit longer after all the banking and everything, but we'll minus like 10 minutes. We'll pretend there's 50 minutes in an hour. How much do you sell for? Info. 3. Alright, the other one's about 1. So we're making about 2 silver a piece. 2 silver, so it's 4 silver per minute. And we're going to do it as in it's like 50 minutes. So this is making about 200 silver an hour. If we already have everything processed. Obviously, that does not take into account any of the processing time. It doesn't take into account mining them. It doesn't take into account etching them. But of the ones I have finished, we are making about 200 silver an hour, roughly. Because it should be like 1 something. Yeah, 2. Perfect. Okay, we're making like 2.5 silver a piece. So it's actually a little bit higher than that. We're actually making closer to 500 an hour. Wait, right? 205. No, wait, math. 2.5 times 100. Yeah, 250 an hour. Like I said the first time. So we're making about 250 silver an hour while doing this, which is a gold piece every 4 hours. But I only need to do this for... Oh gosh, that means I still have to do this for like 2-something hours. What? Wait. Well, I guess that's lowballing it because we still get purples, which I didn't put into account. But that still kind of evens out at like 2.5 though, because these are all 2 each. Or 2 and some decimals. This is 3 and some decimals. The purple one's probably like 4 or 5 or some decimals. Oh yeah, am I timing my despawn? Oh, I'm not timing my despawn. I should probably go grab that before it despawns. I forgot, it doesn't redo it if I pause it without restarting it. I'll wait until after this one. Okay, so what we're doing right now is roughly 250 an hour. Could be slightly higher. But I gave 10 minutes for banking and everything else. Which is probably an overestimate. Oh, we just found a level 1197 in here too. Hammer Mage. Yeah, that's not too bad. But it does mean it's like slightly over 2 hours to get our pickaxe. Which I definitely wouldn't say is quick. But honestly, I need it anyways. The only problem is, what is our knowledge and the other things rate? Because I feel like it's bad. We can actually do the math on it right now. So I just got 3% knowledge. We just mentioned earlier we'll do about 100 of these. That is lowballing it though. So this is about 3 knowledge an hour. Which is pretty much where most things are. It's technically slightly higher. But I'm lowballing everything just to play it safe. But it's bare minimum 3 knowledge an hour. Which I'm probably dumping into mining, to be honest. Or smithing. Probably smithing, actually. So I do need to make sure I get all these to 58 to be able to use it. But I still have to go etch the other ones. Which I'm not sure if I'm going to do any etching. I'm probably going to do no etching. I'm just trying to make money right now. This is one of our alternatives for making money. Because I already have them all good to go. I just happen to be getting stonemason XP along the way. But this is mostly me just trying to cash them in for money. All 700 of them. Oh yeah, that's another thing I didn't do the math on. If I can make 100 an hour, that's 400 of them. That means I can only do this for about an hour and a half before I run out of material or have to etch more stones. So I guess that's our limit, is we'll do it for an hour and a half and then find something else to do the rest of our money. Because I'll etch this stones off stream. So I can only do it for an hour and a half with what I currently have processed. Because I don't want to keep doing that on stream. I don't mind doing it if we need it for like a weapon for smithing. But we are not going to go do 2,000 stones in a row on stream. We'd be here forever. So I'll just do the hour and a half of making these into rings, sell them all, cash out. And then with whatever left, I guess we do merchant for the rest so we can get our pickaxe. And go from there. We can do anything else. If you guys want to see any other money makers, if you have any good money makers that are still good EXP, let me know. Because we are on like money maker mode this weekend. You got to scrap together like 50 gold if we can. I highly doubt we're actually going to reach that, but between now and the end of this weekend, I want to try to scrap together as close as we can get to 50 gold pieces, starting basically from 0. You wish there was a way to adjust the tier of the items you've already gathered items, especially since you're just lowering the tier. Yeah, that's one thing you can't actually do, can you? You can't use higher tier stuff to do lower tier stuff. Even though you're literally just deleting value. You can't use high tier for low tier. That would be kind of cool if you could, as an option. Because you're literally just losing value, but there's currently no way to do it. Right now it's kind of awkward because you have to like buy the lower tier stuff or mine it, but it's not worth mining. So you basically have to buy it. But yeah, it's really awkward doing low tier stuff at the moment. There's not like a pass action option for crafting right now. Like I can't use this tier 2... Yeah, 2. I can't use this tier 2 basalt to make a tier 1 basalt item. There's no like pass action option, I don't believe. Unless there's a button I'm missing somewhere. I don't know, maybe if we right click it. I don't think there is right now, though. It's the only thing that you really can't pass action is when you're crafting something like this. Like, I can't pass action a tier 2 stone into a tier 1 stone. Even though I'd be getting less XP from it. But the convenience of it would be better sometimes. It'd be very rare that you would have to do it. But what's annoying right now is, let's say I'm doing, like, mining a tier 4 rock. And I need, like, a tier 2 rock for something. It is not worth me mining that tier 2 rock. So in the current state of the game, I either have to buy it from the store, or I have to go mine it myself. And it's not worth mining. So basically you have to buy from the store. And it's just so weird. Yeah, it'd be much better if you could just use like your spare tier 3s or tier 4s in order to make that tier 2. But currently you can't. There'll probably be something that will change in the future. Because you're literally just losing value, so there's no like balance issue with it for the most part. You're actively losing value if you ever bother doing that. But sometimes out of convenience, it's just worth doing. Just so you don't have to gather more of the low tier stuff. Once trading comes out, I guess that'll be less of an issue. But it's mostly a currently, like, right now issue. That'll kind of be fixed the second trading comes out. Oh, so hey, we got a little bit of everyone here. I feel like anytime I'm ever in here, the ratio is like 5 hammer mages to like 2 cryo knights and then like 1 guardian. Like some kind of ratio like that. Like a 5 to 2 to 1. But it's actually kind of even. Look at this, 4 guardians, 5-ish hammer mages, 6. Like about 4 or 5-ish cryo knights. Having a whole party in here. Oh, I didn't check. How much is the epic ring sell for? I didn't put that into consideration on my calculations. I was calculating the this ring is just 2.5, and that's basically where I put all the epic value into. But the epic rings might be bringing it to 3 per, because we already know that the blues are 3. Also, while this seems slow for knowledge, this is actually pretty on par with most knowledge rates in the game. It's around anywhere from 3 to 3.4-ish or so. Which isn't great, but it's something. It's not like super underskilled. It's basically like at balance rate. Of course, you'd ideally want to be doing the unbalanced options. But I gotta cash these out somehow. This is just no trading. This is the only way you can. And at 58, I can start doing better stone than this. The only problem with that is I don't have them etched, so we'll probably just have to keep doing these all the way. Until we just run out of them. Ideally, that gets us to 58. If not, I do have more in the bank, so it's not that big a deal. And even if I don't, I can just move down to Flint, which is not ideal, but would still give us XP. It's just the best XP we can get at the moment, and the best money for cashing out our stones. Because I've been mining so many stones that I just haven't cashed out on yet. Since we can't trade, because we actually have to process them in order to, you know, get money from them. Like we are right now. If you're selling them to a shop, obviously, is not worth it. Need that stonemason XP. Let's see. Good night. Upside just all caps. Good, all caps, good night. Good night! No sleep for you. You'll be fine. Oh yeah, isn't my thing about to alarm? I should probably go pick them up. Oh, we get to play double juggle as well. Ooh. I almost forgot about that. Now that I'm doing a timer, we can do double timer. Because it's not just a timer for my potions, but it's also a timer for, if I can get it there, for these, because I will eventually run out of storage. And when I do, I drop this, I drop this, I drop this, I drop this, I pick up this, I drop it back on the ground, I get a pop-up, I drop this down back on the ground, I then reset timer, and alright, there we go. And now we do that until that's a pile of like 20-something items. And by 20-something, I mean any number under 24. Or 24 itself, either or. Normally I like to stop a little bit beforehand so we don't overshoot. So it's like 5 inventories. I could do 5 inventories of rings. Oh no, sorry, we get 6 per. We could do 4 inventories of rings. No, I can't. I could do 3 inventories of rings. Eventually I'll get the math right. I could do 3 inventory of rings. Before I'll need a bank. Which means we could do 6 inventories before we need a bank. Is what it looks like. Which isn't too bad. Just gotta make sure they don't despawn, but that's what the timer is for. Let's make sure the timer is timering. Yeah, it is. Okay, just making sure. As long as the timer's timering. But yeah, we could do 6 inventories every single time before needing the bank by dropping them all. It's not too bad. It's gotta remember when the time's getting low to reset every stack, though. And not just the one. Because we have had things delete in the past, including a 3-star, unfortunately. Ever since that happened, I never let a ground item ever get deleted again when we lost that one 3-star. In all fairness, I should have just banked it and kept it somewhere safer. Instead of, you know, on the ground. One thing that's interesting about ground items is they actually follow you from server to server. They also follow you upon logout. Like, you can log out and change server, and your items will still be on the ground. As long as 10 minutes haven't gone by, they will live. I've heard it even works through server reset, too. Though I wouldn't trust that, though. Especially if the servers were down for maintenance. But apparently, even if there's like a server update, they still stay on the ground, apparently. Or at least some people have mentioned that. I haven't tested that one specifically. But you can log out, come back, they're still there. You can switch server, log out, come back, and they're still there. As long as the 10 minutes haven't expired. Oh, like a guy gained a level. He's 1199 now. One more level, he'll hit 1,200. He's just standing there, though. Unless his animation's broken or something. He's in, like, super AFK mode right now. Wait, where's it? Oh, there's. Lost track of where it was. Alphabetical order. Still can't find it. There it is. The one player who's is 1,650 plus was a early access player. None is counting him. Oh no! You mean someone actually did that? Really? That was my biggest concern with leaderboards. Is someone with who had early access would just grind leaderboard. I can't believe someone actually did it. Yeah, a lot of people didn't do it. Like, I have a lot of respect for, like, Brighter Source Central and a few others. Because, you know, they didn't grind leaderboard or anything, you know, like that. Like, they didn't abuse the fact that they had early access. But, yeah, it's kind of unfortunate that someone did do that. Like, it's not that big a deal. It's probably only, like, one or a few people, but still. Like, no one's gonna pass them. They're, like, 2 weeks ahead of everyone. Like, no one's passing them in a long while. They basically got a 2-week head start. The game's basically been out for 2 weeks. Let's see. What am I putting this into? Actually, what am I putting this into? I guess smithing. At least until I can get a better weapon. Because I need that smithing level to catch up to my Chronopolis combat level. You know his name, but you're not leaking? All good. Yeah, no need to rat him out. It's fine. Apparently, we'll see him when leaderboards come out. It'll be pretty obvious. If he's like 200 levels above the next person below him. Yeah, all the top players are in Zone 4. If you wonder where like every 1,000 plus player is, they're all in zone 4. Minus the 2 that are currently standing on this tile, me and that guy. But generally speaking, anyone who's playing efficiently is in zone 4. Who's going for like high total. Because 200 watch person, detective, and merchant are like the freest skills in the entire game. If you're going for total level. Like that's 600 total for free. Hey, how much is this ring? I never did check it. 15, not bad. They didn't really account for them. That adds a bit to our profit. Alright, let me just bank with these. How much do I have on the ground? I don't want to reset them all, so I think this is good. Alright. I don't have to reset everything on the ground just to do one more inventory. So I think we head out with what we have. Yeah, leather worker could be good too. Leather worker's mostly good for money though. Isn't it pretty bad XP? Well, maybe not bad, but compared to how quickly you can multi-skill a watch person plus detective, as well as just merchant in general, I feel like leather worker compared to those three is really slow. Compared to an average skill, it's fine. But compared to the other absurdly quick skills in the area, it's kind of slow, at least compared to them. Generally speaking, it's like pretty much at rate for the, you know, an average skill. But compared to the absurdly good ones already in the area, it's kind of slow. Alright, and now we do it again. How much money did we make? Nice, we more than doubled our cash stack in one inventory. Look at that. Well, technically 2 inventories, whatever you call what we just did. In one cycle, we made like 140 silver. We started at what, like 80 something? Well, I guess 120 silver then. 120 silver for one inventory. Of course, that's influenced heavily by how many purples we get. Alright, let's keep doing it. It's not bad money. Definitely not the best thing we could be doing, but hey, stonemason XP. So I gotta cash these out eventually anyways. I'd rather cash them in for stonemason rather than, you know, sell them to a player. There's also some of the best stonemason XP I can get at my level. I need to get to 58 for the next stone anyways. Yeah, it's faster than carpentry, but slower than some of the other skills. Like, leatherworker is not slow in the sense that it's slow. It's just every single skill other than it in Chapter 4 is absurdly quick. So compared to the others, it's slow. But compared to an average skill, it's like normal speed. It's basically balanced, essentially. Whereas merchant and detective into, you know, the raid thingy's absurdly quick XP. Compared to an average skill. Because one of them you're gaining skill, two skills at once. And then the other one just quick XP in general. Like, raids technically aren't quick detective XP, nor are they quick watch person XP. But together, collectively, they're quicker than doing either independently. Because the way that the XP for this is scaled is almost as if you were doing just one or the other. But you're doing both at once. So you're getting like 180% skilling XP in a sense. Instead of a lot of skills that are scaled at like 1 times. You're getting slightly worse for both of them. But you're getting both simultaneously. I do hope we get more multi-scaling methods though. There's not that many in the game. Actually, isn't that the only one? Like, there's multi-scaling in the sense that you can do mining into smithing, mining into stonemason. But I'm pretty sure this is the only activity where you simultaneously at the exact same time gain XP for 2 skills. There's a lot that have synergy, like, you know, fishing, cooking, gathering into a forager, into alchemy, stuff like that. But I'm pretty sure this is the only thing where you actively at the exact same time gain 2 XPs simultaneously. without having to cash in one at a later time. Like right now I'm cashing in my mining from earlier, but I'm not gaining mining XP while doing this. Even though it sure feels like I'm mining a rock right now. Yeah, the EXP reduction affects both skills, not just combat. Though it's hard to see the exact percent that you're losing for detective. Because the percent loss that you see is not for detective, it's for your watch person. If they're both similar level, then you probably have a similar loss. But if one's higher than the other or one's lower than the other, the amount lost could be inaccurate. But generally, whatever it says is about how much you're also losing for detective. But they're actually not the same number. There's currently no way to actually check the loss percent for detective while doing the activity. But generally speaking, if you have both of these similar, then yeah, whatever your watch person's minus percent is likely close to what your detective minus percent is. Like right now, it'd be pretty comparable. Though it'd be getting slightly more XP for detective in a sense. Because like this might be like, let's say a 7 reduction right now, whereas this would be a 5% reduction. Not sure if that's actually the case, but you know, like they're slightly different percent since they're a different level right now. Ooh, an epic. They're not as exciting when they're not your own weapon, I do have to say though. Like, yay, money, but you know, I don't really need this. It's only partially cool. Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I want to go all in on upgrading my handcuffs. That's why I need all that money. Remember earlier when I said I need like 50 gold? The reason I need 50 gold is I want to try to max out handcuffs before leagues next week. Because I know I will be doing a lot of these raid den thingies. At least to 200, maybe further. And well, that won't be the only thing we do, obviously. Though we can finally get 61 cooking finally, which will be nice. But, there's one thing I do want to do during that time. And obviously, if we're going to do that, we got to max out the handcuffs. It's been something that's way overdue. So this weekend, we're going to be really heavy on the money making for once. Something we haven't really done yet. Like, obviously, we've done things that make money. Like, even what we're doing right now. But we've never gone, like, all in on trying to, like, actively make money. Though it's honestly not too much different than normal gameplay. I'll probably be a lot of merchant, processing some of their stuff from both smithing and stonemason that we already have banked. I'll try to etch a bunch of stones off stream so we can start doing that on both the other 2 streams. As well as my bars. So most of my bars are already processed. Though I want to save more of my bars than my stones, though, because the stones I can't really do much with. Whereas the bars, you know, I can make actual best in slot equipment for all of the zones in the game. Because even though I might not need the tier 1 stone for Chronopolis anymore, I still need the tier 1 stone for, you know, or, you know, my ore, I mean, for both Scout and for Hopeport, and maybe even a little bit for Minefighter. What is that cape? Oh, this is the smithing cape in the game. Yeah, it looks really clean. Oh, so hello, Philgrim. Welcome, welcome. But yeah, this is the level 100 smithing cape. And you can get it as early as level 50. Though it doesn't have the little sword part on it. But everything above the sword part is at level 50. Yeah, it's one of my favorite keeps in the game. Not sure if it's my absolute favorite, but it's definitely grown on me a lot. Yeah, we'll get to 201 at some point. Not in a rush for it, though. Plus, I don't have the money for it. Is it dyed or is that default? No, it's default. You can't dye any capes. You can dye your armor burnt orange, though, to match it better. Currently, I'm using cyan, or, you know, that bright blue color, because it just matches Crown Knight a little bit better. But you can... There is a burnt orange in Chapter 4 that you can make all your armor trimmed with. And it matches the cape perfectly. It's the exact same color as, like, the outline trim of this cape. But no, you can't change the color of the cape, unfortunately. If you try dyeing it, it'll say you can't dye this item. Yeah, in the long run, merchant into leatherworker is insane money. I've been saving all my hides, but it's mostly because of the low tier hides. I want to go and get to 200 armor maker. It's the main reason why I've been burning money on leatherworker. Is I'm saving every low tier hide to try to get 200 leather maker. I mean 200 armor. I mean, for when chapter 5 comes out. But after I hit over 200, I'm gonna stop banking them and just purely sell them only. That's a little bit of ways away though. But yeah, once I hit like 190-ish, 200-ish leather maker, I'm selling every single hide we ever get probably. Maybe I'll keep a couple of the high tier ones just so I have a little bit of each in case I do need them. But everything like 190 plus, 200 plus probably being sold. That's obviously long term though. Still need the merchant level to even get there. Like 200 something merchant. Which is honestly a grind we should probably focus on a bit this weekend. Because we're doing a money making weekend this weekend. But honestly, we gotta really focus on merchant during that time. Like, we'll still do a few other things, like cash in our ore and rocks and everything. But, and I'll go process them off stream so we can just do the actual money-making part of it. However, I really need all those high discounts. As well as just the money that comes just from training merchant in general. Like, 205, I think, is my cutting point. Some people are going to, like, 222 or 239 or something similar. But I think 205 is my cutting point. Due to the XP curve that starts to happen at that point. We're not going to get that this weekend. There's no way we're going to get 100 levels in 1 week. Or 1 weekend. But, it's like the short-term-ish goal for merchant. Is get to about 205 and then work on leatherworker. Oh. I got you, timer. No worries. Yeah, I'll give it a second. I know that this process takes 30 seconds, so this can't die within that time. I say that. It's going to die within this time. Don't you do it. Don't do it. Don't you dare do it, 43 XP potions. You shouldn't, if I timed it correctly. Go, go, go. Alright, we refreshed it. Alright, timer. Go do timey things again. Good job, timer. You saved my potions. And that's why we use the Steam timer. Of course, you could use any timer. But hey, this game's on Steam. Might as well use the Steam one. Yeah, merchant up to 200 is the fastest skill in the game by far. The next fastest is doing both of these multi-skilling. Each individual one doesn't get there faster, but it's the easiest double 200 in the game. There's no double 200 quicker than these two. Even something like mining and the smithing would be slower. Because you're doing them independently rather than together like you do with these two. The only slight issue with this is gearing up, but it takes less time to do in both activities individually. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if most people stop at 205 and do leatherworker. That was my plan. Once again, do 205 merchant. I live at the leatherworker shop. Because that also reaches my base 200 goal for armor maker. For my whole base 200 being able to craft from scratch goal. Because that was my plan as well. 205 merchant into 200 leather maker. Into, wait until chapter 5. Obviously, we'll also need 200-ish smithing. Whatever we said the mining level earlier. 140 something? 180 something? Something. What was it? What was the high screen one? 180 mining. So yeah, it was like 180 mining, 200 smithing, 200 leather maker, 205 merchant is what I need. And then we're pretty much set for base 200 stuff. Anything beyond that is get maybe stonemason a little bit higher. Maybe bone right. But honestly, when trading comes out, I'm just going to buy my bone right from people. Any boners out there, we need you. Anyone who's a guardian and or has high bone rate, I will need your assistance when trading comes out. because I will have an absurdly high smithing level. Not the highest in the game, but decently high. We will have an okay stonemason level. But we will have a abysmal bonerite level. Honestly, I'll be surprised if it's even at 50 later. But I do want to get it to a cleaner number than 42. Honestly, just kind of chill when you're doing it for money. I wish I could just skip the etching of the stones and just go straight to the money-making method. Luckily on stream we will be. Off stream I'm just going to etch a bunch of stones probably tonight. So when we try doing this tomorrow in between merchant runs, I'll, you know, be able to go to the pure money-making part. Because the etching of the stones is what's annoying. Because it keeps using gas and you eventually run out. And then you gotta go run for more. It's kind of annoying. In all fairness, one full inventory of gas does last for a while, though. It's whatever for 240 times 6 is, which is math brain. Let me just calculate. 240 times 6. Oops, that's not the number I want. 240 times 6 is... It lasts for 1,440. The problem with that, though, is I have, like, thousands of stone in there. So I gotta refill it, like, 2 or 3 times. Like, it sounds like a lot, but in actuality, it's not a lot. It runs out pretty quick. There's the only thing I really hate about stonemason. You need gas for everything. At least for smithing, you only half need gas. It's really just for your range weapon and maybe a shield. Like, nothing else really uses the gas for the most part. Whereas for everything for stonemason, like, everything you ever do requires gas. Doesn't matter what you make out of stone, all of it requires gas. It's so annoying. Like, obviously when you're doing this part, it's not a factor. But it's so annoying when you're etching the stones. Because you'll do it for a while and it's like, oh, I'm out of gas. And then you go refill it and then you do it for a little while more and it's like, oh, I'm out of gas again. And you get no XP while you're filling up gas and everything. But I haven't ran out of gas in like the top right smithing area, I don't think ever. I've done like 3 sets and have never ran out. I still think it's like half filled with gas right now. There's gas. Basically, there's a bunch of gas leeches. And you have to fill up... they're used for 2 things. They're used to run this little rock etching thing, which you use every single time. And then you also end up using in the top right smither for half the smithing in the game. Luckily, it's for the lesser half. No, and the special attacks are good for it. Where is it? How am I so blind? There it is, right over there. They use it over there as well. But luckily, almost all your stuff you don't actually need for that for smithing. It's only used for a couple things. Mostly for bow and for a singular shield. Those are like the only 2 good things you really need from there, for the most part. Everything else is pretty ignorable. Like, all the best in slots you actually don't need gas for on Cryonite. But every single thing you ever make out of stonemason requires gas. It's not that bad, though. You basically pick up 24 leeches from the ground. Then you fill them with gas in a gas chamber thing. And then after you do that, you then have to bring them into the little thing and have the little machine suck the gas. So it's basically a 3-step process where you gain no XP. You have to catch them, you have to fill them, then you have to fill the machine. And during that entire process, you got 0 XP and 0 knowledge points. It's kind of annoying. Not sure really why it was added. If it was like a one-off thing during like a quest or something, it'd be like, okay, yeah, that's cool. But the fact that you have to keep doing it constantly is kind of annoying. It's not like a too big deal overall, but it's a lot of XP waste that otherwise could be completely avoided by just not having the mechanic. I think they did that to try to balance how bad Bonerite is. Because Bonerite doesn't need any gas, but it's just so bad. So they had to basically balance Bonerite by making the other 2 worse. Is I think the angle they were going for. His Bonerite is so bad that they had to nerf the other 2 in some way, and that was their way of nerfing it. How's our timer doing? It's doing okay. Bone Right has it the easiest. As far as gas, yes. The only issue Bone Right has is it requires the most annoying amount of material. But if you have that material, Bone Right is easy. Because it has the least amount of friction once you have the material. The problem is obtaining the wide array of material that you need. So more so the gathering part is the more annoying thing when it comes to Bone Right. The actual processing part is probably the easiest of the three. But it has the worst gathering part. Yeah, you can fill each with 100 leeches. So if you really want to, you could do like 3 inventories. But then that's like a half an hour that you're doing literally nothing. Other than just filling the thing with gas. Maybe not half an hour. I'm not sure how long each trip takes. Sure feels like half an hour though if you do 3 inventories. Oh, I guess technically 4. Depends how much gas you have left in the chamber. What am I doing? Oh yeah, grabbing the items. Also, is there a way to withdraw all from this? Does anyone know? Is there a withdraw all button? Have I been wasting my time doing it one at a time, or did they not add the function yet? Because I feel like there should be like something here to make this easier. That definitely doesn't feel like that's the way it should be. So if that is the only way of doing it, hopefully they fix that. Because that's so annoying to have to move them one at a time just to go get rid of them all. Where am I going? Back to the mines. One at a time at the moment? Okay, that's what I thought. I wasn't sure if there's like some kind of quality of life button I was missing somewheres. Unfortunate. But they'll fix that down the line. $1K charges get you 6K. Yeah, the problem with that is I think we have over 6K though. Like, I'll show you how much gas we have right now. I currently have... Oh. Should I go fill it? Oh gosh, I have 38 gas left. I gotta go refill it again. Yes, timer, I know. I have nothing on the ground at the moment. Thank you, though. I got 38 gas left. That's depressing. I gotta go refill it again. Of course. I forgot why I don't have more etched stone. It's because I saw the gas go to 0. But yeah, look at this. I have 1,000 of these. I have 1,000 of these. I have 500 of these. 500-ish. So yeah, I have to do like 3,000 of them. Alright, let me go get 3 inventories of gas real quick, I guess. Okay. We were talking about it. I might as well do it now. I'm not going to etch the stones, but I will go do the gas. We're talking about it like the last 5-10 minutes. Might as well go do it, I guess. I'm not going to go etch the stones right now. I'll do that off stream. But I know I won't feel like filling up the gas off stream, so this will save me from having to do it later, I guess. It's probably the most relevant time to do it since we're talking about it anyways. Oh, I do need to go store my XP pot, though. Let me go do that first, and then we'll go do 3 inventories of gas. And that should hold us over for everything we have banked. Oh, sorry, Chow, what were you asking? Wait, I don't see what your question was. Oh, sorry. Anybody know where you can find a cheese stall? Top left. By the Cyclopses. Which I think FCB Dev just mentioned. Or I think that's where the cheese stall is, right? I almost never run it. And by almost, I mean I never run it. Anything that ever makes you go top left is never worth it. You can still do it for a one-time turn-in bonus. But they are all so bad. He's just in the middle of nowhere. Like, if you want to, like, pre-buy and drop something or something. But having to constantly go there, there's no shortcut to get there quicker. So it's just very slow to get over to that area. Did that leech just summon on top of that leech? The door leech. Oh yeah, that's something I still wish they would add to the game. I really wish Center let you see where spawn is. I also wish there was an always on mode for the sensor. Because when you're doing these leeches, they kind of get stuck behind the wall sometimes. Not in the sense that they're stuck there, but you know, in the sense that they visually are hidden behind a wall. So if you don't use your sensor, you can't really see where they are properly. Imagine a PvP cape, that would be kind of funny. As like a prestige item. Old School did that with hats. I'm sure if you can still earn them, or if they're a legacy item. I think you can still earn them in Bounty Hunter, I think. But basically, you get a PvP hat, as well as a different one for a PvP cape. The PvP cape is for Last Man Standing, and the PvP hat is for Bounty Hunter. But basically, based on how many kills you have in the game mode, or in the case of Last Man Standing, what your overall score is, or how many wins you've gotten, I mean. You'll basically get a cape or a hat representing how good you've been at PvP. Basically, your kill count meter. But I would love to see something like that in this game. Like some kind of cool cosmetic you can wear that's fully cosmetic. That has higher tiers based on how many kills or wins you have or anything else like that. Where the more you have, the more elaborate the cosmetic gets. Has to be purely cosmetic though, whatever it is. And ideally a cape. Since cosmetics, cape seems to be a thing in this game. When was the last time we what? David. But no, I don't do any drugs or anything. Yeah, I don't drink, don't do any drugs, nothing like that. Though I have been taking some vitamin D pills lately just because I've been getting less sun from sitting in this chair for like 12 hours a day while we stream Brighter Shores. So to offset the lack of sun, I have been starting to take some vitamin D. But I've still been going for a walk every morning. Oh, I didn't this morning though. But I normally every morning go out. I just didn't have time this morning. You do the drug called carpentry, oh gosh. Will there be dungeons in this game? Probably at some point. First they gotta add bosses and other things first though. Well, I mean not first, but you know what I mean. But yeah, there's currently no dungeons, no bosses, no raids, no anything like that. But obviously this game will get stuff, you know, along those lines at some point. They just didn't launch in any during early access. As far as big content, they're prioritizing like PvP and a few other things first before they get around to like bosses and a few other things like that. But I'll get around to it. Actually, how long was it after launch for the first boss to come to Classic? Does anyone remember? I just want to go check that real quick. I want to wait till we get to the next thingy and start putting these in though. I think it took like half a year after launch or something. The last time he made an MMO. Not sure if it'll take that long this time, obviously. But you never know. It's like the only kind of metric we have. Because, yeah, KBD was the first boss. But I can't remember if it was like a couple months or 6 months or a year after launch. I'll go check in a second, though. I'm actually curious now. Obviously, the metric could be completely different in this game. I just kind of want to see how long it took him the first time around to make the first boss. Obviously, it could be any amount of time this time around. Alright, and then we bring them all the way over here. The final step of the 3-step process. And then we got to do that 2 more times. And then I'm going to go and keep making stuff out of our stones. I'm not going to etch more stuff. I just want to do this now. So when I do this off stream, I don't need to worry about gas. I'm going to go double check it real quick. Which wiki do I need? I can still do it based on old school. KBD. When was KBD released? Actually, when was Classic released? Does anyone remember when Classic was released? Because KPD came out in 2002. I know Classic launched in 2001. So, yeah, that's at least several months. So that was at least like 9-10 months after launch. Was when he first added a boss last time around. Obviously, the metric could be completely different for Brighter Shores. But yeah, it took him at least 10 months. Obviously, it would probably be quicker for Brighter Shores before it gets its first boss, though. But currently, it seems like he's almost going down that same path in the sense that we currently have like a mini roadmap in the next few months. And nowhere's in there is like, release first boss. Where's the roadmap found? Well, it's not really a roadmap, but whenever he does an update, all the way at the bottom, it has like a bunch of things that he's doing in the near future. I'm not sure where you can check that normally. Is there a thing where you can check last patch notes somewhere in game? Does anyone know? Because I know at the bottom of that page it tells you, let me see if I log out real quick. I want to see. Let me go check something real quick. Let's see if I can find it. Because I'm actually curious. I want to read it all off real quick. Yeah, the news button on the homepage. Yeah, let me go ahead over there. Get some free XP Oregon. News. Yeah, right here. Early access. Brighter Shores is currently in early access, quote unquote. This means a few core features aren't ready yet, and there are probably still some bugs. Please send any bug reports to us. These are... I guess this is what I'm going to read. There are some very important features we want to finish as soon as possible, and before we consider the game to no longer be early access, aka 1.0, aka game is out. These include PvP, player-to-player trading, combat improvements, including special attacks on epic weapons, which is for the 4-star orange weapons, to make the different factions more distinct. Episode 5, the Stonewall Hill, which will be adding armor making, as well as a new gather skill, a new combat skill, a builder skill, and maybe one other skill. Leaderboards, which he said he was working on last weekend, and are probably the first thing that will be coming out of this entire list. Additional higher level quests, and a party system. Which I'm not sure if that means a clan system or what. Because what are we partying for? A boss? But I assume he means a clan system here? I don't know. What does a party system mean? Like, normally a party system would imply, like, a raid or a, you know, a group boss or something. And I assume he means a clan system or something. I don't know. There will not be a save reset at the end of early access, so all your progress will be saved. Yeah, that's everything that's coming in the near future. We don't have a time frame. This could be a month. This could be, like, 3, 4, 5 months. But knowing him, this is probably, like, a 3-month time frame. But it could be any amount of time. We'll find out. Anyways. Also, here's our other 2 AFK accounts. I don't think they're ready to move up yet. Just want to double check, though. When do they move up? He's been AFK for the last 9 hours. And he moves up at level 44. And he's at, what, 42? Alright. I already have the point queued up, so I don't need to do anything for him. Same as the other guy. He's in the same position right now. AFKing his combat up, so he can mess around with combat on the other 2 classes. So whenever spec weapons do come out, I'll be able to try all of them. Or at least a good number of them. And, yeah. Oh, this one's a little bit lower in combat. I might need to fix that later. It's not even at 42 yet, whereas the other one's already at 42. But that is a later issue that we'll fix later. Anyways. For now, back to the main account. I just realized, did I leave stuff on the ground? No. I already got my potion from earlier. I'm doing leeches right now. And while I was gone, I got 37 stonemason and 75 broads. Oh gosh, that AFK activity is so bad. Low-level AFK activities, not ideal. But I was, hey, it's better than nothing. They actually are good, but obviously you have to do them for a long while you're AFK. At the level range, they're not awful. But I haven't actually upgraded that. Actually, now that I think about it, I think I could do like 1 or 2 tiers higher. Yeah, it could be at 2 tiers higher. Or 1 tier higher of that specific thing. I just didn't bother getting the knowledge into it yet. Because I really have no need to AFK. I was just doing it since we were there. Anyways, let's go do 2 more inventories of leeches, and then we'll go back to making the thingy things. Yeah, I'm not sure what he means by quote-unquote party system. Because that specifically doesn't sound like a clan system. That sounds like a system you would use to fight something. Which is interesting, because what is he adding that you would need a party system for? Because currently, no piece of content would need a party system. So him adding a party system before launch implies something before launch will require a party system to begin with. Unless he's just adding it for future-proofing, I guess. But unless you're doing, like, duo fishing or duo woodcutting. POH parties? Could you imagine? Imagine he actually drops the player-owned houses in Chapter 5. But without ever mentioning it, just randomly, when Chapter 5 comes out, there just happens to be player-owned houses. That'd be the funniest thing ever. Honestly, that sounds like something he would do. He'd keep it on the hush-hush, never mention it. And then everyone at launch realizes, wait, he actually added player-owned houses. Though don't get your hopes up. There's no way he's doing that. There's like 0 chance. Oh, not 0. It's very unlikely, though. As much as it sounds like something he would do, it is absurdly unlikely that would actually occur. Like, if player-owned houses ever comes into the game, Builder will be used for it, of course. But there's, like, almost 0 chance he's actually adding a whole player-owned house system in Chapter 5. That'd be way too much work. I don't know, find out. It's very unlikely, though. But if he did it out of nowhere, it'd be very funny. Because there's really no indication other than a builder skill that that could even happen. But I assume a builder skill is just your, you're building stuff for people's houses and stuff like that. Maybe building up some monuments and things, or, like part of the town that you're in, which will give you additional features. Kind of like how you get shortcuts when you get your detective level up. I feel like it'll almost be like that, where you unlock like certain shops maybe, and stuff like that in the next chapter. Based on you building it up. Like, it's probably like a town that's been, like, war-struck or something. Because it's called Stonewall Hill, which definitely sounds like a war zone. So it might be something like all the buildings are destroyed, or a lot of them. And you gotta repair them. And then once they're repaired, you can start using them. Kind of like how you kind of can with Merchant to some degree with the discounts. Or with Detective with, like, the house shortcuts. Almost seems like that, where you have to, like, build up the houses, which will build up a bunch of shops that you can use or something. I don't know, figure it out. It could be any number of things. That, or it could be like Mahogany Homes in old school RuneScape, where you get bounty contracts to fix up people's houses. And doing them, you just get paid for doing it. Kind of like how cooking contracts work, except for building. Yeah, we do technically have the player market. It's not added yet, though. But of course, that'll be coming in whenever trading gets added. I'm still curious how we'll handle trading overall. Has a lot of potential to be good or bad. Excuse me. As long as it's not a duplication glitch, I'm happy with whatever they do. Just don't add a duplication glitch that does like a 12-hour rollback on the day that trading is released. Yeah, hopefully it doesn't happen, but you know it's going to happen. It's more so a matter of, like, how early does it get caught. Are we going to be getting a grand exchange? We don't know. It could be player-to-player trading. It might be item-to-item. We don't even know if everything will be tradable. It might just be gear for gear or gear for resource. We don't even know if, like, raw material and stuff will be tradable. Or potions or things like that. Gear definitely will be. But we also don't know if you could just, like, do unfair trades. Like, we don't know if you could just trade someone, like, 10 gold and get nothing in return. It just, give someone money. Or if it would have to be, like, item for item or an auction house kind of system. Almost like grand exchange kind of thing. Could be any number of things. It does seem like it'll have some amount of player to player, though. Or, you directly trade from one player to another. How exactly it'll work, though, and what limitations it might have, we don't really know. We also don't know if there is a grand exchange system, if it'll purely be for currency, or if it'll be for an item-to-item kind of exchange. Because this game is very dependent, at least as far as the 4-star weapon making system, as well as armor. It's very dependent on having items from the other classes. So be able to trade something like a 100 level Cryonite item for level 90 to 110 of the other two classes is very beneficial. So if there's some kind of automatic item-to-item system like that, would be very convenient. Hey, an exact level 1000. That's a clean number. They're about to ruin it, though. Alright, one more inventory, and we should be good on gas for everything we have banked. Though I'm not going to etch anything. I'm going to go back to actually making money by processing the stones we already have done. But off stream, I'm going to go like process every good stone we have left. Or at least as many as I can. So that when we try money making this weekend, we can focus on merchant, actually processing stuff for money and stuff like that. So we can maximize the time we're spending money making and minimize the time we're doing pointless things like these little leeches things. Got one more inventory and we won't have to do these for a very, very long time. There's the only problem with stonemason. Everything else about it's pretty chill. And then there's these leeches you gotta do. Yeah, we're half filled with gas. I'm not gonna fill it up all the way though. I'm just gonna do one more inventory. That should hold us over for a while. You're banking everything on raw materials being tradable. I'm still not sure how I feel about raw materials being tradable in this game. I guess I wouldn't mind it. I just feel like some of the balance of the game might be slightly ruined if you can start doing that for some things. But as long as you can only trade at the market, I don't think it's going to be too big a deal. I'm really hoping, and I'm pretty sure based on how the system is, you're only going to be able to trade at the Chapter 4 market. You're not going to be able to run people like resources or something similar. It's not going to be like old school's rune crafting where, you know, you could just bring essence to someone and just have an essence runner who constantly keeps running you essence or bones or something similar. I really hope if you can do raw material that you can only trade it at the marketplace and nowhere else. Which seems like the way that's going to be set up from what I could tell, so that's good. Because you need Chapter 4 to even access the area to begin with. And it's likely because you can only trade in Chapter 4 in those square area. Which if that is the case, then I'm fine with resources and everything being tradable and everything. My biggest concern is if you could trade anywhere. And just keep running people resources and similar things like that. But it seems like you're only going to be ever able to trade around the merchant tower. And those four little areas around it. But if that's the case, I'm perfectly fine with that. It also makes it so all trading is, you know, consolidated in one area too. So you're not need to go check like where West Bank Varrock and then check Falador and check like every single part of it. You simply just have to check like 4 to 5 zones that are around it and you're good to go. You're not going to need to check like 2 different cities. The only problem is you do have to check 4 separate areas, which is going to be a little clunky. Because you can't see the text currently for all 4 areas at once, unless the merchant square works a little differently once they add it. It'd be very useful if it's told you like what direction they were in. Like if they're in north, south, east, or west, and you can see all dialogue at once. I'm not sure if they're going to change it like that. I'm pretty sure it currently doesn't work like that though. But I hope they do, so you don't have to keep running all over the place. So you can just be in one of the zones and know what everyone is saying in all 4. Yeah, an episode chat would be really nice. I feel like it would be way too flooded, though. You know how quick your chat would move if the entire chapter could see everything? That wouldn't be an issue in most chapters, but I feel like Chapter 4, you know, it would move like a mile a minute. Like, it'll be non-stop, just message. Like, you'd have to scroll, like, all the way up. And it will still, like, this message, like, right down there will last, like, 2 seconds before it's off screen. Filled gas leeches. Oh, imagine you can actually sell those. The reason why you won't be able to, though, is there's no bank that stores them. I assume you'll only ever be able to trade things that can be stored in a bank. So any non-bankable resource are likely untradables, which would include this gas leech. That isn't confirmed, but it seems pretty likely. Because that makes it so he doesn't need to add noted items to the game. If you could just trade from bank to bank. Like, let's say I have, I don't know, 1,000 level 0 flint. You know, the ones that you mine at level 0. Just hypothetically. Let's say I have 1,000 of that. The way that trading will likely work is you just trade directly to their bank. So I wouldn't need to have the 1,000 flint on me, because obviously that's impossible with this system. But it would simply, you know, I'd be able to put it into their trade window. They'd trade either the currency or whatever they're trading for it. And it simply just gets sent straight to their bank. It seems like likely how it will work. So anything that isn't bankable likely won't be tradable. But that's not confirmed, though. But it seems like it might be how it works. But I don't know. We'll find out when it happens. Because that would make it so he never needs to add noted items. Are we getting party hats? He did mention in the past he wants to try to not add, like, FOMO items. So they're not going to be, like, ever discontinued. But no, we don't know what we're getting for Christmas. That'd be funny if he makes, like, the new party hats. Not literally party hats, but something that becomes, like, party hats. Not in the sense that they'll be discontinued rares, because he wants to try not to do that. But I wonder if he'll find some kind of new item that would be, like, as... like, just as cool as what basically party hats did for old school. Or, you know, just normal RuneScape, I should say. But no, he's going to try not to do discontinued items like that. It's not like we're going to get party hats once and then they're never going to come back again. It's likely going to work more like old school where they come back every year. Or you might need to wait till the next holiday or buy it from someone who got it from the last holiday. But when the next holiday rolls around, you'll likely be able to get them again. He's not going to do like holiday exclusive one-offs or anything like that. Most likely. Based on what he said in the past, it seems like he won't. But we'll find out. But I'm curious what he does for a holiday event. Because, of course, Christmas will be the first holiday event, most likely. Unless he's just skipping a holiday event. Which, given that this thing is still in beta, there's a chance he just doesn't do a holiday event. Like, it's not off the table that we just don't have Christmas in Brighter Shores. At least for the first year. But I'm curious if he will do an event for it or not. And if he does, how he'll handle it. Because obviously the game's really early in development, so it just might not even do a Christmas event. I kind of hope he does, though. Even if it's something, like, really, really small. Also, I hope it takes part in Hopeport. It kind of needs to, so free-to-play players can take part. But I hope it takes part in, like, Hopeport Square or something. Because I would love to see, like, a wintery theme of that area. Trading will be released on Christmas Day. I feel like I'll get it out earlier than that. Because leaderboards will likely be before the end of the month. And I feel like trading will probably be like a week or two after. Like mid-December. Or even earlier than that. We don't really have a time frame on it currently. We'll definitely probably try to push it before the end of the year, though. I don't think we're getting Chapter 5 before the end of the year as much as I would love it to happen, though. But you never know. It's not like other chapters in that it's actually probably pretty far developed. Like probably very little has been done on Chapter 6 or 7 so far, if anything at all. But Chapter 5 even pre-launch was already like probably 50% done, if not more. It's not like other future chapters where they, you know, are starting almost from scratch. Like, before the game even came out, they were already started on it. We could see because there was already, like, at launch, of course, the stone, like, the builder deposit boxes and stuff like that. As well as a bunch of things you could do with Merchant that you can't currently do because they technically don't exist, but do exist. Like, you can tell him to go get bricks, which are used for chapter 5 for the builder skill. But you can't currently do it because bricks don't exist. But they already had the foresight of, you know, having the system set up. Alright. Oh, wait, I need to go back and get my XP potion. Now, or just don't do XP potion, I guess. I guess we'll just ignore XP pots. That, or I could put it into, like, my detective thingy so I don't waste the knowledge point. You got 100 bone right? Nice. Now you got another 100 to go. Oh, gosh, you're going all the way to 200. Good luck, good luck. Yeah, I'm doing the same for smithing. Not directly right now, obviously. We're doing stonemason. I'm mostly just trying to cash out what we have banked. But it is on the list of things to do. Oh, that armor doesn't look too bad. That set of guardian armor? I like that. Yeah, see, higher tier guardian armor doesn't look awful. It's just a lower tier. Oh, so we calculated out earlier. It's about 250 silver an hour. I need about 600 or 700 for our pickaxe, I believe it was. And then after that, well, this weekend, we were basically trying to money make to try to get 50 gold. Are we going to reach that goal? Probably not, but I'm going to see how far we can get to it. Anything closer than we are now is beneficial. You're working on 364 alchemy? Nice. That seems like a very specific number. Was that 364? 364. Oh, 10% Hope Forest. Ooh, are you a guardian? Oh, yeah, when's the earliest 10% pot? Something I never paid attention to. When is the earliest you can make a 10% XP pot? Hope Port at 185. Interesting. Wonder how expensive it is to make that pot. I think someone mentioned earlier. How high do you need for some of the later chapters? Gosh, it's gonna get so high. Those are a different 10%. Where's the other 10%? Yeah, wow. You need 490 for next chapter. That is insane. Where's the mining district? I'm trying to find the other two. There it is. 412 and 451. That's insane. Yeah, where's the lowest one? We just saw it earlier. That's for the other chapter. Where's the one that we just saw earlier? Where'd it go? Where's 10% for, I was literally looking at it earlier. Where'd it go? I'm blind. Where's the 10% for, Zone 1? There it is. No, that's the other one. Where's Hope Port? Wish there's like a search option. There it is. 185. Yeah, it's the lowest 10% you can get. It's 185 for Hope Port. I feel like those are going to be too expensive to ever bother using them. Not just to make yourself, but also for trading. Even if you have the forger level to go with it. Yeah, the fact that fishing and cooking is only used for money is kind of unfortunate. Too bad you can't, like, have a meal or something and get, like, an hour buff of some kind. Or even just anything. I don't think they'll ever make it food items in combat, and I'm fine with that. But you gotta make it do at least something else. So we don't have to keep chugging those, like, 2-minute potions all the time. Make cooking have some kind of hour buff that you don't have to keep chugging for. Even make it don't stack if you have to balance it that way. It's just so annoying having to keep chugging the 2-minute potions. Especially since you can't currently equip them. Though that probably will be changed down the line. There's no way they don't add a third slot for potions at some point. This is going to be hard for them to code, but they'll get there eventually. Well, it's because they have like 100-something potions that need to work there. Because they also need to make AFK potions work there, most likely. Just to free up a spot for AFK activities. I guess some of them are inventory dependent. Like the ones that actually, you know, fill up your inventory and everything. Or require an item to, you know, be in your inventory. Are fish actually for potions at a high level? I didn't notice that. They might be. My alchemy level is like negative, so I haven't actually checked. But that might be the case. But yeah, fish and cooking is honestly probably the weakest combo in the whole game right now. Because foraging alchemy is at least good in the sense, you know, you get all your potions and everything. Gather feeds the bone right. Woodcutter carpentry makes all the weapons. And obviously merchant feeds in the leather maker. Leather maker goes to armor. But it's the only like double skill synergy that you can basically ignore forever and be perfectly fine. You just need 25 fishermen for a quest and 61 chef for a quest. But beyond that, they are basically pointless. And we did get base 30s today. Getting all the other pointless skills up. Not all pointless, obviously. Like, we got a lot of woodcutting levels today, and we still need 45 for a quest. Same as 50 carpentry. Actually, still kind of want to round that out to 40 carpentry. That's still throwing me off. They have 40 alchemy, but 39 carpentry. It's actually kind of driving me crazy still. I think the other thing that's driving me crazy is I have 33 cooking, which almost makes me want to get 40 as well. But that seems like such a waste of time at the moment to go get 40 cooking. It's also not particularly quick. Like, it's not something we'll get done in just like an hour or something. We're actually going to have to like cook. We're really going to have to cook if we're going to get to 7 levels. It's not just like a 1 hour small little mini grind. It's like 2 or 3 hours or whatever it is. Also, my habit is to always click teleport. Even if I need a different spell, my hand just moves to the teleport button. Oh, that's flint. Don't do flint. I need that one. Also, at level 58, I can start processing the next ore. Let me double check. Which one is the next ore? I believe it's granite. How much granite did I mine earlier? And why do I feel like it's not enough? Yeah, I only got 137 granite. That's unfortunate. Oh, wait, that's 69. Wait, which one was the 58 one? Oh, it was this one. Alright, that's fine. I get 744. That should hold us over. Hopefully. I think it has to hold us over all the way to 69, though. That might be doable. I'm not sure how much XP that is banked. I need that banking calculator. When are we going to get a website where you can just put in what's in your bank, all the numbers, and it just spits out how much XP it is? I need like a banked XP calculator. Because I'm definitely not doing all that math in my head. Or even jotting around. That'll just take too long. Chat GPT it. The problem is I don't know how much XP I get per thing. Is the problem. Like that next purple stone, I don't know how much XP I get for etching it. I don't know how much XP I get for crafting the thing. And I don't know how many of the thing I need to even craft the thing. To get that XP drop. But if I was to plug all that in and just, you know, put it into a calculator, it wouldn't take that long to go do. I guess I could check, yeah, all the values on the wiki. I don't think the wiki has all the values for everything, though. Does it? I'm gonna check real quick. Stonemason. 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 Rugged. Adenostit. This is all the info it has. All it says is rugged antithesis is an item. And all this other info. But yes, rugged antithesis is indeed an item. Can confirm. Wiki has confirmed that it is an item. But, yeah. I would have to go find the values myself. Because the wiki has only confirmed that it is indeed an item. Yeah, the wiki will get fleshed out eventually. At some point. Oh, we got a 3-star. 3-stars aren't as exciting when it's not your class, though. Like, yeah, they sell for more, but that's basically it. Also, how is this one worth less? I could have sworn I got one worth 15 earlier. And now it's a higher level, but worth less somehow? How'd that happen? You've been AFK in game for 15 minutes and have yet to get logged out. Is it really that long? I know I've been logged out multiple times to it, but I've never timed how long it took to like get logged out. Because I would go away for a while and then come back and be like, oh, I got logged out. So I don't actually know how long you can go before you get logged out. Because the several times I have been logged out, I went for long enough duration where it wasn't really obvious how long I was logged out for. I just come back and it's like, yep, you're logged out. It's happened to me at least 5 times now. I go away for a little bit and it's like, yep, I'm not in game anymore, unfortunate. It's normally when I do a raid den and do something and get caught up and then it's like I come back, it's like, yep, I'm logged out now. It's very rare though. I could have sworn it was a 10-minute timer, but maybe it is a bit longer than 10 minutes. I've never actually timed it. And it's definitely not something we should be timing right now. Live on stream. Let's do nothing for X amount of time and see how long it takes to log out. Could you imagine? That would be some really riveting stream content right there. No, it's not much different than what we're doing now, to be honest. In all fairness. To sitting there doing nothing. We're currently sitting here for 30 seconds and doing nothing. A bit different. They're 2 different things. I just realized I don't have a timer going for those. Well, as long as I don't do too many inventories, we should be fine. As long as I bank after this inventory, they shouldn't despawn. I don't really need a timer going. Though I do feel the need to pick them up just in case. I'll have the timer at the ready. Don't you worry, timer. You'll be used soon. It gives you a warning after 5 minutes. You've been AFK for 5 minutes and are about to be logged out. Is it after 5? So, okay. So it is a 10-minute timer, because that's what I said earlier when someone was asking. Is it about 10 minutes? Because that's what it felt like it was when I was, you know, just having it happen to me. You have to keep in mind, if you're staying logged in for longer than 10 minutes, even mouse movement counts as movement. If your mouse even hovers over the active screen, that counts as an action in this game for keeping you logged in. As long as the window is active and you even just like hover your mouse over it, that counts as an action in this game. At least for a logout timer anyways. You don't actually have to click or anything. There's simply a mouse hovering over is an action for keeping you logged in. So yeah, 10 minutes sounds correct. But if you even hover over the screen, it will, you know, reset your timer of 10 minutes. That sounds extremely undetectable bottable. Yeah, I'm not sure what kind of anti-botting measures they're putting in the game. But hopefully, whatever they are, they'll be good once trading comes out. I've already seen some bots. Not that many, though. I haven't seen too much activity that is, like, definitively with 100%, like, yeah, that's definitely a bot. I've seen some subtle things where it's like, I can't confirm one way or another. But I think I've only seen, like, 2 to 3 instances where it's just like, oh, yeah, that's 100% a bot. There's no way it's not. Yeah, how's our money stack looking? We should be able to cash into 400 after this. How much do we need for our pickaxe? I don't think it tells me in the upgrade page, unfortunately. Wait, did I never get 93? Oh, I was gonna boost it, but it never did. Oh, that's funny. I never boosted my mining XP up. Wait, I was supposed to put 2 XP bursts into it. Oh, that's funny. I actually can't buy the pickaxe, I forgot. I need to go use 2 knowledge points on it. Well, let me go, I'll go grab the XP pot when we come back then. But yeah, I gotta go knowledge it twice. Because I forgot, I was gonna do that, and then, because I didn't finish mining. But I was gonna do that, and then never did. I knew I was forgetting something at some point. But yeah, we still have to put 2 knowledge points, you know, to XP boost our mining level. Because I never bothered doing that earlier. How can you tell if someone's botting? Well, you can normally tell based on, like, the pattern or if they start glitching off into, like, literally the wall. Because I saw someone doing that at the minecarts. They were basically, like, they weren't doing the minecart system. They were, like, walking around, like, aimlessly. Like, they ended up setting up, like, a prompt for it to keep doing over and over again. But then ended up breaking and they just kept, like, walking near the wall. So hello, Stefan. Hello, Lunar Complex. If I didn't say hi earlier. Welcome, welcome. Also, what on earth is this inventory? I just got a whole inventory of tier 1 if this is a tier 1. I mean, a 1 star, I mean. Okay, thank you. Saved. Saved by the 3 star. Does anyone know how to get access to the back alley gate in Chronopolis? Which one? Oh, it requires the fortune hold quest, specifically the 55 merchant part of it. But you have to start the whatever it's called. I was gonna originally do it, but some people said not to. It seems to mess up the shortcut or something. But the Battle of Fortune Hold, you gotta start that quest and get to the point where you could bribe a person with your 55 merchant skill. And it'll give you access to the gate that lets you get the shortcut there from the farm to the middle area. But it's locked behind 55 merchant and starting the quest slightly. You don't need any requirement other than 55 merchant though. It'd take like a couple 100 silver or whatever it was to bribe them. You saw someone auto-attacking with an empty range weapon and chugging a bunch of healing pots until they died? Oh, that's funny. Oh yeah, that's why I unequip my 2 weapons whenever I AFK melee. It's to make sure it doesn't ever accidentally do your range weapon. Because there's a weird interaction in this game Or if the enemy's like slightly away from you when they attack you, even if they're a melee enemy, they will still, your guy will sometimes take out his bow instead of his weapon. So to avoid that, I always just unequip everything but my two-hand. The one hand because it will default to one hand otherwise. And the bow because occasionally your character will take out their bow instead of their two-hand and then die. It's very rare, but there's some rare circumstances where it happens. So to make sure it never happens, yeah, I just unequip the bow when I'm doing the AFK raids. But if they kept chugging healing pots with their ranged weapon out, yeah, that's definitely a bot. That's kind of funny. Because obviously a real player would never do that. But a real player could, like, AFK die with their bow out and just tank the thing. And just keep, you know, tanking the hits. Because, you know, they went to go do something. But if they're doing healing pots with it, yeah, that's definitely a bot. But if they're simply just dying while having their bow out, that's probably a player that is AFKing too hard. Yeah, we're out of here. Yeah, let's go do it again. Let me go remember to go to the XP pots this time, though. Because, yeah, I do need to go do 2 mining boosts so I can go get the better pickaxe. It's one of the things we're trying to buy right now with our many gold pieces we need. So I keep thinking these are my rings for a second, because my class also has ice throwing rings. It's kind of funny that this class also has it. They got the same weapon twice, except one's made of stone and one's made of metal. Alright, there we go. We're at 456. We're getting there. We're about to gain another stonemason level. At 58, I can start processing the next ore. Or the next stone, I should say. It doesn't make anything relevant to me, but I can start using it. Oh, wait, but I actually need 60. Oh, no. Well, luckily when I etch everything, that should get me to 60. Otherwise, I could boost it. But, yeah, I need 60. Because that other thing, I believe, requires... Actually, does the ranged weapon require something? No, I think it doesn't. I thought earlier it would, because it has, like, a string kind of thing. Oh, wait, I forgot to go grab my potions. No! Do I go back just for potions? No, I'm just going to put it in detective level, I guess. Do I have enough room for one more detective thingy? Let me just double check while I'm doing the stones. No. Unfortunate. Yeah, we need 133. What do we do about that? Do I go back just for the 5% bonus? I don't think it's worth it. Well, I guess we're not using 5% this time. That's fine. We've done it plenty of times without 5% at this point. Like hundreds of times. I think we could survive doing it a few more times. Because the amount of time it would take to go get the potion outweighs the 5% benefit. Anyone concerned over player count? Oh, so hello Mitch, welcome, welcome. Not really. I ended up mentioning before, even if the game only had like slightly under 1,000 players, I'd still be here playing. As long as Andrew Begower keeps the servers up and keeps updating the game, I honestly don't really mind whatever that number says. But let's go check it real quick, might as well. How do you check it? I would have to go to, I think, news. Where's the things? Guys, discussions, sure, discussions. Let's see, what's the number at right now? Up. 1 second. Do your thing again. Let's see. Wait, how do you get to the normal all? Yeah, it's a 6,830. I think this is fine. Still in early access and everything. I would only be concerned if that number drops below, like, 500. Honestly, any number above 500, as long as Andrew Gow is still fully supporting the game, I'm here. If it somehow dropped below 500 is when I would be concerned. That's not happening. This is like dead of night or the server just got reset or something. Because honestly, I'm pretty much playing this game like a single player game. Everyone's on Iron Man right now anyways. There's just a single player game with people walking around you. At least at the moment anyways. Like you really, at least in the current state of the game, don't really need other people until they add other features. Obviously the main one that's coming up being trading. But like right now, there could be 10 people playing, and our experience would still basically be the same. There's be a lot less people around us. Why only 55 stonemason and not 200? I do plan to get it up at some point, like right now, as we speak. But I do want to get 200 smithing first. It's definitely higher priority since we're a cryo knight. But yeah, I do plan to get stonemason to 200-ish. I plan to get base 200s, or even 500s, but, you know, long-term goals. One step at a time. But, right now I'm just trying to make money. And I figured one way to do that is, hey, I got a bunch of stuff I haven't processed, so that's what we're currently doing. I won't be etching any stones or anything. I'll be doing that off-stream. But I figured some of the stuff I have already etched off-stream I'll go do right now, which is what we're doing. And I'm just trying to cash in a little bit. Because I really want to get a lot of gold pieces to try to upgrade my manacles to max. And the initial one will probably go to upgrading our pickaxe. Because I think that was like 600 or 700. I could do that at level 93. But then after that upgrade, I'm probably going to go upgrade my manacles to max. I think it's at 22 right now. I think we established we need like 48 gold or something to max it. Or 58, 48, or whatever it was. Somewhere around 50-ish. But yeah, we're trying to get that max. In all fairness, we could just try aiming for like 40-ish. Like 40 is almost max, but I don't know, if we could get all the way, that'd be nice. So tomorrow, and I guess technically slightly right now, but the goal between now and like the end of the weekend is to try to get this to level 45, which is current max, or 44, whatever it is. But that's my current goal. Actually, we had the page up earlier. Where is it? Can I just exile that? Not clock. Wait, is it? Where's my rep browser? There it is. Enchantress. This is what we were doing earlier. But does it have the number? Wait, why does it have 46? That's weird. I think 45 is max right now. Well, I guess you can see the 46 upgrade, that's why. But I believe you can only upgrade to 45 at the current moment in time. And it currently costs 84 total gold. But I already had to upgrade it to 22, which means we can subtract the other number from it. So let's see. Well, let's go double check it again. So I'm at 22. Just making sure he's doing this thing. Okay, we're at 22. Which means I've done 12, let's say 13 gold so far. And we need to get here. So I need, wait, 71? Wait, did I do the math wrong earlier? So we need like 71 gold. Or sorry, 13. I just did the math wrong again. Wait, yeah, I need about 71 gold. Yeah. That's not too bad. It's a lot, though. It is a lot, but we don't have to get it all the way max. I do want it to be higher, though. Those upgrades do start to get pricey, of course. Yeah, just 70 gold. No big deal. Just a casual afternoon. As soon as trading comes out, we'll go sell a level 1 rapier for 100 gold. We'll be good. Any buyers? Any takers? For the 71 gold fund? Andrew Gower's the billionaire. No, he's not that rich. He's a millionaire, though. Unless he's invested really well, he's only a millionaire. But he's still a lot of millions. I think it's known how much he's worth. But the main lead developer of this game is probably worth over 100 mil. IRL money. No, he sold RuneScape for about 75 million or whatever it was. But that was 75 million like 10, 15 years ago, like 13 years ago. Like obviously he's had plenty of time to invest it, use it for other things. But yeah, that was 75 million like 2011 cash. That's a lot different compared to now. Especially after like 11 years of investing. Plus he was still doing other things to make money during that time, most likely. What do I think about the music in this game? Oh, the music's been amazing. Honestly, all sounds and everything in this game has been pretty good. But the music in particular is definitely a 10 out of 10. We mentioned it quite a few times. I think that's like the most uncontroversial thing to say about the game, probably. Is that the music's been really absurdly good. As far as fitting the theme and everything else. Like, even people who don't like Brighter Shores could probably still say, like, yeah, the music's really good. It's a lot more ambience, more so, than like ones that are like absurdly memorable tracks. But it does what it needs to do very, very, very well. You're struggling to play Brighter Shores at the moment? You have some kind of flu? Oh no, I hope you get better soon. Yeah, I got hit really hard last month. It's actually one of the reasons I didn't bother getting beta access. Which honestly, I'm kind of glad I didn't, because it's so much more fun to play with everyone else at the same time. Going in completely blind. But, yeah, one of the main reasons I didn't even try getting beta access is I had a really, really bad flu at the time. And then I had a lingering cough that lasts like a few weeks after as well. Which luckily seems to be mostly gone at this point, which is good. I had like 4 days of really bad flu and then 3 weeks of really bad cough. Of like lingering cough. But at this point it seems to be fully gone, hopefully. Fingers crossed. Hopefully the cough doesn't just magically pop up again. But seems like we're fully better though. Yeah, it was really bad. It was almost like a whole month. With 4 days that were absurdly, absurdly bad. It's just that kind of time of the year. But that was the first time I've gotten that sick in a long while, though. I'm going to cash in early a little bit here. Normally I'd wait a little bit longer before bringing all this in. But I want to go get an XP pot just for why not. Oh, so if you're wondering why we're keeping this mace, I don't have the carpentry level to make it. So in case it's like really meta for a special attack, I'm likely making that mace into my good mace, or into a 4-star mace. So if any of you are ever wondering like, why on earth am I keeping a mace even though I can craft better? It's because I technically can't craft better because my carpentry level is too low. So I've actually been holding on to it in case the special attack on it's good, or just to try out the special attack. So if you're wondering why that mace is still there, that is why. It's for when special attacks come out just to test the mace. Because I don't currently have actually, I do have a 4-star mace, so I guess I don't even need that to test it. Never mind. Oh no, it's still a higher level one. In case it's good, I'll be able to make it into a better one. Hey, we've got a guy here. Ooh, what is that? The bone right cape. Ooh, 100 bone right there. I'll need to hit you up for some items later. Speaking of crafting. Let's see. Someone's working on their bone right level. Alright, let me grab a couple of these. Don't need that many. Should be more than enough. Alright, off we go. Back to the mines. Oh, wait, that's you? Hey! Nice. Yeah, I keep forgetting some people's endgames names. But very nice. What level bone right is that? Obviously, at least over 100. Is that like 120, 150? 134? Nice. Your bone rate level is higher than my smithing at this point. I kind of stopped trading after a little while. I kind of rushed it to like 120-ish. And then realized, oh, my mining level is so far behind. And then I started working on my mining level. It would have made a little bit more sense to do it the other way around, but oh well. Like do mining first, then do smithing. But I really wanted the gear upgrades for, you know, Chapter 4. Alright, one more of those and we'll be able to buy our pickaxe. The only thing I'll be missing is the money. What's your opinion on the current meta of getting level 20, 200 gathering? And getting 6% per action? Oh yeah, I heard some people mention that about the circle thingy. Like how good it is for the thing. I don't know, given how strong merchant is, I don't think it's a problem. And combat also gets more per percent as you get kills and everything, though those do take longer, of course. But I don't know, with how merchant is scaled, it seems fine. I think merchant at the higher, you know, merchant still ends up giving more than the gathering method. But the gathering method is a lot more chill, though. Compared to having to do merchant really efficiently. They also make more money from merchant. Compared to foraging. Because foraging mostly just gives you alchemy XP and potions. Whereas, of course, merchant gives you pure cash. But yeah, that is pretty good. We were trying it a little bit earlier, but because our foraging level is so low, like it's good, but it's not like over the top good. Because the percents I'm getting are still lower. Yeah, you also get discounts for merchant, as well as one shortcut at 55 for the merchant skill itself. Whereas the rest of the shortcuts are locked behind 83 detective. Yeah, you also eventually get match for builder. You can't currently do that, though. But that will be relevant once Chapter 5 comes out. Currently, you can't do any of the activities for that, though. Though some people mentioned you could do it for bone right. Has anyone actually done that? Because people were mentioning you can still get cement from bone right. But you can't get, like, bricks and other things from merchant at the moment. I haven't actually tested the bone right thing. You need, like, 46, I believe. But people were mentioning that earlier. But I don't have the level to check. Because currently none of the merchant activities work. But supposedly the bone rate one does. Because it gives you building material for a Chapter 5 skill. But currently only bone rate can do it. You can't do it with merchant at the moment, even though the activities do exist. That's why our two ventures right now are mining and a detective. These are just our highest two ones that we can even do. Because the higher tier merchant one for like bricks and stuff like that I can't do because it doesn't exist yet. Exist. Why can I not say that word right now? Exist. I was like, hello, Hearthstone Legend. Welcome, welcome. I didn't say hi earlier. Even though you've been chatting for a little while. Welcome, welcome. Who else have we not said hello to? But welcome everyone, as well as anyone who hasn't said hi in chat, who's just lurking around. Thanks for joining us today. Hope you've been having a wonderful week and a start of your weekend. Gotcha. I had to get dental work earlier this year, and I feel like I have trouble saying some things now ever since then. Because I had one tooth that got chipped that I had a problem with when I was a kid that I had to finally get removed. And that with like 2 fillings that I needed, or the few fillings that I needed, which I forget how many it was, more than 2. Can't remember. But I needed several of them. Because it was actually the first time I've been to the dentist since like pandemic time. So there's a bit of work that needed to be done to them. And ever since then, gosh, my speaking sometimes feels like it's slightly off. Just because my teeth are like slightly different shaped compared to like before then. So you kind of have to get used to that and everything. I also had a issue with like one of the dentists that ended up like messing up initially, which is a whole problem and a whole conversation in itself from earlier. But gosh, it was like a 6-month process before they finally got around to fixing everything. But by the end, it kind of got there. But still, my teeth are still always feel slightly off because of that compared to beforehand. They're all good now, but you know, it's like slightly different shaped and everything, so you kind of have to get used to it. What method will you be using for tomorrow's gold run? Honestly, it's probably going to be pretty heavy merchant. As much as I don't want to title or stream merchant only stream, no, we're definitely not going to do only merchant. My brain could not process that long. But yeah, we're going to be doing a lot of merchant this weekend. I'll be doing some processing skills like right now. I'll try to etch as many rocks off stream and everything else that we can do. So we can start cashing in all of our stones we have just piling up here. But yeah, it's definitely going to be very merchant heavy. How much so is to be determined, based on brain capacity to handle doing merchant efficiently or even half efficiently. But we will find out. What's the fastest way to train Mindfighter? You're doing goblins at level 35. What are you trying to do? Get to 59 or 61? Is there like any end goal for it? It depends what class you have. Because normally you'd want to kill whatever your class is strongest against. So for example, if you're a guardian, the skeletons are pretty good. If you're a hammer mage, the goblins are pretty good. If you're a cryo knight, what are the best things? I think the toads and something else. The toads and the slimes, I think, were the good ones in this area. But I forget what the 2 were for the other 2. I mentioned 1 because I forget what the other one was. But there should be 2 things weak to your element in every area. So generally those tend to be the priority. Unless you have a different weapon that's just better overall for something. But those tend to be the 2 main priorities, or the 2 in every area that are weak to your main element. Your goals right now are 211 merchant, nice. Level 200 leatherworker and get detected at 200, combat 200, then you don't know what. So basically base 200s in Chronopolis. Honestly, that's somewhat my goal right now. Indirectly. Because that's effectively what we're going to be doing in the near future. Oop, the no's are going up on if we should do brighter, if we should do leaks next week, though. They're moving upwards. It was as low as like 21%. It's up to 29% now. The yeses are still in the lead, though. And the fine either way, I've been basically stuck at 1/3. But I'm playing it regardless, so I'll try to keep it like off stream when I can. If I'm doing something like super AFK, I'll probably just hide it from the screen or something. But if we're doing something like particularly active in leagues, we'll have it on screen. But if it's doing something like super ultra AFK, we're just going to go full screen Brighter Shores like now. Unless we need, or also doing something AFK in Brighter Shores, it depends. I'll find some way to make it work. Because at this point, the yeses are winning. And if we count all the fine either way people, it's currently at 70%. Well, I guess to the 38%. Are any of you guys playing leagues? Or are you just interested in kind of seeing what it's like or anything like that? Because I'm pretty sure that's 38% aren't all playing, necessarily. It's definitely quite a time commitment. It's like 100, 200 hours if you want to like finish quote-unquote leagues. You're hoping the reward penalty gets tweaked a little. Yeah, reward penalty is kind of weird for some skills. Like for a merchant, you never get any reward penalty. But then there's other skills that get curved like crazy. For things like combat, it makes sense. But I feel like a few other things really shouldn't be curved the way they are as far as the penalty. And as our reminder to pick up our 39 XP things that are about to despawn. I should probably go grab them. As soon as it finishes. I know this is a 30-second cycle, so that's why I had the thing set to 9 minutes. So I'll always be able to not cancel the cycle I'm on. Alright, drop this. Honestly, I'm probably going to have to drop even more because I'm pretty sure we are over encumbered. I'll still bank whatever we can, though. Deposit all. Yep, that's what I thought. Oh, let me go reset the timer. There we go. That is pretty important. Otherwise, there's going to be a lot of ground items that are about to despawn. You quit RuneScape? Yeah, I feel like that's a sentiment that a lot of people in Brighter Shores have. Like, if they have played RuneScape, I feel like a lot that are, you know, still around. Like, oh, you know, that have played RuneScape have basically quit. That's something I haven't actually polled. We did quite a few polls. But I never did a poll on, like, of the people who are RuneScape people that are playing Brighter Shores. Are you actively still playing the game these days? Or have you, like, officially, like, quit forever? I never did a poll like that. We've done a couple polls like that because we've been doing a poll like every single stream, basically. Tomorrow's poll will probably be the favorite chapter poll. Because I mean to do that for a while. Of the 4 chapters, which one's your favorite? And why is Hope Forest your least favorite? Because you know for sure Hope Forest is going to be dead last. And half of the voters are probably going to be Guardians. But, I will do that poll finally tomorrow, though. I've been meaning to for a while. That's kind of one of the other ones I've been curious about. Because obviously not only RuneScape players play this game. But I feel like if you are a past RuneScape player who are playing Brighter Shores, I feel like the number of people who are like full-blown quit RuneScape is higher than the people that are still around playing RuneScape. Like, of the people who are RuneScape people in this game, I feel like the quantity of people who have quit it is higher than the quantity of people who still play it that are also playing Brighter Shores. Because yes, you can easily play both simultaneously, but I feel like a lot of them are just like ex-RuneScape of the ones that are RuneScape players. Obviously, there's a lot of people that play this game that have never touched RuneScape ever and have no clue what it even is. But of the people that are from RuneScape, I feel like the percent of people that are just full-blown quit from that game is higher than people still playing, essentially. Of that demographic of people. Oh no, I never pulled it yet. You quit because of bonds? Honestly, I agree. It's why when I came back to the game the other year, like last year at the 10-year anniversary, because I quit for a couple years as well, like several years, and came back. But when I came back as an Iron Man, well, specifically a hardcore, which we've since maxed and everything. But anyways, where's I going with this? I'm making some kind of point. Oh yeah, I play in Iron Man mode because I hate bonds as well. Because you basically just buy infinite power. It's extremely expensive too. But you can literally just buy full best in slot everything. Train every skill with money instead of training it. Like, you can get prayer in like a day to 99. If you just threw enough money at the game. Whereas normally it would definitely take you way longer than that. At least a few weeks, if not a month. Especially as an Iron Man. But, you know, you can't throw money at it on an Iron Man. There's a pay to win before bonds. Yeah, real world trading kind of made it that way. Which is, of course, against game rules, but, you know, people still find ways around it. It's actually one thing I really like about Brighter Shores right now. I hope when trading comes out doesn't fully, like, completely destroy it. I really like how self-sufficient Brighter Shores is. You make your own weapons. You make your own shield. Obviously, you can't make armor yet, but eventually you'll make your own armor. Like, it's really self-sufficient in that you actually use everything you do. And my one concern with trading is, you know, it kind of breaks, like, the whole, like, quote-unquote Iron Man mode thing. Like, the whole self-sufficiency thing. Because if I just make enough currency, I can simply just buy, you know, our best in slot weapon. I just go get a level 4-star 136 for Chronopolis and start hitting things with it. I don't need to go get all these other requirements to go craft them myself. And I'm curious to see exactly how trading will work overall. Since basically everyone gets de-ironed the second trading comes out. Unless they want to commit to never trading. But when trading comes out, I will engage with trading. I won't be using it like a crazy amount, I don't feel like. But, you know, if it's convenient and beneficial and makes sense to, I will. But I still kind of want to keep some amount of the self-sufficiency. Even if it's less efficient. But I will still need Bone Ray items. And probably Hammer Mage items to some degree. But particularly Bone Ray. Like at this point, I think I'm just ignoring Bone Ray's existence. I'll maybe get to like 50 or whatever I need for like base levels. But it is likely to stay very low. Should he keep doing goblins with a 3% penalty? I heard from someone, once something starts to get a penalty, that its drop rate seems to also get slightly worse. So maybe you might want to move up. But if you're doing it purely for XP, it's fine. But someone mentioned earlier that it seems like drop rate might get a little bit worse once you start getting penalty as well. I haven't done enough killing of things to really know for sure, though. But as far as the XP, 3% penalty is basically nothing. You can probably go as low as like 10-20%. As long as you have a good weapon for killing specifically them with their element weakness. Otherwise, yeah, moving up is probably advised. But from an XP perspective, a few percent penalty is perfectly fine if you have a good weapon to kill them with. That they're specifically weak to. Oh yeah, those little raft thingies were the other thing that hammer mages kill. These little wraiths. That was the other thing weak to yellow. I was trying to remember earlier what it was. I just now remembered. That was like 10 minutes ago. A little bit of delayed reaction. But yeah, if you're using a yellow weapon on the goblins, your other yellow one is the wraiths down over there. It requires starting the 3-star quest in this area if you haven't done it already though. Ours 3 gold is like a decimal of a cent per million. That's kind of funny. I don't doubt it though. That game has been hit with inflation so hard. Alright, let's go head back. I think this is our last trip as well. This should also hopefully get us to 93 mining. And if it's somehow slightly short, I guess I'll go mining for a few rocks. You know, I'll only have to tap like 4 of them or something. But this should get us there. Especially with the potion boost. Alright, let me drop the potion. Pick up the rock. Alright, back to the mines. Yeah, we have 118 left. Yeah, this will be our last trip then. Then we gotta figure out what else we want to move on to. It's definitely a lot we need to do. Actually, what time is it? We got a solid like 3.5 hours to do anything. What should we do? I'll have an upgraded pickaxe, which makes me slightly tempted to go back to mining. Smithing I'll get up through knowledge, so I could just do something else with that. AFK things I'll do later. Training a leather worker, I could do AFK off stream. All the rocks I'll etch off stream. Merchant's looking tempting. Have we even done merchant today? I just realized. Have I even touched the merchant skill today? I feel like I haven't. What am I doing? A skill thingy. Okay, let's see. Does this get us to where we need to be? Timer, why are you timering? I already did thing. Oh, good. We got to where we need to be. Perfect. 93 mining. I can now buy the pickaxe. How far off am I for buying it, though? Because I might be some silver short. Oh, yeah, that's what I wanted to do. We're going to do detective. I wanted to do the new detective thingies. Oh, yeah, we definitely got to go do that. Someone didn't mention in chat. My brain just remembered. But if you're wondering. Yeah, I was going to do the thingies. Because I need just like a little bit more money. And I'm like, oh, well, what would give us a little bit more money but isn't merchant? Yeah, this. Complex investigations. I wanted to try these. I'm not sure what it adds. The most recent one added witnesses. So now we sometimes have to talk to witnesses. But, yeah, I want to go try this. See what changes with it. But, yeah, we got to go do that. I'm not sure how much money we make per investigation, but it's more than what they previously was, if nothing else. But yeah, once I finish this trip, we're going to go do some complex investigations then. Not sure if it adds anything. I'm not sure if it adds any complexity. Its name would sure imply so. But, yeah, we got the next step of whatever that adds, if anything at all. But the most recent addition was we now have to talk to witnesses sometimes in the local area. Did I do dens all the way so far? No. Though I would say it's like 95% dens. But I have done some actual detective work. Though very minimally. But yeah, this number is like anywhere from 92 to 95% dens. 1% catching thieves at stalls. Mostly while doing merchant. And then whatever percent I didn't mention, which is like, what, 6-ish, 7? Was all investigations. But yeah, it was a good, like, 90% raids, if not slightly more. They are very broken. There are 3 clicks for, per raid. So they're the best knowledge to click ratio in the entire game. They're not the best knowledge rate in the game, but they're best knowledge to click it rate in the game, while also having 2 to 3 minute AFK. So all that in combination is really, really, really good. Was I never reset the timer? I should probably go do that. Let me do that. Alright, timer. Do timer things. Good job. Let me make sure timer is timering. Timer is indeed timering. Yeah, I'm hoping the trading system has things in place to stop real world trading and stuff like that. How exactly they'll go about it is to be determined. But I really hope whatever the system is, you can't just like dump a bunch of currency or some other thing or some rare item or something similar. To try to make gold trading and real world trading less viable. How exactly you do that, I have no clue. But I'm curious to see what the system is once it comes out. But I don't feel like you'll be able to like infinitely free trade. There's definitely going to be some kind of limit, some kind of something on it. Like, I highly doubt you're going to be able to trade, like, 100 gold to a person directly or something like that. How exactly it'll work is still to be determined, though, but it seems like stuff like that will probably not be possible. Like, you can't just offload, like, a ton of cash or something similar. It's also one of the reasons I feel like they won't add full loot PvP. Because full loot PvP is basically just real world trading with extra steps. I was mentioning earlier, the PvP system will likely have a fee system instead. Where you don't lose anything on death. But it'll end up, you know, you'll have like some kind of fee to enter. Like 100 silver, 500, a gold piece, whatever it is. And then the victor just gets like 80% of that, so you add a gold sink. The other thing that it could potentially do too, which will be a little bit more annoying, is if it did have like a death system where you lost loot, I feel like it would just destroy your loot and give the enemy the value of the loot in currency or something similar. I don't think the enemy would ever actually get the loot. Like, let's say my total gear, if I sold it to a shop, was worth like, let's say 200 silver. It would just end up giving the victor like, you know, like, about that much silver or something, but would like delete your loot. If they did have like a, you know, like a death system where you lost everything on you, I feel like it'd be an item sync death system where the enemy would not get your loot, but rather the value if you like sold your loot to the shop or something. That I don't advise them doing, but it feels like some kind of system they could do. I feel like the fee system would work best though. But if they want to go like down the item sync route, that could be one way to do it. Because there's currently 0 item syncs in the game. I'm not sure there necessarily needs to be with how the system is. But there's literally no item sync right now. And generally speaking, if you do add an item sync somewhere, PvPs tends to be where it is. If you're going to be doing it. But the game doesn't necessarily need an item sync. It's more so a long-term issue than a short-term one. But it could be something that he tries doing, we don't know. There's a lot of ways he could do it. It's one of those things similar to trading where we really don't know until it comes out what on earth is going to happen with it. Like everything's this pure ultra speculation. But whatever it is, it's definitely going to be some kind of sync. Either a gold sync with an entry fee, an item sync with all your armor just getting deleted and the enemy just getting some currency in return. Or however they end up doing it. But whatever it is, it's going to sync something. It's going to sync either coins or armor or, you know, actual pieces of gear. Yeah, I'm not sure how they're going to do PvP with 1 versus 1s. I was mentioning earlier, it could be like 3 versus 3s, but then how are you going to queue up for it? Is it going to have like a matchmaking system? Because there was a thing on their terms of service a little while back. Not sure if it's still there, but it mentions PvP leagues. And PvP leagues implies an MMR system. And an MMR system implies a matchmaking system. So I wonder if PvP could be a 3 versus 3 kind of thing instead of a solo thing. Given that there's 3 classes, a 3 versus 3 kind of thing to be even. I don't really know. Because 1 versus 1 is going to be impossible to balance. Because one class, if 2 different classes, it will automatically have an advantage. And if you only fought your own class, it's just going to be a bunch of mirror matches constantly. It's basically just a gear check. If everyone's in the exact same gear. It's like, who has stronger gear? And that's all gear is normalized, but then you just bring weaker gear if that's the case. Like if all gear caps out at 100, for example, why would you ever bring 200 in? But if it doesn't have any cap at all, like it's literally just number check. Like the guy with 300 gear is going to demolish the guy in like 150. There's a lot of balancing with it that I have no clue how they're going to address. But it'll be very fun to see what kind of cluster it is at launch. Because there is so much that could go wrong with it. And it'll be really funny to see how it is done overall. Who knows? Maybe it'll be amazing. Regardless what it is, we'll be doing it. It's one of the reasons I want to be able to make base 200 gear. In case it does have some kind of armor deleting mechanic. Or, you know, like a item sync kind of mechanic. Either you lose your stuff on death, your stuff gets destroyed on death or something. Whatever it does. I want to be able to re-gear instantly. Multiple times. Like tens, dozens of times. It's one of the whole reasons we're kind of working towards that goal. Just in case it is a item sync mechanic. I'm fine with however they end up going about it though. But just in case it is item syncy, I want to be able to, you know, be able to make infinite sets myself. Instead of having to trade for it. Yeah, there's a lot with PvP that we have no clue. But I don't know, we'll know more when it comes out. We'll have a crash course on how on earth it works. Unless he explains it before it comes out or something. Highly doubt it though. That'd be funny, could you imagine? Andrew Gower and his team doing a video explaining this game's PvP. That'd be a really funny video. I feel like it would have a 50% downvote ratio. It doesn't matter what they do. I feel like it's going to be like a 60-40 or a 40-60 or a 50-50 for like the like to dislike ratio if he did. Because I feel like regardless what he does, you're never going to please like the entire community with whatever the system is, ultimately. But I'm curious what they cook up. But regardless what it is, some amount of people will not be happy with it. Regardless of what he does at all. Even if it's good, there'll be some amount of people in that category. Actually, I can just pause that. I actually don't need the timer anymore. All I know you need to do is reset everything. We should be good. Wait, did I recently drop these? I don't remember. Let me grab them just in case. I forget if these are fresh dropped or not. Pretty sure they are, but just in case. Alright, and then we just do the 22 stones and we should be good to go. That is every last stone fully processed. Was it worth it? I have no clue, but our cash stack's a little bigger now. And we got a bunch of stone mason levels. So we got 2 goals done. Oh yeah, we also got 93 mining in the other level as well. And a little bit more detective thingy. Hey, that reminds me, we need to go to detective activity. First, I want to see how much short we are. Because I think it's like 700 something. So first I want to check how down bad we are. And then after that, I want to check... like how much more we need to go make. But we should be pretty close. I'm going to go head over there and it's going to say like 700 something. We're going to sell everything. We're going to be at like 700. And then we just do detective until we make like 50. Though probably a little bit more than that because you should only take a few investigations, I'm pretty sure. They're paying out like 20 something right now, I think. I forget the exact amount, but it's an okay amount. It's worse than merchant right now, but it's not like 0. Plus I just got the higher tier and I didn't even get to see how much that pays out. Who knows, maybe it's actually a good amount. Do you use class potions for combat training for faster XP? No, not currently. Because most of my combat right now is just AFKing raids. But, you know, the house raids in Chapter 4. But if I ever was to train one of them up, like seriously train one of them up, like past 200, yeah, I'd be using a combat pot like every fight I ever engage on. As well as at least 5% XP pots and everything like that. But we haven't really gone like the serious combat route. I'm mostly waiting until spec weapons before I do. It's why we only have base 30s in the first 2 chapters. 59 is the requirement for the 5-star quest. And the only reason this is any number above 20 is because the keep looks amazing at max. As well as AFK raid dens. Which aside from gearing up is where pretty much all that is from. But yeah, whenever I seriously go for like a combat max grind or just leveling them in general. We are going to probably pot like almost every fight. Unless they're immune to cryo. In which case we'll 2-hand them. You can't wait to see what a magic skill would look like? I'm not sure if they would add a magic skill thing. It would be cool to see what angle that could go, though. But I'm not sure if they're going to add magic beyond what we see here. I'm not sure how they're going to balance it. Because how could you? It'd likely just be a bunch of spells you could do. Like utility spells. Like almost like a lunar spellbook in old school. Or even just normal RuneScape. Like comparative to that, but without vengeance or anything like that. Like purely non-combat skilling things. Because I feel like if magic was added, like beyond, you know, these spellbooks thing right here, I feel like it would just be like a utility skilling spellbook. I don't feel like any of them would actually be used in combat. Because it would kind of break the current combat system. What am I doing? Hopeport. Oh yeah, I was gonna go check the price. Just so I know how much I need to get up to. Because whatever this number is the number I need before I come back here. I want to check now just so I know exactly, just in case. Who knows, maybe I could afford it now. Highly doubt it though. What's the damage? Oh. We can afford it now. Nice. Okay, anyways, I'm still doing the investigations. That hasn't changed, though. Actually, you know what? Since I'm doing that, I can go to Chronopolis and just sell there. And I can put the potion back in the other thingy. Alright, let's go and, yeah, let's go do some investigations, I guess. Not sure how many, but we'll do a couple. Maybe more if we, get into the gameplay loop a bit. We'll see. Not sure what new mechanic this one adds, but the last one added, witnesses. Not sure if this one's going to add anything, but we'll find out. Yeah, let me go sell all of our junk. Let me go get the rest of the junk. And then I gotta trade out my potion at the potion storage. Let's see. No, not stop. Why is equip even an option? Why do you have an equip for a thing I can't even wield? Why put a button there if it's not wieldable? Alright, let me go and head over to the other thing. So what on earth was that name I just saw? It's like it looks like he just mashed his keyboard. Alright, let me go get my potion I need. How many do I have left? Oh, I have plenty. I thought I had way less than that. Yeah, let's do some investigations. Hey, look, it's a Revenant. Rev. You only got Rev. He's definitely a Revenant, though. Alright, let's go do some investigating. So I haven't done one of this tier yet. Just double checking that we have it. Yep, 130. Let's see what we get. Alright. Ooh, 37 silver. Pier 1. Hellfar's Alleyway. Fortune Hold Farm. Those are such bad locations. Westgate, kind of... Okay, this is not as bad. I think this is double west into whatever it is. Oh yeah, I forgot. I gotta change my layout. How? How do I change my layout for this? I don't do too many investigations. But I need to be able to see that. But I also need my map. And I can get rid of this. I guess this works. Let me make this a little wider. Make that a little... Alright, that should be good. Alright, let me just double check the two. I want to just double check that it's both double over there. Yeah, okay. So I can double that into Kind's Garden, which is right over there. Okay, perfect. Just double checking. It's been a little while. Okay, we got a double witness. Nice. Alright, and then we just teleport over to the other area then. So I should move my teleport to the top or something. Actually, bottom. No, stop bringing me through a door I don't have open. Let's show which one's actually better. Because normally I'm over there heading east. So this one works a little bit better. Because that one you have to slightly over south for. But apparently when going from a path from here, this one's actually better to go through here. So I might need to open the other one up later. But that's a later issue. Either way is kind of fine for now. Not that many tiles. Yeah, honestly, 31 silver for one of these is not that bad. I should probably time how much it takes to see how much per hour this is. Wow, did I just get a triple witness? Alright, interesting. Alright, I'm running out of screen space. That's the only problem with Merchant and Detective. I feel like I'm playing a mobile game right now. We're in vertical view. We're a vertical streamer now. That's the only problem with doing this activity. I hate like covering the screen this much. But I need everything that's being shown to me right now. Actually, no, I don't need that. Now I need everything being shown to me right now. Because I need to drink that potion. I need these teleports so I can quicker teleport. I need to know this so I can actually turn in the investigation. And I need this map to move. Alright, what are we looking for? Blonde hair, peg leg, female. Is that you? Is that a peg leg? Info. Blonde hair, check. Peg leg, check. Female, check. Drink. Alright, you're under arrest. Oh, I see. There's more witnesses now. Oh, I got a point. What am I putting this into? I guess a Chronopolis skill since I just potted up. What do I need up in Chronopolis? I guess I'm putting this into Leathermaker for now. Because I'm already potted. Plus the next height is at 44, so that will help me when I AFK it later. Alright, what am I doing? Which one of these is easier? I forget where Bobbin Road North is. Radiman Road I do know. That's all the way out of my way. Easy, easy. I'm doing this one. Alright. It's worth less, but it's easier to do. I first have to check who gave me this. I got this from Vanessa. I now need to figure out which one of these is V by using the alphabet. I do not know what the alphabet is. It's this one. It's the other V one. Alright, we got it. Alright, next. Goose Inn. This is really close. Let me just go to Cyclops Pass and we're good to go. Go, go, go. Alright, I should go time how long these take. No, in all fairness, I technically have a timer going right now. It's been about a minute. Well, I'll go get a new timer going because I want to see how long it's about taking approximately per investigation. The only problem with that is there's some inconsistencies as far as how long they take. Like 2 investigations could easily be like a minute, minute and a half compared to each other. Alright, now we go to Cyclops Pass. Alright, where's Cyclops Pass East though? Showing map. Oh, it's just right here. Alright, head back to town. I guess this could have walked, but we'll go do it this way. So we're looking for a female named Mac with glasses on. And apparently the new step that we got is not actually anything more complex on the investigation, but that there are more people in the investigation. Also, it looks like it's taking about 3 minutes. How much silver are we getting again? What is this times... How many is that per hour? Let's say it takes 4. 4 minutes per investigation, roughly. Let's say. So that's about, what, 12-ish an hour? No, that's more like math. It's like 15-ish an hour. 15 times 24. It's not awful. It's like 300 something. I get the exact number. What's 24 times 15? 360. It's more than the smithing we were doing earlier, if nothing else. Plus, it doesn't require any supplies. Alright, anyways, what was I doing? Glasses, female, Mac. That looks like you to me. Glasses, female, first name Mac. You're under arrest. Alright, got a level. Alright, what do we have for investigations? Fortune Farm, Goose Inn, Hall Stronghold, bad. Cities Dies. Okay, this one's fine. They both go in the same direction. It's worth less again, but the areas are so much closer that it's worth it. Alright, let's go ahead to City Dies. Actually, let me teleport over there. Actually, why don't I have it the other way around? Well, I guess because I want to see the bigger text. That's fine. Because normally my teleports are over there, but I want to see the bigger text from this, so I'm keeping it like this, I guess, for now. Are we assuming they're gender? I know, right? A female named Mac. Well, you're allowed to have any name you want. Though it's definitely generally a male considered name. What's kind of funny is you can't actually do the steps without all the steps. But it would be funny if you could. Because if we got those two clues, like Mac plus glasses, we would assume that the male was the Mac instead of the female. And it's like, nope, it was the female. But you actually need all three clues in order to do the investigation. If you go there with only two, you're not allowed to do it. So you can't try to cheese it that way. And even if you can, even the females have male names and vice versa. Fortune Hold Farm. Alright, teleport to the other area. Not sure if that's a glitch or just intended, though. Because I have noticed that. Sometimes the males get female names and the females get male names. Oh, why am I going over there? I sure did investigate this first. Actually, it's further away. I'll still do it. It's more likely than the witness. Yep, that's why we got it. Alright, Ryder. Yeah, you can end up getting hides from stuff in this area. Which is actually pretty lame, because every other area you can get things like, you know, herblore secondaries and stuff. One thing that's actually really bad about combat in Chronopolis is almost every reward you get from an enemy drop that's like a resource thing like that, like a like a non-coin, non-armor drop. It's all either hide or like those useless pearls that you can get at a discount anyways. The kind of extra drops you get from combat in this area is really, really, really bad compared to other areas. That's the only problem with being really combat heavy in this area. It's probably the worst in that regard. It's the best because you could use it for raids, but it's the worst from a drop table perspective. The enemies currently in this area have the worst drop table of any region. Because it's all stuff you can get with discount on Merchant. Alright, black stain, suit stain, or sorry, black hair, suit stain, clean shaven. You, I think. Hard to tell. I can't see the whole thing. Oh, never mind. I'm looking for black hair. Wait, you then. Black hair, suit stained, clean shaven. Alright, check. Luckily, you can double check. They do have that mechanic to help with people who are visually impaired. But it also helps for people who are mentally challenged like myself. Who can't look at something and be like, yeah, that's the right one now. No, it's mostly just a double check. Guards advertise, servant's house, Fillion's bedroom. Oh, I have the shortcut for that. I'll take that. Oh yeah, who did I get this from? View details. Because I'll just stand there for like minutes being like, wait, is that the right one? But luckily they have the check option, so I could be like, because I second guess myself like crazy. I'm not sure if you guys are like that. But when it comes to a lot of things, I feel like I second guess myself at least like 10 times when it comes to almost anything. And I actually really like that you could check the investigation but just by examining them. Because if they didn't have that feature, I would stand there probably for like 3 minutes stalling. Just figuring out like, oh, am I sure? Am I sure? I'll like double check everything 1,000 times. But you could just check with that feature and be like, yes, that's it. That's the one. So you don't have to second guess yourself like 1,000 times over. I feel like I have like bad object permanence as well. Like if I go out somewheres and I put like a phone in one pocket and my wallet in the other, I will check that wallet and my phone like constantly. Not to like to check the phone itself, but to check that the object is still there. I guess to some degree it's from like a theft kind of thing, but it's also from like a, like if I have money in my wallet, like let's say I go out and I just have, well, I still use money, by the way. There's this foreign thing called paper currency. For any of you that don't know, you put it in your wallet and then you pay for objects. But and instead of using a credit card or something else, this old foreign concept back in ancient times. But I normally use actual money. instead of like a card or anything. So if I go out and I bring like, I don't know, like 100 on me and like 20s or something, I will always like double check, like, wait, do I actually have that much money on me? Do I? If I go somewhere and I spend like let's say 45, and I go somewhere else and I spend like 40, I'll be like, wait, do I actually have enough money on me? Obviously I do have my card on me, so if I ever do need it, it's like, okay, I'll just use that. Oh no, I still prefer using money. Are any of you guys also like that? Any of you actually use paper money? That one ancient piece of ancient history? But I still do. I feel like it's so uncommon these days. But I still pay cash for everything. I still have a card on me if I ever need to. But I still do cash always. But yeah, if I ever go somewhere and spend some money and go somewhere else and spend some money, at the second place, I will always second guess myself, like, wait, do I have enough money? Even though I know for sure I do. But I'll keep checking the wallet like constantly, like, wait, do I have enough? Do I have enough? I'm not sure what it is. So I'm so glad that this mechanic has a thing that you could just 100% confirm. Because if it didn't, I would second guess myself like 1,000 times over before I would eventually make the decision. Anyways, what do we have for this one? Alright, we're looking for big blue buttons, male with black trousers. You? Info. Blue big buttons, check. Male, check. Black trousers, check. You're under arrest. Let me just drink this potion real quick in front of you. Yeah, what else do we have? Oh, let's see. Goosen, kind of tall, Kynet's garden. Oh, nice. A double. I don't think I've ever had a double Kynet like that. I'll take it. It's worth more as well. All right, to the Goosen. Yeah, overall, these investigations are pretty chill. In all fairness, 3-click raids are even chiller, but... I can't wait till these get way more elaborate at the higher levels, though. I really want to see what this is like at, like, level 470. Like, how convoluted is an investigation at absolute max? Like, what on earth are you going to have to do everything? Because it just keeps drip feeding you like slightly more content. Like, most recently, we got witnesses as an addition. But I'm really curious, like, are we going to have, like, an entire room where we have to check, like, 5 things? Like, completely overthrow this room at, like, 470? Alright, where are these 2 things? Show and map. I don't want to accidentally go too far. Yeah. It's garden and hall. Perfect. Oh, that is so smooth. This is a really clean one. If I could remember where I'm currently at. There we go. I'm heading the right way. Glorp, that's a funny joke. Alright, let's see. What do we have here? We have... oh, the witness is right there. That's easy. So even if this is wrong, we have the witness ready to go. Got it. Also, I noticed I haven't needed to use the aura mechanic in a while. Did they just completely drop it, or is this a lot rarer? Because I haven't needed to use an aura a single time on these. Did they actually drop mechanics after a while? Because that was the previous mechanic, but I haven't need to use detect aura in a little bit now. But it might just be because it's introducing the investigation mechanic still. Like with the witnesses. So it might just be that it's like trying to queue them up before it like combines them or something. Because I don't feel like since we've been doing this today, I don't think we got a single detect aura step yet. Could just be that we're getting lucky. But yeah, it hasn't been any. It's just been normal check and check witness. Well, I haven't got detect aura check yet. Up there's he. I think that's the 3rd time this stream. Though in all fairness, he lives in the city. As do we do sometimes. It's the only reason we see him so often. Alright, what are we doing again? Mutton chops, orange trousers, and abandoned sling. You? Mustache? Oh, that's mustache. You? I can't tell if you have mutton chops on. Mutton chops, orange trousers, sling. This was the guy, right? Gosh, I'm second guessing myself. I'm doing it again. I'm doing it. It's literally telling me the answer, and I'm still second guessing it. Alright, it's this guy. Alright, what do we have on the next one? Found a Delight, Guards Archive, Radaman Road. I forget where Radaman Road is. I believe it's down that area. I'll take this one. It's worth more anyways, and I think it's easier. Guards Archive. Who gave me this? View details. I got this from Nina Fissin. Where's N? How does the alphabet work? There it is. Alright, and now we're just gonna run north, I guess. This is your city, I know, right? Yeah, this city is amazing. It's also where all the broken content is. Not all of it, but a lot of it. But it's also where all the best skills are. Because I actually do love these investigation thingies. I wish they were slightly more complicated, but I feel like at a higher level range, that would definitely be the case. Oh, there he is again. When I see he, I mean literally he. Oh, yeah, where's Radaman Road? I should probably double check it because I actually forget what it is. Oh, that's Radaman Road. Oh, wait, that's a problem. Gonna have to go do a little bit of a walk. I forgot. That one's Radaman Road. Whoops. Mistakes have been made. That is not ideal, but it's not the furthest way. I see why it's worth more now. Because Radaman Road is way... Like a few of these steps are way out of the path. So I thought these were guards. These are just statues. I just realized. I'm not sure why. I thought these were guards earlier when I was looking from this angle. But just two statues of knights. I thought they were actual physical guards. Like standing guard at the front. Like to protect the fountain. But it's just two statues of knights instead. That's funny. I've been in that room at least a few dozen times and just now realized those aren't actual people. Because I was checking them like, oh, I'm going to have to go check in one of my witnesses. But it's just a statue. The map system needs a search bar. Yeah, it also needs like a icon key in a sense. So you can find like a specific thing. Because I know I needed that in the past. Where I wish it had like a mechanic where... Also, I just realized that teleport is completely pointless. I could just walk, but well. But it needs like one of those icon search things as well. Like it'll show you where all shops are, show you where all like a, you know, like a certain thing is. If you click on like the key thing for it. But yeah, I definitely need something beyond what it is right now for sure. But for now, it does what it needs to do. But there's definitely a lot of quality of life that could be added to it for sure. Also, I know we got the ability recently to move one room and then 2 rooms forward. But I also wish you could move 3 rooms forward. I think anything beyond that's probably overkill. But I wish you could move 3 rooms forward with the thingy. What am I looking for? Eye patch, first name Jamie, and shoes. Jamie. Eye patch, shoes. Isn't this you? Eye patch, first name Jamie, shoes. Sure looks like it. Just double checking. Yep. You are Jamie. You're under arrest, Jamie. I'll keep doing this until we get a level, I think, at this rate. We're almost there, right? Oh, well, that's kind of a level. Not quite the level I meant, but sure. What am I putting this into? Oh yeah, leather maker, because I'm using the buff anyways. Because off stream, I need to get to 44 ideally, so I can do the better leather off stream for better XP rate. Pier 1, Goose Inn, Kynet's Garden. Kynet's Garden's out of the way, but it's worth more, so I'll just take it, I guess. Can't be as bad as the other one. Alright, so Goose Inn, Pier 1. So we're going to head to Goose Inn, go south, go north, teleport back, head to Investigation Hall. What have you done today? A lot of things. I'm actually losing track. But we got base 30s. We did a bunch of mining. We did a bunch of stonemason. Mostly for money, oddly enough. Not necessarily for the XP, though XP was nice. We're currently doing some investigations to try to catch up our detective level, but also because I need the money. We're going to be really focusing on money this weekend. I want to ask about a crime. Thank you. Alright, let me go to Pier 1. What's the easiest way to get to Pier 1 from here? Probably just go straight south. Yeah. Alright. Let's see. But yeah, we're trying to make money. I'm trying to get my manacles to like level 40, 45 or so. Like ideally max, but close to max is also fine. There he is again. It feels funny whenever I say that. Because it's a double meaning of he, since his name is he, but you know. You get the point. I don't think I need to explain the joke. I feel like there's some context where explaining the joke makes it better. That is not one of them. Anyways. Teleport. Top left. How are we making money? Yeah, the he. Ah, that's funny. Now that's a funny self-reference. How are you making money off a stone? We already etched them. So the money rate was actually pretty good because they were already pre-etched and everything. Obviously the full process makes it worth almost nothing. But they're in my bank and I need the XP eventually anyway, so I figured why not. I plan to etch a bunch of them off stream as well, so we can make more money from the better ones. Because we're etching some of our lower tier stuff. Or, you know, not etching, but using the lower tier stuff. Once I get a little bit higher level, we can start cashing in on some of our more expensive items that we have. And I'll just etch them off stream. That way we can profit even more. It's still effectively less per hour. If you count the full process, but we can still skip a step. Not really skip it, but you know. If we do part of it off stream. But then again, we could just be doing a better moneymaker off stream and then that would solve everything. Like if I just spammed merchant off stream or do these investigations. Oh, these investigations aren't too bad. At a higher level range, I feel like they'd be a little bit better money. Well, obviously they will be, but you know what I mean. But compared to merchant right now. Like even though merchant's like 100 levels lower. I mean 30 levels lower. 100, can you imagine? But even though it's like 20 something levels lower. I still feel like I'm making more per hour from merchant than I am from this. Though in all fairness, I haven't really timed merchant, so I'm not sure. Right now I'm doing it for a mix of both. I was going to do it till we get a level, I think, at this point, which is like 2 or 3 more investigations. I think 133 is a good point to go to. Because, of course, we're still doing a bunch of AFK raids. I just want to catch this level up a little bit to our combat level. Do we have any cool unlocks coming up? 133, I get a better AFK activity, I guess. Banana stall is actually kind of huge, though. Because that's one we pass a lot. That's actually in, what, center square? No, that's in top left. That's the top left location. The banana stall. Alright, what are we doing? Green trousers, green hair, glasses. Seems easy enough. And it looks like you. Green trousers, green hair, glasses. Yep, that would be him. You are under arrest. Got him. Alright, one more. Alright, we'll do one more then. That'll get us to 133. Alright, Robin Road North, Kynet's Garden, Cyclops Pass. Are these near each other? Cyclops Sleeping Cave. Whatever the other one is worse, so let me just do this one. Let me just double check where that one is. I forget it. Oh wait, that's actually kind of close. I didn't realize that one was over there. So I'll take that first. I don't think I've ever gone a step here now that I think about it. Ooh, it's diversifying. Yeah, we had the chart up earlier. It's like 88 gold or something to max it out. It's right over here. Let me see if I could bring it up. The max is, I believe, 45 right now, which is 84 gold. If you don't have any upgrades in it yet. Because I don't think you can go to 46. I think the only reason 46 is there is because at 45 it tells you the cost of 46. But I'm pretty sure 45 is as high as it goes. Oops. Oh, we finally got Detect Aura. Finally. And we have detected Necrome. That is our first Detect Aura in 7 steps. Actually, technically 8, because I didn't drink the potion for this one yet. In 8 investigations, I just now got the other mechanic. It really likes to drop them, doesn't it? We've had like at least like 10 witnesses in that time, which is the newer mechanic. Yet the old mechanic it used once in 8. But it still used it. Alright, where am I going? Kynet's Garden. And then we need to go Cyclops East. Alright, let's do this one first. Oh, do the other side. Oh, too late. Oh, it's just right here. Why did I think this was further away? Alright, we're looking for Necromate Aura, Clean Shaven, and Boots. So now we finally get to use the detect mechanic again. So they add this at level 46. And you can actually see this to see what kind of damage the enemy will do to you if you do it in combat. Or before you enter a combat. But you could already check that just by checking their card. However, it is also, of course, primarily used for investigations. And we found Necromate Aura in that other area. So when we go in that room, we're going to be able to go and use it to be able to identify everyone. So you actually have to recast it in the room. The one thing that's a little bit annoying about this is even though it shows it on their card, the aura only lasts for a short duration. So we got to pay really close attention to where they are. So clean shaven boots. And then detect aura. You, I think. Necromate Aura, Clean Shaven Boots. Yep, that's him. And it should be a level. Alright, and we'll end doing these for now. We did 8 of them. Not bad. I do enjoy the content. But AFK raids are so much easier. But, they're fun. They're definitely fun. I like what they did with them. I like that they keep getting more and more elaborate and everything. Alright, there we go. Oops, I moved everything everywhere. All over the place. Alright, that's better. Okay, so, what's our goal now? We need to make money. I don't think my brain is up to doing merchant right now. Leatherworker would be nice if we got, like, a little bit more boosted, because I want that 44 hide. So boosting that would be nice. Kind of want a good brain off activity. I don't know, what do you guys do as your favorite brain off activity in this game? There's a lot of them. I'm basically asking your favorite to go at this point because they're pretty much all brain off other than merchant. Because I don't want to do merchant right now, but I still want to make money. Carpentry? Oh gosh, no. You're just literally trolling. Leatherworker honestly is pretty chill. Raids? Yeah, raids are good. I want to do something slightly more active for the stream though. Because that's the second what I'm doing when I get off the stream is raids. I almost want to process some of my ore or something. Woodcutting? We're already doing woodcutting earlier when we did base 30. I want to try to do something different. What have we not done? Technically smithing. I got a bunch of iron ore. You know what? I think I'm going for it. You know what I'm in the mood for? I'm going to process all the iron ore we mined earlier. I'm not sure what the number is, but we'll see what the damage is. Oh, I forgot to put away my thing. Oh, no. Let me go do this real quick. I hate when I do this. They really need a teleport that's right next to a bank or something. I need a teleport that has a deposit stone, like, right on top of it. Because I believe this is the closest deposit stone to a teleport right now. I'm not aware of any that are closer, unless the other Chapter 2 one is closer for some reason. I don't have it unlocked currently. But we really need a teleport that's, like, right on top of a rift. Or at least really, really close to one, even more so than this. Anyways, what was I doing? Mine. But yeah, I think I'm going to go process all the iron ore. I'm not going to make them into anything quite yet, because that's for later. But I'm going to go bar all my irons, because this should give some pretty good smithing XP, possibly even a level. Because this is some of the best XP rate we can get based on our mining level. Because of course it's the best thing we can mine for it right now. It's not the absolute best thing we can smith, but it's still pretty solid. How much iron ore did we get earlier? Okay, that's a bigger number than expected. But, that's fine. I'm fine with that. Hit us with some exhilarating fishing. If fishing and cooking wasn't so pointless for this account, I would love to. But it feels like the most pointless duo in the entire game right now. Like, I would sooner train carpentry to 50. Don't get me wrong, I enjoy fishing and cooking a lot in this game. But from a account progress perspective in current state of game, it is such bad value. Unless you're like a free-to-play player. But at least from like the member area perspective, it is such bad value. Because the cooking, you don't do anything with it. The fish don't do anything, the cooking dish don't do anything. It just makes money, but other skills make money better. So you're just making money slower. Is basically what the cooking fishing skill is. At least from a progression standpoint. That's the biggest issue with there being so many money skills in this game. At least detective and merchant are unique enough that they're their own thing mechanically and everything. So is cooking and fishing, but you know what I mean. But oh no, it's basically an issue where they keep adding money skills. But if there's a better money skill than another money skill, why would you do the other money skill if it has no other purpose? At least detective and merchant, even if there's a better money skill down the line, which there definitely will be, probably, possibly. Even if there are, technically there is leather worker, but even if there is down the line, or even currently, it won't matter because the gameplay is just so absurdly unique that it kind of makes up for it. I guess fishing and cooking kind of does. But, oh no, they're in a weird position where they don't have a secondary effect. I think that's what I was looking into. Like, merchant secondary effect is it gives you discounts. A detective secondary effect is that it gives you shortcuts. There's no real secondary effect to cooking or fishing. Like, there isn't anything other than profit that having one of them higher does for you. Unlike merchant and detective, where even if there are better money making methods in both of them, they would still be viable due to all the secondary benefits that they give you. But yeah, I do hope cooking fishing gets buffed in the future, because they're really good activities. I do enjoy both of them, but their usefulness is near non-existent. Other than for like early game money or free-to-play money. And even then, probably just maxing out guard is better. Just go all in combat route. It starts a bit slow, but it'll get way more profitable down the line. But I'm not sure if I'm going to do all my iron right now. But I'm not sure why. I'm feeling a mining smithing mood. I might even go back to mining. Though if I do, it's going to be on that one other ore. I just really need these skills to be higher. Because I need to catch up my smithing to be up to my combat. That's the main thing. The smithing level needs to catch up. It's currently 9 levels behind. And as I AFK tonight, it's going to be even further behind. And that's a problem. Obviously, I could put knowledge points into it, but it's still a problem how far behind it is right now. Also, that's another thing, too. I'm actually going to put knowledge into Leathermaker right now. That might seem like a weird angle, but we're getting a new hide soon. And that new hide will make when I AFK Leathermaker quite a bit better XP. So we definitely want to unlock it through knowledge and then start doing that better hide. I'll be off-stream, though. Well, like, I'll boost it on-stream, but, you know. Off-stream is when I watch you do the Leathermaker. Unless you guys want to see some Leathermaker content. I wouldn't mind that. But honestly, for the rest of the stream, I definitely need, like, brain off mode. I'm not sure why. I feel more tired tonight than normal. Like, I'm going to go for another 2.5 hours, but I definitely feel more tired tonight than normal at this point. But a good night's sleep will fix that. But yeah, this weekend I think will mostly be a money-making thing then. Probably a lot of merchant. Because I can't think of anything at the moment that I could do that's more profitable than merchant. Plus I still need like 205 merchant eventually anyways. So probably going to be a pretty merchant-heavy stream. But because of that, that does mean we're going to be switching up quite a bit. Because I can only handle like 2 or 3 hours of merchant before my brain is like, okay, do something else. Go. Stop doing merchant. But it is really fun. It's still my favorite skill in the game. It's just a really annoying skill to do for a long duration of time. Just because of how much it makes you think. It's so weird compared to the rest of the game. Because you actually have to play the game to do it. Like so many other skills, it's just, yeah, just click a few times, watch an animation happen. And then merchants like, think, run, think while running, go, you're going too slow, go, teleport, go to the other place. Wait, your things are still on the ground, the timer's running out, go. But it's actually insane how much different it is from the rest of the game. But I mentioned it earlier, I really hope the game gets more skills like merchant and detective. If Brighter Shores has like a dozen skills like those two, which currently only has those two, but if it could eventually get a dozen skills as diverse as those, I feel like it'll really set an identity for Brighter Shores. I really want to see what that will look like in the future. If we can have like a double-digit number of skills that are like detective and merchant in Brighter Shores. Things that are really, really different. That basically sets the game apart from other things. Because it needs more like this. It needs more things as good as these two skills. From both a gameplay and usability perspective. As far as all the utility that both skills do, the synergy with other skills that it has, as well as just the overall unique gameplay that it has, compared to what's traditionally in like MMOs and similar things. Yeah, having to be constantly talking too. Honestly, I wouldn't mind not talking. I feel like our viewer rate would tank to like a third though. If it was just gameplay only. Could you imagine? We do a stream, but pretend our mic is muted the whole time. Actually, imagine if I accidentally did have it muted. The chat would go ballistic, though. Like, hey, you're muted, you're muted. People would probably mention it within the first minute. If I start a stream and there's, like, nothing going on. That would make for a good April Fool's joke, though. If I mention it now, but don't mention it ever again until April 1st. And we do a 12-hour Brighter Shore stream with no commentary, no nothing. Pretend the mic is muted or something. But we just do like a full 12-hour stream normally. But it's no audio. Or, you know, it has Endgame audio, but, you know, it's no talking. Just gameplay the whole time. Nothing but gameplay. But I'll still do like the whole stream as if I'm doing it normally and everything. Obviously without talking because it's muted anyways. That'd be really funny. But honestly, that's probably going to be the April 1st joke. You heard it here. You guys will know when we do it on April 1st. I don't know, we'll see. But it would be pretty funny. Also, I've gone through a lot more water today compared to yesterday. I feel like yesterday I drank like nothing. Today I almost need to go get another water. I'm already running low. Give us a little time so we'll make a merchant to build the routes for you. They technically already did. I don't like using it though. Because most of the fun of doing merchant is building your own route. I used the tool once yesterday, just to try it out. It's good for if you want to check your routes to see if you're being efficient or not. To see if it might suggest something that you're not already doing. But I wouldn't use it to route like every run. Because that ruins like half the fun of merchant. Plus, it's probably not even efficient too. Compared to just routing it yourself. It's a lot quicker just routing it yourself than plugging everything into the little system. Because this game is not allowed to have third-party plugins or anything. So we're never going to have a system that like on screen auto-calculates your route for you. You're always going to have to plug it into a third-party, like, you know, external resource. Because an internal one is not allowed. And because of that, the amount of time it would take to do that is just inefficient almost always. Compared to just routing it yourself. But it's good for trying to figure out routes if you feel like you need help with something or similar. Or just to check if your routing is good for anything. Because from what I saw earlier, it did do a really efficient route. The only big issue with it, though, is it does try to route every item you have. And there are definitely times where it is very efficient to determine if it is worth dropping an item or not. Not in the sense that you delete it from your task list, but as in doing like 4 or 5 of them rather than all 6. Because 1 or 2 of them, you know, might be very bad pathing with the rest of the pathing you have. And I don't believe the tool currently does that or has an option for it. Oops, what am I doing? In the sense that, like, you can't tell it to prioritize, like, only viable for this run path, in a sense. Or you might have 6 tasks that you're putting in, but only, like, 4 of them are particularly viable. I guess you could just input those 4, so I guess in a sense you kind of can. And just don't input the other 2. But if you were to put in multiple, it doesn't know to, like, drop a certain one. So I guess you could just put in the viable ones. So actually, I guess there is a way to do it currently with it. Just only plug in the ones that are actually good. And not the 1 or 2 that you're deliberately skipping. I don't know, I still feel like routing yourself is still more fun. How many bars do we have left? One more so ore. I know we just started. I just want to see. Wow, look at that. We're almost done already. We literally just started. We're almost done. 380 to go. Yeah, this is something I normally do off stream, but for smithing lately, I've actually been doing it on stream. The other two I've been doing off, though. Like dunking our deep fried bones. As well as, what was the other one? Oh yeah, the etching our stones. Which that's one I should probably do tonight. Etch a bunch of stones. I already got the gas during the stream, but I'm going to etch them later. I'm not going to do them now. Don't worry. Don't worry, we're not going to etch 2,000 stones. I just want to do the iron ore that we mined during the stream. Because I need the smithing level anyways. Technically, I need a lot of them. I need 136, ideally. Actually, I should probably make that weapon soon. The problem is, I can't make it until level 104 mining. If I want to make it myself. Sorry, 107 mining. We should have that in a couple days, so I'm probably not prioritizing it this weekend. But I know for sure when we're doing merchant, I'm eventually going to want to take a mining break. So maybe we'll get to 107 within the next several days? I'm not sure. Because I do want to have that within, by like Monday or Tuesday, I think. I just don't think this weekend I'm going to be prioritizing it. Though I'll probably do it during one of the merchant breaks, go for like several levels. Like maybe just a few here or there. What do you think are the most important stats to level? Or is it best just to focus on the story? I would just focus on doing the entire story, and from there figure out what you want to do. I would definitely complete out the main storyline before you really grind anything personally. I complete out all the chapter missions that exist for all 4 chapters currently. Not all the side quests, but you know, the main storyline mission. Until it says, you know, chapter 5 mission. The Stonewall Hill. I basically finish the whole main storyline. And then from there kind of figure out what you want to do. Based on what you enjoyed or, you know, what you want to focus on. As far as skills that you would do by after that, Merchant. Merchant's a really good one to go for. If you want something AFK, Detective, or doing raids with Detective and Watch Person skill is pretty nice. Beyond that, getting your weapon making skill really high. So if you're a Guardian, Bone Ray, if you're a Cryo Knight, smithing like we're doing now. Or if you are a Hammer Mage doing the Stonemason we were doing earlier. And beyond that, I don't know, pretty much just whatever you feel like. You could start prioritizing the 3-star, 5-star quests if you feel like questing still. Not much you could do if you feel like bossing, but you know, there's a bunch of stuff you can still kill in the current state of game. To get gear preemptively, or get your other skills to be able to make better gear so when bossing does come out, you'll be ready. I don't know what else. PvP you can't quite do yet, but you would be able to in the future. I don't know what other priorities are there. I guess if you want to build up for trading, bone rate equipment is probably going to be pretty expensive. So if you're a Guardian and or want to get high bone rate just to make some stuff to trade, 3-star bone rate equipment is going to be worth a lot compared to other gear. But if I was to focus on any one skill, like if I was to like start fresh today with the knowledge we had, we would still go do all quests immediately, like we did initially. But then I would like literally just grind merchant forever. To at least 200 at least. Like the first thing I would do is just rush 200 merchant. Maybe 83 detective just so you have some shortcuts. But honestly, 51 detective gives you a good majority of shortcuts. The one you get at 83, I use it some, but you could definitely live without it. Be like 83 detective and do 200 merchant. I feel like it's one of the first things I would do if I was to start like completely fresh from absolute nothing. With that being said, one of those levels I don't have. 200 merchant, technically 205 because you get the next hide after that. Well, we'll be working on it this weekend. This week is definitely going to be a pretty heavy merchant weekend. I do want to have 205 on it somewhat soonish. Why specifically 200? The EXP scaling falls off a cliff after 200. And the reason for 205 is the next hide. But you wouldn't want to go too much further because XP falls off cliff at 200. Like, the XP rate gets at least 4 times slower as far as how much work you have to put in per level. So getting something like 205 merchant is basically like 220 merchant if it was to keep scaling the way that it did prior to 200. Which means getting a 500 skill is actually comparable to getting a math. It's basically like getting a level 800 skill is one way of looking at it. It's not quite 1-to-1, but getting a 500 is basically like getting an 800. If you were to look at it at the scaling of all the other levels. Wait, sorry, that's wrong. Why'd I say that? It's a 1,400. It's basically the equivalence of getting a level 1,400 skill, is what a level 500 is. If you were to look at it at normal XP scaling from 20 onwards, like 20 to 200. Yeah, I meant 1,400. Yeah, it's late. I meant 1,400. Yeah, Luke ended up mentioning a chat as well. But yeah, it's getting late. This is why we're doing brain off activity right now. This is why I'm not doing merchant. You know how baffled I'd be doing merchant right now? How disbobulated. I need brain off activities the rest of the stream. Luckily, this is a perfect brain off game. Because every skill but merchant is a brain off activity. So just pick one at random and you'll be good. Though combat will probably be a bit more intense as they add, you know, bosses and stuff like that. But currently, merchant's basically the only skill you have to think for. I guess a little bit for high-level combat. But most skills are pretty straightforward. And pretty loopable. How much iron do we have left? 308. Alright, we're halfway there. Pretty much half. I'm just processing, anyone just getting here, I'm processing all the iron we mined earlier. Not the most exhilarating content, but it must be done. And I need the smithing levels. And we are cryonite, so we really need those smithing levels. But luckily, I do enjoy the smithing skills, so we picked the right class for that, at least. Yeah, we don't currently know exactly how they're going to handle high scores. One thing I was mentioning earlier that I kind of hope they do, because it would really encourage me to play the alts and play all 3 classes a bit more. I really hope, as well as use the AFK mechanic a little bit more strategically. I really wish they would add a leaderboard that is your total level for all 3 of your accounts. Like, you know how you have your main profile and the 2 other profiles on one account? I want a leaderboard that, of course, have one for total level, like, you know, normal total level for one account. But I also want to see one of the cumulative all 3 accounts. I would love that so much. I feel like this game is set up perfectly with how you can AFK the other 2 constantly. Or even all 3 constantly if you're, you know, sleeping or doing other things. Like not playing the game, you know, like normal people. You know, doing things like actually live. And not just 24/7 Brighter Shores. You know, using that mechanic. But, it allows you to really strategize, like, how you use that AFK time. Because you can only play on one at a time. Even if you played constantly, you can only play on one account at a time. So you'd really have to strategize, like, okay, what do I do for this one? What do I do for that one? That kind of things. And I feel like it would really fully utilize the AFK mechanic kind of thing. If there was a total level based on all 3. There's just so much strategy that could go into it. Because you basically have to play 2 accounts without ever playing the other 2 accounts in a sense. Like, obviously, you'd still do them occasionally to get their knowledge points and everything. But I would really love to see that, because there'd be so much strategy with how the game is set up for how you would go about doing that. As you'd basically have to, assuming you have 1 main and 2 that you're barely playing, those 2 that you're barely playing, you have to figure out, like, efficiency, like, on a macro scale. In the sense that you're just constantly getting AFK XP over and over again. So you have to think, like, okay, what's the most efficient, like, AFK route we could do to get to all of our goals that we need? And go from there. It's a really cool system for that. And I feel like it won't really get fully utilized unless they make a leaderboard for it. Because, yeah, people could be doing that right now. Like, okay, how do I AFK this account basically to chapter 4 with the least amount of friction so I could start trading with it? But, like, for example, I need to go AFK 32 carpentry is going to be a pretty big one. So I need to get to 20 carpentry, get all of our levels we need for that, but then, you know, also AFK to that point so that we can get the spider quest done. But then I'm also going to need the combat level in that area so I can actually kill the spiders as well. And, you know, it can reach a whole chain reaction. And you have to figure out how you're going to AFK all those. Because you can't just actively be playing on it constantly. I don't know, I feel like it'd be a really cool system as far as fully utilizing those AFK mechanics to the fullest. Since 98% of their playtime would be AFK, if not more. Whereas on your main account, that ratio would definitely be way different. But on one of those other accounts, like 98 to 99% of their whole entire playtime would be AFK time. So you get to really, you know, flesh out that mechanic and actually use every aspect of it to the fullest. I don't know, we'll see what happens. What are your alts up to? I think they're both at like 40-something combat. Ironically, they're both a higher guard level than me. Because the only thing they're really doing at the moment is AFKing guard. Because I want to try to mess around with their weapons and everything else. Because I want to try using all the gear from the other two classes. That's currently the main goal of them. The only real skilling I'm doing is if it's for a quest requirement that's required, like the spider quest, where we need 32 carpentry and 20 woodcutting. But I'm also doing it for... where's I going with this? I was about to go make a point. But yeah, mostly trying to prioritize them in combat. But I also need to get them to chapter 4. That's the point I was going to make. Because I want to get them to the point where they could trade. So they could eventually trade the resources over to our main account, of course. We don't know exactly how trading will work from account to account. But regardless how it works, you'll likely need access to chapter 4 to do it properly, if at all. So you would need to get all your alts to that point before you could really do anything to, you know, give resources probably to your main. We don't know exactly how that will work or anything. Or even how the trading system would work. But there likely is a way that you could trade resources between your accounts in some way. But we don't really know. Until, you know, it comes out and everything. But that's pretty much my goal. Get them to chapter 4. And eventually, obviously, chapter 5. And any future chapter. But also have them prioritize mostly combat. So I can mess around with all the gear of the other two classes. So we can use the special attacks on them. You know, just the armor of them. And just the weapons and everything. In case there's ever, like, a huge difference between the three classes. Currently, it's pretty minimal, of course. But the difference between them will widen a bit over time. As they add more and more mechanics that, you know, make them each unique. Whereas right now, it's relatively minimal. Special attacks obviously being the big, huge one that will do that in the near future. Yeah, we did a poll for it the other day. Also, one thing I was really surprised on the poll. I knew it would be low, but I didn't realize it would be that low. The number of people who are playing all three accounts evenly is nearly 0. I think by the end of the poll is like 2% or something. Of like 400 something votes. I think it was like 8 or 9 people or whatever it was. Out of like 400 something votes that the poll had by the end of it all. Also, the poll is getting so even right now, the one we're doing today. It's probably our least voted for poll ever. It's probably one of the more controversial ones. But right now, on us doing RuneScape's leagues, that's going to be next week, is that 37% for yes, do both, you know, Brighter Shores and League simultaneously on screen. 32%, which has been like 32, 33 the whole time, basically 1/3, being fine either way. So doesn't necessarily want to see it directly or go another way for it, but you know, if it's there, they don't really mind. And then 31% of people who really don't want it happening, which it's going to be a little unfortunate when we do that for like 2 weeks straight. Oh no, I was doing it regardless. And I know some people do really want to see it. But I'll try to explain it the best I can. Worst comes to worst, if those people don't watch for 2 weeks and hopefully come back after. Hopefully they don't leave forever. But we'll still be around. We'll still be around. So hopefully they'll come back eventually, but hopefully they won't mind too much. I'm going to try to do it as quickly as possible, but it is going to be like a 2-week process most likely. Maybe even slightly longer. Though it could be less, who knows? Because as soon as I finish the league, I'm going to stop streaming it. This is like something like really, really like big to go do, like a boss or something that we might show or something. But otherwise, it's probably just not going to be anything after we finish. And I'm hoping to get it done in under 2 weeks. I don't know, it's going to be a lot of fun. I'm really looking forward to it. It's like the biggest event Old School RuneScape basically does all year. And I streamed it last year. I had a ton of fun with it last year. Probably the most fun I ever had with the game, to be honest. It's definitely a really unique experience compared to what you would normally do. Because it's meant to be broken. It's not supposed to be balanced. It just has so many broken mechanics that you would never really expect from really any game, because it's not balanced at all, but it's not balanced deliberately. Like, it's not balanced, but balanced simultaneously in a really weird way. It's hard to explain. That's a ton of fun. Oh, the yes vote is going lower. More no's coming in. Yeah, I wonder what the dislikes are of this video. Definitely feel free to smash the like or dislike buttons. But I feel like it will be higher than normal. Especially the first day that we do leagues. And it's like blocking like the little corner over there. I'm still trying to figure out exactly how I want to have it. If you guys have any suggestions, do let me know. Both if you hate it or love it. Because I want it to be as least intrusive as possible. And I'm trying to think, like, how small would I have to make it that's still visible, but not blocking too much gameplay? Like, what's the size? What size are we talking here? Like around this size? Smaller? Bigger? Like, is this too small or too big? Because like something like that, I don't know. Obviously I just have it woodcutting right now. But is that like too small, too big? Also, I wouldn't have the sidebar most likely, though. I need to figure out a way to get rid of that because I'm currently window capturing it. But when we actually do the thing, I'd prefer not to have that sidebar over there. But I'm not sure. We'll figure out something for it, though. We'll figure out something. I was also joking earlier that I could do it vertically, which would be very funny. Though I'm not sure how viable it would be to play that game vertically. Just so it takes up about as much room as the sidebar, for example. Well, not that much, but like this much, for example. Because it kind of already fits with the Brighter Shores interface. Have you always seen use for the 2 lockers in the archive? Yes, it's used for the... It's used for a quest. I can't remember which. Was it the 3-star or the 5-star? I think it was the 3-star. I think the 3-star quest in Chronopolis uses them. At some point. I don't remember when, but at some point during that quest, I'm pretty sure. Population for this game has dropped dramatically. I don't know, has it? This doesn't seem too much lower when we checked it earlier. But I mentioned earlier, I personally don't really care what the player count is for the most part. As long as Andrew Gower is still developing it and the servers are up, we will be here. I mentioned earlier, I think the only number that when I would start to get concerned is if it's like under 500 somehow. I don't think it's going to get that low. And even then, as long as he's still supporting the game, I'll still be around. Could be under 100, I'd still be around probably, honestly. Especially with the game being like so single player right now, though obviously in the future there'll be more multiplayer mechanics. I think that's the other thing too, because a lot of people have kind of gotten through the storyline and they're kind of just waiting until more content come out. So you have to keep in mind the game's in early access right now. Like, it's not even 1.0. It's not even technically even released in a sense. Hey, the smithing level, got it. Come on, show the menu. There you go. But let me get my ore and then think of what order if I'm even trying to say right now. But you know, it's still in early access right now and everything. So the game hasn't even technically released. And I think a lot of people are kind of just waiting for something more to happen with the game. Like more things to happen to the combat system, more chapters, PvP, trading, stuff like that. Because a lot of people by this point have finished the main storyline and everything. And the only thing left to do for a lot of players who've been playing, you know, since launch at this point is either grind endlessly or wait till more content to come out. And obviously some percent of those people are just waiting until more content to come out. Which I assume is what the number shift is probably from. It's just everyone in that category just waiting until something happens. Like Chapter 5 or PvP or trading or anything like that. Leaderboard's not going to, you know, bring anyone back instantly. But, you know, any kind of combat rework or things that do more to the combat system would. Like special attacks and the such. Chapter 5 coming out would. Trading might slightly. I don't feel like there'd be a big jump for trading. Because it's not really new content in a sense. Like, it is and it isn't. Like, it's not new in, like, a new sense. Like, it is new, but it's not, like, things you can really, like, grind. Like, you can't really grind trading. I guess you can if you really want to make a lot of profit. But, you know, it's not grindable in the sense of, you know, like a new chapter or PvP or something similar like that. Or even trying to obtain every spec weapon in the game. Which would require the Chapter 4 quest in, or the 5-star quest in Chapter 3 would be required if you want to do that. Unless you really want to get RNG from trying to do it through combat. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to special attacks. Very curious to see what he does for all the variety of weapons across every class. Unless I miscounted earlier, I believe every single class has 12 special attack weapons. Let me go redouble check, but last I checked, I'm pretty sure it was 12. So that means there are going to be 36 new special attack weapons added in one day, going from 0 to 36. Plus they might add more in the future, of course. Either for boss drops or whatever else. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah. Every class has 12 special attack weapons at launch. Or, you know, once it gets added. For 36 total if you want to play all 3 classes. And that's not counting any future ones that get added. Though, of course, each class will only have access to 12 of them. What exactly they'll do, who knows? And if you want to prepare for it, the best way you could do so is do the 5-star quest in Mine of Metubin, the Lost and Found quest. It's probably the hardest, highest requirement quest in the entire game. But it is even more worth it than the Spider quest as far as how much value it gives you. I said, hello, Onda! Welcome, welcome, hope all's been well. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Currently just smithing some of the iron we mined earlier in the stream. At this point, we're kind of just winding down. My brain is, like, completely off at this point. We're kind of just chatting randomly into a billion different tangents. Still going for about 2 more hours. But my brain's, like, off. I think my brain's already quit for the night. So we're just kind of doing, like, absurdly chill things just for wind down. As much as I need to do merchant, which we definitely will this weekend. Because I'm trying to make a bunch of gold this weekend. My biggest goal is to get my gold stack up. We're starting from almost 0. And I want to get at least like 20, 30 gold this weekend if we can. Because I want to try to get my manacles as high as possible. The detective thingy. The handcuffs. You just hit 100 watch person and an 83 detective? Nice! You got the shortcut now. Alright, heading to merchant. Now they have all the shortcuts. You can access the whole city now. If you also have 55 merchant. For the top left shortcut. Yeah, detective is amazing. I was mentioning that earlier. We need like a dozen skills that are like detective and merchant. They are just so unique for a game like this. And so much fun. And actually useful. And having multiple purposes beyond just like making money. Like they have actual like secondary and tertiary kind of effects that, you know, help a bunch of other things. But yeah, it's really, really fun. Everything they did with this is just amazing. And I really hope more future chapters add skills that are just as unique as these two. Detective and Merchant. These will really help shape Brighter Shore's identity in the future. If we can get a lot more skills like that. Because right now, if I was to point any person new to this game to any skill, it would definitely be, like, go to Chapter 4 and try Detective and Merchant. And give them a fair shot. Because it's pretty much this game, the best thing the game has to offer, to be honest. At least in its current state. At least in my opinion. Because there's still so much work that needs to be done with the combat system and stuff like that. If we're looking for, like, the most fully fleshed out system right now, it's probably Merchant or Detective. Or both, because you actually need both to do Merchant effectively. You need 83 Detective for max efficiency Merchant. Not sure in the next goal, you might go back and finish Lost and Found. Honestly, I would advise it. I don't feel like I use Lost and Found that often. But it's so important to have before Chapter 5 comes out. And just having it out of the way is nice, so you don't need to worry about it. So in case Chapter 5 is in like a month, you won't need to like worry about, oh no, a last minute grind to go get that Lost and Found completed. Like, you don't have to have Lost and Found before Chapter 5. But it's going to be really inconsistent to get the 4-star special attack weapons if you were to do it through, you know, not crafting them. Like, yeah, you can get them from monster drops, but good luck. Because you need all the luck in the world to try to get them. Whereas it's very consistent to craft a 4-star. You still have to craft a few 3-stars, but the RNG on getting a few 3-stars is not that hard. Like, it's about an hour or two process for a 4-star. Which might still sound like a little bit of time. But there's only 12 of them in the game that you're going to need. Unless you want to make them into a higher level one, of course. And keep making them into higher level ones. But you only ever need 12 of them. As far as, like, you know, unique special attacks. Only some of those would even be viable. So you probably don't even need all of them in that regard. And beyond that, it's way, way, way quicker than getting it as a monster drop. Like, you could farm for like 10 hours and be lucky if you get like 1 or 2. Whereas if you did the same thing, crafting them from scratch, like completely from scratch, like literally everything from scratch, you could still probably get like 4 to 5 within that time. And you get to choose their level. You get to choose their, assuming you have high enough skilling for it. But you could somewhat choose their level. You can, you know, choose which weapon it specifically is. So if one's more meta than the other, you can, you know, go for that one. Whereas it's very luck-based getting them from combat. Especially at the higher level range. Yeah, it's a little bit weird that you need a lot more smithing. They made it so you need 40 bone rate, 60 smithing, and 46 stonemason. Instead of like 50, 50, 50. The other thing that's annoying is you can't skip the combat requirement for it. You need to actually have 59. Like, all the other 3 chapters, you can kind of cheese the combat requirement in the sense that you only have to fight a boss. Or, you know, some kind of enemy. But, you don't really need to do that for, like, the way that Chapter 3 is handled is different. You have to do an actual passive activity. So you actually need to have the level. It's not like when you have to fight, like, a 55 or a level 60 boss, where you could cheese it at, like, 40 or 50. You actually need the level to do the quest for Chapter 3. The lowest you could ever have is 59. It's impossible to do with anything lower than... Actually, that's not true. There's a +4 boost potion, I think. But realistically, for most people, especially without trading, unless you have absurdly high alchemy level, the lowest you could do it at is 59. As far as, like, the realistic lowest. You could technically do it lower. But you would need an absurdly good alchemy level or trading to exist. Because I think there's up to like a +4 or +5 boost potion or something. But you need like absurdly high alchemy for it. Like, let me see. What's the highest boost potion in the game? Where is it? +5 boost. Yeah, you can make a +5 boost if you have 373 alchemy. Good luck. Which means the lowest you could technically do that quest at any point is 56. You could technically have that quest done at 56 Mindfighter. If you don't mind doing the small grind of 373 alchemy. You know, just a small casual grind. Nothing too serious. But if you don't mind doing that small grind to skip the other small grind, you should be fine. But yeah, you can use a +2 boost. You can just buy it from the shop for free. Or not for free, but you know, you can just buy it for 440 something silver. So +2 boost is really easy, which is what we did, of course. I think it's like 40 something silver from the shop, which is definitely worth it to skip 2 levels. And also, you can boost all of them now. I only boosted the 1. But you can actually boost every single skill in that quest now. They changed how it works, requirement-wise. But it's possible to boost everything now. So if you can speedrun that quest within an hour, while also having the requirements already, it would only cost you 40 silver to +2 boost all of them. How many hours play do we have in Brighter Shores? Too many. In the last week, it is, well, since launch, 261. And just in the last 2 weeks, 216. which means we're still at over a 100-hour average. But yeah, I'm currently on pace for this to be the quickest game I ever get 1,000 hours in. Originally, it was Animal Crossing New Horizons during peak pandemic time, because there wasn't too much else to do, so we just played a ton of that game. And it took about 3 months, like a little over 3 months, or exactly 3 months. But at current pacing, we're on track to 2.5 months hit 1,000 hours in this game. We're already 1/4 the way there, right? Yeah, we're already more than 1/4 the way there. Time will go down a little bit because of the holidays and everything. But beyond that, I think we still make it. Like 2.5 months for 1,000 hours. Because it's just a little over 2 weeks now and we're already at, you know, 1/4 the way there. Which means we're on track to do it within 2 months, actually. Though because of the holidays and everything, it likely won't be. Well, we'll find out. Well, it definitely is on track to be the quickest I ever got 1,000 hours in a game. But yeah, we're not letting up at all. You're sitting on 10 gold at the moment? Nice. What are you investing it in? That's a good chunk of cash. Your Steam's showing 323 hours? Oh, wow. Oh, but you leave your PC on most of the time. Okay, that makes sense. I was going to say. That's some crazy hours. Though there are definitely people over 300 hours of actual playtime. Like, actively playing. They do exist. But I haven't been losing sleep over this game. I've still been getting plenty of sleep, everything else. But we are currently streaming it full-time, of course. So if any of you guys ever want to stop by, we're here pretty much 12 hours every day. Aside from like some holidays coming up, and Mondays I normally stream just a little bit shorter, but otherwise 12 hours every day. Still going for about another 2-ish tonight, like hour and a half, 2 hours. Right now we're kind of in a wind down period though. My brain's had enough. So I'm just doing like the ultra chill stuff. Pretty much the things I'd almost be doing off stream if I was. Honestly, I might even just go do one of them. I might go do some AFK raids. I want to do something a little more active than that right now though. That's like walk away from computer AFK. Levels of AFK. So I do want to save most of that for off stream a lot of the times. Hey, we're almost out of iron. Oh no, what am I supposed to do now? Wait, I'm almost out of iron. Time to etch the stones. No. I'm not going to etch the stones on stream. Though I am tempted with this next knowledge point to head to Leatherworker. We're about to hit 44. Ooh, I think I found my next target. We need 50 for the quest. Though some people are mentioning not to do the quest, but then some people are mentioning it's fine. It seems like it might mess up one of the shortcuts. But someone else was also then mentioning it was fine, so I'm not sure if we're doing it. Because the only requirement I'm missing is 50 Leathermaker. So if we can get confirmation later, or if anyone's here, I'm not sure if anyone here has done it, probably not. Because it's a pretty weird requirement. But actually, it's not that bad of a requirement. It's actually not that bad. It's like the second easiest 5-star quest, actually. There's probably more people this done than Lost and Found, to be honest. But have any of you guys done Battle of Fortune Hood? Does it mess up the merchant path at all? Like some people earlier was saying it was, but then also some people mentioned it wasn't, and I have no clue because I haven't finished the quest. But the only thing I'm missing is 50 Leatherworker. So technically, the second I have 50 Leatherworker, I can finish the quest because the combat requirement is going to be so free. We're like double the level of what we should have probably. I guess it just depends. What does it make the shortcut any worse? Because that was the thing. Like, what does it do to the shortcut? Like, some people were mentioning that was worse, but then someone else mentioned it's the same. Well, the shortcut you'll unlock before the quest is over. I already have the shortcut. But some people were mentioning that the shortcut got worse after the quest is completed. I guess it's personal preference. Okay, someone sent me footage, I believe, on Discord later, so I'll just check it after the stream and see. But honestly, if it's fine to do it, I'm probably going to do it tomorrow. Because the only thing we're missing is leatherworker, and I kind of want to do some leatherworker right now. And between what I do now and the rest off stream, we should be at 50 leatherworker tomorrow. And that's the only thing I'm missing to do the quest. I already did all the olives. So the only thing we're missing is just get 50 leatherworker. Which wouldn't take that long if I kept just putting XP into it. Also, we're about to get an XP boost at 44. You don't time anything for efficiency? Yeah, honestly, I haven't been timing anything or anything like that either. I haven't bothered getting that precise. If we were to do like a super long-term grind, like let's say I was to go grind, I don't know, like 500 merchant from like 205, then yeah, I'd probably time some things because of the amount of time we'd have to do it, it would make sense. Even if something's like one tile quicker, it's like, okay, if I'm going to be doing this many times, you know, we got to take that one tile. But right now, it doesn't really matter. We're just doing it just whatever. But if I was going all the way to 500, yeah, we'd want to save like every single tile we could. Get it down to a science. But for what we're doing right now, it doesn't really matter. Just do whatever. Yeah, well, that is officially all the iron process that we made today. I won't be making them into anything right now, just because these are for future swords. Mostly rapiers. Oh, so is there any way to check the highest level I could do with this? It says 149, but that's not technically true. That's the highest shield I can make. It's not necessarily the highest rapier I can make. Oh, also doesn't help I only have 128 smithing. I forgot to. But yeah, I wonder. Actually, it's technically the highest mace I can make. I don't think it tells me. No. It doesn't tell me on the other thing either. Because 149 is not the highest rapier I can make. It's actually lower than that. But the menu doesn't tell me. I don't believe this menu tells me either. It'll say 149, but that's actually not true. 149 is not the highest rapier. Oh, wait. It's 141. It tells me right there. Because it's one level less than this. So yeah, 141 is the highest I can make out of this. For a rapier specifically. Because it should be one level lower than whatever this number says. But yeah, it's 141. Alright, that's what I wanted to know. So it technically does say it, just doesn't say it. But it implies it. Anyways, I do have more ore. No, let me go do leather maker. I see more ore and it's like, ooh, new stack. The problem with that is it doesn't get nearly as much XP, but I still want to process it eventually for the swords and everything. Though it caps at 115 for that one, which is not ideal. Because it's beyond what I need at the moment. Anyways. Or below, I mean. At least for that area, for Chronopolis. Anyways, what are we doing? I was about to go do leather maker. At 44, we get a new hide. But first I have to establish what is my hide right now. I know it's a really low level one. 35 brown cow leather. Alright, let me do this until we can do the better one then. And then we'll do the better one for at least a level. Not sure how much leather work we'll do right now, but we'll do some amount. I am a bit limited by my money though, because I am banking all of them. So this is going to be purely a loss. We're not actually making money from this. You do make money from leather maker, but not if you bank everything. Eventually down the line, if you got pinched for cash, you would, you know, sell one inventory and then, you know, bank a few. You keep doing it that way so you never run out of cash. But I personally just been banking everything currently. Just to make sure we have plenty enough for when Chapter 5 rolls around. Where's brown cowhide? Right there. Alright, we're almost at 1.1 key total. We're definitely not hitting it tonight, though. Even if I deliberately tried to, I don't think we could in an hour and a half. Oh, no, maybe. If we're... actually, there is one way. There actually is one way I can get it. If I did literally AFK... Well, not AFK, obviously we're here. But, you know, if I did raids, the house raids, for the rest of the stream, we would be very close, if not all the way, to total level 1,100. But I would have to do raids for basically the rest of the stream. Which I'm not against. So I do want to get at least 245 Leathermaker right now. And then we can decide for the rest of the stream if we want to go bother with that or not. But we're going to be doing so much of that during leagues next week that I want to try to avoid doing it at all prior if I can. At least on stream. Off stream, obviously, it's fine. Just because it's one of those activities that we could do like literally anything with. Because it's like literally 2 to 3 minutes of downtime. Like we'd easily talk with chat, do literally anything, walk away, come back. Are you going to try to push high scores? No. If I'm like close to a threshold, I might try. Like if I'm rank, let's say, I don't know, like 26 somehow. I would definitely feel inclined to go for 25, obviously, if it's the top of the leaderboards, like top 25, as far as showing it. And similarly, if we're not like top 100, I'm like rank 1, like, I don't know, 107. I would definitely feel inclined to go to top 100, probably even like top 99. So it's a double-digit number. But for the most part, unless I'm like right at a threshold for something, I'm probably not going to bother. Like if we're ranked like 130th or lower, I definitely wouldn't feel influenced to really bother to try to get to like a certain any number. But if we're like absurdly close to a threshold, like a few ranks off, I'd probably go for it. I feel like we're low end of top 100. Like if I'm ranked currently like 79 right now, I would not feel inclined at all to grind more or less. It would it'd be completely ineffective to my current everything. Like, you know, we would just keep playing normally. But if we're like really, really absurdly close to a certain threshold, it'd be like, might as well. We're like already there anyways. Might as well push for it. But if we're far away from any threshold, it's like, might as well not even bother. Unless we start tanking in ranks or something. I've seen a lot of level 1000s. Like, just this streamer alone is definitely a double-digit number of thousands. Some of them are lower than us, though, like this level 1028. Most of them are in Chronopolis. If you ever wonder where all the high levels are, just go to Chronopolis. You'll see a billion of them. They're likely in the Merchant Tower. And or at the raid dens. So you can only see them briefly if they're at the raid dens. Also, if you ever want to check what the next step is, you can check info on it and it tells you. If you completely forget what it is. Oops, and I'm still clicking on the wrong thing. I knew exactly what it was, but I forgot which one of these it was called. That's funny. But, yeah, you can check their info, and it tells you what it is. Like, right here it says next step is tanning tub. So we're using the tanning tub. It's a way that you could check without having to, like, click all over the place. But if you click simply one, it will tell you what to go use it on as well. Yeah, the highest level we saw today was actually a guard. It was the highest level guard I've ever seen. Not the highest level account. It was like a level 1,233 or something. It was the highest level guard I've seen so far. I mean, not guard. I mean guardian. You know what I mean. The green one. Oh, this guy's almost at 1,000. Look at him go. 996. He's probably trying to get that 1,000 grind in before the end of the day. Oh, and there's Inburst. Not sure if he's here right now. Hi, Inburst. Welcome, welcome. Not sure if he's here, but hopefully he's having a good time. Doing his leather work. Honestly, he's probably AFK while doing something like nothing. Or no, not nothing, but you know what I mean. Like, this is definitely like the place you go to like ultra chill. Because you get to do like 3 sets. It's like carpentry, but 3 steps instead of 2. The only problem is the path to bank is annoying. Gotta walk like half a mile around a road to get to a bank. And selling's even further away. Alright, we should only have to do one more inventory of this. And then we can move on to the next hide. No, do the next hide for 1 level. I will put the knowledge into Leatherworker, though, to speed it up a little bit, so we won't have to do that new hide for too long. Well, technically we will in the long term, because we need to get to like 50-something. But you know what I mean. As far as the stream, you won't need to do it too long. Yeah, 51's the next upgrade. And of course 50 is the goal. Oh wait, or do we need 51? Because don't we need like one of those buffalo leathers for the quest? I think we do. Wait, I think I just wanted the quest said you needed 50 though, not 51. Oh, you probably have to give him a bison leather and he makes it into it at level 50, I see. Because I'm pretty sure it was bison leather that I actually needed. Which is the one I get at 44. Oh, so here's all my hides, by the way. If any of you wondering what our hide stacks are at. But yeah, it looks like most of them are around the 3 to 500-ish range. Other than the lowest tier one. But all those tier 2 hides seem to be anywhere from 3 to 500 or so. Depending on how many points I boosted or bothered doing. So that'll be plenty for when next chapter comes out for armor making. How long that will last us for armor making, I have no clue. But yeah, I've banked about 95% of our hides. I only really sold, oh no, I was selling some initially and I was like, wait, why did I just keep them all? And then we started keeping them all. I will eventually sell them at the higher range because we couldn't ever afford to keep selling them. I mean, to keep storing them. Like eventually we're going to have to do like 2 trips where we store and then 1 trip where we sell or something. Just so we never run out of money. And even in that situation, we'll still profit. We'll still be banking 2/3, so it'll work out pretty well. Alright, this should be the last inventory I need to do of this. And after that, we move on to the next tier. And I think the next tier is what I need for the hide. But I think I need 50 leather maker for him to accept making it into a cushion or whatever. For some reason. Or maybe I make it for him and he teaches me, I'm not sure. But for whatever reason, I believe we get the hide at 44, but we can't make it into whatever object we need until 50. But, yeah, we're definitely not grinding the whole 50 right now, no worries. We're just going for 45 for now. Just want to get to the next hide and then you do the next hide slightly. But whenever we do want to do fortune hold, I do need the 50. I don't want to have all the requirements for whenever we do decide we want to go do it. Oh, there's level 1,139. It's highest, not the highest level. We saw a higher level guard earlier. I mean, I just keep saying guard. I mean a guardian. But yeah, 1139 guardian named V. Just V. Just a singular V. Yep, there they are. Doing their efficient selling. Also, thank you, Onda, for supporting the channel. Greatly appreciated. Thank you, thank you. Which reminds me, I still need to go update those emotes and everything soon. We're going to be adding a bunch of Brighter Shores ones and some that I commissioned from a friend a little while back. I don't think they made vectors for them, though, so I'm not sure which ones will work or not, but we'll see which ones will and go from there. But yeah, this is, I think, the 3rd person I've seen today that's a higher level than me. There's definitely more of them out there, though. Dude, that's one I haven't seen yet, V. The singular V. The 1-letter name. The ultra-rare 1-letter names. I wanted to get Tacit way more than something like that, though, when we secured our name. You saw a Hammer Mage at 1,415? That's kind of crazy. Oh, so thank you, Onda. Oh, yeah, we have the big hello. Yeah, my current emotes, I literally made them, like, back when YouTube added the thing for all channels. Because originally it was just for some channels, but then they made it so all channels could end up using them, as long as you qualify for it. But the requirements were pretty much the same requirements as having monetization. But basically, I like, scrapped some together one day. With my limited, non-existent graphic skills. So a lot of them are just text and other things like that you can make up in like a few minutes. But yeah, I think I made all of them within like 15 minutes or less. So they have like some weird edges around them and stuff like that. But Yeah, we ended up doing that like around the time when we added those, and I've still to this day have not changed them. I've been meaning to for so long. But I was mentioning earlier, I'll probably do that on Monday because it'll be the main day this week where we'll probably have the most time to do it. Then technically Thanksgiving, I have some spare time. Also, thank you, William, for the 10 gifted as well. Also, hello, Michael, and congrats. Hello, Split. Real Mirrors. Thank you, everyone, lurking. These are all new names. I feel like they're new. But some of you have chatted here and there. But hello, Neri. Hello, Brian. Hello, Emilius. Hello, Clayton. Hello, Luke. Hello, Prince Vex. Hey, Prince Vex, you are lurking. I was wondering where you've been. You chatted quite a bit in the past, but thank you for all the support in the past. As far as all the help. You helped so much when we were doing a bunch of questing earlier. Also, hello, Ray, Sean. Welcome, welcome. Hope all you guys been enjoying your lurking. And have been enjoying Brighter Shores and everything. Alright, so I can finally do the better hide now. And we're just going to do that till 45, and then we'll think of one last objective to go for, probably. Oh, Chino, you hit 1,000! Honestly, I'm going to say this to him in game in case he's not here. Let's see. Let's see. Congrats on 1K plus, Chino. There we go. Not sure if he's here. I'm saying that to Chino. I hope there's not another 1,000 plus. He's gonna get it soon. Let's see, is he there? Oh, there's another 1,000 plus. Oh, well, I'm not gonna stay until he says something. He might be AFK. Yeah, there's another 1,000 plus in there as well. Hopefully he sees that eventually, though. I'm not sure if he's here or just AFK there. Honestly, if you're in that area, you're probably AFK, so he'll probably see it in like 10 minutes from now, hopefully. He'll eventually see it. When he gets back from his computer once his leather's done. Oh, you were bad? Oh, yeah, there you are, Cheeto. Yeah, congrats on the 1K plus. Yeah, I know you were AFK. I was even saying that in chat, though you might have heard me. But, that's funny. Alright, now we need to do Bison Hide. Yeah, I assume such. Generally, anyone in there is AFK at any given second. My assumption is like 90% of this room is AFK at any given moment. This is definitely one of the AFK activities in this game, that's for sure. That's a good winding down at end of day kind of activity. But I didn't realize you got to 1,000 already. Huge congrats. Hey, you're coming for me? Yeah, nice. Honestly, I think at that rate, you're probably going to pass me, to be honest. You're definitely playing more efficiently than us. So watch out. We're doing some efficient merchant tomorrow. Gonna catch up some slightly until I burn out and go back to doing something super inefficient again. So thank you, William, for the continued support as well. Thank you, thank you. But the generosity is greatly, greatly appreciated. Helps out the channel. We do this full time currently, so every little bit goes a long way. And unlike Twitch, we do get 70% of those subscriptions as well. I think Twitch's cut is normally 50%. And while they are a little bit lower at only $2, you know, we get a bigger cut of it, so it does go more to us and less to big corporations. Though if you guys ever feel like doing a larger amount, though, or like fully supporting the channel, as far as like us getting the entirety of it, do keep in mind the PayPal link in the description. I think I have a couple down there, but the PayPal link specifically, the only thing that's taken out of it is the transaction fee for PayPal. So if you guys ever want to support in a way that I get basically all the money from it, other than, you know, the standard, like, what is it, 3% or whatever, normal PayPal transaction fee, the PayPal link in the description is the best one to use. And if you want to mention that you end up doing it to get notification in chat and everything, just let me know. Obviously, it won't do like a big fancy super chat or anything like that. But do keep in mind, anything like that, I pretty much get 100% of. Whereas YouTube does take a small cut whenever you like super chat or anything similar to that. But you do get a flashy little thing on screen, of course. And of course, all the emotes that you guys get, which I will update by Monday. I promise, I will update that soon. All right, let's see, what are we doing here? Scraping rack. Where's the scraping rack again? Which one of these? Oh, this one. I haven't been here a while. My brain left hours ago. Yeah, we'll do this till we get a level. And then with one other unique activity. I'm not going to do the raid thing, though. I got to find something else. I don't want to do merchant. We already did mining, smithing. We could deep fry our bones. But that's basically like the other thing we already did. It's too similar. We could do our favorite skill of carpentry for a level. I was saying earlier I kind of wanted to do 40 to even it out. And I never did. The only problem with carpentry is it's basically just leather worker. Which is exactly what we're doing right now. It's like the closest skill to a leather worker that isn't leather worker. It's just leather worker with less steps. Oh, so this guy's gonna reach a level 1000 at this rate. Oh yeah, the first time bonus. I almost forgot about that. That is the thing, isn't it? It's so small once you get to higher levels, though. It's so weird. Like, we're getting 100 each. Or 109. Plus the XP on the other things, probably like 200 something. Yet the first time bonus for this thing, it was only like, what, 700 something. They added a blue party hat Easter. Oh yeah, I think when you did the detective thing, yeah, I saw that earlier. Yeah, there is a blue party hat Easter egg. I've seen that when I was AFKing that earlier. One of them was also a boss icon. One was some kind of dragon thing. But yeah, eventually they do a blue party hat. It's really funny. There's actually a lot of funny Easter eggs or jokes that's in some of the... Hey, there's he! He's back! But there's a lot of interesting Easter eggs during some of the AFK activities. Like, I was AFKing Olives last night. It didn't have anything, like, super out there, though, as far as unique things. But I just love those little animations and everything that they put in the AFK activities. Things that almost no one's going to see, but, you know, if you watch it long enough or something similar, you know, some stuff happens. I really like that. Yeah, there's a bunch of boss models in the game as well. Which makes me think, like, the boss from Chapter 2 is going to be a repeatable boss at some point. Because there's a lot of imagery of it throughout the game. Which makes it seem like it's going to be one of the first repeatable bosses. When they finally start adding stuff like that. It seems decently likely. But yeah, the party hat thing that he's talking about, I remember seeing that. It's one of the random ones. And if you sit there watching it for a couple minutes, it actually cycles. Oh, Miles ES is at 1,250 almost. He'll have it by tonight. Nice. Or whatever time zone he's in right now. Yeah, if they do the Chapter 2 boss, I was mentioning it earlier, I really hope it's a multi-skilling boss. Where it has multiple tiers and, you know, has like tier drops and everything so you can fight at different level ranges. But also, it'd be a good use for the planks. So requiring an ash plank for the lowest level one, then the tier 2 plank, so on and so forth going up. But make it so, even though it consumes planks when you repair during the fight, so you have a consumable resource to fight the boss, but make it so you gain carpentry XP. You know how much people would love training carpentry if you multi-skilled it while fighting a boss? Like, it'd be as high as people's detective level. Like, the same reason why these two are so high together. Imagine if you could train carpentry while fighting a boss. That'd be so much more fun. And obviously the boss also needs to do damage to you. It's way too easy in the chapter fight. Or when you do it to complete the quest. Oh, so I think this is the most 1000s I've ever seen in one room. That is 4 1000s in one room. Almost 5. He's getting there soon. He'll probably have it tomorrow. Or the following day. Probably this weekend. Yeah, I think that's my record for highest number of thousands in a room. Oh, sorry, there's 5 of them. I didn't see the other one, the blue name. Because he was underneath another guy. But yeah, it's 5 1000s in one room. All the efficiency people. But it's mostly because this is like the best moneymaker in the game as far as consistency. Technically, getting lucky at a super high combat level is more profit. But you have to get really lucky with like 3 and 4 star drops. That also implies you sell your 4-star drops. Which most of the people are probably keeping every time they get one. Even if it's a downgrade, it's probably still worth it just to sell it later. Even 3 stars people might be holding on to, I'm not sure. I don't know, has anyone been keeping up with anyone at a super high combat level? Or are they saving all their 3 stars or just selling them? Like, are the people at like 300, 400 combat, are they selling their, I guess no one's at 400 yet, though I'm not sure. But anyone in like the 300 range, are they keeping all their 3-star big drops they're getting, or are they selling them? I assume they're keeping every 4-star. I'm not sure if they would be keeping their 3s or not, because those could be some good crafting material if they're keeping every 3-star. Like of their 300 somethings. Also, thank you, William, for the continued support for another 5 memberships. Greatly appreciated. And don't worry, guys, I will be up, including the SoonTM emote. Let's see. Where do I put this? Scraping rack. But yeah, hello and congrats, Big Chris, Charles, Delphi, Jake, the Blue Shepherd, and Joshua. Nice. Congrats, everyone. Also, welcome, welcome. I like when anyone gives a bunch of gifted. Because it shows who all the lurkers are, so I can actually say hi to you guys. Sorry if you don't want to be said hi to. But yeah, whenever that gets claimed, it does show your name. But welcome, welcome. Because I actually have no way to check on YouTube, I don't believe, like, who's watching me right now. Like, there's 58 people, and I don't believe I have any way of actually checking. So if you guys don't say hi in chat, I don't know you're there. I still appreciate you being here. Do people have to claim them? I'm not sure if they're auto-claimed or if people have to claim them. I have no clue. I actually don't know. I'm not quite sure how YouTube works in that regard. I feel like they do need to claim them. I'm not sure. But it might just be auto-claimed. Yeah, it is auto? Okay, it is auto. I wasn't 100% sure. That does make sense, though. Also, why am I forgetting what this hide is? My brain is so off, I can't even remember a 3-step thing after doing it like 2 or 3 times in a row. Tanning tub. Oh, you have to enable the ability to receive them? Really? I didn't know that. Oh, someone's trying to add me. Let's see, who is it? Nubin Sky. Is that someone from chat? Normally when I get a random ad like this, it's normally someone in the room. But yeah, unfortunately, I can't add you just because our list is as full as it could be. As much as I want to. It's something when once we have a clan system and everything, we should be able to do a little bit better. I'm hoping that in the future, it will show like an inactivity thing. So I know who I can like kick from this list. I kind of eventually want to get rid of all the numbers at some point. Other than the ones that, you know, have been really active and talking with us and everything. Because they're the only ones that can kind of indicate that they're like AFK. Like, obviously, I'm not going to kick Kale. But some of the other ones, we might have to get rid of. Oh, also not Isabel. We're good friends with Isabel, of course. But, like, a lot of the other numbers, just because I don't know for sure if they're, you know, inactive or not, they're probably going to be the first targets. So we got a pay to win friends list, apparently. But just the easiest way to tell if someone's active or not, for the most part, since there's not a way in-game to check. Gifts go to a random people who've interacted with the stream recently, according to Google. That sounds about right. Google does love their interaction. Like clicking like or dislike button, or leaving comments, or chatting. They do love all the things. Because honestly, YouTube gauges basically everything based on that. It's like one of the few metrics that they really love. That and click-through rate and retention. Like, how long as a percent does someone watch something? As well as just duration. Like, obviously, for a stream like this, retention rate is a bit lower in the sense. Because there are very few people watching for 11 hours, obviously. If you are one of those people, congrats to you. Thank you so much. If you're someone who has kept a stream on as background noise for like 11 hours straight. We've been going for 10.5 hours. If you've somehow been watching for 10 hours, that is a huge congrats. Thank you. But obviously the average person is not watching for that long of a duration normally. So retention time for something like this is normally based on... You're welcome. Thank you, Kush. You know, retention time for streams is a little bit different. They care about normally, like, you know, the amount of time that you stay on one. But normally when it comes to a normal video, like let's say it's like a 10-minute long video, YouTube cares a huge amount. Not necessarily the total amount of time watched necessarily, but the percent of the video watched. Like if you make a 10-minute video and someone clicks off it in like 1 minute, YouTube does not like that. They start to derank your video and stuff like that. But they also like click-through rate. Like if someone clicks on your video but stays for like a minute, but they click onto another video, they won't hit your video as much. But if someone watches your video for like 1 minute and it's 10 minutes long, and they then leave YouTube, YouTube really hates that. And it will really derank your video really heavily. Because they like click-through rate, as in, you know, going from your video to another video. And they like retention time. Either as a percent or just as a number when it comes to streams normally. Because obviously a percent of your stream is normally hard to do. Since if someone watches like 50 to 80% of a, you know, of a video that's like 10 minutes long compared to a stream that's like 10 hours long, quite a bit of a difference there. But yeah, click-through rate and retention time they normally care about most. But, you know, the like, dislike buttons still help in, you know, like engagement and chat and other things. They pay attention to that some. I'm not sure how much, though. But I know they've been really big on retention time and click-through rate recently. Because those are the two main things that keep people, like, in the, you know, YouTube ecosystem, in a sense. And obviously, as a company that's profiting from people staying in the YouTube ecosystem, you know, their algorithm tries to keep it that way. You've been watching the entire stream. Thank you as well, everyone. Thank you, thank you. You've been watching the entire stream, plus you have YouTube Premium, which apparently gives better rates. It does, actually. One interesting thing about YouTube Premium is, aside from never getting any ads ever, whenever you watch YouTube, and a few other things that does, like being able to download videos and stuff like that, but the people you watch actually get paid more, oddly enough, if you have Premium. Because some of the cost of YouTube's Premium actually goes to paying people who you watch. Because obviously they're not getting ad revenue because there's no ads for you. But I actually get more money from someone who has Premium who's watching me than someone who's watching the ads. Like, the ads still help, obviously. But, yeah, someone watching with YouTube Premium actually gives the person you're watching more money. It's not that much more, but it is more. I'm not sure the exact rate difference. But I think it's almost like 5 times more or something. It's actually quite a bit. Like, one YouTube Premium viewer is worth almost like 5 to 10-ish, I think, normal viewers. As far as like how much the person gets paid. Like per view. I'm curious what the rate would be on people who actually advertise premium. Like, I have definitely never told anyone to go buy it. Honestly, I don't even think it's worth it. I don't even have YouTube Premium myself, personally. However, I wonder if there's any kind of YouTuber out there who has, like, a user base who tries to promote YouTube Premium just so they could try to make a little bit more money. Not even necessarily because they got, like, an ad deal to do it, but because if those people keep watching, you know, your own content, you would technically keep making more from them. I wonder if anyone's tried doing that as a strategy. Like, even without being paid by Google to do so. Because I feel like someone out there definitely has by now. Like some kind of efficient, ultra min-max algorithm YouTube channel out there. Because technically the more YouTube premium viewers you have on your channel, the better ad rates you'd be getting. Or, you know, the more money you'd be making per view, essentially. Premium here is not... Well, nice. Yeah, honestly, I personally never found premium to be worth it. I really hate, like, monthly fee kind of stuff. Like, if there was a one-time buy... I was mentioning this earlier. If there's, like, a one-time buy for Brighter Shores for, like, $500, I would click that button instantly with no hesitation. I really hate, like, monthly, yearly kind of fees. Which is one of the reasons I just never really bothered with YouTube Premium. Despite us literally streaming on YouTube full-time. But I just really hate, like, monthly, yearly fee kind of things. I hate when I get, like, dozens of them just stacking up. Like, sometimes you need them for things. But even right now, I feel like I have, like, about 10-ish of them. And I just hate having to keep track of them all. Yeah, they start to add up. Like, you don't think it's much. Like, $5 here, $10 there, $15 there. But then you start doing that, like, crazy. And you find out by the end of the month, like, oh, I'm spending, like, anywhere from, like, $200 to, like, several $100s on just random small little fees over the place. And then you forget that you're subscribed to some, which I've personally never done, but, you know, that is a thing that can happen. Like, you forget you're subscribed to one, and what if you forget your password for it? And it's like, oh, wait, how do I cancel this now? I need to call, like, some kind of hotline thing to help try to cancel this, and it's, like, a whole headache. I've never really had that issue personally with, like, forgetting a subscription, but I know that's a thing that could definitely happen. Like, you know, you sign up for something, you get, like, a monthly subscription fee. It might only be, like, you know, a few bucks, like $5, but, you know, you forget about it for a whole year. That's $60 right there. It adds up. And, you know, $60 is not a lot, but, you know, you start adding up all these small little things. They start up over time. But I guess YouTube Premium is kind of worth it. I'm not sure. I should try the free trial at some point just to see. Honestly, I want to try the free trial at some point and download, like, literally thousands of YouTube videos, which also counts as a full view for the video for, like, ad revenue and everything. I was considering doing that at one point. Because, yes, there's, like, third-party resources that do that, but I'd rather do it, like, safely and at higher quality through YouTube's official means. So I kind of want to use the free trial at some point and just download, like, an entire catalog in case electricity or ever goes off or something. Have, like, a catalog of, like, literal tens of thousands of hours of, like, entire YouTube series. That whenever I feel like it, it's like, oh, let me go watch it. For example, of course, like, all of our streams we ever do are up here on YouTube. It's like that whole series is a nice little playlist kind of thing. But what I was going to do with it is, like, just download entire YouTube series for people and just watch it at a later time just for future reference. In case, you know, electricity goes out or, you know, I just get bored for something. I'm not sure. Never know. Any update on the pet? What pet? Oh, what? In Old School RuneScape? No. We're at, I'm not showing on screen right now, but we're at 53.7 million EXP, no pet. Technically 50, it's about to, yeah, I was about to say, I cannot talk right now. But yes, no pet. Also, thank you, Soltar, for the 20 gifted subs as well. Thank you so much. Gosh, you guys have been so generous tonight. Thank you so much. Wow. That is insane. Oh, I got a lot of hellos to say in a second. Wait. Oh, no. Let me go set this up, and then I'll go to say all the hellos. That's a lot of hellos. That's a lot of hellos right there. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Also, thank you, of course, you huge Soltar. Thank you. I got a bunch of hellos in a second. One moment. What do I use this on? Again, I've done this like 4 times in a row, and I still don't know what I'm doing. I'm like so out of it tonight. What? Where's the soaking tub? There it is. Anyways, hello and congrats, Liam, Apex God, Becky, Demillion, Julia, the Gipsta. Oh, that's a fun name. Shroom. Not that the other names aren't fun. I'm not sure what it is about that, but the Gipsta just sounds so fun to say. Shroon, Joey Hart, Vizon, Booty, Scavenger, nice. King Charles, Chris, Sam, Stato, Liam. Oh, never mind, that's Liam talking, but also hello, Liam talking. P Midic, Super. I don't want to say the rest of that just because of the YouTube. Rax, Jorby, Anderson, and G Marley. Congrats, everyone. And also, hello and welcome. Thank you, all the lurkers. Gosh, we got almost like a whole chart of lurkers now. I think we got them all now. We got almost all of them. Thank you so much. You still didn't get one? Oh gosh, Kush, that's a bad RNG right there. I think just during the last hour, we've gotten like 30, 40 gifted. Thank you so much for the generosity, by the way. We've almost gotten more tonight than any other day so far. There was one day where like the stream went crazy, where I think we got like 80. I'm not sure why that stream went so crazy. But someone just like dropped like 50, but I think we're up to like 40 something this stream. Thank you so much, everyone, for the generosity, because it really goes a long way. Yeah, you may have to turn it on somewhere in your settings. Some people were mentioning that. I'm not sure where you do that, though. Because honestly, YouTube settings menu is one of the worst ever for a multi-billion-dollar company. It is so hard to find anything. But if you Google search for it, maybe it's easier to find. Because I don't recall ever even enabling it myself, to be honest. I'm not even sure where you would have to go for it. I just always assumed it was on by default. And you had to, like, opt out of it rather than the other way around. Because I'm pretty sure it was an opt-out system, not an opt-in system, but I'm not sure. Oh yeah, also I was only going to go to 45 Leatherworker. I kind of kept going. Honestly, I might just do this the rest of the night until 50. I need it anyways. Honestly, this is probably what I'd be doing if I was off streams too, so. Honestly, I think we just hit our objective. I'll keep putting knowledge points into it. Not sure if we'll hit 50 by the end of the stream, but whatever I don't finish, I'll just do off stream. I don't think it's that big a deal. It's nice just chatting with you guys. It's nice doing something so chill where I can see every single thing that's said in chat. Because whenever we're doing something like merchant, I feel like I neglect chat too much. Because it's so hard to read chat while doing merchant efficiently. As any of you know from even just trying to do merchant efficiently without doing anything else. It is kind of hard to multitask it while thinking about other things. Do you prefer Iron Man solo or group or normal when playing old school RuneScape? Oh, I definitely prefer solo Iron Man mode. When I came back after several years away, I ended up making a hardcore Iron Man that we've, of course, since maxed. And it's still alive. But it is some of the most fun I've ever had in the game. There are two things I've had the most fun ever in the entire game so far with. It is playing Leagues last year, which is why I'm so excited to play it this year. And I know not everyone's excited about it, but I don't know. It means a lot to me. Because it's honestly, in my 20-something years of playing RuneScape, some of the most fun I ever had was in Leagues 4 last year when I tried Leagues for the first time. And hopefully I can share that experience with you guys when we do it while doing Brighter Shore simultaneously next week. But anyways... there's that, and doing a hardcore Iron Man. I guess technically it's more so just Iron Man in general, but I do like the extra risk that hardcore has. But those are like the two funnest things I've ever had in my entire like 20+ year history of doing RuneScape. That and technically when Stealing Creations was released. Week 1 release of Stealing Creations. Those are like my 3 favorite. My first time I ever tried Leagues last year. Just the general aspect of playing a hardcore Iron Man. And the week of release when Stealing Creations was released on 2008. Those are my 3 favorite memories of just RuneScape over the last 20-something years. Not to say they're not the only ones. But it's one of the reasons I really want Andrew Gower to do Stealing Creations again in this game. For one, old school RuneScape still hasn't recreated it yet. It's actually only in RS3 currently. However, the other reason is I feel like one of the biggest complaints Brighter Shores gets is that all the skills aren't really interconnected that well. And Stealing Creations, for any that don't know, is basically a PvP minigame with 2 teams where it is basically every skill in the entire game combined, essentially. You use nearly every single skill in order to go and collect as many resources as possible, while also doing PvP to either steal or kill or other things from the enemy's resources. So essentially, it's a resource gathering game using every skill, but as PvP enabled. So you can make armor, you can make, arrows and magic, because those have limited arrows and magic in that game. So you have to make stuff like that for your rangers and majors. You would make weapons, kill the enemy team, make armor, all that kind of stuff. And you'd have a bunch of the team, gathering, making bunkers to protect certain key areas and resources. And it was basically a race to collect as much resources as possible while still having PvP enabled, so that you could try to steal resources from the enemy team. And it was so much fun. And honestly, my favorite minigame of all time that was ever released ever in any version of RuneScape. And it connected every skill together, and I feel like Brighter Shores really needs that. Like, one minigame they can point to be like, hey, here's every skill in the game. If you want every skill to matter, do this minigame, as it uses all of them. Obviously, it wouldn't be one-to-one the same that Brighter Shores, that RS3 ended up doing with Stealing Creations. But, just doing his take of doing it for Brighter Shores would be so much fun. That's definitely not what PvP is going to be when it releases, though. But to have it as a PvP minigame, I feel like would go a long way. To try to connect every single skill together. At least from the first 5 chapters. Oh yeah, we got base 30s earlier. Thank you for the congrats. Actually, it's kind of funny. I almost forgot this is the stream I did it on. We actually did it pretty early on in the stream. I almost forgot this is even the stream I got base 30s on. Because I think we hit that goal within the first few hours and then just started to do a billion other things. But thank you, thank you. Alright, where am I putting this? Gosh, how am I still not figuring this out? I know my brain's been off at least for 2 hours now. But, this is like our 6th inventory. And I still can't remember the 3-step process. That's how off my brain is right now. It's at least our 5th or 6th inventory, and I still don't know what the 3-step process is for this thing. I think the scraping rack is next. Yeah, I got it! Okay, I'm slightly remembering. At first you were going to skip leagues, but it looks fun. Yeah, we're going to be going over and kind of explaining things. Hopefully I can share the fun with everyone and kind of explain it and, kind of just be there for everything. But I'll try to explain as much as I can from a person who has no clue what RuneScape is, but also from a perspective of no clue what leagues are. Yeah, we'll have a lot of fun with it next week. And probably a little bit the following week. I hope to finish it within 2 weeks. And then we're all in Brighter Shores full screen exactly like this. But no worries, it'll be pretty small in the corner when we end up doing it. Big enough to see. We'll still try to figure out what ratio we're going to do and everything with that. That'll probably be a different poll down the line. Or even just kind of just gauging the audience and kind of saying. Because I'm still not sure like what kind of size I want to do. Like I was messing around with it a little bit earlier. But I don't know, what do you guys think? Like right now, if I have like this on screen, is that way too small? Too big? Or maybe not too big, I'm not sure. Like, I really don't know how to put it on screen in a way. We could also do it very vertical and try to have it vertical play. And do it, like, all the way top down, like, over here. Like, whenever we have, like, this tab open, for example. I can make that amount of space, like, where we end up playing. And have a vertical play for this. So it doesn't seem as intrusive. I still don't know what to do with it yet, though. But I don't know, we'll figure something out by next week. To try to minimize how intrusive it is on Brighter Shores gameplay. But still having it. Yeah, I do think that's slightly too small. Look at... Oh, sorry. Did I miss a comment? My bad. Wait. Let me go check. Wait. Where's my comment to go? Oh, there's right over there. There's just a problem with doing the other tab. I really got to figure out something for that when we do that later, too. Because whenever I move the chat around... I know on your guys' end it doesn't look like it's moving, but on my end it's like moving all over the place. There we go. Alright. What was I saying? There we go. To turn on gifted acceptance, go to the channel page. Specifically, click to join on main channel page. Click 3 dots on the top right. Click gift settings and activate. Is it really that much of a process? Once activated, it stays activated for all channels. Interesting. I didn't realize you had to enable it like that. Oh, I assumed it was default on. With an opt-out system rather than the other way around. Oh, so hello, Brighter Shore Central. Hey, welcome. The grind's been going pretty well. We've been having a lot of fun so far. How, if you can share with us, what, foraging level are you? I know you're not done with the tower yet, but good luck. Looking forward to see what happens when you get 490. I've been very invested in the tower grind. Honestly, I think you're the only creator who I've seen the entire Brighter Shores series for so far. I've been watching very little Brighter Shores content because I hate watching things like while I'm playing. And yours like the only series I've fully seen so far. Because I've actually been watching really little Brighter Shores content because I've been trying to avoid some guides and stuff like that for the most part. Also, thank you, Soltor, for another 10. Gosh, you've been so generous tonight. Thank you so much. I think this might be our highest stream yet now. Also, hello, Zumbaka. Hello, the Mad Hatter. Hello, Reptile. Hello, Matt. Hello, Dezen. Hello, Captain. Hello, Rockhound. Hello, Fang. Hello, Timmy. Hello, Catalin. All the lurkers coming out. Hello, Hugo the Great. Thank you, everyone, for stopping by and for watching in the background. You're level 238. Nice. Congrats, Brighter Shore Central. Nice, nice. But yeah, good luck on the foraging grind. Oh yeah, someone mentioned earlier. Did you cover a guide on foraging? Someone mentioned that earlier. I haven't actually checked it though. I've still been looking at a few guides here or there, but I've been going mostly guideless and just, you know, just kind of messing around, seeing what we could do ourselves and stuff like that. But someone mentioned earlier you did the a foraging guide. Because I haven't seen that yet. I might need to go check it out then. I'm not sure if they meant your video or if you actually covered an independent video that was a foraging guide. There's one video I did check earlier just because I was kind of curious about it. Someone covered something on knowledge points. And I just wanted to see if I wasn't too far off. But yeah, merchant's definitely the best. And for AFK, it's definitely still raids. But one thing I learned is there's actually pretty good knowledge points routes for foraging. I didn't realize they were that good. Oh, no guides yet? Okay. Maybe they just meant your video then. Because the way that they worded it, it sounded like you covered like a whole like proper foraging, like how to min-max guide. But yeah, I saw one other video earlier that showed like you could get like almost like 5-6 knowledge points an hour with it. And I was actually kind of surprised. Like, wait, it's actually that competitive to merchant? Like, merchant's still better by a decent margin. But I didn't realize foraging was like second best. Yeah, I just pretty much just been enjoying the game as well, same. I haven't really been doing... I think the only video I've even covered on the game is obviously we were streaming every day. But the only video I've even covered was like a week 1 first impressions. I was originally going to do a day 1, but I was too addicted and played for like 24 hours day 1. So I ended up making a week 1 video instead. Because I literally played every last second of day 1, so I had no time to make a video. But yeah, I kind of do want to cover stuff on it eventually, but I feel like every guide that can be covered has kind of already been covered at this point. There's stuff I still kind of want to do for it, but I don't know. I've just been enjoying playing the game too much to really do any guide or anything else. It's been just so much fun so far. And the community for Brighter Shores has been absolutely amazing. I know you already know that, given that you started like months before we did, of course. But yeah, the Brighter Shores community has been really, really good. Really curious to see where this game goes in the future. Especially once we start to get some substantial content updates. Oops, I need to keep moving. Oh, so hello, Contendo. Welcome, welcome. You just wanted to let you know, digital and your lurk watch. Oh, thank you. Greatly appreciate it, Contendo. Hope everything's been going well. And thanks for stopping by for the Brighter Shore streams. Great to see so many additional people. Yeah, honestly, I am really surprised by our viewership during Brighter Shores. When I was originally going to do Brighter Shores, I was expecting, you know, we'd have like 5 viewers, 10 viewers, you know, something similar. I was not expecting the overwhelming support that we've been getting, and I've really, really been appreciating it. Thank you, everyone. Because I was not expecting to get these kind of numbers, like, at all. Like, at all, at all. Also, I am so brain off. I have not bought any hides. I just walked past the hide shop. In all fairness, that's not the first time it's happened, but we're definitely getting tired if we're walking past our entire objective. Okay, let's try this again. Let's buy our EXP hides. Let's try again. Round 2. Have I stacked a ton of hides? Oh, yeah, I've saved like 98% of all hides. Originally, I was selling a few, but then I realized, wait, I'm getting almost nothing for the low-tier hides. And I started banking them. And then I just kept banking them. I never stopped. Eventually, I will need to go sell some because I'll run out of money at a given time, probably. But yeah, I've banked nearly every hide so far. So when Armor Maker comes out, My game plan basically is I want to be able to self-sufficient even when trading exists. In case there's like full loot PvP or something similar, I basically want to be able to from scratch make full tier 200 weapons and armor for a Cryo Knight. That's basically my objective at the moment. While also still grinding everything else and just having fun with everything that's in the game. Like today we got base 30, so we did a little bit of everything today. But especially in Hope Forest, because that was the one I was furthest behind on. And tomorrow's poll will be what's your favorite chapter as well. We do a poll every single stream, but tomorrow's will definitely be your favorite chapter poll since YouTube has 4 options. So honestly, Hope Forest I feel like is my least favorite, but I gave it a good chance today, and honestly it's not that bad. But I still feel like it's most people, like I don't think it's most people's favorites. Like it's not a bad chapter, but I feel like it's very few people's favorite overall, personally. I think it might have to do with a certain carpentry-shaped icon. PTSD from Spider Quest. Honestly, I really hope they reduce the grind of that quest later down the line. I feel like the requirements is slightly too low. I mean, too high for when it's asked of the player. There's already a quest that has a 50 requirement. Like, they could easily lower that to, like, 25 to make it just slightly more reasonable. Because I feel like the game asked that of you, like, way too early on. Like, don't get me wrong, it's not that bad of a grind at all. It's just how early on it asked you to do that big of a grind is just a little harsh currently. Soundtrack in Hope Forest is pretty clean. Honestly, the whole game soundtrack is pretty up there, though. Like, every single area has really good music. But yeah, there are pretty good, quite a few good, really good areas in Hope Forest as well, though. Honestly, one of my favorite tracks so far has been on the road when we're doing combat onto Chronopolis. It's a track I feel like doesn't play in other combat areas here. I believe it only plays outside the city in combat. And there's currently only one enemy you can fight outside the city in combat. That and one of the ones that's in the mine of Matabin. There's one very specific thing that plays at one of the combat ones, which is probably my favorite 10 to 15 seconds of any track in the entire game. I'm not sure if anyone's uploaded it, but I really want to like pinpoint the exact point and make it a bit louder because I know I have the music normally a little bit lower and stuff, just so it doesn't intrude on other people's sounds if they're running anything else or listening to music in the background. But I hope someone uploads that at some point because I want to show the exact, or you know, like turn it up and do the exact like 10 to 15 seconds I'm talking about at some point on stream, because it is like my favorite like 10 to 15 seconds of any song of anything in this game. It's a really, really good track, or at least my personal favorite. But yeah, there's a lot of good music in here. All the OSTs are on YouTube, are they? I'm gonna go check it later then. I want to have the video ready before I go do that though. I don't want to go search for it right now. But yeah, I'll go show that maybe tomorrow then. Or I guess audio-wise as you show it, you know what I mean. Oh, have a great night, Matthew. Thanks for stopping by. Catch you later. Yeah, it is getting pretty late. We're going to go for probably about half an hour more or so. Obviously, we're trying to grind to 50 leather worker, but unfortunately, we will have to finish it off stream, but it's fine. So we get there when we get there. But yeah, there's no way we hit 50 in the next like half an hour or so. All right. Let's see. Oh, let me go do this one. You think of the same one in the sewers? Is the sewer one pretty good? I did some combat there. I didn't know if there was a unique one there or not. I wasn't paying attention as much when the audio was there. Because I did kill a couple things there. Particularly the big slime ball thingies that look like muck. Because the mall chests hit with yellow magic, which is really annoying. Because they're weak to frost, but they hit you with the thing I'm also weak to. So even though I do a lot of damage to them, they do a lot of damage back to me. So the best thing for us to normally kill in this region, if we need to upgrade, is not actually mall chests a lot of times. It's normally either the big slime ball thingies, or the big balls, sea urchin things in the corner. And this one's in the northwest sewer, and this one's in the southeast, whatever south from here is called, the beach, I guess. It's literally south from the leather maker place. But these things you can get 4 hits on consistently without them ever hitting back. And while I'm damage neutral to them, they're normally the best thing to kill. Whereas I need to go on my way to make a cryo weapon for these guys, which is still fine. And I could do similar with these and still hit them like 3 times normally. But the problem with them is they hit really hard back, which is kind of annoying. Even though they're weak to our damage type. I wonder how many hides total I have. Also, sorry, whoever tried adding me earlier, I do need to undo it right here. They sent this actually a little while ago. As much as I wish to add all of you, we are at 200 out of 200, and I do want to clear this list at some point. But, yeah, our list is like super ultra over encumbered right now. Unfortunately. If they ever extend the list or add a clan system or anything like that, don't worry. Hopefully then we will be able to. But as it currently stands, it is absurdly over encumbered. So it's not me not wanting to have you added, it's just there's no room left. There has been no room for like a week now, I think. Might have slightly overkilled with adding initially. But honestly, I don't mind adding anyone who ever tries adding me. The problem is there's not enough room on the list to do so. Like, if they had to let you add 2,000 people, I would add 2,000 people. If there was 2,000 people that wanted to add me. The problem is the in-game limit. Is your merchant level high enough to make all the hides you're buying discounted? Yes. I wouldn't be doing it otherwise. Because they get really expensive. Oh, so hello, Jake Blue Shepherd, with the big hello, now that you have it. Though I am going to be replacing that soon. Though, oh no, it's going to pain me to get rid of the big hello. Because I know some people like to use it. As well as to do LOL. For the double L, double O, double L. But I was going to replace it with one single emote that's just like, you know, the bigger hello. But like sideways. But I don't know, we'll still see. We might keep some of the OG ones. Gosh, but how many people have been gifting lately? Honestly, I might be able to keep all the OG ones and put in some of the commissioned ones from a friend. As well as add some Brighter Shores ones. Because with how generous you guys been lately, I'm not sure what my limit is. Because how many people have joined the channel for the like join button for $2 every month. The number of people that have done that is how many emotes I can have. And it's limited based on that. But there's been so much generosity recently that I'm pretty sure we could have like almost double as many emotes as I have now. Which is kind of insane. But yeah, I'll be fixing those soon. Don't worry. We'll have them up soon. Oh yeah, Kush, if you're having an issue with it, it could be a region lock thing. It might be that that feature isn't available in some regions, possibly, I'm not sure. Because I'm not sure if it's available globally, so that could be the issue. Depending on what area you're in. Hello, Acrobim. Welcome, welcome. Hello is like our catchphrase. Honestly, it is. The hello, everyone, that we start like every video with. I know you guys haven't really heard it much because we've been streaming. And I don't always start every stream that way. However, normally when I do a video, I'm like, hello, everyone. I'm Tacit. And today we're going to be going over blah, 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 blah. You know, standard YouTube like mode. But that's kind of been our thing since like the start. Obviously, a lot of people obviously say hello at the beginning. But, you know, the way we kind of say it a little bit differently. But, I don't know. It's kind of been a thing for a little while. And a bit of a joke back in the day. Alright, let me go do this one. The VOD watchers, yeah. Oh no, do I say that at the beginning of a stream? I'm not sure if I do. I know I do it at the beginning of every video, but some streams I do, some streams I don't. And even if I do say it like that, I don't normally emphasize it as much as I do in like videos normally. Also, I tend to be a bit more monotone with it to not be as aggressive when I cover like like the main channel kind of thing that I ever do. So I guess for Brighter Shores is kind of our main thing now, but you know what I mean. Like in the past, like if I ever covered like a different game, I would do it a little bit more neutral because I feel like it comes off as way too strong the way I sometimes say it. And people might click off the video. But I don't know, I done it quite a bit in the past. Like the big like hello Hello everyone, I am Tacit, and today we are going to be going over Brighter Shores leather making. We have been at this for, I have no clue, an hour now? Trying to get 50 so we can go do the, not the Lost and Found quest, the Battle of Fortune Hold quest at some point. Anyways, like stuff like that, I don't know. Like, you know, like the whole YouTube voice kind of thing. I feel like every YouTuber has like a slight shift of like the, you know, quote unquote YouTuber voice. Like when you're recording a video compared to when you're streaming or doing something more casually like what we're doing here now. It's a Gems of War thing? Honestly, it kind of is a Gems of War thing. That's where it originated from. When I started the channel like 8 years ago. With good old Gems of War, which we still cover every Monday for Gems of War Mondays. We still do the weekly video in the one stream, of course. I don't care if we have 5 viewers. We're going to do it until the servers go down. Honestly, the same thing is going to be the case for Brighter Shores. As long as he keeps supporting the game and does content for it, or, you know, keeps updating it, we will be around. And same for Brighter Shores. And the devs literally said, even though they had the decade anniversary, they said they're going to go for another decade. So we will keep going. Because honestly, the Gems of War community was, like, so amazing as well. They've been so supportive and everything. And I've seen a lot of you guys here, too, so greatly appreciated. Like, from all the Gems of War stuff we used to do, the fact that you guys are still coming around for Brighter Shores, greatly, greatly appreciated. And of course, all the new Brighter Shores people also greatly appreciated. And of course, maybe we'll go into a third game at some point. Obviously, we're doing old school a little bit next week, so I guess that is our third game to some degree. I don't really feel like I make old school content, though. I just kind of want to play leagues because it's a lot of fun. But I wouldn't really say I'm someone who really makes old school content these days. Like, it's a game I play, but it's a game I don't really make much content for overall. Alright, we're almost at... Wait, what did I just use my XP on? Did I do it on a leather maker? I don't even know at this point. Hopefully I did. One step closer. The only problem is I don't think there's a single hide until 51, so the whole grind to 50 is like not even improved at all. Though we can technically get the cape. Honestly, I really love the leather maker cape. The only reason I'm never going to get it anytime soon is because it clashes too much with metal armor. It looks really cool with the other two classes armor, but clashes far, far too much with cryonite armor. So we're probably never getting it for a while. Not never, never. You found you in a recommended for Old School RuneScape stream? Really? Stayed around when Brighter Shores came out? Nice. Yeah, we have done some Old School RuneScape streams. We've streamed our Hardcore Iron Man some over the last year. Even before this game came out, we did like one last stream. Just kind of messing around with stuff. I think the title even was like last stream before Brighter Shores comes out. But yeah, that was the last thing I think we covered for Old School. In the last like 2 months was I did a stream I think last month like, hey, this is our last stream of Old School before Brighter Shores gets released. And that was true. And we haven't done it since. Until next week where we do leagues. I have someone trying to add us. I feel bad for this. Who is it? Who's trying to add us right now? Masta. That's a cool name. I know, Masta, are you here? As much as I want to click the button, as much as I want to add everyone, it won't let me. Your friends list is full. You must cancel a send invitation or remove a friend first. Sad. It's unfortunate. Hey, there's Lazy Sloth. Oh, did I forget to deposit? No, I did. Never mind. We're good. Off we go. What time is it right now? Gosh, it's almost midnight. That's still kind of crazy how much time goes by when you play this game. Wait, that's not a soaking tub? Oh, soaking. I see. That's a tanning tub. There's too many tubs. They're all tubs in my eye. That's a tub, that's a tub, that's a tub. Even that's almost like a tub. Technically, it's a drum. Different kind of tub. Was the 2252 out of 2277 stream? You found the channel? Really? Ooh. Yeah, that was before we max. That was like right before max. Or maybe not right before, because honestly, those last 20 levels took forever because of how much I delayed doing Slayer. It's kind of ironic because I feel like Slayer is one of my least favorite skills in old school RuneScape. Yeah, in Brighter Shores, the Slayer equivalent of like every single one of the combats I like so much more. I think the main reason is it combines Slayer with combat, which feels a lot better. Whereas Slayer's like, do this task for anywhere from 2 to 5 hours, then come back and do another task for like 2 to 5 hours, and this is a quick one. In which case, do this task for like 5 minutes, and then have to re-gear and then ungear, and then go do a task for 2 to 5 hours. I'm not a fan of it. Whereas this is a lot more flexible. Like, I don't have to kill any one thing. There's some things I should be prioritizing, like these right now, or eventually the jelly sink soon. But, and of course, killing all these at least for the first time bonus and everything. But, you know, you can't just do whatever. But, while still having like a Slayer combat system combined. But, I don't know, I just always kind of hated how Slayer worked in that game. Or it kind of forces you, like, hey, do this task. Or get less resources if you cancel it or anything else. Like, either spend a bunch of precious resources, or to not have to do this task, or simply just do task. Let's see, what is that name? Oh, it's knock backwards. I was wondering what that was for a second. Yeah, that's knock backwards because he probably couldn't get normal knock. Some guy said noobs. Actually, that'd be something funny to do in the starting area. With like the low level account, call everyone noobs. And then bring over our main. Do any of you guys remember that in like OG RuneScape? Like way back in the day? When like half the player base was kids? Where, you know, you would just be doing something. And someone would say, don't make me go bring my main. But they never actually did. That'd be funny to do in Brighter Shores. Like go to the first area as like a level 100. Or, you know, something decently low. And then bring over our main account. When someone calls us a noob back or something. That'd be funny. But that was like OG RuneScape. When like half the population was kids. Also, he's currently standing on us. The he. Not just any he. The he. I'm not sure how he hasn't despawned. Because the other person who's on me is despawned. I guess this is if you're doing the leather worker. He. No, not he. The. Now I'm saying it wrong. The he. I'm trying to say THE and then HE. It's not coming out correctly. But yeah, the he joke is also funny. We did that earlier stream as well. He's literally everywhere, but that's because we're both in Chronopolis constantly. I see him at least 10 times a day. Actually, I mentioned it earlier. It was really funny. I was watching someone's first impressions on the game, and they were doing the tanning system. And I was just off stream just eating lunch. And he was there. Like, even when I don't even have the game open, I still find him. But he was just there doing his normal tanning stuff. Because of course he was. He's like 200 tanning making or something at this point. Wouldn't be surprised if like the first 500 at the rate he's going. You're famous. Like, there isn't anyone I see more on a normal daily basis than him. Not sure how it happens, other than the fact that we both live in the city. That might influence it slightly. And the fact that it tries to auto-group you with friends. Which also contributes to it, but still. You got baited as a kid into Lumbered Swamp Cave and didn't have a light source. Oh, you know what was a really funny bait back in the day? I said, hello, Defiant. Welcome, welcome. Aside from luring the level 20 near Varrock so it becomes a tower and kills everyone, you guys remember there was like a fence next to Varrock? And you can get the level 20 there, and then it hits 6s, and it basically two-shotted level 10s, or, you know, level 3s with 10 HP. That was fun, because you could always loot their corpse. But back in the day, the guy that used to give the, what's his name quest? The Imp Catcher quest. He used to be attackable. I believe he was made unattackable back in 2004 or 2005. But you used to be able to attack him. So you can get noobs to attack him. The mage would absolutely obliterate them. and then you could just loot all their stuff. And I accidentally lost full adamant there, back when full adamant meant something. Like when full adamant basically meant you were wearing full third age or something, as far as its value. But yeah, I accidentally lost full adamant there when I was trying to get other people to do it. And yeah, I'm not sure how. I guess I just misclicked or something and clicked attack on it. But yeah, when I was luring other people constantly, I actually got lured myself by myself and lost full adamant. Yeah, they made it so he wasn't attackable at a certain point. I'm not sure at what point. I'm pretty sure it was 2004, 2005 kind of thing. But it used to have a combat level and used to be attackable. But because of how many people used to lure low-level players there, because that's a really low-level quest. Like, you're taking that quest at, like, level 3 to, like, level 20. And he would absolutely obliterate anyone who's at that level range. And I think there was too many issues with people accidentally attacking him rather than, you know, accepting the quests. So eventually they made him unattackable. But it was such a good lore back in the day. And the level 20 mages near Varrock. And obviously Wilderness, but back when Wilderness didn't have a ditch. Before the Wilderness ditch. Your brother made it you his pure essence slave? Actually, I mentioned that earlier. Because my parents at the time, because it required credit card and everything, wouldn't pay for membership. In order to play Fun Orb back when it was a thing, which was basically a thing Andrew Gower and his company made, that was a bunch of little mini games. In order to have membership for that, I basically played on someone's account who made me go as a kid make a bunch of like longbows and like string them and magic ones and string them and everything, and then go and also get a bunch of snapgrass from Waterbirth Island back when that was like the only viable way to get it in order to make prayer pots and stuff like that. Like I would do that, and then I would get like free membership for Fun Orb. So I basically did that for him and then got free membership for Fun Orb to play Arcanist and a bunch of those other ones. Actually, we played it a couple months ago. I only did one stream for it, but we did Arcanist around the week that it launched because just for nostalgia's sake, it was so much fun. I played it for a few weeks, but honestly, the community there, while a lot of people are really inviting, a lot of the people are still there are a little toxic. The game is like a little competitive. It's obviously a 1 versus 1 PvP game or team versus team. But they got a little toxic, so I kind of just stopped playing after a while. Plus the play rates got to like nearly 0. I think there's like 100 people playing right now. But it's still a fun game to revisit kind of thing. But luckily I did it right at launch while there was still a lot of fresh people coming in and everything for nostalgia's sake. Yeah, the game actually got re-released. It's kind of funny because it still has a bunch of RuneScape references in it. Like Party Hat and Ancient Magic Staff and a few other things. Because originally it was, you know, like a spin-off game from RuneScape with a bunch of other little mini-games in it. Or, you know, as far as Fun Orb was a bunch of different mini-games. But it was still made by Jagex at the time, back when I think Andrew Gower was still a part of it. Not sure how many of the games he coded or how much of a part he had in it. But that was one of his side projects at one point. Or at least his company while he still owned Jagex. Though the service has been shut down since then. I think it shut down like, what, a decade ago? Several years ago? I don't know. Oh, so hello, Defiant. Welcome, welcome. Not sure if I said hello earlier. Oh, so hello, James. Welcome, welcome. Oh, gosh, I need to stretch. We were actually standing earlier when we were streaming. Because my setup right now is kind of set up as a, like, I could do it as sitting or standing kind of situation. But the problem is my mic couldn't be adjusted correctly enough to really do it properly. But we were standing for like 15 minutes during the stream earlier today. Just to stretch out and everything. Because I didn't get a walk this morning. Normally I try to walk for at least like 10 to 15 minutes every single morning. Just to get some fresh air and, you know, just kind of stretch and everything. But gosh, I've really felt it today. Because I was actually getting sore by like almost like the 6 or 7 hour mark. Because I didn't really stretch and everything this morning. Also, remember earlier when I said this guy would reach level 1000 while we're here? He's about to. I can't wait to say congrats to him. We've been here like the whole time. He's probably going to get it while I'm out of the room though, which is going to be sad. But hey, look at that guy at 999. We've been here so long. He started this at like 994 or 995 or something when we got in here. And we've been here for so long, he's almost level 1000. He's been here long enough to watch him get 1000 soon. That's really funny. Oh, someone got the name Sean. That's a pretty good grab. Oh, hello, Tyler. You're talking about me? Oh, is that you? Nice. Huge congrats. And that reminds me, I need to go decline this one friend request. As much as I want to add all of you, I'm not sure who this is. I'm not sure if it's even someone here. Who's Mas? Is anyone here the Masta? M-A-S-T-A? But yeah, our friends list is kind of full at the moment. As much as I want to get every single one of you on it. But hopefully it'll change the system a little bit. Or if we get a clan in game, you know, we could just have a... We're going to have a really chill clan. But it's going to be like a little bit of everything. If you want to trade in there, if you want to do like PvP, PVM once it comes out, you know, stuff like that. Group skilling, if they ever make it better than what it is now. Stuff like that. We'll have it as a little bit of everything. It's going to be a pretty casual clan. You know, just for socializing, trading, you know, normal, just chill stuff. We're definitely not going to be like anything like hardcore wise. You can still be like hardcore as, you know, ultra mega efficient. But, you know, it's going to be a pretty casual clan just for kind of chilling and everything. Whenever it does come out, if you guys ever want to stop by there as well. If you don't want to stop by the stream, but also feel free, of course, to stop by the stream. But whenever that does happen, we'll do it. Gosh, I keep getting people added. Oh, no. Oh, Onda. You love the name you grabbed. You weren't expecting to get it in 3 days. Well, you got it 3 days later? The name that you actually wanted? That's actually pretty cool. Though, I did get one of them that I wanted on day 2, but it was a name that no one would have taken. We got Tacit Bird, which is the name of our max hardcore in old school. Like, no one was going to take that, obviously. So it was a pretty safe thing. But I was able to get Tacit and Bird on day 1. Tacit I went for first, just so we would have it. Because that's kind of our identification name at this point on the line. Is pretty much using Tacit. But, yeah, we were able to secure Bird. I wasn't able to secure Dragon, though. I was sad about that. I was considering getting Armadillo. I wonder if anyone who took Armadillo. Because I was considering originally to take Armadillo instead of Dragon. And probably should have, because it might not have been taken by then. I just didn't want to have something that was, like, only a RuneScape reference. And that's definitely one of those things that it's, like, 100% a RuneScape reference. Like, if you guys don't play RuneScape, you have no clue what that word means. But if you have, you know. You know what Armadillo is. You know the bird. He's definitely my favorite god in RuneScape for sure. Though I do wish Old School RuneScape would do more with him. I know RuneScape 3 did, but Old School RuneScape kind of forgets he even exists. Other than the Staff of Armadillo during the Marajarat storyline. But beyond that, they kind of forgot Armadillo even exists. You got the name Headshaker? Nice. It looks like we'll be able to get 48 tonight. I think that's our end goal. 48 Leathermaker, and then I grab a bite to eat. Because honestly, I'm starting to get a little hungry. But I want a nice clean number to end on. I just don't want to end like midway through. So we'll finish the 48, which should be what? This inventory and the next one, hopefully? And we'll probably call it there. So any last minute questions, any last minute conversations, now's the time. Because give it about 10 minutes, we're probably calling it for tonight. Because I'm actually starting to get a little hungry. At this point, I might as well just fully end and just grab a proper meal. But not yet. 2 more loads. As soon as that number says 48. That way, whenever we want to go do the Fortune Hold quests, we're in striking range of 50. And can easily do it whenever we need. Because we basically have 50 at this point. So whenever we want to go finish the quest, we'll be able to easily. You have 32 carpentry. Honestly, 32 carpentry, when you have to do it, feels awful. Like the whole 32 carpentry grind. My biggest issue with that grind is not that the grind is long. It's that the game expects you to do it at a really weird time. Like it forces, well, it doesn't force it on you, but it's efficient to do it at a really weird time compared to any other grind you had to do prior to it. And I really hope they lower the requirement for that specific quest. I personally feel like some quest requirements should go to like the low hundreds. But I do feel like that one very specific quest, relative to how important it is to when you need it in the game, should be lowered to like 25, if not 20. Like, its requirement should be so much lower than it actually is. It's just too big of a grind relative to when the game expects you to do it, like in the progression of the storyline and everything. Especially for how important it is to absolutely must have remote storage, or whatever it's called, the storage thingy. But yeah, despite wanting quests that eventually have like low 100 requirements, I really feel like that one should be lowered to like 25 or something. Like 20 or 25. It just asked for it at way too weird of a time. It's just too big of a grind to expect that early from your player base. Not that it's actually a big grind, it's just relative to anything you had to do prior, it's a big grind. Like, you gotta do it gradually. You can't just go small grind, small grind, small grind, 10 hours of carpentry. Technically, it's close to, like, you know, like 5 to 10, depending on how you handle it. Or, you know, like 5 to 8. But, you know, if you do it inefficiently, it's definitely like 10-ish. Like, especially if you go woodcut all the logs and everything instead of buy them. You don't hope they don't lower it so new players have to do what you did. That's just the thing with MMOs sometimes. It's like, if I had to suffer through it, so do you. No, I do feel like it should be lowered, though. Hey, that reminds me. I'm still wearing my armor. I'm gonna go switch. Actually, I say that. I'll still do it. Wait, how do I, there we go. Because I can easily just one-click it back on later. But yeah, we haven't been using our new appearance. That was the last update they did. Was allowing you, any of you guys who haven't done it yet or didn't see the update post, you can now change your appearance at the barber shop. Before, you were only able to change your hair, but now you can change absolutely everything. So we finally made our character male, because I accidentally made it female initially. And we dressed him accordingly, because we kind of rushed when we first made our character, because we needed the, you know, we wanted to secure our names and everything. But, yeah, you can finally change it now as of a couple days ago. It's the last big update we've had, as he's working on, like, the leaderboards and everything else. But, yeah, if you guys haven't done that, I think it was Tuesday's update or Monday update. So you can change everything now. It's the same editor that you get to do at the beginning of the game. So if you kind of rush to secure a name or just want to change your appearance, you can, though. And this is the luck we end up going with. Might change in the future. Also, I did keep the little soul patch thing. I'm not sure why. When we ended up randoming into one and then kind of adjusting it from there, it had a soul patch on it. I was like, I should probably remove that. And then I saw some of the other options, like, you know what? Maybe it's meant to be. So we end up just going with it. That's definitely not my facial hair in real life, though. I don't know. Would I look like this? I feel like I might look like this in my 40s. Maybe. I definitely don't look like that now, though. Not even close. I feel like this is me after a midlife crisis. After, like, the 7th midlife crisis, we might look like this. Potentially. We're not there yet, though. Let's see, how much can we zoom in on it? Let's see. That's about as best we can get right now. That's what we end up doing. Also, I wish you could change the color to socks. I couldn't find a way to do it. I don't think there is. It defaults to white socks. I always wear black socks. It would also match the hair better if we had black socks. But there wasn't an option for it, so white it is. Fantastic with a mortgage and child support with a pending layoff. Oh gosh. I hope that never happens. Yeah, I'm not sure if I would ever get married or not. I definitely want to someday. But it's one of those things where, you know, that's like a rest of your life commitment. That's not like a short, like, you know, 5-10 year thing. That's like literally rest of your life forever kind of thing. Not sure if I'm ready for that quite yet. Like, you know, settling down, having a family, all that kind of stuff. I don't feel like I'm economically stable enough to do that at the moment. If I was, even if I was, I'm not even sure if I would at the moment though. Like, even if I had access to millions, I'm not sure if I would even marry at the moment right now. At this point in my life. Though money's definitely a factor right now for it being delayed even further, even if I wanted to right now. But even with the money, I'm not sure I would at this exact moment in time. You think it sets people up for failure? Honestly, I've heard of way too many divorce tragedies. Like, it's happened to my dad. It's happened to my cousins. I have quite a few cousins. There's been multiple that's happened to. Like, when I was at a family reunion a couple years ago, it was like right after COVID. So it was like 2021, I think. It was when flights were starting back up and after like the vaccine and everything. Or, you know, like the first wave of everything. So everyone felt safer to, you know, go out and everything. But, yeah, we ended up having like a whole like family reunion kind of thing. And yeah, one of my cousins, he ended up marrying some woman. And then within like a year or two, they were like divorced and everything. He was trying to find a place to stay and everything. His dad actually died in a car accident like the year after. So that technically fixed his housing situation. But if that didn't happen, like his housing situation would have been like he had no clue what to do at the time. Because he basically like just got kicked out of you know, the place that they were like keeping together. He lost his kid. Like, you know, it's just a whole mess. And he's going through a lot of stress. Obviously, you go through a lot when you go through all that kind of things. And you know, he's like very financially unstable by that point. Like, he still had a job and everything, but you know, like you know, he's a paycheck to paycheck kind of job. Like, you know, no extra cash or anything like that. And you know, rentals were high in the area, so you know, he didn't really know what to do. But his father dying actually, as bad as that is, you know, as tragedy-wise, I'm pretty sure that did kind of set him up because I know he probably was worth a lot, his father. And I'm not sure how much he was really helping financially, given how much tragedy he was going through. Or maybe something with the divorce where he couldn't give him money or something because it would have went to her. I have no clue how exactly that went. But yeah, I haven't been able to talk to him since. Like, since his dad died and since like the divorce from a couple years ago. But hopefully he's doing a bit better now. Because I don't actually have his number now that I think about it. So unless there's like another family reunion or something, or someone else in the family with a contact, which there probably is. I just haven't bothered searching around yet. Like, someone in the family has his number, but I need to check back with him sometime. But I don't know, divorce is like one of those things that's kind of keeping me from like ever getting married. Like, it's just too much to deal with. And there's just a lot of weird laws in regard to it currently. Is this our final inventory? I think it is. It is! We're finally done. Any last minute comments or anything? Anyone? Because as soon as we turn in this inventory, I think we're calling it for tonight. Then I'm going to grab lunch dinner. But we'll be back tomorrow at noon. Also, tomorrow's finally going to be the chapter vote as well. Of course, we're kind of doing a poll pretty much every single stream. And tomorrow's is going to be, what is your favorite chapter in the game? And I'm really curious which one wins. I think you guys know which one mine is. But, it's given how much we live here. But, we're going to do a poll for it tomorrow. And I'm curious which one wins. I do feel like there will be a race between two of them, though. Though I don't want to bias it by saying it. Though I guess we kind of already biased it with this one. Though you guys know I live in the city. I think a lot of endgame players end up living in the city ultimately. But I might as well say it. I do feel like it's going to be a matchup between the first zone and the fourth zone. With the third, like, I pretty much already know what the results are going to be. As much as I'm going to like bias it right now. It's going to be a toss-up between Hopeport or this area being first. The mines of Metubin will be third, behind, you know, Hopeport and Chronopolis. And Hope Forest will probably be dead last, but I'm curious to see if it'll be otherwise. That's one of the reasons I want to do the poll. Because while I've seen in chat and kind of asked around and, you know, just, you know, people's opinions and everything, we never actually did a poll for it yet, so we'll see tomorrow what ultimately wins. And see how much my Chronopolis bias have biased the polls. Because you guys know my pick. It's definitely Chronopolis. I love the vibe of Hopeport. And obviously we spend a lot of time, like, farming equipment in Mines of Matabin. But, I don't know, Chronopolis is definitely my overall favorite. And I think it has to do a lot with the skill synergy and everything else that's in here. I just feel like it's the best constructed chapter overall. As well as has the 2 best skills in the entire game of Merchant and Detective, which also hard carries the entire place. Like, if every skill was like Leathermaker here, this place would be pretty bad. Or my opinion of it would definitely be a lot lower. But luckily, it's being hard carried by, like, 2 of the best skills. That is probably, like, honestly, I'd love to, if this whole game was just Merchant and Detective, I'd probably still be playing. If every other skill didn't exist and that was the whole game, and it was like a murder mystery thing with all the detective things and just having Merchant on the side, where you're a merchant detective, I'd still be playing this game. I really hope every skill in the future is like these 2. Because they're just so good. And rather unique. Like, obviously, they're not like the most unique things in the entire world. But I just absolutely love what they did with them. And they're definitely pretty unique relative to like an MMO kind of aspect. As far as like having specific skills. They're not 2 you would normally see in a, you know, standard MMO. And Brighter Shores really needs more skills like these 2. I want there to at least be a double digit of them by like next year or 2 years from now. Because that would really help shape Brighter Shores' identity a lot better rather than woodcutting, fishing, cooking, you know, all the standard things that you kind of expect. You need more unique things like detective, merchant, whatever else they do in the future, stuff like that. But anyways, guys, you know where I'm heading after this. I might as well head there now. You know exactly where I'm heading. Grab the 1-click auto-equip, unequip our weapon and weapon. You know what time it is. It is our daily. Let's go AFK raids. Where's the street for this? Actually, I think it's up north. Let me go head over there. And then we'll end it in our AFK room, I guess. To the AFK room! Yep, no problem for the stream. Thanks, everyone, for the continued support. Greatly, greatly appreciated. If you guys haven't already on your way out, definitely feel free to leave a like on the stream. Helps a lot and is greatly appreciated. If you didn't care for the stream, feel free to leave a dislike on it or leave any comments on why. I would love to hear it. And I hope you all have a wonderful weekend. We will be back tomorrow at noon Eastern Standard Time, as we kind of have been, which is about 12 hours from now if you are watching currently live, or noon Eastern Standard Time if you want to check that too, whatever your current time is. Anyways, guys, I'll catch you guys later. Goodbye, everyone, and thanks for watching.